Like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel for all part. Chapter 1. Your calligraphy is improved by 300% because of listening to Aizen-suk's lectures and comprehending Daochingliu calligraphy. Your calligraphy, practice hard for an hour, the progress will reach 20%, and you will advance to the next stage. Kuchiki Moyu looked at the gentle and refined figure on the podium, and heaved a helpless sigh when he heard the system notification sound coming from his ears. Calligraphy and calligraphy, isn't it too ambitious? However, apart from being ornamental, this stuff is useless. When this idea welled up, Moyu heard the system prompt again. Your calligraphy is aware of negative thoughts, depressed mood, and decreased learning efficiency. Well, it's strange to have a personality. The figure on the podium who was concentrating on teaching seemed to have noticed the change below, and smiled gently. Mr. Moyu, don't underestimate the importance of calligraphy. For Shinigami, the meaning of calligraphy is the pillar that supports cultural inheritance and has an irreplaceable position. Come on, let me see your understanding of calligraphy. Under the black-framed glasses, there are approachable eyes and a gentle smile, making him one of the most popular teachers in the entire Spiritual Arts Academy. Aizen-suk. Dressed in light clothing, he raised his arms in an inviting gesture, beckoning Moyu to come forward and show off his calligraphy. Seeing this, Moyu hesitated for a moment, and smiled awkwardly. Not yet, Aizen-sensei. My calligraphy level is low, unbearable. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Aizen. It's okay, Mr. Moyu. People always grow up step by step, just like everything in this world. Hearing this, Moyu sighed slightly and could only get out of his seat. However, when he walked to the podium, there were already small voices coming from below. What level of calligraphy can the young master of the Kuchiki family write? It's just the tail of the crane in the class. It's useless to struggle anymore. He is still a disgrace to the nobility. For this kind of remarks, Moyu has long since ignored it. Ever since he came to this dangerous and treacherous Shinigami world, he has become more and more desperate for his fate. Whether it's chopping fists and walking ghosts, or scientific research talents, they are all very ordinary. But Moyu didn't realize the existence of his cheat. The future seems to be bleak. Fortunately, he became the direct descendant of the Kuchiki family and the younger brother of Byakuya Kuchiki, which also guaranteed his safety to a certain extent. Of course, with his extremely ordinary talent, after coming to Spiritual Arts Academy, he undoubtedly became the tail of the special class. The tail of the crane in various senses. However, just last night, the sudden awakening of the system surprised Moyu a little too much, and he almost lost his mind. Fortunately, his resolute character corrected his mentality of going astray in time. On top of today's calligraphy courses, the system has demonstrated its powerful role. Come on, Mr. Moyu. Aizen's gentle smile is enough to make anyone who doesn't know him let go of his psychological defenses. Don't worry about those extra things, it's enough to show your calligraphy. Even if you are faltering, as long as you are making progress, it is the right path after all. Hearing this, Moyu sighed softly and picked up the writing brush on the table. Your calligraphy has just acquired a brush, and you are excited, and your progress is increasing. After comprehending the calligraphy of Kyogoku style, your appreciation will increase by 100%. Moyu's eyes widened in disbelief. This kind of progress is really outrageous. I just don't know if he can perform like this in terms of hard power. Moyu's white fingers held the brush in his hand in a very standard posture, and countless knowledge and memories about calligraphy emerged in his mind. The next moment, the tip of the pen fell on the white paper. Flowing clouds and flowing water, dragons and snakes race away, writing is like clouds and mist, and writing is like dragons moving. In an instant, a pair of fonts combining the two genres danced on the white paper, with vigorous strokes and postures. When seeing Moyu's work, Aizen's expression changed slightly. This. He took a step forward, walked to the desk, and gently stroked the ink marks that were not yet dry. A satisfied smile appeared on his calm face. "Mr. Moyu, your calligraphic attainments have reached a level of its own." Aizen said softly, "I didn't expect to hide it so deeply." With that said, he showed Moyu's work to the students below. Instantly, the crackling sound stopped abruptly. In Setsuna, where Moyu's work was seen, a group of students made unidentified noises like ducks strangling their throats. In view of Mr. Moyu's calligraphy level, I decided to let him be in charge of future calligraphy classes. Aizen smiled gently, looked at Moyu, and said, "Mr. Moyu, please give me more advice in the future." Chapter 2. For Aizen's arbitrary decision, Moyu is a bit uncomfortable to refuse. Because according to its explanation, Aizen only regards it as a class representative of the calligraphy class. In a sense, Moyu's calligraphic attainments have already been recognized by Aizen. But, at the same time, new problems emerged. When he became the representative of the calligraphy class, the number of contacts with Aizen also increased. "Have you got your eye on me?" The persecution paranoia from the Traverser broke out, and Moyu suddenly couldn't control his emotions. "Be more mindful. The other party is ultimately an existence that subverts the entire soul society." The announcement of calligraphy class in Aizen came to an end temporarily, and the students also walked towards the next classroom. Seeing this scene, Moyu suddenly realized something. "Next class, it seems to be Kid class." Kid class classroom. Jean Fist Kisu, as the basic fighting technique of Shinigami, almost runs through the entire history of Soul Society. On the podium, a lecturer dressed in kid costumes was talking loudly. "And today, we will continue the study of the fourth Had." Next, it was another drowsy lecture. Unlike before, Moyu's expression at this time was somewhat focused, but his behavior caught the attention of an onion not far from him in the classroom. "Well, Brother Moyu seems to have undergone a different change." Onion tilted his head, with an expression of disbelief on his delicate face, and he said to himself, "His listening time is actually more than 1 minute. How can that be?" For other people's attention, Moyu didn't take it to heart at the moment, all his attention was focused on the system. After listening to the explanation about number 4 Had in detail, relevant words seemed to appear on his system panel. "Your Had 4. Bai Lei listened carefully and made rapid progress, reaching the stage of entering the classroom. "Your Had 4. Bai Lei studied hard, progressed rapidly, and reached the state of mastery." The corners of Moyu's mouth twitched slightly. The fourth of Had, Bai Lei, was more competitive than he expected. It's just one listening to a lecture, and it has reached such a point. The fourth Had belongs to the Lightning Kid, and is one of the most commonly used kid. The reason is because of its low consumption and controllable power. The kid lecturer on the podium was drooling, as if he had entered a serious state, but for you beginners, it is not an easy task to perfectly control the fourth Had. As he spoke, a black and red target suddenly rose from the left front of the podium. Had number 4 White Thunder. Following the excited voice of lecturer Kid, a flash of lightning jumped out of his fingertips instantly. The next moment, it turned into a dazzling light and hit the target. Boom! The solid target turned into fragments and scattered during the lightning leap. Being able to become a teacher of the special class of Spiritual Arts Academy is worthy of recognition in terms of strength. There were exclamations from the audience, and the students were amazed at the strength of lecturer Kid. But Moyu frowned lightly, showing a bit of surprise, and murmured, "This power. It seems a bit ordinary." Your Had 4. Bai Lei saw other people's Bai Lei, his competitive spirit increased greatly, his progress was rapid, and he reached the pinnacle. Yuda now, the kid lecturer who was enjoying the envious words and eyes of the students, suddenly heard this extremely discordant voice. He looked in the direction of the voice with some dissatisfaction. It's this Kuchiki Moyu again. Yuda now has always disliked incompetent students. Now he heard extremely dissatisfied words again, which naturally made his dissatisfaction with Moyu reach ultimate. Kuchiki Moyu. Yuta Onao's voice raised a bit, looking at you, it seems that you have made some progress in your study of number 4 Had. You will be in charge of the next student presentation. Hearing this, Moyu frowned with some delicate eyebrows, pointed back at himself, and said in surprise. Teacher, are you sure? Onao Yuta folded his arms and nodded solemnly. Looking at it, Moyu knew that there was no room for negotiation. However, he quickly restrained his expression, and looked at the re-raised target near the podium very seriously. Ogami-sensei, I advise you to stay away from that target. Moyu persuaded, otherwise, I'm worried about accidentally hurting you. Onao Yuta said confidently, even if you use it well, students of your level can't hurt me. After all, I am an elite soldier of the kid. The end of the crane actually dared to speak wild words. Could it be that he treats Spiritual Arts Academy as a noble street? How arrogant! The surrounding students obviously held a disdainful and disbelieving attitude towards Moyu's words, as if they had seen him embarrassing himself. Seeing his stubborn look, Moyu sighed helplessly. Why do people in the world always have blind confidence in themselves? He raised his arm, and a white thunder light faintly danced on his fingertips. A calm voice sounded in the classroom. Slight but firm. Had number 4 White Thunder. Chapter 3. Setsuna who fell at Moyu's voice. The raging thunder surged out from his fingertips, heading straight for the podium. The turbulent white lightning crashed into the solid target. Boom! The deafening crackling sound devastated Onao Yuta's eardrums. Seeing this scene, Setsuna's pupils dilated suddenly, subconsciously putting on a defensive posture against Kid. Danger! At the moment when the aftermath of the white thunder surged, Yuta Onao sensed the fear of death. Bakud's 39th round gate fan. This was the strongest defense Kid could react to. The ferocious thunder that shattered the target with undiminished momentum instantly impacted on the round protective shield in front of Yuta Onao. There was a tooth-piercing tearing sound, and countless cobweb-like cracks opened on the circular gate leaf. In an instant, it was on the verge of the limit. Fortunately, Moyu's Bai Lei had already fallen into decline, turning into a few rays of light and dissipating in the air. On the podium, there was only a mess left. Onao Yuta's face was also scorched black, was he in a state of distress, and his expression was even more sluggish. When he opened his mouth, black smoke flew out of his mouth. Obviously, what happened just now had a certain impact on his 3 views. Suddenly, it was as if a drop of water fell into boiling oil in the classroom, and the pot exploded in an instant. How is this possible? Hey, isn't this kind of joke too much? The tail of the crane can release such a level of Kid. Is the world changing too fast, or I can't keep up with my thoughts? The scene in front of them completely stunned the talented students of the Spiritual Art Academy. Not to mention being a student, even Yuta Onao, who was at the center of the explosion, couldn't react for a while. One is that he was a little dazed by being bombarded by Moyu, and the other is that the scene just now had a certain impact on his cognition. I must have opened it the wrong way. How could the crane tail who came in through relationships in the class before perform such a Kid? Year had 4. Bai Lei's performance is amazing, the mood is excited, the understanding is greatly increased, and the potential is increased. Moyu blew on the white smoke lingering on his fingertips, with a calm expression. Teacher, I reminded you before. As his words sounded, the discordant voices in the classroom gradually subsided. These high-achieving students suddenly realized one thing. With Had number 4, Shirai, easily defeat Onao Yuta's Bakud number 39, round gate fan. This feat seems to have made Moyu the strongest existence in the entire special class. The crane tail that used to be is gone forever. Ahem. Onao Yuta clenched his fists and coughed to hide the embarrassment on his face. But he ignored his dark old face. In this state, he couldn't see the expression on his face at all. I was negligent, I didn't expect your kid, Moyu, to be so strong. Oh, now Yuta is a good teacher who has the courage to admit his mistakes. Hey, thanks to my brother for his guidance. Moyu laughed and blamed Byakuya Kuchiki. Hearing this, the expression of everyone looking at Moyu changed again. Envy, contempt. Complicated emotions surrounded the crowd. On the other hand, a certain onion in the crowd still kept his eyes wide open, and his clear pupils were full of surprise. How come? Brother Moyu never cared about Brother Byakuya's guidance. Just when she was about to ask a question, Moyu, who was in the center of the crowd and enjoyed everyone's gaze, suddenly turned his head. As if he had foreseen it long ago, he glared at him fiercely. Looking at his appearance, it seems that as long as Byakuya Kuchiki dares to speak, he dares to kill him on the spot. Ahem. Byakuya Kuchiki coughed twice, swallowed back the words on her lips, and whispered. If you don't let me say it, don't let me say it. Why are you so fierce? The communication between the two was not paid too much attention by others. The students were still immersed in Moyu's previous performance, unable to recover for a long time. And the following kid class barely ended with everyone absent-minded. Oh, now Yuta left in a hurry, his expression was a bit depressed. It seems that it is also because of the blow. Without looking sideways, Moyu stepped out of the classroom. Before going out, I didn't forget to take a look at Byakuya Kuchiki and give him a hint of eyes. Byakuya Kuchiki hesitated for a moment, but followed out anyway. After turning a few corners, the environment gradually became a bit remote. Brother Moyu. Before Byakuya Kuchiki finished speaking, she saw a white shadow swaying in front of her. Boom! Moyu's palm pressed forward, forcing Byakuya Kuchiki against the wall. Seeing the handsome face so close, Byakuya Kuchiki suddenly panicked, her cheeks were slightly hot and blushing, and steam could even be seen faintly rising from her head. Mo, Brother Moyu, you. Chapter 4. Moyu maintained a waldong posture, looking at the petite Byakuya Kuchiki seriously. Byakuya, you. This moment is just like that moment. Byakuya's mood was already extremely tense. Forget what you just saw. Moyu looked serious, and said righteously, you must never tell that guy Byakuya. Otherwise, your brother and I will have no peace. Hearing this, Byakuya Kuchiki's expression became stiff and expressionless. Sure enough, this scene seems familiar. More than once when I was at Kuchiki's house. Relying on the face inherited from the good genes of Kuchiki's family, Moyu once played a beauty trick on Byakuya. This stupid girl has been fooled more than once. Now, it's still the same. This moment is just like that moment. Byakuya, who was expressionless, gritted her silver teeth and made a crunching sound. I should have thought of it earlier, it's really hateful. Moyu sighed softly, ruffled Byakuya's black hair, and said helplessly. Let Byakuya take care of the Kuchiki's mess. Byakuya, you won't have the heart for me to do those tedious tasks, will you? Feeling the temperature from the top of her head, Byakuya's cheeks were slightly hot, and she responded softly. I see. But she hesitated for a moment, then asked seriously. Brother Moyu, when exactly did you learn, kid? I remember your talent. As if remembering something, Byakuya suddenly covered her mouth and stopped going any further. Moyu glanced at her and explained. Talent or something is just an appearance. You have to learn to see the essence of things through appearances. It's like. Before he finished speaking, Byakuya Kuchiki showed a look of sudden realization, and said excitedly. I understand. Brother Moyu's previous talent was just an appearance, but you have always been a real genius. Seeing his excitement, Moyu hesitated to speak. Then he covered his face helplessly and shook his head. Forget it, explaining something is too troublesome. By the way, what's the next lesson? Moyu is still very interested in the rest of today's class. The up-and-coming had 4, Bai Lei, has given him a taste of the sweetness. If other abilities are as good as it, maybe he can control his own destiny, and even control the destiny of others in this dangerous world. Well, it should be a knife Zen class. Rukia put her finger on her chin and said thoughtfully, students need to bring their own sealed state and go to the Saber Zen classroom. Hearing this, Moyu was slightly taken aback. Sealed state, the name of Zanpakutō when he was not Shikai, the existence of Shinigami's life and death. At the time of admission, students are given a sealed state in a small room, and stay with it day and night. The existence of Dao Zen class is also to enable these students to better grasp this fundamental power. Of course, the vast majority of Shinigami spend their entire lives never knowing their Zanpakutō's real name. This is the truth. Sword Zen classroom. Moyu sat cross-legged on the wooden floor, looking at the sealed state between his legs. The blade glowing with coldness is as simple as the handle of ultimate. Even if he is a direct descendant of the Kuchiki family, he is no different from others in terms of sealed state. Zanpakutō. Moyu's eyes flickered, and countless thoughts ran through his mind. Ahead. The teacher in charge of the knife meditation class, named Keiko Jushin, looks a bit like a working woman, apparently in charge of some clerical work. On the team badge on the right shoulder, 5 vertical stripes hang down, symbolizing the identity of the first team members. Zanpakutō, the existence that our lives depend on. Keiko Jushin pushed the glasses on the bridge of her nose and said seriously, it has its own soul. As the lectures unfolded, Moyu's expression became more and more focused. I don't know how long it took until he was drowsy and his head seemed to weigh 1,000 catties. The sudden appearance of the cold notification sound woke him up instantly. Your Zanpakutō gradually comprehends himself due to listening carefully, and the degree of fit has increased significantly. Compatibility. Moyu looked slightly startled, it's a bit weird to unfold. The power of each Zanpakutō is different, like mine Zanpakutō. Keiko Tachibana pulled out the Zanpakutō from her waist, placed it horizontally in front of her body, and said, after Shikai, it can have the ability similar to Bakutō's 77 heavenly standing Kongluo. Go straight to the sky, snare. As her voice fell, the sealed state in Keiko Jushin's hand also transformed into a dry tree branch in a burst of light, pointing directly at the sky like several antennas. Watching this scene, Moyu stroked his chin and said thoughtfully. The standard capabilities of civil servants. Your Zanpakutō has seen the Shikai of other Zanpakutō, and his competitive spirit has greatly increased, and the degree of fit has reached its peak, and he has comprehended Shikai. Please call out my name. Chapter 5. Tear apart the sky. Moyu subconsciously wants to follow the thoughts deep in his heart and speak Shikai completely. But at the critical moment, the rationality in his mind stopped this reckless behavior. For things like liberation, it's better to keep it a secret. Although I am very curious about the power of my own Zanpakutō, but considering the serious consequences of curiosity killing the cat, Moyu decided to study it secretly when no one was around. However, the knife Zen class is really boring to him. When Keiko Kiyama mentioned the importance of Zanpakutō for the 8th time, unsurprisingly, Moyu fell into a coma again. This is the ability he cultivated in Spiritual Arts Academy, and he can fall asleep easily no matter when and where. Compared with the Moyu of salted fish, its Zanpakutō seems to be too competitive. Your Zanpakutō comprehended Shikai moves by listening carefully. Your Zanpakutō has gained a new awareness of its own power by listening carefully. The continuous beeps did not wake Moyu up. On the contrary, it is more like a hypnosis song, making him sleep more and more sweetly. Regarding Moyu's state, Keiko Tachibana has long been accustomed to it, and did not deliberately take it to heart. For Moyu, reprimands and the like are no longer of much use. Who made someone a member of the Kuchiki family? Keiko Tachibana sighed and ended today's class. But Moyu woke up on time and was in full condition. Rukia, what's the next class? He asked without looking back. For her elder brother's behavior, Rukia has long been used to it, she thought. Kendo class. And I heard that today's kendo class has a big shot. Brother Moyu, you must never fall asleep in class again. Rukia looked at Moyu, her clear eyes were full of worry. Well, big shot. Moyu nodded and said, I will pay attention. Let's go to the kendo classroom. 5 minutes later. Kendo classroom. Moyu stood in the middle of the classroom, cold sweat rolled down his forehead, and his back felt a little chilly. How could it be her? Following his gaze, he saw a woman dressed in white feathers and a black suit standing on the podium in front of her. The thick black hair hangs down and is braided in front of the body, bringing out the demure and elegant temperament to the ultimate. A reassuring smile appeared on his gentle and peaceful face. Everyone, I am the captain of Division 4, Anohanaretsu. Anohanaretsu crossed his hands in front of him, looked at the students in front of him, and said softly. Because I was invited, I'm here to give you an explanation on the way of swordsmanship. I hope everyone can cooperate well, otherwise. Before he finished speaking, the cold killing intent directly swept across the entire kendo classroom. Although his gentle smile still hangs on his face, but in the eyes of everyone at this moment, this smile is like a ghost in hell, ferocious and terrifying. At the moment of its Reiatsu release, the world seemed to be collapsing, and everyone's thinking froze in an instant, and even the thought of fear could not arise. Your Reiatsu is under the strong oppression from the outside world, and under the excitement, you advanced to the officer level Reiatsu. At the critical moment, the cold notification sound made Moyu get out of his stagnant thinking. At the same time, he was shocked to find that his underwear was soaked in cold sweat. How did this dangerous woman come here? Moyu roared in his heart, didn't that guy Byakuya promise not to tell her my news? Captain of the 4th Division, Anohanaretsu. First generation's Kenpachi, the unprecedented villain in the history of Soul Society, brought his ferocious nature into ultimate, killing people like hemp. After joining Seirai, he restrained himself and became one of the few normal people among the current captains. But there is another side to his personality. Once someone brings out his latent side, the consequences are quite tragic. Moyu accidentally messed up his work at a flower arrangement meeting of the 4th Division. Under unexplained circumstances, Anohanaretsu said that she would be slashed with a knife, and the grievances would be eliminated. But Moyu, who knew his details well, would not agree to such an outrageous request, even if he chose to run away. If it wasn't for the intervention of Byakuya Kuchiki, Moyu might have turned into a spirit son and returned to the embrace of Soul Society. Let the first generation Kenpachi slash me, I'd rather be dead. Moyu stepped back, ready to sneak away. However, the killing intent in the kendo classroom suddenly reversed, and the sweeping Reiatsu even enveloped Moyu in a substantive manner. Terrible oppression fell in an instant, as if the sky was falling, and even the surrounding spirits were directly frozen between Setsuna. As if changing from a gas to a solid, Moyu, who is in it, can hardly even blink. Your Reiatsu is under the pressure of ultimate from the outside world, and you are not reconciled, so you advanced to Captain Reiatsu. At the moment when the system sound fell, with Moyu as the center, Reiatsu suddenly burst out like a surging tide. The materialized Reiatsu formed an extreme bluish-white beam of light soaring into the sky. P.S. Before opening this book, I was very entangled. Shinigami has fallen to the bottom of the 3 major migrant comics in the Sea of Dead Flames. Alas! The results of the first day of this book are also related to whether it can continue. I hope readers will give me some feedback, flowers, evaluation tickets, monthly tickets, etc., at least let the author see a little hope. Kowtow, bang bang bang. Chapter 6. Anohanaretsu snorted softly, a look of surprise appeared on her demure face. What a surprise! I didn't expect the kid from the past to be a genius. As expected of the Kuchiki family. After the words fell, the terrifying Reiatsu oppression also suddenly subsided. If it weren't for the bluish-white beam of light around Moyu, still surrounding it as before, everyone might think that what happened just now was just an illusion. Under normal circumstances, Anohanaretsu is considered a very reliable captain. Naturally, she can control her emotions well. It's just that when I accidentally saw the guy who destroyed my work, my mentality naturally changed a little. Well, Reiatsu seems to be the one who works hardest. Moyu gradually has a certain understanding of his cheat. He was lost in thought, obviously a little distracted. And when he came to his senses, that gentle and peaceful face was less than 1 meter away from Moyu. Moyu. No matter who he faces, Anohanaretsu always treats them with the most peaceful attitude. It seems that you are ready to accept your fate. While speaking, she already put her white palm on the Zanpakutō at her waist. Ahem, Captain Anohana. Moyu coughed twice, interrupting the other party's train of thought. This is Spiritual Arts Academy, and any behavior that hurts students is not allowed. Hearing this, Anohanaretsu hesitated a bit. Well, I lacked consideration. A bit of thought appeared on his weak face, however, since I found you. Anohanaretsu suddenly raised the corners of his mouth and said seriously. Then you won't be allowed to escape easily. There was a different light in the black eyes, and Moyu looked at each other. Hiss. Moyu took a deep breath, suppressing the strange emotion in his heart. Although Anohana is beautiful, it does not mean that its potential danger can be ignored. Okay, the next kendo class. Anohanaretsu said seriously, I hope you can listen carefully. After all, this is about your safety. Hearing this, Moyu only felt a bit of toothache. Why was I so cheap to touch the so-called flower arrangement? As a first-generation Kenpachi, Anohanaretsu's accomplishments in kendo are among the few in the entire Soul Society. She claims to have mastered all schools and knife styles in the world, and she once gave herself the name of 8,000 styles. Therefore, Anohanaretsu is naturally qualified to be a special teacher for kendo classes. The way of the sword is broad and profound. She took down a standard wooden sword from the weapon rack next to her, and stroked the wooden sword with a white palm like a breeze. In Soul Society, kendo is divided into 10 sections, but this is not the ultimate of kendo. Anohanaretsu looked at the quiet crowd and said, this is just a classification of normal people. The reason why I am 10 dan in kendo is because kendo is only divided into 10 dan. Your kendo is enhanced by 238% because of listening to Anohanaretsu's lectures and comprehending the third stage of kendo. Your kendo is enhanced by 128% because of listening to Anohanaretsu's lectures and comprehending the fifth stage of kendo. Your kendo is enhanced by 328% because of listening to Anohanaretsu's lectures and comprehending the seventh stage of kendo. Continuous system prompts, like bombers, kept ringing in Moyu's mind. However, there was no hint of joy on his face, but rather a frown. Based on what he knew about Anohanaretsu, the other party definitely didn't mean to be joking at all. Take the knife from first-generation Kenpachi. This kind of dangerous thing, probably can't escape. Of course, if you compete for real strength, even if Moyu unlocks the cheat, he will inevitably die. However, if it is close to the simple way of the sword. A light flashed in the dark eyes, and the blind student discovered the Hwadian. It seems that you must listen carefully to the swordsmanship. Moyu made up his mind, forcibly lifted his spirits, and tried hard to remember all the content explained by Anohanaretsu in his mind. However, a problem arises. He can understand every word that Anohanaretsu uttered, only when they are combined together, they become like a heavenly book. Sleepiness struck Moyu again. Your kendo is enhanced by 1000% because of listening to Anohanaretsu's lectures and comprehending the 10th stage of kendo. Your kendo is aware of the self-disparity with others, so you work hard, your understanding greatly increases, and you comprehend a new kendo genre. Feeling the sledgehammer of relevant knowledge, Moyu woke up instantly. This is Looking at the new school of kendo that flooded his mind, Moyu had a look of surprise on his face. It's a long road, and the only companion is the sword. Chapter 7. Maybe it's because he was an old-fashioned male player in his previous life, maybe it has something to do with his Zanpakutō. Maybe it's something else. After Moyu checked his new style of kendo comprehension, this sentence naturally appeared in his mind. Without him, it's just because this new school of swordsmanship is almost carved out according to the mold of the blasting swordsmanship in his memory. In any case, his kendo level has surpassed the constraints of conventional kendo levels. Kendo, don't stick to rigidity. Reiatsu explained in detail about her perception of kendo. The Zanpakutō in our hands has its own soul. In my opinion, the same is true for swordsmanship. Moyu just heard these words in his ears. Is this the so-called Dao of the sword? Your kendo has been greatly enlightened after listening to Reiatsu's explanation, and you have comprehended the advanced skills of the new kendo genre. It's true. Moyu sighed in admiration. He couldn't be more fond of this kind of vigorous swordsmanship. Today's kendo class is over here. Reiatsu bowed slightly, and said softly, if you are willing after graduation, you can join the 4th team. Our fan team has very few requirements for the selection of team members. After all, she raised her eyes and looked in the direction of Moyu, with a trace of strangeness in her beautiful eyes. She took a deep look at him. Under Moyu's unexpected look, Reiatsu walked out of the kendo classroom. You didn't settle accounts with me. What is this dangerous woman thinking? For a while, Moyu was also a little confused about the other party's thoughts. However, at this moment, Rukia walked up to Moyu with a worried face, and asked in a low voice. Brother Moyu, Captain Anohana seems to have a lot of malice towards him. Should we tell Byakuya? Before she could finish her sentence, Moyu covered her mouth. For a moment, Rukia's face turned red. Don't you remember what I told you earlier? Moyu hissed, I don't want to let the old peaceful life go forever. Rukia nodded repeatedly. If you don't agree to come down, you may be smothered to death by Moyu on the spot. Hoo. Rukia gasped, but Brother Byakuya will know all of this eventually. She looked around and said seriously, after all, so many people are watching. For the Reiatsu collision between Moyu and Reiatsu, it is naturally impossible to hide from the eyes of these people. After all, they are not blind either. Hearing this, Moyu thought about it carefully, and it seemed that it was true. If this group of people can't keep the gate, it may not take long before what happened today will reach Byakuya Kuchiki's ears. At that time, he will even be required to graduate early, and even to succeed Byakuya as the head of the family. What a headache! Moyu looked at a classmate who was about to walk out of the classroom. Reiatsu, release! The next moment, the materialized bluish-white Reiatsu swept the entire classroom instantly. The terrifying oppression, like a toppled mountain, piled up on everyone's bodies with a bang. At this moment, everyone crawled down on the floor in an instant, with hideous faces. Well, it seems a little too much force. Moyu shook his head and said, it doesn't matter. Everyone. He walked towards the front of the classroom. For today's matter, please keep it a secret. The oppression of the captain-level Reiatsu is enough to make these students who have not yet graduated from the Spirit Art Academy breathless. Some people even have a tendency to coma. Since there is no objection, then I will assume that you all acquiesce. Moyu walked to the door of the classroom. His voice was low. Even if you can't succumb to strength, you must succumb to power, right? Believe me, the power of the Kuchiki family is far beyond your imagination. After the words fell, he walked out of it without looking back. In Rukia's deep purple eyes, there was a special look, and she stared at Moyu's leaving back with a little stagnation. Brother Moyu. In the classroom, everyone looked at each other, and the undisguised fear in each other's eyes could be vaguely seen. It seems that from today onwards, the status in the class has undergone earth-shaking changes. Your Reiatsu is sending out Kamui, and under the excitement, the efficiency of practice has greatly increased. Moyu didn't know what to say to Reiatsu, who was up to date. But judging from the current progress, it may not be long before he can gain a firm foothold in the Soul Society and even the Three Realms with pure strength. Of course, before fully possessing sufficient strength, it is still necessary to maintain a low-key way of acting. Hey, I hope that day will come sooner. Moyu walked on the way back to his dormitory, thinking to himself. Kendo class is the last class of the day. Because the men's and women's dormitories are located in two parts of the spiritual academy, Moyu was not with Rukia. Click. Moyu opened the shoji door of his dormitory, and immediately stayed where he was. In the dormitory, a familiar figure sat cross-legged in the center, waiting quietly. Chapter 8. Under the white feather weave, the huge character 4 occupies most of the back. The long black hair hangs down in front of him. Even if his back is turned to him, Moyu can still detect a gentle temperament from it. Hey, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Mo, Jade. As Anohanaretsu said his name word by word, Moyu felt a cold murderous intent in the air. Are you ready to accept your fate? Moyu never expected that Anohanaretsu would be waiting for him in the dormitory. How much hatred, how much resentment? Captain Anohana. Just when Anohanaretsu turned around and was about to draw Zanpakutō from his waist, Moyu suddenly said, "There is something wrong with your kendo." Anohanaretsu, who was about to raise the knife to cut down, suddenly stopped the movement of his hand and showed a puzzled look. What's the meaning? Moyu let out a breath, and the dangerous woman finally stopped temporarily. I said that there is a problem with your understanding of the way of the sword. Since I destroyed your flower arrangement before, I might as well use this to make up for it. For his previous behavior, Moyu also apologized in his heart. Since kendo is so competitive, let's take a look at its true level by the way. Moreover, in Anohanaretsu's previous explanation of kendo, there are indeed some problems and disadvantages. This is also something he can see at his current level. Moyu pulled out his Zanpakutō, and his expression gradually returned to calm. The way of the sword is not just about slashing. Captain Anokana, please suppress your own Reiatsu, this is Spiritual Arts Academy after all. I will show you what a sword is. As his voice fell, the white student uniform on Moyu's body lifted slightly. It was as if there was an invisible hand controlling everything. Anohanaretsu's expression gradually became dignified, and his white teeth were lightly opened, and said, "This is wind." The look of surprise fully explained the doubts in his heart. Without any fluctuations of spirit particles, how did this wind appear? She couldn't understand the scene in front of her. As one of the few strong captains, Anohanaretsu's understanding of power is far beyond ordinary Shinigami. However, this also made the doubts in his heart more intense. Reiatsu is the root of the supernatural power that Shinigami wants to unleash. And Moyu in front of him, without using any Reiatsu, created a wind in the room out of thin air. The wind gradually grew and swept through the room. The sound of hunting wind whistled in the ears of the two of them. Anohanaretsu watched the scene in front of her quietly, but the horror in her eyes never abated. On the contrary, it is more intense. Setsuna with Moyu's right hand resting on the hilt. The wind stagnates. The sword walks on the wind, and the heart moves with the sword. Moyu's sudden sound made the stagnant wind burst out suddenly, and the roaring sound hit the eardrums, covering all the sounds here. Anohanaretsu stared at the scene in disbelief with her eyes wide open. The strong wind slashed out from Moyu's sword, and the wind blade swept and devoured everything. The howling wind swept across Anohanaretsu's side, tearing the floor, eaves, decoration. When the sound of the wind faded away, Anohanaretsu looked sideways at the strand of hair falling leisurely by her ear. A new school of kendo. Does it have a name? Moyu pondered for a moment, then said. The Way of the Wind Sword. Anohanaretsu stretched out her white palm to catch the falling black hair. A very fitting name. So my previous swordsmanship was so narrow. A bit of disappointment appeared on the demure face. As first-generation Kenpachi, the things he pursued all his life were wrong. This is quite a blow to Anohanaretsu. Moyu was a little silent. For a moment he didn't know whether to comfort him or hit him. Thank you very much. Anohanaretsu soon calmed down again. You let me see another world belonging to Kendo. Our previous grievances have been wiped out. Hearing this, Moyu breathed a sigh of relief. You can do whatever you want, as long as Anohana doesn't pursue what happened before. Being watched 24/7 by the first-generation Kenpachi, who wants to cut you down. This kind of thing is really a great test for the heart. Mr. Moyu. Anohanaretsu suddenly continued, Squad 4, you are welcome. At that time, we will continue to discuss the way of the sword. On the demure face, the smile is gentle and calm, like the wind in the mountains, blowing Moyu's heart. For a moment, Moyu's eyes froze a bit. Anohanaretsu left. When he left, his heart was full of yearning and longing for a new realm of Kendo. She is looking forward to meeting Moyu in the 4th division, when her Kendo will reach a new level. Moyu looked at the mess on the ground and rubbed his aching temples. It's really difficult. However, at this moment, the system beep sounded again. Because your Kendo is recognized by others, you will be in a good mood, your confidence will double, and your practice efficiency will double. Chapter 9. The competitive swordsmanship is constantly improving his own cultivation progress. At the same time, it is refreshing Moyu's knowledge of Kendo. Slashing fists and walking ghosts, none of them are weak. Moyu shook his head and sighed. Shinigami who can fully master these 4 abilities in Seiritei are almost non-existent. Due to the limitation of talents, this group of Shinigami cannot take care of both. They can only choose 1 or 2 of them for deeper development. This is also the reason why the Kid, Xingjun, Godei 13, etc. exist. But Moyu is different. Compared with Shinigami, the genius in Spiritual Arts Academy and even Seiritei, his talent is 1 underground and 1 heaven. Moyu was taught by Kuchiki Silverbell and Byakuya Kuchiki at Kuchiki's home. But their unified evaluation of Moyu is that his talent is low. They even suspect that Moyu is not a member of the Kuchiki clan if it is not for the blood connection. Regarding talent matters, Moyu is also very helpless. This thing is born, and there is nothing he can do about it. Fortunately, the unlocking of cheat gave him hope again. Talent is not important. Moyu sighed softly. Kid, Zanpakutō, and even swordsmanship are enough to support that unknown destiny. Not long after Anohanaretsu left, the person in charge of the Spiritual Arts Academy came to check on the situation. Although the mess in front of them made them have many doubts in their hearts, but because of Moyu's identity. These people didn't ask too much, they just cleaned up and left in a hurry. Moyu returned to the dormitory, but he didn't have the slightest idea of resting. Moyu was still very curious about his Zanpakutō automatic comprehension of Shikai before. My Zanpakutō, what kind of power does it have? He sat cross-legged on the futon in the dormitory, placed Zanpakutō on his knees, and immersed himself in it. Your Zanpakutō is in a good mood because of the spiritual communication, and the efficiency of cultivation is doubled. As the system prompt sounded, Moyu's consciousness suddenly became trance. You have entered the Zanpakutō space. Entering the state of Sword Zen depends more on the tacit connection between Shinigami and Zanpakutō, and has little to do with talent. The moment the mind is synchronized with Zanpakutō, the Shinigami can come to the Zanpakutō space in the form of consciousness. The grey sky, as if the end is near. The vast land is full of ferocious cracks, and the crimson magma flowing in it can be vaguely seen. The world froze for an instant as Moyu stepped onto Setsuna, the land of space. As if the pause button was pressed, everything stopped. Moyu stretched out his palm, felt the changes in the air, and said in surprise. Got windy. As the voice fell in Setsuna, on the dry land, the breeze swirled and the wind rose slowly. A gust of wind passed through Moyu's palm. Call. The world seemed to come alive, the grey sky changed, and the crimson magma flowed. The wind became more and more frightening. The damaged ground was directly lifted up, and a huge gully thousands of miles across was placed in front of it. Countless magma swirled from it and swayed into the sky, adding a sense of destruction. The wind was soaring, turning into a storm and raging, tearing the sky apart. It's like a wind that destroys the world, wanting to completely destroy the world. Is this the power of my Zanpakutō? Moyu stood quietly on the damaged land, and the soil under his feet became the only pure land in this world. But where is the real Zanpakutō? According to the normal development model, there should be a concrete Zanpakutō in this world. Or a certain form of person, or some unknown being, or even Moyu himself. But in it he saw nothing but destruction. The sky became more and more grey, and the wind of destroying the world became more ferocious. Although nothing else can be determined. Moyu mused, but for sure, my Zanpakutō possesses the power of wind. The development of Kendo should have something to do with it. But because of his own power at the moment, Moyu can't know all the power of Zanpakutō at all. Although he now has a captain-level Reiatsu. But looking at the entire Soul Society, Captain Reiatsu is just a new starting point. There are too many monsters in this world. Not to mention the boss-level existence of Aizen Yuha, among the captains alone, there are not a few who can crush him on Reiatsu. The road to becoming stronger is a long way to go. Moyu sighed softly. The Zanpakutō space collapsed under the ravages of the wind that destroyed the world. The earth was completely torn apart, and endless magma spewed out from it, infecting the sky. Under the raging storm, the magma swirls and rises, forming a crimson storm tornado in this world, reaching the end of the sky. That's all for Chapter 10. Spiritual Arts Academy. White Hit's classroom. Moyu sat in the back row, his head lying on the table in a daze. Since exploring the Zanpakutō space that day, his life has returned to this day-to-day repetition. However, it is different from before. However, Moyu's strength has undergone earth-shaking changes. As for what level he is at, he obviously has a lot of thoughts in his heart. It can be seen from his usual unchanging behavior. And the students in these special classes, under the threat of Moyu, also chose to shut up obediently. Not only because of the strength shown by Moyu, but also because of his status as a member of the Kuchiki family. When a person has no shortage of power and strength, then he has a shortcut to the highest level. Your white hits are more efficient in cultivation due to listening carefully, and their power is increased by 120%. However, just as this white hits class is coming to an end. When Moyu checked the progress of white hits cultivation, he frowned slightly. Compared with the efficiency of Sister Hwa's lectures, the difference is not a star. Is it related to the strength of the lecturer himself? Or is it a question of its level in a separate field? Moyu remembered the first thing about calligraphy. Aizen is not only powerful, but also at the pinnacle level of Soul Society. In terms of calligraphy, he is also one of the few people who is quite accomplished. This is also one of the reasons why he became the calligraphy teacher of the Spiritual Art Academy. Of course, it is also possible that he voluntarily became one of the teachers, so as to facilitate the Shikai of Zanpakutō. Only by mastering the Academy of Spiritual Art can one master the future of the Soul Society. Aizen is a man who wants to fight against the entire Soul Society, so how could he ignore such an important place as the Academy of Spiritual Art? But until now, Moyu has still not touched his Shikai. This is also its only advantage when facing Aizen. In order to become an existence without shortcomings. Moyu's eyes flashed thoughtful, it seems that we need to find another way. At this moment, Teacher Whitehits on the podium suddenly said. 3 days later, in order to inspect your study progress. Our class decided to have a white hits confrontation with the special class next door. I hope that there will be no unexpected situations at that time, whether it is the honor of the class or the honor of the individual, it needs to be maintained. The results of this white hits confrontation will also be related to the fan teams you will join in the future. Please pay attention. After all, Teacher White Hits left in a hurry. Seeing that he changed into a jet black look halfway, it seemed that the secret mobile force had issued some secret mission. Well, White Hits against. The light in Moyu's eyes flashed, and he suddenly had a different idea. Maybe you can try another method. 3 days later. The number 7 training ground of the Spiritual Academy. On the empty training field, there are 2 groups of young people with high spirits. Their eyes were full of fighting spirit, and Reiatsu surged all over their bodies, which seemed to be lingering on the training ground. The bandages wrapped around his hands reveal his temperament even more. There is only one exception. Moyu stared at a pair of dead fish eyes, looked weakly at the opponent in front of him, and sighed. How could it be assigned to you? The person in front of him had crimson hair soaring into the sky, and the arrogance almost overflowed from his face. A large number of blue lines appeared on the forehead, showing his identity. Abarai Renji. A different kind of genius, but an unspeakable piece of trash on kid, with no talent at all. As for White Hits, it's quite satisfactory. Compared with ordinary people, it can be regarded as a rare genius. I didn't expect it to be Moyu. Abarai Renji acted like a good brother when he saw Moyu. Don't worry, I will try my best to restrain myself. For this long acquainted friend, Moyu did not accept his kindness, but said. Renji, let it go. The most recent me. He pointed to his temple, slightly raised the corners of his mouth, and said with a smile, it seems to have been enlightened. After the words fell, Moyu's momentum changed, and he changed his previous posture of salted fish, showing high fighting spirit. The blue lines on Abarai Renji's forehead trembled, his eyes were slightly opened, and he moved his arms, saying seriously. Moyu, don't be brave. My strength is very strong. However, Moyu was not in the mood to continue talking nonsense with him. He wants to prove his idea. His arms were raised high, and his fist was like a tiger, heading straight for Abarai Renji's chest. Seeing this, Abarai Renji's eyes lit up, as if a ferocious beast had found a suitable prey. Facing the attack, he did not dodge or evade, and faced the attack with the same posture. Boom! The turbulent wind burst into Setsuna, whose fists collided with each other. Chapter 11. Your White Hits is excited because it is the first time you have fought against others, your comprehension has greatly increased, and your power has increased by 180%. Zhang Yang's posture is like an eagle spreading its wings. Moyu, who entered the fighting state, suddenly had a bright light in his eyes, and all distracting thoughts were eliminated. With fists like a tiger, tear the sky apart. Even a simple White Hits is enough to explode the immortal momentum in his heart. Abarai Renji didn't intend to dodge at all, and there seemed to be flames burning in his brown pupils. He couldn't be more fond of this kind of head-to-head combat. In Setsuna, where Moyu's fist bombarded him, he knew that Moyu's White Hits level was not inferior to his own. Ever since, this guy also completely let go of the fight. Wa ha ha ha. Crazy laughter echoed in the 7th training ground. Abarai Renji's fist roared, shaking the air. During the collision, a large number of air waves were set off, impacting everything around, and even affecting the battle of other people in the distance. This guy can actually make Renji shoot with all his strength. Why have I never heard of this person's existence? The high-achieving students hidden in the special class are really scary. The fierce battle between the two attracted other people to watch, and even stopped their battle. The blue lines on Abarai Renji's forehead danced, and he stepped forward, stepping on the wooden floor, making a teeth-stinging crunching sound. The right fist struck from the side, like an indestructible hammer, and went straight to Moyu's shoulder bone. Moyu is also in the middle of the battle, and his fighting spirit is getting higher and higher. In the face of its powerful attack, there is no intention of dodging at all. His body was turned sideways, his elbows twisted. Immediately, Moyu's fist, at an incredible angle, exploded and collided with it. Boom! Amidst the deafening collision sound, astonishing air waves shot out towards the surroundings. The movements of the two stopped at this moment. Blood dripped slowly along the joints of the fist bones of the two. Floor penetration. Moments later, Abarai Renji was suddenly deflated and his arms dropped. He raised his head to look at Moyu. Qing Wen changed a bit ferociously under his smile. It surprised me that Moyu, your white hit strength is actually so strong. I lost. Crisp and neat, Abarai Renji is very forthright in this respect. It's still thanks to Renji that you didn't use your full strength. Moyu laughed, otherwise, winning or losing is not certain. For his statement, it is obvious that the people around him choose to believe it. Otherwise, any unknown person can beat the top students in their class. Doesn't that mean that the person in front of him has surpassed everyone in their class? This kind of thing is too outrageous. Phew, it turned out that Renji kept his hand. But even if you look at it that way, the opponent is still very strong. Another competitor. Various words were heard among the students. Moyu's performance is naturally enough to make them take a high look. This world, after all, is a world dominated by strength. Hearing this, Abarai Renji opened his mouth, wanting to defend Moyu's previous words. However, before he could speak, Moyu grabbed his shoulders. Reiatsu, from the captain class, is also covered on his body. Cold sweat immediately slipped from his forehead. Shut up, Renji. I don't want anyone else to know. Moyu's words reached Abarai Renji's ears, and he immediately swallowed the words that had reached his mouth. He looked at Moyu with some horror, not expecting that the other party had such a terrifying Reiatsu. It wasn't until Moyu walked away that he recovered from the panic just now. How is this possible? A low murmur that only Abarai Renji could hear. You have won the first battle of white hits, and you are in a good mood. During the battle, you comprehend the basic mysteries, and your power increases by 328%. After finishing the first battle, Moyu finally heard the notification sound from the system. The increase in white hit's power is obviously a good start. It seems that the method of improving one's strength is not limited to simply listening to lectures. Moyu sat cross-legged on the edge of the 7th training ground, thinking secretly. But in this way, my idea of wanting salted fish will be completely defeated. When he realized this, his expression suddenly became somewhat disappointed. Are the happy days of the past finally gone? Moyu shook his head, putting the horrible thought behind him. The future will be discussed in the future. The current battle is what he cares about. Not far away, Byakuya Kuchiki was fighting another female student. Both are high-achieving students in the special class, and the two seem to be on the same level in white hits. The agile figure danced like a fluttering butterfly. For a while, the battle situation fell into a stalemate. However, there is one thing to say. Moyu stared at the two people who were constantly changing positions in the field, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and said, "A fight between two women is much more beautiful than a fight between rough men." Chapter 12. Ah! Rukia let out a coquettish cry, turned her fist into a palm, and slashed towards her opponent like a sharp blade. The opponent turned sideways and flipped his arms, trying to turn passive into active and take the battle situation into his own hands. However, Rukia's deep purple eyes flashed brightly, and she whispered, "I will not lose to an opponent like you in front of brother Moyu." White hit skill swift grabbing waves. Rukia slashed the palm sideways, like a swift flying in the sky, tearing the air apart in an instant. The petite body dodged the opponent's attack, raised the elbow horizontally, and the palm went straight to the opponent's throat. The swift attack made it impossible for people to react at all. Boom! The white palm slashed on the opponent's neck, and the powerful force immediately made the opponent unconscious. The battle is over. Byakuya Kuchiki, win. Your white hits is watching others fight, comprehending the profound meaning of swift grabbing waves. The power of this white hit skill is increased by 30%. Swift scheming the waves. Moyu said to himself, very basic white hits technique. However, surprisingly, watching the battle can actually improve the progress of cultivation. Byakuya finished her fight and came to Moyu with some joy. She put her hands behind her back, tilted her head and said joyfully, "Brother Moyu, how did I behave just now?" Looking at it, it looks like a child showing off his achievements to his parents. His face is full of anticipation waiting for praise. So. Moyu said kind without raising his eyelids. When the opponent counterattacks for the fourth time, lower your right leg by another 3 inches. Victory has long belonged to you. He answered Byakuya's question from an extremely impressive angle. As a bystander, with his level, it is very rare to be able to discover such a problem. However, just as he finished speaking, he saw Byakuya's cheeks puffed up high, like a blistered goldfish. Hateful. Brother Moyu, your concerns. Before he could finish speaking, a guy with a red pineapple head walked up beside him. Haha, I didn't expect you, Moyu, to be so strong. Abarai Renji patted Moyu on the shoulder unceremoniously, and shouted loudly, let's go to Rukonga to practice together in the future. If you do this, you can work hard to become stronger and become a real Shinigami. There seemed to be a flash of light in his brown eyes. Idiot Renji. Byakuya clenched her fists. If Moyu hadn't been here, she might have hammered on Abarai Renji's red pineapple. Can't you have a little eyesight? Facing Renji's invitation, Moyu waved his hands and said, "Thank you for your kindness. However, I prefer to practice alone." Joke. There is no such thing as cultivation. As long as he has a bit of talent in cultivation, he will not develop the character of a salted fish like he is now. Well, the development of character comes from the low talent. It must be so, it can't be wrong. Moyu will never admit that he is a salty fish that cannot be salted anymore. This concerns his own dignity. The white hits confrontation ended under the evaluation of the 2 classes of teachers. Moyu doesn't care about winning or losing. Such illusory things as class honors have no practical meaning at all to him. However, the next course made him a little bit concerned. Well, calligraphy class once a week. Moyu stroked his chin, pondering. What kind of attitude should I take to face that calligrapher teacher? Calligraphy classroom. Aizen appeared on the podium in the classroom on time, looking at the students in the audience with a smile. Today, we will study Lu Shu Dao at Qinglian Academy. The main point of this scripture is: your comprehension of calligraphy has been greatly enhanced by listening to Aizen Suk's lectures. Comprehending Qinglian in school's calligraphy, and appreciation has increased by 180%. Although it is impossible to judge some of Aizen's actions. After all, the 2 sides stand on different positions. But his own research on calligraphy has surpassed most of the Shinigami in the Soul Society. Talent is one thing, hard work is another. We all know that 1% talent is far more than 99% perspiration. This point of view is especially true in this world. That's all for today's lesson. Aizen lowered his eyes slightly, looked at the crowd below calmly, and said gently, I hope everyone can practice more after class, and strive to master the main points of this genre as soon as possible. Mr. Moyu, please come with me. I have something to tell you. Hearing this, Moyu's heart skipped a beat, and he secretly said, Hiss. Is it finally this far? He followed Aizen out of the calligraphy classroom with some trepidation, and came to Aizen's office in the Academy of Spiritual Art. The light from the window filtered into the room, making the square-rimmed lenses on the bridge of Aizen's nose obscure the change in his gaze. Aizen put down the utensils in his hands, looked up at Moyu, and met his eyes. Both were silent, waiting for the other to speak first. The quiet atmosphere seems to be developing in a more anxious direction. Mr. Moyu. Finally, Aizen broke the calm. After graduation, come to the 5th team to help me with things. Chapter 13. As Aizen's voice fell, Moyu immediately froze in place with a thoughtful expression. Captain Aizen, are you also a little overwhelmed? He was really surprised by Aizen's sudden invitation. The original intention is that Aizen, who is the big boss, stands on the opposite side of the entire Soul Society. This kind of existence is a great danger. If you do things with this kind of person, you will inevitably be used by him, and even walk on some kind of indescribable crooked path. Tosen Kaname is a prime example. Of course, the captain of the 9th team is also quite miserable. In addition, there is a certain Tao who is in the same class as him. All in all, a dangerous guy. It may not be mixed with it, but try to avoid it. Otherwise, if it is sold one day, you will have to count the money. For Moyu's incomprehensible remarks, Aizen didn't take it seriously, and said with a smile. Your words seem to be a little special. Did someone get ahead of me? Hearing this, Moyu sighed and said helplessly. As my calligraphy teacher, Captain Aizen, you should be very clear that I am at the level of the tail of the crane in the class. Why do you, Captain Aizen, think twice about coming here and inviting me to join the 5th division? Moyu quietly changed the subject again. Sometimes, when talking to such smart people, the more you talk, the more exposed you will be. When I was in the Academy of Spiritual Art, I had a Reiatsu who was comparable to the captain. Aizen's smile remained unchanged. In 100 years, only Toshiro can reach such a level. Unfortunately, he has already joined the Juban team. Moyu was silent. You obviously let those guys keep it a secret, but you still couldn't escape Aizen's attention in the end? Or, he has already entered Aizen's sight. Aizen pushed his glasses, raised his gaze, and met Moyu's. If I hadn't happened to pass by the kendo classroom that day, maybe you might have been able to hide it from me. If a genius like you is easily let go. That's a real pity. For such words, cold sweat slipped down Moyu's back. This dangerous guy seems to have something to say. What is Aizen thinking? Although there are many thoughts in his heart, Moyu doesn't deliberately show it on the surface. Ha ha ha. There was a smile on his face. Captain Aizen really knows how to joke. What captain level Reiatsu? I don't know anything about it. Can only gag. It was the best Moyu could think of. As long as Aizen's plans don't fully unfold, he's safe in the academy. It is impossible for the opponent to give up control of the entire chess game because of the change of a chess piece. Is Mr. Moyu worried about something? Every word of Aizen is like a sledgehammer hitting Moyu's heart. In the face of such a cunning and near-monster existence, Moyu is still a little too immature. Of course, he also has his own credentials. As the conversation deepened, Moyu found that he seemed to have gradually adapted to the pressure brought by Aizen. To be precise, Aizen at the moment is gentle, approachable, and amiable, without any pretensions of a captain at all. In the eyes of outsiders, he is the most kind captain. All the pressure is just Moyu's self-guessing. Ugh! Moyu sighed faintly. Actually, it's mainly because I just want to be a noble waste waiting to die. It's exhausting to have lofty ideals. Look at my brother Byakuya, he was entrusted with the high hope of succeeding the captain of the 6th division and the head of the family. I used to be a lively and active person, but now I have completely turned into a serious and unsmiling person. This kind of life is too miserable. Listening to Moyu's justification, Aizen was at a loss for words for a while. It seems that he couldn't find a rebuttal. After a while, Aizen smiled and shook his head, calmly said. This is just your temporary thought. People will always grow, and growth often has a price. The door of the 5th division is always open for you. Walking out of the office, Moyu let out a long breath just now, and his expression was completely relaxed. To talk to this kind of existence, if you don't have enough strength, you really don't have the confidence. Is it so difficult to be a salted fish who doesn't compete with the world? He sighed and returned to the classroom, but got another piece of news. Soul burial practice. Moyu looked at Rukia, who was bristling in amazement. When's the news? Rukia tilted her head, looked at the overreacting Moyu curiously, and explained. Just now, an official Shinigami team member who seems to be suffering from Giant X syndrome came to our classroom to announce. This soul burial practice is participated by 2 special classes. Besides, there should be seniors from the 6th cycle. Chapter 14. Hearing this, Moyu was already sure. This soul burial practice was the one that went wrong. The record of almost annihilation caused certain waves in the entire Seirai. Even the Shinigami team members responsible for surveying the soul burial area were assigned to the barren plain of dead air. As his expression became serious, Rukia also noticed something was wrong. Brother Moyu, what's wrong with you? She asked with some concern. Is there any problem with this soul burial practice? Hearing this, Moyu recovered from his thoughts, rubbed Rukia's hair with a smile, and comforted him. I'm just thinking about some questions about the soul burial practice. Oh, by the way, you just said that the Shinigami team member who was in charge of announcing the news of the soul burial training. Before he could finish his words, he saw Rukia's little face drooping immediately. That female Shinigami with Giant X disease. She introduced herself as the vice captain of Team Juban, named Matsumoto Rangiku. Well, that's right. Matsumoto Rangiku is the only Shinigami team member who can be called by Rukia as suffering from Giant X disease. But these are minutiae, to be discussed later. The crux of the problem still lies in how to spend this soul burial internship. He couldn't copy Zanpakutō and cut it all the way from one end of the soul burial area to the other end, right? If so, the eyes will be very dry. It seems that we need to think about some countermeasures. Moyu fell into deep thought. Night. The crescent moon hangs above the treetops, half hidden behind the dark clouds, like an introverted girl. A figure quietly walked out of the Spiritual Arts Academy shrouded in darkness. Shinigami, who was in charge of the defense, chose to turn a blind eye when he saw this figure. No way, Seirai is a world of status. Noble Street. Shihaoran's house. Moyu came to Shihaoran's residence not too far away from Kuchiki's residence with ease. Yoshiro, I need your help. After passing the privilege of swiping his face, he also successfully met his friends. The 20th third-generation head of the Shihaoran family, Shihaoran Zishiro. What? Seeing his friend Yoshiro in the middle of the night, he still couldn't turn his head around. Moyu, why did you escape from the spiritual academy again? Shihaoran, who is a little temperamental, also seems a little soft and weak in speech. Boom! Moyu slapped the table in front of him hard, and said in a deep voice, in a few days, I'm going to participate in the soul burial practice. You should know something about soul burials, right? Hearing this, Yoshiro suddenly worried. Leave Soul Society. I understand what you mean. Compared with his sister's carefree personality, Zishiro's thoughts are much more delicate. Sometimes, Moyu wondered if their personalities were reversed. That black cat, to some extent, was really outrageous. Zishiro hurriedly left from the living room. After a while, he came from outside holding something like a hill. Boom! More than 90% of the artifacts are here. Yoshiro grinned and said, Moyu, just choose. Against the backdrop of his dark complexion, Yoshiro's teeth looked extraordinarily white. For such a generous friend, Moyu is naturally not polite. Brothers. Your Yuiki's news, I will help you follow it. After all, he fell headlong into this pile of artifacts. The Shihoran family is one of the four nobles of the Soul Society, known as the Heaven-Given Armed Forces, and possesses many artifacts. And this is exactly what Moyu relied on for this soul burial practice. After possessing some powerful artifacts, he is able to deal with all special situations without revealing his true strength. Hey, thank you very much. Yoshiro scratched his head and smiled foolishly, convinced of Moyu's words. Time was running out, Moyu did not continue to argue with Yoshiro. Although the Academy of Spiritual Art will not pursue him for leaving without authorization, Moyu is not willing to let go of tomorrow's study session. Who made him such a studious person? With Yoshiro's help, Moyu picked out a bunch of possible artifacts and armed himself to the teeth. 3 days later. Spiritual Arts Academy Training Ground Number 1. Rukia stared dumbfounded at Moyu, who was carrying a huge package, the hair bouncing on his head. Brother Moyu, we are just doing a simple soul burial practice this time. Can't you bring all your belongings with you? Moyu pursed his lips, selectively ignoring the strange gazes of the people around him. He rubbed Rukia's hair unceremoniously, and didn't stop until it was a mess. You know a hammer. This is called, be prepared. Chapter 15. Let me first introduce myself briefly. On the roof of number 1 training ground, 3 young men in student uniforms with serious expressions stood in front of the gate. The leader has short black hair and the characters 6 and 9 are carved on his cheeks. I am a 6th generation student, Hisagi Shuae. Hisagi Shuae didn't seem to have much expression when facing the group of juniors and juniors in front of him. The short guy behind is called Kanazawa, and the tall guy is called Kinglu. In his opinion, this time is just the same as the usual soul burial practice, just to let everyone get acquainted with the process. Today, the 3 of us will act as your guides. As soon as the voice fell, there was an uproar from below. Obviously, everyone has a certain understanding of the identity of the leader this time. Well, Brother Moyu, are these 3 famous? Rukia asked curiously. Moyu blinked his eyes, reaffirmed his previous thoughts, and said sideways. Hisagi Shuae has just been promoted to the 6th generation and obtained the qualification to join Godai 13. Judging from his current achievements and strength, he will become a seat officer or even a vice captain in the future. Although Moyu didn't deliberately get to know each other, but he is also aware of the future historical development. Hisagi Shuae can be regarded as a unique talent. While the 2 were talking, the 6th generation girl named Kanazawa said. Then act in groups of 3. The lottery was drawn in the classroom before, isn't there a sign on it? The ones with the same pattern form a group. Moyu looked at the patterns in his hands and Rukia's. Unfortunately, the 2 of us don't seem to be able to be grouped together. Soon, 2 tall students of the same grade appeared in front of Moyu. Hello, Shimasugawa Ichiro. I am Liamukibu. Obviously, these 2 are Moyu's teammates. Sensing the relatively powerful aura emanating from the 2, Moyu remained silent. Grouping or something, there really is a black box operation. Privilege or something exists at any time. Spiritual Arts Academy obviously took great care of him, a member of the 4 nobles at the tail end of the crane. These 2 people, if nothing else happened, should be regarded as the most outstanding students in the 2 classes. But judging from their unsmiling looks, Moyu even suspected that they might be senior students. After all, he has never memorized all the students in the class. At the end of the group, Hisagi Shuae shouted in front. Have you all brought your hell butterflies? Set off. Untie the ingot. Ahead, the world transmitting gate slowly opens. The night is like water, descending on the city. A group of existences that are not explored by mortals stepped out of the door. Familiar scene. Moyu sighed softly. After all, a modern city is somewhat different from Siritii. Let's act together. Zishuan Ichiro said seriously, as long as 30 soul burials are completed, our first soul burial practice will be successfully completed. I'm okay. Lu Mugui's words are concise and to the point. Immediately, the two looked at Moyu, who was holding a dog's tail grass at the same time. See what I do, you just make a decision. I'm the tail of the crane. Being stared at by the two, Moyu tightened the huge luggage on his back. Grades are secondary. The key is how to save his own life and the lives of others during this soul burial practice. The following soul burial didn't take too much effort. The completion of several consecutive soul burial ceremonies has strengthened everyone's confidence. However, this situation did not last for too long. Ah! A shrill scream came not far from Moyu and the others. The three of them suddenly tightened their hearts. What happened? This kind of scream, I hope it is not from other students. Immediately, after crossing several streets, the three of them came to another area. Into the eyes, the tragic scene seems to be in hell. Blood flowed like a river, permeating the concrete road. Broken bodies, fallen limbs, scattered all over the ground. The ferocious and painful face seems to be interpreting what despair is. How so? Lu Mugibu looked at the scene in front of him solemnly, his expression turned pale to ultimate. Hurry up and notify those 6th return students. This time the soul burial practice, there will definitely be something beyond the plan. Xi Chuan Ichiro seemed much calmer. What happened here is obviously beyond our ability to solve. As he said that, he picked up the short-distance spirit particle communication device and prepared to contact Hisagi Shuae and the others. However, it has not waited for its next move. Ha! I found a few more bugs. A cruel voice appeared behind the three of them. The next moment, Reiatsu, like the sky falling, descended on them. At this second, the expressions of the two high-achieving students from the Spiritual Art Academy suddenly froze, their brains suddenly went blank, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Death seemed to have enveloped them. Chapter 16. Delicious Soul. The hoarse and cruel voice was like sandpaper rubbing against gravel, causing great physical and psychological discomfort. Just hearing this voice was enough to make the two bodyguards beside Moyu lose their ability to fight on the spot. There is still a certain gap between the students of the Spirit Art Academy and the real Shinigami. Moyu sighed, his expression full of helplessness. Lu Mugibu supported his weak legs, put the Zanpakuto in his hand in front of him, tremblingly looking at the huge monster that suddenly appeared in front of him. Like an enlarged sea urchin, a hideous mask is inlaid in the center of its abdomen. Alec, a Jillian-class Minos Grande created by a special method. Intellectually, there is no difference from normal people. What remains unchanged is the greed for fresh souls. Your Majesty, Lord of the King's Landing. A mask of flesh and blood, everything, something that flies high and bears the name of human beings. Under the fear of life and death, Ichiro Shugawa broke through his own limit and recited the chant of Had with some stuttering. Scorching and strife, across the sea to the south, step forward. Had S31 red cannon. With his final roar, a crimson flame burst out from the palm of Sukawa Ichiro's hand, which erupted in an instant. Boom! The roar exploded above the body of the giant sea urchin Alec. Impossible! In Setsuna, where the smoke dissipated, Ichiro Sukawa widened his eyes, and could hardly believe the scene in front of him. He tried his best to strike, but it was useless. The fear of death shrouded it again. Boom! Boom! However, at this moment, the scorching red pierced through the sky. Agitated smoke and dust swept across the earth. The crimson beam of light roared and rushed forward, tearing apart everything in front of it. In the face of such an attack, Alec didn't even have time to defend. Setsuna's body was already pierced by the beam of light in Setsuna's wide-eyed eyes. Huge hollows appear in the center of giant sea urchins. Why, it's Moyu! In the end, what happened? The two stared dumbfounded at the scene not far away. Moyu's right hand is wrapped in a cylinder, from which there are wisps of white smoke. Call. I said it all, be prepared. He took a breath to blow away the white smoke above the barrel. One of the artifacts of the Shihoran family, the Burning Eye Ceremony. An attack artifact similar to a cannon barrel, after filling enough Reiatsu, it is enough to release a beam of destruction comparable to number 60 Had. Your Had 4. Bai Lei killed the enemy for the first time, he was in a good mood, his cultivation efficiency increased, and his power increased by 120%. That's right, Moyu added his own Had to it. Although it is only the 4th Had, but with the help of the captain-level Reiatsu and the artifact of the Shihoran family, it is enough to easily kill a special Jillian. I have to say that the things from Shihoran's house are quite useful. Moyu sighed as he looked at Burning Eye Rigi, who had retracted and turned into a glove. As for the two on the other side, they were completely dumbfounded. Their eyes were dull, and it was difficult to recover for a while. Hey, how long are you going to be in a daze? Moyu reminded, this soul burial area is completely unsafe. Hurry up and escape. Also, if you meet Hisagi and the others, remember to ask them to notify the Soul Society. After all, before the two could respond, Moyu's figure disappeared in place. Wait, the speed just now. Lu Mugibu's eyes widened, and he finally discovered the blind spot. Why can't I even see where Moyu is moving? Ichiro Tsukawa seemed to have reacted, the Reiatsu of Minos Grande just now has no effect on it. At this moment, the two of them realized one thing. It seems that Kuchiki Moyu, who has always been called the tail of the crane, is not as simple as it seems on the surface. In another corner of the city, Rukia and her two teammates walked through the streets and alleys of the city in a panic. And behind them, a tall, burly body, like a bone-like body, was walking on the street. As it moved, the solid concrete road creaked under the load. Damn it, how could there be such a terrifying existence in the soul burial area? The Aegis level Minos Grande is enough to kill all the students who participated in the soul burial practice this time. Rukia's teammate cursed under his breath. Not long ago, they just saw the 6th returned life named Kinglo die under the bloody mouth of the other party. Rukia clenched the Zanpakutō tightly in her hands, her expression tensed, sweat dripped from her smooth forehead. The deep purple eyes were full of fear and worry about the unknown fate. Brother Moyu, you must be safe. Chapter 17. Delicious food, found you. Bai Gugzu twisted his huge body, and stretched his slender arms towards the alley. Really, won't you be eaten by me obediently? Why do you have to run back and forth, what a mess. Facing the attack, Rukia did not choose to sit still. He raised his arms high and his eyes were firm. King's Lander. The mask of flesh and blood, Vientian, fluttering wings, and the name of human beings. Burning heat and strife, across the sea to the south, step forward. With Rukia's soft voice, 31 of Had, red cannon. The crimson flame shot out from the palm of his hand, and went straight to the face of Bai Gugzu. Her behavior also aroused the unwillingness of the other two teammates. The same two red cannons tried to block Bai Gugzu's arm. The flames instantly devoured the bones. The monstrous flames spread across his huge body. Successful. Excitement appeared on Rukia's face, but he hadn't waited for his next move. But he felt a terrifying Reiatsu erupting from Bai Gugzu's body. Like a surging sea tide, it instantly crushed the flames on his body. The intact body appeared in front of the three of them again. Despair gradually devoured their hearts. Humble insect. The scarlet eyes under Bai Gugzu's mask were full of disdain. The meaning of your existence is to be my food. Food, you shouldn't resist. Zilla. In the air, the activity of Lingzi suddenly rose several levels. Right at Setsuna, where Bai Gugzu's second attack was about to come, a huge beam of light entwined with ferocious thunder and lightning, like a punishment from heaven, fell from the sky. Boom! A deafening roar erupted from where it was located. The beam of light centered on Bai Gugzu and radiated towards the surroundings. The surrounding high-rise buildings directly turned into nothingness at this moment. Through the beam of light, one could vaguely see that Bai Guxu's body was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. He is struggling, resisting. However, they couldn't escape the erosion of the beam of light. In a short while, its huge body turned into spirit particles and dissipated into the air. What was left was nothing but a mess. At this time, Rukia and others finally saw the source of the beam of light. A familiar figure occupies the sky above. The loose black hair obscured his face a little. But even so, Rukia recognized the other party immediately. Brother Moyu. When she saw that Moyu was not injured, she looked a little excited. Moyu is holding a giant magnifying glass, pressing on the mirror with his right hand. The lightning flashes on the palm of his hand hadn't dissipated yet. One of the artifacts of the Shihaoran family, the spirit amplifier. Through the particularity of its mirror surface, the penetrating spirit can be amplified to amplify kid below the number 70. Obviously, the artifact this time is much easier to use than the previous Suomo ritual. At least, it is more powerful in power. It's only 30% of the strength, but it can explode such amazing power. Moyu pondered, it seems that these artifacts still have great potential, and they are worth exploring. He jumped down from a high place and came to Rukia. Be prepared. Moyu looked at Rukia very seriously, and looked at him. Rukia, you have to remember. Brother's words are always right. Looking into his deep eyes, Rukia's state of mind changed slightly again. Especially after this situation of having just been saved by its hero. The slightly hot cheeks made him dare not look at Moyu any longer. Rukia hastily lowered her little head, making an inaudible hum. The crisis is not over yet. The number of Minos Grande in the soul burial area has gradually increased. Moyu walked around the city with Rukia and others, trying to save the lives of other students as much as possible. Until, following the fluctuation of Reiatsu, a group of people came to a wider area. This giant Minos Grande, how come there are so many of them? The accompanying teammates, after seeing the scene in the distance, completely fell into a state of sluggishness. They, who seldom fight against ordinary ghosts, have never seen such a terrifying scene. Several behemoths of different shapes walked between the buildings. Covered by the terrifying Reiatsu, the whole area was like a sticky swamp, and the breathing seemed very stagnant. In front, Hisagi Shuai stood guard in front of several students with a firm posture. And his right eye was already dripping with blood. Abarai Renji and others did not choose to escape, but confronted the Minos Grandes head-on. However, their efforts were in vain. The huge gap in strength made it impossible for them to break the steel skin of the Minos Grande even under their full attack. Death is about to come. Had number 4 White Thunder. A tiny voice like the whistling of the wind rang in Rukia's ears. She looked at Moyu beside her with some astonishment, when she wanted to ask. The beam of light piercing through the sky suddenly tore apart the current night. Bang! Like thunder, the mighty sound of thunder burst from Moyu's fingertips. The ground in front of it made a sound of being overwhelmed, and it swept towards the sides. In an instant, the scorching thunder devoured the Minos Grandes in the distance. Now, this area is as bright as day. Chapter 18. Hisagi Shuai stared dumbfounded at the thunder beam not far away, almost unable to believe his eyes. What level of kid attack is this? Has the captain come to support? Not only him, but even Rukia, who knew Moyu's strength, had an unbelievable look on his delicate face. Number 4 had, White Thunder. Why, brother Moyu's White Thunder is far more powerful than mine, even those Shinigami soldiers can't compare. As if weathered, the bodies of the giant Minos Grandes were destroyed and disappeared in the thunder beam at a speed visible to the naked eye. But in a short time, these almost incomprehensible existences to the students all turned into spirit particles and dissipated into the air. The daytime light receded, and everyone was startled. What about the Minos Grandes? All dead. Hisagi Shuai held the Zanpakutō in his hand in a daze, not knowing where to scatter his blood. It's not right. There seemed to be a slight deviation in the development of the situation from what he expected. At this moment, above the sky, under the moonlight, a quaint door opened, stirring the flow of spirit particles in the air. Yet. A slight Jingzi accent came from behind the Chuanjaman. It's really surprising. A figure dressed in a black domineering outfit stepped out of it. The next life has short light purple hair, and his slender eyes are narrowed into an arc, looking at the scene in front of him with a smile. The vice-captain of the 5th Division, Ichimaru Jin, is a snake-like man. I didn't expect it to be solved in advance. Ichimaru Jin held the Zanpakutō in his hand upside down, and stepped in the air. Then, Aizen also appeared behind it. Sorry to keep you waiting. Aizen still had a humble and friendly attitude. Fortunately, no one was hurt. The performance of some students is quite good. As he spoke, Aizen swept across Abarai Renji and others, and finally landed on Moyu in the distance. The corner of Moyu's mouth raised, but he didn't take Aizen's words to heart. Performance or something has nothing to do with me. The credit for eliminating Minos Grande must be attributed to the artifact of the Shihaoran family. Crisis, not thorough contact. Moyu's white thunder devoured the void present, but the smell of Shinigami's soul kept attracting Minos Grande from all over the city. Soon, the square where everyone was sitting was occupied by giant Minos Grande with various strange postures. Aizen turned his back to the crowd, facing the Minos Grandes that filled the sky, and calmly said, "Let us take care of the rest. You guys, you can rest now." The ensuing battle, for everyone, completely became a theater for enjoying the show. Moyu walked to the side of Abarai Renji and others, and watched the battle between the two at close range. The 63 of Ur had fiery lightning howl, observing the release of others, comprehending the profound meaning of it, and reaching the state of mastery. The 63 of Ur had fiery lightning howl, observing the release of others, greatly increased his understanding and reached the pinnacle. Facing Minos Grande, Aizen didn't use his Zanpakutō, but instead focused on the release of Kid. But for Moyu, this is exactly what he wanted. After all, if Aizen does liberate Zanpakutō, Moyu has to figure out how to avoid it. With his current strength, just see the liberation of Kaika Suijutsu. Its fate is completely controlled by Aizen. Shoot him, Shins! The dazzling white light flashed past, and the scorched air seemed to be torn apart. Showcasing the power of Shins, Ichimaru Jin pierced through the chests of several Minos Grande in an instant, causing them to turn into spirit particles and dissipate in the air. Your Zanpakutō has gained a great understanding of its own power by watching other Zanpakutō liberate. Upon hearing this, Moyu immediately became more energetic. Is meeting other Zanpakutō Shikai enough to increase the efficiency of one's own Zanpakutō training? He seems to have found another way to become stronger. The devastating battle did not take too long. After more than 10 minutes, Minos Grande in the city here has been completely wiped out, and the crisis has finally dissipated. Too strong. They are the captain. Can we become like them in the future? After this battle, everyone seems to have ignored Moyu's performance before. But this situation is exactly what Moyu wants to see. Watching the surviving people leave from the crossing gate, Ichimaru Jin still maintained that fox-like smile. Oh. Is this the Moyu Captain Aizen mentioned? With such a level of number 4 had, I am afraid that even the chief executive of the Kid cannot easily use it. He and Aizen have been watching Moyu's performance. It's a pity that he used the artifact of the Shihaoran family during the battle. Ichimaru Jin shook his head, pretending to regret. The true potential is simply unknown. Silver, it's okay. Aizen looked down slightly, with a calm and kind smile on his face, and said softly. It's still a long time, isn't it? Chapter 19. The accident of the soul burial practice has aroused great attention from the Spiritual Arts Academy and even the Siritii. The death of a large number of students put Shinigami, who was in charge of the survey of the soul burial area, into a desperate situation. As a survivor, Moyu was also fortunate to receive the attention of the Shinigami vice-captain who was in charge of the aftermath. Together with Rukia and others, they waited outside the captain's meeting room. "It's obviously nothing to do with us, why do you have to wait outside?" Moyu stared at a pair of dead fish eyes, and stared blankly at the front. "I just finished the battle, so tired." Kuchiki Moyu. After the interrogation of several people in a row, it was finally Kuchiki Moyu's turn. Stepping into the room, I saw 3 figures dressed in black deadly costumes sitting in the center. And across from them, a lonely chair was placed on the floor. Yet, I didn't expect that the young master of the Kuchiki family is also a very handsome little brother. The orange-haired beauty sitting on the right held her right cheek and looked at Moyu, who walked into the room with a faint smile. The white dead bully outfit couldn't cover up his exaggerated figure at all. The necklace with silver rings on his chest was directly submerged, and he was at a loss. "Please describe everything that happened on the day of the soul burial practice." An unsmiling middle-aged man sitting on the other side said in a deep voice. Moyu took a look at him, and could vaguely judge his identity from the logo of the chief officer on his arm. It seems that this soul burial practice may have a certain relationship with the Juban team. The handsome young man sitting with arms folded in the middle is hard to believe that he is the unshaven Kurosaki Ishin in the future. Moyu didn't hide anything about his actions. He just slightly exaggerated the effect of the Shihaoran's artifact. "That's it, I love life very much," Moyu said with an indifferent attitude. "With the artifact of the Shihaoran family, I have defended the lives of myself and my classmates. As for the origin of the artifact, you can ask Shihaoran, the head of the 20th third generation." After speaking, the 3 people sitting in the middle looked at each other and nodded in unison. Immediately, Matsumoto Ranjaku smiled and said, "Okay, handsome little brother, it's none of your business. As for the process you said, we will verify it." Moyu nodded and left in the meeting room. For a while, the room fell into silence again. "Captain, the problem does not lie in the investigation of the team members." Matsumoto Ranjaku broke the silence with a serious expression. "Neither the magic messenger provided by the Technology Development Bureau nor the multi-directional spiritual particle detector can find any Reiatsu of Minos Grande." Even Probing Kid failed to respond. "So." Before she finished speaking, she was interrupted by Shiba Ishin with a more serious expression. "But there is a problem. A large number of Minos Grande appeared in this world, and caused unimaginable losses to the trainee soul burial troops. This matter, someone must bear the consequences." Matsumoto Ranjaku fell silent. "Yes, things have happened, and it is useless to talk about them. It doesn't even matter how Minos Grande came about." The occurrence of this incident once again cast a layer of haze in her heart. As if above Siritii, there is an invisible big hand, manipulating the direction of fate. After the interrogation, Moyu returned to the dormitory alone. Like a salted fish with no fighting spirit, he collapsed on the tatami, his eyes glazed over. It seems that Aizen and the others already have an idea. The details of this soul burial practice echoed in his mind. Among them, the number of Minos Grande appeared far exceeded his expectations. There are more than 5 jillion level Minos Grandes alone, let alone a Jichis level Minos Grandes. These things, let alone them who are students of the Spirit Art Academy. Even some Shinigami vice-captains are difficult to deal with. This also led to an extremely high increase in casualties. Except for a few people Moyu knew well, all the rest died at the mouth of Minos Grande. 2 unrelated teammates, Rukia, Renji, Kira, and Hinamori. Moyu rubbed the center of his brows to make them stretch out. Fate, it seems, has never changed. Aizen's control over the situation has always been in an extremely perfect state. If you want to jump out of the chess game, you must have the corresponding strength. Thinking of this, Moyu suddenly turned over and sat up, with a bit of excitement in his expression. Cultivating heart is what I should do now. Your Zhan Chuanzugui senses your inspirational thoughts and suddenly feels useless. With a negative attitude, the efficiency of cultivation is reduced by 80%. Hear the Setsuna of the system beep. Moyu was silent. Chapter 20. After all, it is still hard to escape the fate of salted fish. Moyu lay on the desk, looking at the kid class teacher, Yuta Onao, who was drooling on the podium. As a member of the kid, although his strength is relatively average, based on basic theory, he surpasses many powerful colleagues. That's why he was able to become a kid instructor. A high-level kid will cause a huge load on itself when used. Onao Yuta held the pointer and pointed on the blackboard. For example, number 63 had fiery lightning howl. In essence, it has some similarities with number 4 had Bai Lei, so the learning difficulty is not that low. However, in terms of use, the surging flow of spiritual particles will cause a strong sense of oppression to the body. If there is not enough Reiatsu, there is no way to unleash it. The 63 of your had fiery lightning howl. Due to listening carefully, the efficiency of practice increases and the power increases by 80%. Onao Yuta's course has greatly improved Moyu. Based on its own foundation, the power is increased by 80% again. Normally Shinigami want to achieve this kind of progress, which one does not need to practice for a year and a half. Shinigami, whose talent is almost meaningless, takes an incalculable amount of time. Just when Moyu was thinking seriously, Rukia suddenly put his head in front of him and said, "Brother Moyu, is he thinking about which fan team to go to?" Hearing this, Moyu was taken aback. It suddenly occurred to them that after participating in the soul burial practice, they already have the qualifications to join Godi I-13. Well, I think Captain Aizen is a good choice. Rukia put his finger on his chin, and said thoughtfully, Brother Byakuya's 6th team can also be considered. In addition to this, there is the final alternative, the 4th team. Captain Anohana's understanding of Kendo is really amazing. She is still listing the reasons for joining each team, but Moyu is shocked by some of Rukia's thoughts. Join the 5th division. Sister, what kind of illusion has affected your brain? Can you join that dangerous team? Don't think about these for now. Moyu rubbed his hair, wait until graduation to make a decision. Life. Although Moyu doesn't want to face it, some things don't work out the way he wants. When he finished today's class and returned to the dormitory, he couldn't help covering his face with his hands. Why? There was a trace of helplessness in Moyu's voice. Do you captains like to hide in other people's homes? This is a very impolite behavior. On the tatami in the middle of the dormitory, the long black hair draped down his shoulders, and the unsmiling face even seemed so hateful to Moyu. On his head there are star pliers to fix his hairstyle, and the silver and white floral gauze is hanging down his shoulders and neck, and he is holding a cup of hot tea in his white palm, and he is drinking it full. Just looking at his appearance, he was still very handsome, but his temperament was a little cold. The captain of the 6th team, the 28th generation head of the Kuchiki family, Byakuya Kuchiki. I learned about this soul burial practice from other team members. Holding the teacup in his hand, Byakuya Kuchiki said calmly, I came here specially to check on your condition. Judging from the current situation, it seems that you have nothing to do. Moyu sighed and sat cross-legged opposite Byakuya Kuchiki. He still knows a lot about his elder brother. The typical face is cold and the heart is warm, and he attaches great importance to his relatives. Otherwise, he would not have come in person. What can I do? Moyu explained, Yoshiro lent me a lot of artifacts, enough to ensure safety. Byakuya Kuchiki put down the teacup in his hand, leaned forward, and looked at Moyu very seriously. As a member of the 4 great nobles, I know very well the effect of the artifact in Yoshiro's hands. Although it is powerful, it also has certain requirements for the user itself. Those who lack Reiatsu will not be able to unleash the power of the divine weapon at all. Moyu turned into a salted fish posture and collapsed on the tatami. What a serious guy! What do you want to ask? Just ask directly. Hearing this, Byakuya Kuchiki lowered his eyes slightly, and a flash of satisfaction flashed in his light purple eyes. My incompetent younger brother always looks like a salted fish. But it also gives people a feeling that this is just the surface. Byakuya Kuchiki has always believed that there are countless secrets in Moyu. However, he never thought of pursuing it. As long as Moyu remains Moyu, that's enough. After thinking for a moment, Byakuya Kuchiki shook his head and said softly. Have you decided which team to go to? Chapter 21. Byakuya Kuchiki has left Spiritual Arts Academy. As the captain of the 6th squad, he is still quite busy on weekdays. But he didn't get an answer from Moyu. To be precise, even Moyu himself didn't have an accurate idea. There are many options for teams. Even the 11th team is a pretty good place for Moyu. After all, although he is motivated to lie flat, Zhanchuanzugui and Zanpakutō are quite competitive. If he gets to the 11th squad, which fights on the front line, it will inevitably affect a new change in his strength. In addition, Anohan Aretsu's 4th team. Although it is a logistics team, it also avoids the possibility of Moyu going to the front line. In this way, the time to salt fish will be greatly increased. In addition, the 12th squad is also the same. Apart from these, the 6th team that Byakuya Kuchiki is in charge of is where he should really go. The 6th division is an exclusive division for nobles, responsible for guarding the interests of the 4 nobles of the Soul Society, and the captain of the division must be the leader of the Kuchiki family. If Byakuya Kuchiki resigns, then the captain of the 6th division will fall on Moyu's head. But given Shinigami's normal lifespan, Moyu felt Byakuya would be able to last until the end of the world. It's really a headache. Moyu rubbed his temples, and felt more and more that he was not the kind of brain material. Half-year later. Spiritual Arts Academy. Training Ground Number 3. The students of the 2 special classes gathered here, looking at teacher Shinigami in front of them with some curiosity. Since the soul burial practice incident, the 2 classes have merged into one class. The person in charge of the special class, Maya Daisei. The end of the soul burial practice has led to a significant reduction in the number of students in my class. The burly Maya Daisei said with a serious face, but this also means that you can join Godi I-13 smoothly after finishing your studies at the Spirit Art Academy. Of course, the Kid Congregation and the Technology Development Bureau are also good choices. But Maya Daisei suddenly changed the subject, and his voice became more serious. You still lack the ability to deal with other situations. To deal with Su, perhaps experience is enough. But what Shinigami needs to be responsible for is not only Hollow, but also Ryahun. Saying that, Maya Daisei suddenly opened a huge light curtain. On it, the dense wiring looks like an integrated circuit board. This is the map of Rukanga in the southern district. And all you have to do is go to this place. Suppressing the rebellious wandering soul. Moyu looked in the direction of his fingers, with a strange look on his face, and subconsciously looked sideways at Rukia beside him. Call. Rukia squeezed out a forced smile, indicating that there was nothing wrong with her. But the melancholy in his eyebrows cannot be concealed from Moyu, who gets along day and night. District 78. South District Rukanga. 78th District, Inyazuri. Several high-achieving students from the special class were directly put into it. When he came here, Maya Daisei's expression became more serious. Missions are important, but lives are more precious. The degree of danger here is not weaker than the original soul burial area. I hope everyone will be more careful. The mission of the Spiritual Academy is simple. A group of ferocious wandering spirits appeared in the Inyazuri district, where they often looted the merchants' drinking water. And what they have to do is to suppress these ferocious wandering souls. Of these, most did not realize how dangerous the task was. although Maya Daisei has emphasized it many times. Similar to Kira Izuru, Taka Hoyanagi, Ichiro Sukawa, and others, obviously among them. But Rukia and Abarai Renji looked serious enough to be ultimate. Born in the Inazuri district, they are well aware of the dangers involved. Moyu, on the other hand, knows better. Hundreds of years ago, Anoha Naretsu encountered the evil spirit Zaraki Kenpachi in the Zaraki district, and was defeated by him. Rukanga is so big, who knows if there are monsters like Zaraki Kenpachi. In case of winning a big prize or something, it really can only wait for Byakuya to put incense on his grave. Be careful. Moyu sighed and tightened the Zanpakuto around his waist. Since entering this area, he has felt endless malice. The darkness of the Soul Society. Where they didn't notice, two figures in black cloaks stood on a high place, looking down at the direction where Moyu and others were. Is this also Captain Aizen's arrangement? The slight Kyoto accent has already explained the identity under the cloak. With slender eyes and a curved smile, Ichimarujin looked meaningfully at the person beside him. Silver, you seem to be in a hurry. Aizen's calm voice came from under the cloak, as a chess player. Don't be arrogant or impetuous, you can control the chess situation just now. He looked in the direction where Moyu was leaving, his eyes became deeper. Chapter 22. The chaos in the Inazuri district was somewhat beyond Moyu's expectations. Even if he has the memory of his previous life, he still can't understand why the Inazuri area is so chaotic. Just touching the surface is chaos visible to the naked eye. Unscrupulous robbery, bullying, fighting on the streets. There are even some wandering souls wandering around the group of Shinigami preparations with malicious eyes. From the looks of it, if there were fewer of them, Moyu suspected that the group of wandering souls would even plunder them outright. In addition, the environment is not much better. Dirty streets, all kinds of abandoned items can be seen everywhere, as well as the flesh and blood of some unknown creatures. With the gradual deepening, individual people have appeared unsuitable. For example, a certain Hinamori Momo, who grew up in Rukongajun Junranan district in the west, has turned blue in the face. On the contrary, Moyu did not show any discomfort because he had a clear understanding of the harsh environment. How far is it from where the group of wandering souls are? Abarai Renji showed a slightly irritable mood. Obviously, when he returned to his hometown, he recalled some bad things. I think it's more appropriate for you to lead the way. Moyu handed the map in his hand to Abarai Renji. After all, you are the boss. Well, brother Moyu. Rukia wanted to say something, but was pushed back by Moyu. Just leave it to Renji. Hearing this, she hesitated to speak, a trace of hesitation and emotion flashed in her eyes. For Moyu's behavior, Rukia can obviously feel that he cares about her. Since entering the Inazuri district, she is also immersed in the pain of memories of the past. But it's just better to cover up. Under such circumstances, Moyu is not willing to let him take on the key to this mission. Abarai Renji went to the front and was responsible for leading the way. After looking at the map, he determined the location of the mission target. Although it has been a long time since I left the Inazuri district, Renji said to people with crimson hair, without shaking his head, but I am still very familiar with the environment in Inazuri district. The location of this group of wandering souls is only an hour away from us. However, we still cannot let our guard down. Because judging by the madness of this group of lunatics, the other party is completely courageous. Be the first to strike first. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other, and they all saw the horror in each other's eyes. Crazy wandering souls, chaotic environment. Compared to Siraidii, it's like hell here. Half an hour later, everyone walked on the street, but found that the surrounding environment became more and more empty. The sweltering atmosphere caused beads of sweat the size of soybeans to ooze from the foreheads of Renji and others. At this moment, even a fool would know something was wrong. No one spoke, and everyone was waiting. Boom! A dull sound sounded at the end of the street. There, it belongs to the outskirts of Inazuri district. The next moment, there was the sound of being torn apart in the air. The sharp arrow crossed the street and came straight to the crowd. Be careful! Abarai Renji stood at the front and was the first to react. When he subconsciously pulled out the Zanpakuto from his waist, and Setsuna cut off the sharp arrow that was in front of him. The others' reactions were not slow either dodging or blocking this wave of raids. What a crazy guy! Kira Izuru couldn't help but smacked his tongue. Launch an attack on Siridi without authorization, don't they know what concept this is? What concept? Moyu explained in a deep voice, wandering souls, why would they care about the difference between Siridi and Rukanga? They are beasts that walk on madness, even losing their instincts. With the sound of his voice, in the darkness of the abandoned buildings around, blood-red light spots lit up. As the blood-red light spot approached, everyone was surprised to find that it was actually the eyes of the wandering souls. In the blood, there is no reason at all. All that's left is madness. Shinigami. The voice was hoarse, as if he hadn't drank water for dozens of days. Haha, kill them! The shouts came from nowhere, causing the group of wandering souls to explode at an astonishing speed. Dozens of bony bodies, like wild beasts, flew towards them. In the air, saliva was scattered, and there was a strange roar. If it weren't for the difference in appearance, Renji and the others would even think that they had encountered a false group. Meet the enemy! Abarai Renji did not hesitate, and was the first to rush forward. Others followed closely behind. After experiencing the soul burial practice incident, the courage in everyone's hearts has been magnified countless. Such a scene did not make them have any hesitation or timid thoughts. As top students in the special class, the strength of Abarai Renji and others is worthy of recognition. At least, that's how it is now. Zanpakuto slashed down with a flickering cold light, blood splashed and stained the ground red. The pulsating white thunder light was pulsating in the flowing soul, and the scorched black instantly swallowed their bony bodies. The madness in the eyes of the wandering souls is gradually taken over by fear. Chapter 23. Moyu didn't join the battlefield, but stood on the edge of the battlefield, observing the battle with extremely disparity in combat strength between the two sides. It seems that some are too simple. A trace of doubt flashed in his light purple eyes. Things have gone a bit too smoothly so far. It was so smooth that Moyu felt a little uneasy. The level of strength of Abarai Renji and others is already comparable to that of ordinary Shinigami players. It is only a matter of time to develop according to this kind of progress and become a strong person at the vice-captain or even captain level. In less than half an hour, the battle was already coming to an end. Although this group of wandering souls are crazy, they have limited Reiatsu and lack of fighting methods. Apart from relying on the weapons he picked up from nowhere, he relied on his own body for the rest. Moyu kneaded his chin with his right hand, as if thinking. I always feel that something is wrong. He carefully looked at the wandering souls who were about to be wiped out, trying to find the problem. However, when he saw the fear in the blood-red eyes of one of the wandering souls, Moyu's heart seemed to be struck by thunder, roaring. Yes. He murmured in a low voice, fear. How can crazy people still have the emotion of fear? Besides, under such a fearful mood, none of the wandering souls chose to escape. This feeling. Moyu's eyes became brighter and brighter, like bright stars. It feels like there is a more powerful and terrifying existence driving them. Rukia, run away. At Setsuna realizing this, Moyu rushed to the battlefield and shouted. And the moment he heard Moyu's voice, Rukia turned around and fled towards the edge of the battlefield without any hesitation. Boom! The abandoned buildings on both sides of the street collapsed, raising dust all over the sky. While Renji and the others were still at a loss, several bone-shaped chains flew out of the dust all over the sky. Its speed is so fast that it even makes a piercing air explosion sound in the air. Boom! The thick bone chains impacted on everyone. The terrifying power directly lifted them hundreds of meters away, plowing deep ravines on the ground. For a moment, the few people who had time to react in the future fell into a state of serious injuries. Cough, what? Abarai Renji spat out a mouthful of blood, staining his chest red, and stared in amazement at the direction in which the bone chains were retracted. This, Reiatsu's sense of oppression. Kira Izuru didn't fare much better either. The few remaining people even vomited blood, completely losing the ability to fight. Bang, bang, bang. A dull vibrating sound came from the dust. Delicious soul. The overlapping voices caused the dust to stir up and disperse in all directions in an instant. And the owner of the bone chain finally appeared in front of everyone. The body tens of meters high exudes a powerful Reiatsu oppressive force. The spider-like Minos Grande has more than a dozen leg whiskers with hideous bony spurs hanging down on both sides of its body, but its huge head presents a human face. Ah ha ha ha, I didn't expect to meet such a high-quality soul. The weird sound caused a lot of load on the heart. The strength of this spider, Minos Grande, is somewhat beyond the standard. It's not in vain that I've been hunting for so long. Jillian, or Ajichas. The Reiatsu fluctuations of this spider Minos Grande are so weird that Moyu can't even tell which level it belongs to from its Reiatsu. But it seems that this wisdom is not low. He sighed deeply, already having guesses in his heart. Should have a certain relationship with Aizen. At this point in the mission, even with Moyu's brain, it is enough to deduce something. With the help of this mission, Aizen placed a test item, Minos Grande, in the Inazuri area. And its purpose, perhaps, is that Moyu's existence has attracted attention, making him want to explore more. Or, there is a deeper meaning. However, that is not an area that Moyu can surmise. Really are. Moyu shook his head helplessly, and walked slowly towards the spider Minos Grande. Why can't there be more sincerity between people? Seeing this, Rukia shouted nervously. Brother Moyu, that's not something you can compete with. Before he finished speaking, he saw Moyu looking sideways, the corner of his mouth slightly raised, and said with a smile. Look well, study hard. The way of the sword, that's how it works. While speaking, his white palm was pressed on the handle of the knife at his waist. The wind is gradually picking up, blowing people's hearts. The dust on the street rose up again, obscuring everyone's sight. Stupid! The spider Minos Grande roared, food, you should have the awareness of food. The commissary in front of it are raised high, exuding a terrifying Reiatsu, trying to kill Moyu on the spot. The clear voice echoed on the street. Gallery, there is also a way back. Gale, unsheathed. Chapter 24. The wind is soaring. At Setsuna, where Zanpakuto unsheathed, the gust of wind created a tornado 100 meters high. Moyu holds Zanpakuto upside down chopping. The wind moves with the heart. The tornado roared forward, tearing apart everything in front of it. A look of horror loomed over the hideous face of the spider Minos Grande. The force of the strong wind made him aware of the threat of death. However, it was too late to dodge at this time. It's mere food, dare to resist. The spider Minos Grande made a deafening roar, and the attack speed of the commissary in front increased by several tenths. The air made an overwhelmed sound. Under the threat of life, the spider Minos Grande exploded with amazing potential. You don't know anything about the layers of life. At this moment, Moyu had already sheathed his sword. He didn't even have the strength to look at him more. The tornado storm accelerated, engulfing the spider Minos Grande in an instant. Scoff! The sound of tearing cloth appeared on the claws of the spider Minos Grande. His movements suddenly became stiff, and his huge commissary stayed in midair. The expression on the human face also fell into a state of stagnation. How come? The overlapping voices seemed a little hoarse at the moment. Moyu walked sideways, walking towards Rukia, who had the same dull expression. Boom! Blood mist fell all over the sky, and the spider Minos Grande was divided infinitely under the storm. The battle is over. Your kendo is exhilarated because of beheading Minos Grande. Comprehend the extreme state of kendo, and the power of slashing skills has increased by 328%. Your Zanpakuto has heard the essence of wind and comprehended the meaning of wind, and the power of Shikai has increased by 120%. It has been rewarding. The improvement of kendo did not exceed Moyu's expectations. But the change in Zanpakuto really surprised him. Hear the nature of the wind. Moyu's footsteps towards Rukia faltered slightly, his brain was running fast. Could it be that sentence? Gallery, is there a way back? He kept these speculations in his heart for the time being, and left them for future research. Rukia, how are you? No injuries? Moyu asked with some concern. Rukia's cheeks were slightly hot, and she was about to answer. Not far away, there was a call. Moyu, you better not care about Rukia. Our side is about to reduce staff due to excessive blood loss. Abarai Renji once again interrupted Rukia's train of thought without discernment. Looking at Rukia, whose smooth forehead was gradually covered by black lines, Moyu could only silently pray for Renji in his heart. Let's hope Rukia, in a rage, doesn't tear this guy to shreds. After being healed by the crappy kide, Renji and others were barely able to stand up and move. Although it is impossible to see the battle, it is still possible to return to Siritii. However, unlike other people's injuries, Abarai Renji's head was obviously swollen a lot more than normal. Looking at Renji, who was slurring his speech, Moyu sighed helplessly. Brother, sometimes, misfortune comes out of your mouth. Everyone was in the abandoned building for a short period of repairs. Prepare to return to Siritii after the injuries of several people recover partly. Moyu. With a swollen head on his head, Abarai Renji asked vaguely, the power you just exerted. Is that your Zanpakuto's Shikai? Hearing this, Moyu was slightly startled, and took a serious look at Abarai Renji. Although the eyes are swollen, the yearning for power can be vaguely seen in them. Well, not really. Moyu pondered, this is my development of a new genre of kendo. The hidden power of kendo is not weaker than that of kid, it's just that a lot of it has not been developed. What he said was the truth. Anohanaretsu's understanding of kendo is the strongest among Shinigami Moyu has ever seen. Even the predecessor of the Kuchiki family, Kuchiki Yinling, is far weaker than Anohanaretsu in terms of kendo. Not to mention it is not as good as Byakuya Kuchiki of Kuchiki Silver Bell. Hearing this, Abarai Renji fell into deep thought. The way of the sword, is it really that strong? In Yuzuri district. Among the ruins of the neighboring suburbs. Two figures in black cloaks walked among them. Sarah, quite a terrifying power. Ichimaru-jin looked at the damage caused by Moyu with a smile, and twirled his fingers to catch the residual spirit wave in the air. What a scary kid, this should be his power after Shikai. Wind-type Zanpakuto, which is relatively rare. For the battle just now, the two witnessed almost the whole process. Silver, you made a mistake in your judgment this time. Aizen gently pushed the black-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose, his eyes became deeper and deeper, and he smiled gently. This is just a simple way of swordsmanship. Hearing this, Ichimaru-jin froze in place, a rare look of astonishment appeared on his smiling face. Chapter 25. What a pretty lame kide. Abarai Renji grinned and complained, if you continue to be treated, I may be the first person to die in kide. Click. Moyu didn't tighten his hand, and almost crushed Renji's arm. Some cures are enough. Look at Kira Izuru and Ichiro Sukawa and the others over there, they all look very envious. Hearing this, Abarai Renji looked in the direction of the others. All of them were terrified, their bodies trembling slightly, subconsciously moving away from where they were. You call this thing envy? Abarai Renji shouted loudly, no, you better stop treating me. I think I can last until I return to the spiritual academy. Click. There was another crisp sound, and Abarai Renji broke his bone again. Damn! I can't die here. The tragic wailing made Moyu a little helpless. Kid is divided into Had, Bakud, and Kide. The difficulty of Kide is much higher than the other two. Also, it does not have a fixed level to distinguish Kide from strong to weak. A Shinigami's mastery of Kide can only be judged by how well he heals injuries. Your Kide is disgusted by others, arouses the desire to win, and comprehends the meaning of Kide flesh and blood. As expected. Checking the knowledge about Kide that came to his mind, Moyu nodded in satisfaction. In this way, Abarai Renji's injury was not in vain. In the future, I want to become a captain-level powerhouse. Abarai Renji let out a howling sound. Those who hear it are sad, and those who see it cry. Miserable to ultimate. Stop making noise. Moyu slapped him on the head, which immediately made him feel his head buzzing. Seeing this scene, everyone's fear of Moyu intensified a bit. However, what happened next refreshed their understanding of Moyu again. A light green light emerged from Moyu's palm. Under Abarai Renji's almost collapsed eyes, Moyu stretched out his hand and pressed his wound. Everyone's eyes widened. Wait, what did I see? Moyu's Kide actually works. How is this level of recovery possible? Not to mention other people, even Rukia, who has the most confidence in Moyu, rubbed her eyes vigorously, fully expressing her incomprehension of the scene in front of her. On Abarai Renji's arm, the bloody image was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. The growth of flesh and blood is like mushrooming. In an instant, the tragedy was covered. Abarai Renji looked stunned, subconsciously stroking his arm. Hey, it's really healed. In just a few breaths, the injury on his arm was restored to its original state. In addition to the strengthening of Moyu's Kide, the other reason is that Reiatsu, who is not attached to the attacker, is injured. The reason why Shinigami's injuries are difficult to heal is because of the need to remove the Reiatsu attached to it. No matter it is Su or Shinigami, when attacking, it will attach its own Reiatsu. Continue. Moyu didn't give Abarai Renji a chance to react, but continued to unleash his Kide. This is also a way for Kide to become stronger, and it cannot be easily let go. Half an hour later, when Moyu's Reiatsu was consumed a lot, all the injuries of the wounded were fully recovered. At this time, he calmed down and checked the system's prompt. Your Kide completely healed one person, increased his confidence, and comprehended the profound meaning of Kide growth from severed limbs. Your Kide completely healed the 5 people, his confidence doubled, and he realized the Kide's profound meaning to get rid of Reiatsu. The change in Kide's healing effect can be said to be a surprise during this trip. But Moyu wasn't overjoyed. Although the mission of the Spiritual Art Institute was successfully completed, new problems were exposed. Izansook had his eye on him after all. Call. He let out a long breath, stood up, and looked in the direction he came from. His expression was a little melancholy. Why is it always so difficult to be a salted fish that does not contend with the world? Moyu is not a resigned person. He just doesn't want to put his energy into some useless endeavor. However, now that trouble had come his way, he couldn't go on like this. Rukia seemed to sense that Moyu had something on his mind, and stood beside him quietly, staring at Moyu carefully, with a hint of worry in her light purple eyes. Rukia, I've made up my mind. Moyu's sudden opening made Rukia startled. After returning to the Spiritual Art Academy, apply to the Spiritual Art Academy. Hearing this, Rukia's eyes widened, a guess appeared in her heart, and she murmured. Brother Moyu, you don't mean to. Moyu nodded, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and said with a smile. Well, applying for early graduation. Officially entered Godi 13. P.S. Woohoo, let's give some evaluation tickets for flowers. It's been 2 days, and the evaluation tickets have increased by 1, and dozens of flowers have increased. The group with poor results, I can't stand it anymore. I beg all the readers to be great, take pity on Xiaopu Street, kowtow, bang bang bang. Chapter 26. Spiritual Arts Academy. Dean Chamber. Yan Wulang looked at the young man in front of him seriously, his expression became more and more serious. Have you really decided? The early graduation test of the Spiritual Academy is not so easy. Moyu nodded, with a relaxed expression, and said. The dean doesn't need to worry, since I'm standing here. Of course it's a decision. Hearing this, Yan Wulang nodded solemnly, and slammed his fists on the table. In this case, the early graduation test will start immediately. Please go to training ground No. 1. Half an hour later. Training ground number 1 is already occupied by a large number of students and teachers. In the central field, there are several teachers that Moyu is familiar with standing there. Kid teacher Onao Yuta, Sword Zen teacher Keiko Tachibana, Kendo teacher. It seems that the Academy of Spiritual Art attaches great importance to it. Moyu nodded, and walked towards it with strides. He didn't take the so-called difficulty of the test seriously. If even his level cannot successfully graduate from Spiritual Arts Academy, then there will be no students in the entire Spiritual Arts Academy who can graduate. Not to mention the 6th reincarnation, even the 60th reincarnation will not work. Yan Goro followed Moyu and explained to him. In addition to the degree of fit with Zanpakuto, Zanquanzugui is the basic fighting style of Shinigami, and you must meet the qualification standards of previous graduates. Other than that, the civilian aspect. Before he finished speaking, he saw Moyu's eyes were a bit unfriendly. President Yan Wulang, I think the civil service can be waived. After all, I don't intend to be a support staff staying behind. Hearing this, a trace of hesitation appeared on Yan Wulang's face. But when he considered Moyu's identity, Yan Goro agreed with Moyu's idea. Who made them the direct descendants of the Kuchiki family? Kuchiki Moyu. When kid teacher Onao Yuta looked at Moyu, his expression was a bit complicated. No matter how hard he thought about it, he couldn't understand it. Why did the crane tail in the original class meet the requirements for early graduation? However, the kid accomplishments that Moyu had shown before made him also have to be convinced. Come on, as long as you can break through this defense with kid, you have passed the kid test. 39 of Bakud Round Gate Fan. As Yuta Onao's voice fell, a huge circular shield was placed horizontally in front of him. Without hesitation, Moyu directly raised his right hand and extended his index finger. Blue and white thunder light danced and shone on it. Amazing Reiatsu released at fingertips. Had number 4 white thunder. The plain voice was especially clear in the noisy training ground. Next moment, a roar sounded in the venue, and a thick beam of lightning light was released, heading straight for the round shield in front of Yuta Onao. The breath of death enveloped Onao Yuta. His pupils shrank suddenly, and despair grew in his heart. At this moment, it was too late to even dodge. However, when the white thunder hit Setsuna on the round gate fan, something unexpected happened. The majestic thunder pillar just smashed the circular gate fan, and turned into countless spirit particles and dissipated in the air. This. Onao Yuta was astonished. You actually control Bai Lei to such an extent. After performing it many times, Moyu's control over Bai Lei has reached a perfect state. Not to mention smashing a round gate fan, even a leaf, Moyu can smash it without hurting other things under the leaf. The upbeat Bai Lei is so terrifying. The only pity is that defeating Yuta Onao right now is not enough to make Bai Lei excited again. As number 10 said, an enemy defeated by me will never be regarded as an opponent by me. Teacher, have I passed? Moyu asked calmly. Onao Yuta recovered from the shock, and hurriedly said, pass, pass. Next comes the white hits and Shunpo tests. On these two items, Moyu is a bit ordinary. It can only be said that Kid's previous test was so amazing that these two tests passed. But it did not cause too much surprise to others. Compared to Kid, White Hits and Shunpo are mediocre. But even so, he is still a very strong genius. All grandmasters in Zhanchuan Zugui, even the captain can't do it, right? One Kid alone is enough to crush the audience. Where does your inexplicable self-confidence come from? There were some mixed voices in the training ground, but it didn't make Moyu feel any fluctuations. Mr. Moyu. Tamamarui, the teacher of the kendo class, nodded slightly. I learned from Captain Unokana that you created a new school of kendo. So, please let me experience the school of kendo that Captain Unohana highly appreciates. I will give you a pass in the kendo test. As soon as this remark came out, there was an uproar on and off the stage. Chapter 27. Just kidding, how could such an outrageous thing happen? How could a mere student create a new school of kendo? Even if it is the Four Nobles, this is absolutely impossible. Has Kuchiki Moyu's talent surpassed those of his predecessors? The chaotic discussions made the atmosphere in the field noisy again. The talent shown by Moyu was so frightening that it caused the students present to fall into a state of confusion. Even some Shinigami who are classrooms have disbelief on their faces, and they can hardly believe their ears. However, the students in the same class as Moyu all had solemn expressions. They were silent, their eyes lowered, and memories flashed in their eyes. It seems to be back to the original kendo class. That terrifying Reiatsu beam of light has completely surpassed their understanding of Reiatsu. Reiatsu who is strong enough to compete with Captain Unohana. This Reiatsu alone is enough to meet the graduation standard. The so-called test is not necessary at all. Therefore, the new kendo school in Iguka Tamamaru, the kendo teacher, is very likely to be serious. Is it the school of swordsmanship? Hearing Tamamarui's words, Moyu froze for a moment, looked up, and happened to meet Tamamarui's eyes. From the other party's eyes, he saw the desire for the way of the sword. A person who cherishes the way of the sword. Moyu nodded and said, I understand. Tamamaru-sensei, please be careful. Hearing this, Tamamarui immediately looked awe-inspiring, clenched the wooden sword in his hand, and released a sharp aura from his body. The whole person is like an unsealed sword, radiating cold light. No delusion, quiet heart flow crescent moon. It seems to know some of Moyu's true level, so Tamamarui chooses to act first. In the face of the strong, we must take the lead. The wooden sword in Yomarui's hand showed several phantom gestures, attacking Moyu from different angles. All directions up, down, left, and right are all occupied by the wooden sword. In this style, there is no escape, only face to face. There is difficulty in the wind, it is the smell of stubbornness. Moyu slightly raised the arm holding the wooden sword, and calmly said, the wind, told me the answer. The voice fell, and the sword fell. The wind swept through, destroying all the afterimages of wooden swords. In an instant, Tamamarui froze in place, staring blankly at the bare hilt in his hand. This is also the way of the sword. The cutting technique that Moyu showed stood out, beyond his understanding of kendo. Don't look at the sword with infinite potential with narrow eyes. Moyu put the wooden sword back on the sword stand. This is a very stupid idea. Hearing this, Tamamarui seemed to be hit by a thunderbolt, his eyes widened and he froze in place. After a long time, he asked with a trembling voice. Kendo, does it really have infinite potential? Moyu was stunned. From the eyes of the other party, he saw the obsession and desire for kendo. For this kind of person, Moyu still admires very much. Sticking to something and staying the same for life. Yes. Moyu nodded and said, the way of the sword is not weaker than any power. Many, thank you. Tamamarui regained his senses from the previous state and said gratefully. Mr. Moyu, your kendo test passed. With the fall of his voice, the hustle and bustle of the original training ground has disappeared. Those who are self-righteous, after watching Moyu show the way of swordsmanship, only feel dry throat. Totally incomprehensible. Does this kind of kendo comparable to Shikai really exist? Zhan Chuanzugui passed the test, and there was only the last item left in the early graduation test. The level of fit with Zanpakutō. The person in charge of this test is Keiko Jushin, the teacher of the Sword Zen class. A female Shinigami who looks and dresses very traditionally. Moyu. Keiko Jushin nodded. Teacher Keiko. Moyu also respects his teachers very much. This is what it means to be human. The test of the Knife Zen class is very simple compared to the previous one. After seeing Moyu's previous test, Keiko Tachibana decided in her heart that Moyu is the kind of genius who hides herself. So when it comes to speaking, it seems to be much more polite than before. You just need to let your sealed state make a sword cry. Like this. While speaking, Keiko Tachibana Yama pulled out her Zanpakutō. A clear sword cry resounded in the training ground. Seeing this, Moyu eased his frown. Hey, so it is like this. Keiko Tachibana explained, if you want to reach this point, you need to communicate with your Zanpakutō constantly. If one attempt is unsuccessful, multiple attempts can be made. Before she finished her words, she heard the clear sound of the sword, echoing in the training ground. Seeing Moyu holding Zanpakutō, he asked, is that so? Keiko Jushin grinned, and said helplessly. No, that's right. At the same time, she thought to herself, where did this monster come from? It's just that Zanquan is outrageous, and the degree of fit with Zanpakutō is also so high. After sighing, Keiko Tachibana said. Test passed. Kuchiki Moyu, congratulations on your early graduation. Chapter 28. With the announcement of Keiko Kiyama, all eyes in the training ground were on Moyu. Accumulated stones are like jade, and pine trees are like emerald green. Lang Yan is unique and unique in the world. In a calm state, Moyu fully displayed the unique temperament characteristics of the Kuchiki family. This face alone is enough to make it surpass countless people. His brows were slightly furrowed, and a hint of thought flashed in his lavender eyes. By the way, which team should I go to? That is the truth. Moyu thought that after graduating early, he would be able to overcome his choice phobia. But it turns out he was wrong. Very wrong. However, just when it was tangled, a familiar Reiatsu descended on the number 1 training ground. Immediately, a young man wearing a white captain's haori walked into it. In appearance, he has many similarities with Moyu. Especially those pair of lavender eyes, there was no difference at all. His appearance caused a burst of restlessness in the field, and the sound of discussions resounded again. At this time, everyone just realized. The students participating in this early graduation test are the direct descendants of the 4 great nobles. Captain of Division 6, Byakuya Kuchiki. Sorry, it's a little late. Byakuya walked up to Moyu and said calmly, but it looks like your graduation test is over. Moyu sighed, helplessly said. So, are you here to invite me to join the 6th division this time? Byakuya Kuchiki nodded and explained seriously. This is the responsibility of the Kuchiki family, to guard the interests of the 4 nobles. Joining the 6th team, not only me, but also Sarah. I didn't expect Captain Kuchiki to take the lead. Reiatsu, who is also powerful, appeared again in the number 1 training ground. Before Byakuya Kuchiki could finish speaking, another young man wearing a white captain's haori stepped into the training ground. The word 10 behind it seems to have explained his identity. Captain of the 10th Division, Shiba Ishin. The appearance of 2 consecutive captains ignited the training ground completely. The crowd of onlookers was full of boiling voices. Yangoro wiped the cold sweat off his bald head and squeezed out a cautious smile. Facing the existence of the captain level, even as the dean, he still has an irresistible awe in his heart. Mr. Moyu's excellence, has it attracted so many people's attention? Before the voice of everyone's discussion weakened, the appearance of another captain brought the atmosphere to its peak. It seems that the competition is very difficult. The gentle voice has already betrayed his identity. Captain of the 5th Division, Aizensuke. His appearance made Moyu couldn't help touching his chin, and said thoughtfully. By the way, am I really that popular? The beating words made Byakuya Kuchiki beside him couldn't help but raised his eyebrows. I think you should consider your own choice first. The development of the matter seems to have exceeded the scope of my intervention. I thought it was just a normal early graduation test, but with the appearance of the captains of Godi I-13. This test has gradually changed its taste. If the appearance of Byakuya Kuchiki is still within the understanding of everyone, the appearance of Shiba Ishin and Aizen Soyusuke seems to have broken everyone's conventional perception of captains. And their purpose of coming here is already very obvious. Moyu is about to graduate, waiting for him will be the choice of the team. Its amazing potential and strength have been more or less known by these captains. It is one of their responsibilities as captains to win over potential team members. 6th team, 5th team, 10th team. As Moyu's older brother, Byakuya Kuchiki is naturally closer. Which one do you choose? If possible, my suggestion is the 6th division. The cold words did not seem to show any emotion. Byakuya Kuchiki's words sounded like he was performing official duties. But Moyu knew it very well. His elder brother is obviously a person who is cold on the outside and hot on the inside, and he is not very good at expressing emotions. Being able to personally invite himself to join the 6th team has already explained a lot of things. In this case, if you don't choose the 6th team, it seems that you really feel sorry for Byakuya. Haha, the treatment of our 10th team is no worse than that of the 6th team. Shiba Ishin let out a hearty laugh. At this time, he was still a handsome young man. What's more, you know what? Shiba Ishin looked left and right, put his arms around Moyu's shoulders, and whispered in his ear. I came to invite you to join the Juban team this time, but it was Ranjaku's idea. Ranjaku seldom invites others to join the team. The last time it was that kid Toshiro. In comparison, you have too many advantages over that brat. Having said that, Shiba Ishin did not continue, but gave Moyu a look, and it was still up to him to experience it. And Moyu's words at this moment are also a little confused. What's the situation? How could Matsumoto Ranjaku come up with such a bad idea? What is she thinking about wooing me to join the 10th squad? I've only met her once. Before Moyu could recover from the news, a gentle and calm voice sounded beside him. Mr. Moyu, remember my original invitation. Aizen's smile gave people an infectious touch. He stretched out his arms and said softly. The door of the 5th division is always open for you. Before the words were finished, Reiatsu, who was so strong as ultimate, descended on the training ground in an instant. As if the sky was falling, the terrifying oppressive force acted on the hearts of the students, and the momentary blankness of the brain caused most of them to fall into a state of shutdown. People, belong to me. A calm voice appeared at the entrance of the number 1 training ground. The same white Haori, but a different killing intent. Beneath the gentle face, there is a determination that is obligatory. Captain of the 4th Division, Anohanaretsu. Go ahead. Chapter 29. If you want to fight. Anohanaretsu's gentle look at the moment carried a hint of the coldness that belonged to first-generation Kenpachi. I'm happy to accompany you. Her appearance instantly reduced the noisy number 1 training ground to freezing point. As if the Shizuen key had been pressed, all sounds in the field were completely muted. It's not just the members of the spiritual academy. Even Moyu and the others showed a look of astonishment on their faces. What is this unfolding? Moyu murmured, when did I become such a sweet potato? Byakuya Kuchiki glared at him angrily, and said. Captain Anohana. If you are still angry about Moyu's behavior before, I apologize on his behalf. However, Moyu is a member of the Kuchiki family after all. For Kuchiki's sake, please let the past go. Anohanaretsu calmed down and said calmly. No, you misunderstood, Captain Kuchiki. Mr. Moyu's understanding of Kendo made me see the infinite potential of Kendo. The level of swordsmanship that I thought was completely solidified has shown signs of breaking through again during this period of time. While speaking, Anohanaretsu looked at Moyu, his eyes were full of joy, as if he saw something he liked. Perhaps, Mr. Moyu will become the only existence that can please me. In this regard, I will never let it go. Although that's what I said, but at the level of pure Kendo. Moyu is not Anohanaretsu's opponent, even if the two of them fight with pure swordsmanship, he will definitely die a miserable death. The only difference is that the Gale Sword Deo performed by Moyu is completely different from the development of Kendo in this world. There is no difference between the two. Yes, it's just a different understanding of Kendo. This is like a problem with two or more solutions. Gale Wind Sword Deo is just another way to solve the difficult problem of Sword Deo. In the final analysis, the strength of this thing still depends on the hardware. What a pity. Aizen's face was full of regret. Captain Anohana's attitude seems to be more determined than mine. Shiba Ishin was a little embarrassed, and cautiously tried. How about we leave the choice to Moyu himself? If I don't take him back, that Ranjaku guy won't help me with the documents anymore. However, as soon as these words came out, Anohanaretsu's cold gaze directly enveloped Shiba Ishin. Ahem, don't grab it, don't grab it. Shiba Ishin clenched his fists and coughed, hiding his embarrassment. I think it's okay to solve the documents by yourself. Well, maybe you can give it to Dong Shiro. He rolled his eyes and focused his attention on a certain white-haired boy. If Shinigami's actual age did not match his appearance, Shiba Ishin's operation might become a model for child labor exploitation. Moyu looked at the suddenly excited Shiba Ishin and shook his head regretfully. A certain guy will not have a good time in the future. So, what about Captain Kuchiki? Anohanaretsu's haki robbed people, making both Aizen and Shiba Ishin give up the idea of competition. Only Byakuya Kuchiki has not commented. Kendo. Byakuya Kuchiki looked back and forth at Moyu suspiciously. As his older brother, he knows Moyu's level of Kendo very well. How could Moyu, who has always been mediocre or even poor in talent, suddenly have an extraordinary understanding of Kendo? Is the world changing too fast, or am I out of step? But looking at Anohanaretsu's performance, it doesn't seem to be a joke. The resolute attitude already explained everything. As for Moyu's whereabouts, I will not interfere too much. Byakuya Kuchiki returned to his cold state again. My appearance is just to provide him with more choices. Aizen pushed his glasses and said with a smile. Captain Kuchiki seems to be very concerned about Mr. Moyu. This kind of emotion between family members is really enviable. His words made Byakuya Kuchiki stop suddenly when he was about to leave. Please don't get me wrong. It's just the normal performance of official duties. With his back to everyone, he explained. After the words fell, Byakuya Kuchiki had cast Shunpo and disappeared into the number 1 training ground. What a pity! Aizen said with a regretful expression, Mr. Moyu, it seems that we will not be able to work in the same team anymore. Haha, it's okay. Shiba Ishin smiled heartily. Moyu, you can go to the 10th team to communicate at any time, our team building has a unique style. Afterwards, the two also left together. Mr. Moyu, can you make a decision now? Anohanaretsu folded her arms in front of her and smiled softly. Moyu spread his hands, with a hint of helplessness in his expression, sighed. Do I still have a choice? Chapter 30. The quarters of the 4th team. As a genius from the Academy of Spiritual Art specially invited by the captain, Moyu's treatment here seems to have broken the previous record. Anohanaretsu is at the front, leading the way and introducing the buildings from time to time. Quiet smile, gentle like water. The comprehensive ambulance station is the most important building complex in the 4th Division, and the environment is also the best. The wounded of Godi I-13 are usually sent here for first aid. The purpose of our team is benevolence. After the battle, whether it is an enemy or a teammate, we must go for treatment. Moyu also had some understanding of the situation of the 4th team. In the teaching of Spiritual Arts Academy, it has been mentioned more than once that the tenets followed by the 4th team are actually followed by most of the Shinigami in Seireitei. Unlike Quincy, everything Shinigami does is to maintain the balance of the world. And what Moyu and the others learned in the Spiritual Academy is also somewhat different from what they learned in the ninja village next door. Protecting companions is the philosophy of Shinigami. This is why the Shinigami can't display their power regardless of friend and foe like Quincy in battle. Yamamoto Genrisai, who was once the ghost of the sword, did not follow this philosophy at the time, and it also caused him to make a big mistake. Rather than saying that he was protecting Seireitei during his time as the captain, it would be better to think of him as atonement. Of course, there are more reasons. And those are beyond the scope of Moyu's knowledge. Team Leader. Just when Anohanaretsu introduced the 4th team in detail, a voice suddenly came from afar. Moyu followed the sound, but saw a somewhat feminine man in a black death suit walking over. The 11th team sent 2 seriously injured team members. I can only temporarily maintain their signs of life and cannot proceed to the next step of treatment. Also ask the captain to go and treat them. This is... The other party finally noticed Moyu's existence. However, he was a bit conspicuous in the team building of the 4th Division without wearing the overbearing outfit. Anohanaretsu smiled and introduced. This is Kuchiki Moyu, a gifted student I won from the Spiritual Academy. After all, she looked at Moyu and continued. This is the vice captain of the 4th Division, Sanashuk Yamada. Hearing this, Moyu's purple eyes flashed a hint of amazement. Yamada Sanashuk, the vice captain of the 4th Squad, the future general manager of Mao Shiyakuan, and the subordinate of Tsuneyashiro Tokinata. At the same time, he is also one of the makers of Sansuin Hikiya. All in all, the current guy is not a good guy. The future is not. At least for Moyu. Kuchiki. Yamada Sanashuk's pupils shrank suddenly, obviously remembering something. But immediately, an extremely fake smile appeared on his feminine face, and responded with the most official answer. Meet you for the first time, Mr. Moyu. Please take care of me. Please take care of me. Moyu responded with the same answer, while looking at the person in front of him with curious eyes. According to his understanding, this guy has great respect for Sister Hawa. If I let this guy know how Sister Hawa treats him, will it cause some bad chain reaction? For a moment, thoughts flew in his mind. Anohanaretsu's smile was like a warm spring breeze, and she looked at the two with satisfaction. Sure enough, the friendly team members are the most reassuring. Now that we know each other, take us to the ward. She looked at Sanashuk Yamada and ordered, just let Mr. Moyu get acquainted with the treatment process and emergency treatment methods. Hi. Yamada Sanashuk turned around and walked towards the inner floor of the comprehensive first aid station. His footsteps were a little hurried. Let's go, Mr. Moyu. Anohanaretsu smiled sideways. Although you don't need to participate in these things in the future, you still need to understand the process. Moyu nodded to show that he understood. Only Sanashuk's footsteps in front of him suddenly stagnated. And this move was also observed by Moyu. Hope, some guy won't do something stupid. General rescue. Inner layer. Damn it, where is the team member responsible for the treatment? The deafening sound echoed in the quiet corridor. It is obviously out of tune with the environment here. On the gentle smile of Setsuna and Anohanaretsu who heard this voice, black lines suddenly rose up, as if they were directly blackened. Although he kept the same smile, his temperament was dangerous enough to be ultimate. His pace quickened a little, and he walked directly into the ward where the voice came from. Moyu followed closely behind, a little curious about which guy who couldn't figure it out, who was bluffing in the comprehensive treatment center. Into the eyes, the dazzling reflected light shines from a round object. On the long and narrow eyes, there are red eye shadows, which is the biggest appearance feature besides the bald head. I should have thought of it earlier. Moyu looked at the bald head, who was still unaware of the seriousness of the situation, and murmured. Except for the reckless men of the 11th team, who else can be so courageous? Chapter 31. 3 seats per corner. A gentle voice sounded behind Madarame Ikeku. The chill instantly enveloped it. The shiny forehead was instantly covered with sweat. As if being targeted by a natural enemy, he became quiet for a moment. Didn't I say? Is loud noise prohibited in the general ambulance? Anohanaretsu's aura caused the temperature in the entire ward to drop below zero. Moyu next to him is most sensitive to this. As for the shiny head in front, it turned around stiffly like a machine. Ha ha ha. An awkward yet polite smile appeared on his ferocious face, which seemed a bit comical. Hara, so it's Captain Anohana. Madarame Ikeku took a few steps back. I just worried about the safety of the team members. The more he explained, the more sweat dripped down his forehead, until his entire outfit was completely soaked. Well, is that so? Anohanaretsu seems to be somewhat relaxed under his explanation. Just when Madarame Ikeku thought that the opponent was not thinking about it, Anohanaretsu's Reiatsu instantly suppressed him. The frightening momentum even became a materialized evil spirit, appearing above Anohanaretsu, roaring silently in the ward. Crunch! Madarame Ikeku's body made a tooth-piercing overwhelmed sound, and his face turned hideous in an instant. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans rolled down his smooth head, which made him quite embarrassed. If there is a next time. Anohanaretsu smiled without changing his face, then kill you. Seeing this, everyone's heart tightened. Anohanaretsu in another state, it's really scary. Madarame Ikeku stood there stiffly, not even daring to breathe. Anohanaretsu didn't pay attention to him anymore, walked straight past him, and came to the hospital bed. The wounded on it were covered with bandages, and their bodies exuded a strong smell of medicine, which was very pungent. Seeing this, Anohanaretsu frowned and said in a deep voice. Sanashuk, you're using this prohibited drug again. Sanashuk Yamada bowed his head, but there was no apology on his feminine face, explaining. The wounded are too seriously injured. There is no way to keep him going until your arrival without the use of illicit drugs. Hearing this, Moyu couldn't help but look at him a few more times. In his impression, Yamada Sanashuk is vicious and unscrupulous in medical treatment. As long as the purpose of treatment can be achieved, no matter what it is, it will be used. Prohibited medicinal materials and so on are considered relatively safe things. Be careful next time. Anohanaretsu's willow eyebrows were locked together, and there was a trace of dissatisfaction in her tone. Squad 4 can't ignore the process of your treatment just because of its effectiveness. The use of illegal drugs can lead to serious consequences. Hearing this, Madarame Ikeku walked around Yamada Sanashuk with an unkind look. By the looks of it, if it wasn't for the fact that Anohanaretsu was still in the ward, maybe just draw the Zanpakuto and slash at the opponent's forehead. Multiple internal organs were damaged and a lot of blood was lost. Anoka stretched out her jade finger and pressed it on the wounded man's heart. Reiatsu is dying, and the signs of life are passing. Emerald green light was released from his fingertips. In the air of the ward, there was a faint fragrance, which dispelled the strong smell of medicine before. Advanced Kide Dispel. A large amount of Reiatsu is poured into the body of the wounded with light white fingertips, mobilizing the original Reiatsu and giving it new vitality. Foul-smelling gore oozes from the bandages, gradually turning his body red. Your Kide watched Anohanaretsu's Kide show, and his comprehension has greatly increased, and he has comprehended the high-level Kide dispel. Moyu remained silent, quietly watching the emerald green light blooming from Anohana's fingertips. In a serious state, Ms. Hiwa's eyes are full of concentration, and a strand of black hair hangs down the side, adding a bit of softness to it. Moyu was moved by it, and subconsciously paid more attention to Anohana. Serious man, the most attractive. This sentence is equally effective on women. After a few minutes, Anohana Retsu let go of the fingers pressing on the wounded man's heart, stroked the blue hair on his cheek, and breathed a sigh of relief. The injury has stabilized for the time being. But his body was invaded by a strange Reiatsu, and I can't completely remove it for the time being. So, a full cure may be a while away. Hearing this, Madarame Ikeku breathed a sigh of relief. Captain Anohana, thank you very much. Without your treatment, Aramaki might have left the team. In fact, Shinigami did not leave the team, only job transfer and death. The so-called leaving the team in Madarame Ikeku's mouth means dying in the line of duty. While the two were talking, Moyu frowned, staring at the wounded Huangwan on the hospital bed. Why, the Reiatsu inside him is weird. Chapter 32. It is completely different from the Shinigami Reiatsu and virtual Reiatsu in Moyu's cognition. It is as if many kinds of Reiatsu are mixed in one, carrying different characteristics. Strong curiosity drove him to reach out to the other person's body. Your Reiatsu has sensed the Reiatsu of Vasto Lord level Minos Grande, the mood is excited, the practice has broken through, and the Reiatsu has doubled. Anohana Retsu noticed what Moyu was doing, but before he could stop him, Moyu's palm was already pressed on Arakawa's body. Immediately afterwards, the berserk Reiatsu poured out from Moyu, instantly enveloped the entire ward, and radiated towards the outside world. What a Reiatsu! Yamada Sanashug said with some difficulty, with a trace of despair in his long and narrow eyes. So strong! Madarame Ikeku's eyes lit up, as if a wild beast had found a suitable prey, and the whole person became frantic. Mr. Moyu. Similarly, in the depths of Anohana Retsu's eyes, there is also a hint of desire for fighting. Because, along with Reiatsu, there is also the indifferent wind that Moyu played before. Moyu also sensed the situation was wrong for the first time, and suppressed himself Reiatsu as quickly as possible. The soaring Reiatsu made it difficult to control for a while. It was hard to suppress Reiatsu again. Call. Moyu breathed a sigh of relief, and said, if I'm not wrong, Araki should have fought Su before, right? Hearing this, Madarame Ikeku's heart trembled, and his attitude suddenly became more serious. That's right. After receiving the emergency combat readiness message, I went to the South Rukonga 39th district and found Huangchu. At that time, he was seriously injured and was dying. And the surrounding Reiatsu was very chaotic, not only Yugans, but also Shinigamis. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of several people in the ward suddenly changed. Rebellious Shinigami. Anohana Retsu looked down, lost in thought. But Moyu's eyes flashed a light, as if he had received some important message. Chaos, Reiatsu, Void, Shinigami. Combined with the prompts given by the previous system. If nothing else, this weird Reiatsu should be Aizen's creation. To be precise, the creation of Hagyaku. The hollow experiment led to the tragedy of many captains and vice-captains 100 years ago, and also caused Urahara Kisuke, Shihauer and Yuryuaki and others to betray the Soul Society. It also allowed Aizen to see the feasibility of hollow. The invasion of the Soul Society by a Vasto Lord class Minos Grande is no small matter. Even if the Technology Development Bureau cannot detect the other party, they will still be aware of the change in space. But this time there have been casualties, and they still haven't given any response. Then there is only one thing that can be explained. This Vasto Lord Minos Grande is not from Hueco Mundo, but from Soul Society. Aizen-suke. Although this person is not in front of his eyes, his influence is everywhere. Sure enough, I still can't relax. Moyu sighed, looked at Madarame Ikeku, and explained. Based on what I just observed about Reiatsu, you can try to get rid of it with an intermediate guide. But there may be a little risk, I don't know you. Hearing this, Madarame Ikeku was taken aback, with a faint bulge of veins on his forehead. Caught in a tangle. Mr. Moyu, just let it go. Anohanaretsu's gentle voice broke the silence of the room. She looked at Moyu with trusting eyes, and said softly. I believe you. Firm, without any impurities. Moyu stared at him, stunned for a moment, a little surprised. He originally thought that Anohanaretsu's affection for him was nothing more than the way of the sword. But now it seems that it is not as simple as he thought. I understand. Moyu didn't hesitate, and pressed his palm directly on Arakawa's chest. The scorching green light blooms on it, as if spring is coming, and the air is filled with the breath of life. A large amount of Reiatsu poured into Aramaki's body. Like a proud monarch, patrolling the territory under his command. Swing the long whip to expel foreign objects. Moyu's eyes froze, and he finally realized that the nature of his Reiatsu was far stronger than he imagined. And what about the Reiatsu of the Vasto Lord class Minos Grande? In Setsuna where its Reiatsu descends, drive it straight out. The treatment process is far simpler than Moyu imagined. After Minos Grande's Reiatsu was expelled, Aramaki's own Reiatsu was activated again, repairing his injuries. Well. With a cry of pain, Araki regained consciousness from the coma. Here is. Madarame Ikeku leaned forward and laughed loudly, haha, I knew you were lucky. This is the General Rescue Station of the 4th Division. You're saved, BD. An alternative way of greeting seems to be the correct way to open the 11th team. However, Moyu on the side looked at the Huangwan in front of him with a strange expression. When the wounded man regained consciousness, he just remembered something about Araki. Made of real wood in Aramaki, the potential strongest power of the Soul Society, a godlike existence comparable to Dami. The legendary True 5 Special Combat Power. Chapter 33. Because there were many reports of a large number of wandering souls disappearing in the 39th district of South Rukonga, I was sent to investigate. Aramaki leaned on the head of the bed, trying to recall the things before he was injured and passed out. Under my diligent investigation, I finally found the virtual Reiatsu. But when I found that Su. Speaking of this, Huangwan suddenly covered his head, his face was very ferocious for a while. What? A painful howl came from its mouth. Before anyone else could react, Moyu took a step forward, and the emerald green light directly enveloped Araki. The display of Kide Reiatsu immediately stabilized him. Your Kide is in a good mood due to the successful treatment, and his practice efficiency has increased by 120%. For Kide, Moyu doesn't put much emphasis on it. But since he can become stronger, he doesn't care too much. Aramaki, who regained his composure, recalled what happened that night again. Although there was still a hint of pain on his face, it didn't have much effect. That virtual one is not the same as ordinary virtual ones. Huangwan said in a deep voice, a trace of deep fear flashed in the depths of his eyes. In the depths of the dark forest, Minos Grande looks like a human, with the black armor covering his body. I can't even get close. Just stepping into the opponent's field is an unimaginable blow. The opponent didn't attack, but just glanced in my direction. Having said that, Arakawa fell silent. Everyone already knows what happened next. Aramaki himself was seriously injured and fell into a coma, almost dying. But in fact, it's not. Anohanaretsu had a rare serious look on his face. All the injuries on your body were caused by heavy blows. Extensive damage to internal organs, alien Reiatsu invasion. In terms of Kide, Anohanaretsu can be regarded as the first person in Godei 13. Therefore, what she said was extremely authoritative. Moyu also thought calmly. If there is no accident, the reason for this phenomenon. Actually, it's because the strength gap between you and the opponent is so great that you can't see the opponent's movements clearly. Your eyes deceived yourself. Madarame Ikeko's eyes widened, and his expression suddenly became excited again. Unexpectedly, there is still such an enemy. We must find him. Next officer, you are recuperating in the Comprehensive Ambulance Center, I will apply for approval. As soon as he finished speaking, this reckless guy ran out of the ward in a hurry. However, before Moyu and others could react, Madarame Ikeko turned around again and rushed in. Purple-eyed kid, hey! You are very strong. I remember you. The narrow crimson eyeshadow looked extremely dangerous, and Madarame Ikeko stared at Moyu, as if confirming his breath. When this matter is over, I will come to you. After all, he turned and left again. Call. Moyu heaved a sigh of relief, the taunting skill is fully charged. Are all your 11th squads this kind of reckless people? He looked at Huangwan on the hospital bed. Maybe Madara's third seat is a bit too much. An embarrassed smile appeared on Arakawa's face. Obviously, although his brain is not very good, he still knows how to respond in this situation. Never mind. Moyu is like a dried salted fish, his eyes are dull. Anyway, there is already a certain dangerous guy thinking about it, so he is the only one left. Seeing his self-defeating appearance, Huangwan was also at a loss for words. Hey, Mr. Moyu! Anohanaretsu's gentle voice sounded beside her. The dangerous guy you called. It can't be me. The moment Moyu heard this tone, Moyu was instantly refreshed and coughed to cover up his embarrassment. Ahem. Captain Anohana, I don't mean that. You are absolutely mistaken. Anohana crossed her hands in front of her body, displaying her demure and gentle temperament to ultimate. With slightly squinted eyes, he looked sideways at Moyu, and he didn't seem to be annoyed by Moyu's words. It's okay, Mr. Moyu. Anohanaretsu continued, I don't care what you think of me. The important thing is that I will not change my opinion of you because of anything. You are always in my heart. Moyu was stunned, and immediately fell into deep self-doubt. In the end, what happened? Does a salted fish that has been air-dried for a long time really have such a great charm? Huangwan on the side also stared wide-eyed, and couldn't close his mouth for a long time, as if he saw something that destroyed the three views. Captain of the 4th Division, Anohanaretsu. Falling in love with an unknown Shinigami. Chapter 34. The news that Vasto Lord level Minos Grande is hidden in the Soul Society has not been spread. However, Moyu, who is in the 4th team, found that Anohanaretsu often went to the 1st team for captain meetings during this period. If there is no accident, this matter should be suppressed by the captain Yamamoto Genrisai. After all, once such news spreads, it will inevitably bring panic to the entire Seireitei and even the Soul Society. Of course, according to Moyu's own sources, South Rukonga starts from the 39th district and goes up to the 50th district. Regular Shinigami are grounded straight away. Even if the chief officer wants to go, he needs to be followed by the deputy captain. The issuance of such an order also made many Shinigami with keen senses aware of something wrong. For a while, the atmosphere of Godei 13 became tense. However, these things have nothing to do with Moyu. Of course, his good days didn't last too long. The battle to win the seat. Moyu looked a little astonished. Why is there such an outrageous regulation? Byakuya Kuchiki held the teacup calmly and sipped it lightly. It's about the honor of the Kuchiki family. You can't refuse this matter. Otherwise, Kuchiki will be ashamed of you. Since I learned that Moyu's strength is not as bad as it has shown. Byakuya Kuchiki tried to test the upper limit of his strength from multiple aspects. Then, long before he joined the 4th Division team, this guy came to Moyu's team building in person. What about the battle to seize the seat? As a direct descendant of Kuchiki, if it's just an ordinary soldier, it's not a good thing to spread the word. Byakuya Kuchiki lowered his eyes slightly, and met Moyu's eyes with the same lavender eyes. What's more, you are also very strong. Isn't it? Dabai's words made Moyu sigh helplessly again. That is to say, you want me to become a seat officer within less than a month of joining the team. Byakuya Kuchiki put down the teacup in his hand and said seriously. To be more precise, it's the upper seat officer. Moyu was a little silent. Just when Byakuya Kuchiki thought he had acquiesced, Moyu suddenly raised his head and said. It's off the charts. Your way of probing is definitely challenging the brotherhood between us. Could it be that the friendship between us is not worth a so-called honor? Byakuya Kuchiki was taken aback by the serious words and expressions. But soon, he turned his head to one side. Do you want to play the emotional card again? Stupid Odoudou, this matter cannot be violated. The old man has already spoken, I am just a messenger. Hearing this, Moyu's face collapsed. It's definitely you who informed me. The old life, after all, is gone forever. After Byakuya Kuchiki conveyed the words, he left. With a wave of your sleeves, you won't take a single cloud away. To be precise, he was kicked out by Moyu. Moyu, who returned to the team building, sat cross-legged on the tatami, rubbed his right hand on his chin, and fell into a state of thinking. The first 7 seats. What a headache! For Moyu, he doesn't know where his upper limit of strength is now. But what is certain is that the normal seat officer is definitely not his opponent. Just one captain level Reiatsu after doubling is enough to overwhelm more than 90% of the officers. However, now he is enough attention. If he shows the upper limit of strength that ordinary people can't understand, someone's eyes will be directly on him. It seems that we need to choose a suitable opponent. Moyu thought about Shinigami in the top 5 seats of the 4th division, and soon determined his opponent. Apply directly to Sister Hwa. Captain's office. The battle for the seat. Anohanaretsu looked at the application form in his hand seriously. Are you aiming for the 3rd seat? It's really energetic. I will notify the 3rd seat in Ujiang village. Moyu breathed a sigh of relief. Now that Anohanaretsu agrees to the fight for the seat, it's 99% done. As for the 3rd seat of the 4th team, Yijiang and Yashikian and. As a kind person, he would never care about these small things. The next day. The quarters of the 4th team. The most remote number 9 training ground. This is the farthest place from the General Emergency Center. Anohanaretsu, dressed in Captain Haori, calmly looked at the team members ahead, and said seriously. Everyone should be very clear that Mr. Moyu graduated early from the Academy of Spiritual Arts with excellent grades. So, after joining the 4th team for a while, he decided to launch a battle for the seat. If you win, Mr. Moyu will take the place of the chairperson. This is a rule that has existed since Godai 13 was founded, and everyone should be very clear about it. Hearing these words, the eyes of the officers present suddenly became extremely complicated. Being taken away by a Shinigami who has been in the team for less than a month, for most of them. That's quite unacceptable. Chapter 35. After Anohanaretsu finished speaking, almost everyone's eyes were on Moyu, who was wearing a black death suit. With Zanpakutō on his waist, he is not that fierce in temperament. Gentle as jade. Just from the outside, there is hardly any danger. Harmless to humans and animals. Well, follow the previous application. Moyu said in a deep voice, the seat I want to challenge is 80,000 and the chief officer of Ujiang village. After the words fell, everyone's eyes moved, and they looked at Yashishiwa of IE village, who was beside Anohanaretsu. With yellow hair and a thin body, people can't help thinking that the guy in front of him is a little malnourished. And the unique glasses make people feel that the glasses are the body. It's really distressing. Yashikian of Ujiang village said calmly, I didn't expect Mr. Moyu to be so bold. It seems that I, the 3rd officer, have been underestimated. There was even more discussion in the field. Everyone thought that Moyu would first pick a lower seat to fight for the seat. But unexpectedly, he actually set his goal on the third seat as soon as he came up. For a moment, they didn't know whether Moyu was confident or conceited. The genius of the Spiritual Art Academy, I have to say that he is very courageous. It doesn't matter who wins and who loses, don't underestimate the seniors of Yujiang village. However, you all ignore another identity of this young Shinigami. The direct descendants of the Kuchiki family are more valued than the geniuses of the Spiritual Academy. The speeches of the chief executive and the soldiers were much more harmonious than those in the Academy of Spiritual Art. Maybe it's because of the beatings I've experienced in a cruel society. The rules of the fourth team are far more lax than Moyu imagined. Even if he challenged the third seat directly, it did not cause too much dissatisfaction among others. Perhaps, this has something to do with the loose entry rules set by Anohanaretsu. As long as you are from Shinigami, you can join the fourth team. Of course, a little kid would be even better. Anohanaretsu lowered her eyes slightly, and inspected the Shinigami. Since everyone has no opinion, then give up the venue to Mr. Moyu and Yi Jiangkan. After the voice fell, the crowd scattered and emptied the venue. Anohanaretsu stood between the two of them, smiling and looking at them. I have reported this matter to Captain Yamamoto and obtained his consent. As for the rules of the battle for seats, you must be very clear. On the premise of not harming lives, let's decide the outcome. As his voice fell, Anohanaretsu's body disappeared in the air and appeared on the edge of the training ground in an instant. Your Shunpo's understanding has greatly increased due to the experience of Anohanaretsu's Shunpo skills, and the speed of comprehending advanced Shunpo skills has increased by 70%. A look of surprise appeared on Moyu's face. I didn't expect that before the battle started, there would be unexpected gains. Imura Yashishiwa didn't care about Moyu's look, but pulled out his Zanpakuto with a firm expression. Although my casting of Shikai is a bit cruel to you, but the battle for seats cannot be held back, this is the Siridii's rule. It's also my persistence. While speaking, Yashikian-he of Yujiang village placed the sealed state in his hand horizontally in front of him, and let out a low moan. Roll over, silverfish pill. As his voice fell, the Zanpakuto in his hand glowed with reddish light, split in the middle of the blade, and a faint fragrance came from it, slowly spreading in the training ground. The forked blade is like the well-developed upper jaw of a silverfish, and there is a cold light flickering between opening and closing. Perhaps it was because of Moyu's reputation as a genius, so IE village Yashishiwa didn't have the slightest bit of contempt. After he was liberated, he rushed straight towards Moyu. In his view, the only way to have a good chance of winning is to strike first. Moyu was a little surprised by the menacing Yujiang village. But what made him even more unexpected was that, as the third seat of the 4th division, he was able to liberate Zanpakuto. It has to be said that there are quite a few hidden powerhouses in Siridii. The right choice. Moyu sighed in admiration, and raised his finger towards Yi Jiangkan. Haha, did you finally find out? Yi Jiangkan laughed triumphantly. The gas released by the silverfish pill is poisonous. It will slow down your movements, and you will not be able to show your strength in battle. Yo young Shinigami, victory in battle. It will eventually be mine. Moyu looked slightly startled, then smiled, and said. It's not the last moment, so don't talk nonsense. 3 seats in Yujiang village. At this time, Yashikian-he of Yujiang village was already approaching in front of Moyu, holding up the silverfish pill in his hand. Admit defeat, Mr. Moyu. The battle is over. Chapter 36. Silverfish Maru, a Zanpakuto with both Kid type and direct attack physics type attacks. The release of poisonous mist is used as an auxiliary attack method, and the special slash is the main attack method. When the two are combined, the effect produced has far exceeded 1 + 1 = 2. The blade, like the upper jaw, shone with a compelling cold light. Imura Yashishiwa launched his strongest slash, intending to defeat Moyu in one fell swoop. The third seat in Yujiang village has completely grasped the situation. It seems that there is no suspense in this battle. Although the other party was able to graduate from the spiritual academy in advance, he is still too young. That's right, the lack of combat experience made it lose the opportunity, which led to the failure. The team members and officials expressed their views on the battle for the seat. More than 99% of the people believed that the victory would belong to Yujiang village Bashikyun-hee. Miracles don't happen. However, at this moment, Moyu, who was motionless, suddenly raised his head. Zanpakutō, that's not how it's used. As he approached the attack, he said calmly, "Listen, there is the sound of silverfish pills in the wind." Under Yi Jiangken's horrified gaze, Moyu, who was moving slowly, suddenly stretched out his white right index finger. Listen to Silverfish Wan's appeal. Had number 4 White Thunder. After the words fell, a dazzling white light bloomed on Moyu's fingertips. Like the first ray of thunder under the dawn of spring, the roaring sound echoed in the training ground, deafening. All the voices in it are covered up. Facing such an attack, Yi Jiangken's pupils shrank to ultimate. He subconsciously put Zanpakutō in front of his body, trying to block Moyu's attack. But after such a long time of cultivation, Bai Lei's power can only be guessed by a mere 3 seats. Bang! The burst of dazzling white light instantly defeated Yujiang village. The whole person is like a flying shell, and his feet plowed a deep ravine on the ground, drawing a white line and spreading to the edge of the training ground. The astonishing air wave erupted at the moment when Silverfish Pill and Bai Lei collided. The violent storm swept across and spread farther away. Such a scene really shocked everyone's jaws. The sudden turn of the battle made them hardly believe their eyes. What? How is it possible? Using number 4 had to resist Shikai's slashing attack by the third seat of IE village. Isn't this powerful Bai Lei a little too outrageous? Looking at the deep gully in the center of the training ground, everyone was a little dumbfounded. Why, the originally established result of the battle would be instantly reversed. In the end, what happened? Ahem. In the dust, Yujiang village coughed. Really, as expected of a genius who graduated early. But, it's not that simple to make me, Yi Jiangken, admit defeat. The dust dispersed, and the figure of Yujiang village walked out of it. Although the appearance is a bit embarrassing, the Reiatsu and momentum have not weakened too much. At this time, he still has the power to fight. Moyu looked at the other party, and a hint of interest flashed in his lavender eyes. Using kite in battle. I didn't expect the third seat of IE village to have such high-end kite skills. It's really surprising. Imura Yashichi and the green light released from the palm of his hand pressed against his chest, stimulating Reiatsu's recovery. Young man, don't underestimate anyone. Especially the existence of the 4th division. In the end, his voice had changed from a low voice to a roar. The 4th team is the logistics team, responsible for first aid, medical treatment, and daily cleaning of Seiridai. The players of other teams looked down on them extremely. This also made Yashikian-hee of Yujiang village consciously communicate with the chief executives of other teams with a lower status. However, his heart is not content with the status quo. This is also an important reason why it showed such a scene. Beast bones scattered everywhere. The steeple? The red crystal? The wheel of steel? Yi Jiangken looked dignified and chanted the incantation at a very fast speed. The wind is what moves, and the sky is what is still. The sound of spears striking each other resounds throughout the virtual city. See my last attack, Mr. Moyu. Had no 63 fiery lightning howl. The sound was like a roar, echoing in the training ground. Everyone present was shocked by the state of Yujiang village. They never imagined that the usually kind Sangzi of Yujiang village could show such a side. A tenacious attitude seems to be what their 4th team has been lacking. After the words fell, a golden thunder ball was condensed in Yi Jianquan's hands, and a large amount of golden thunder light turned into a net and exploded on the thunder ball. All the Reiatsu, poured into it, made the thunder ball expand to ultimate. Well, it seems a bit too much. Moyu looked at the flying thunder ball that was bigger than his head, and murmured. If that's the case, let's use a stronger thunder light to annihilate it. Hadō 63 Fiery Lightning Howl. Chapter 37. In the way of the other, return the other body. When the same golden lightning was unleashed from Moyu's hand, the battle had reached its final stage. The berserk Reiatsu gathered in the palm, and instantly turned into a dazzling lightning ball, spreading a net of thunder light, devouring the surrounding Reiatsu. Seeing this, Yi Jianquan's pupils dilated and his face was filled with horror. The number 63 had, which he cast with all his strength, was so easy in Moyu's hands that he was cast. What's more, the other party's abandoned chant. Logically speaking, its power should only be 1/3 of its normal use. But judging by the size of the thunder ball, it was no less than his number 63 had. It is clear at a glance who is strong and who is weak. However, Yi Jianquan did not give up the next battle. He gritted his teeth and almost squeezed out all the Reiatsu in his body. All hopes have been completely pinned on this fiery lightning howl. Under the eyes of everyone, the two golden thunder balls finally collided. Rumble. Violent explosions reverberated in the training ground. For the weaker team members, their brains even went blank for a while, losing the ability to think. The blinding white light occupied the Shinigami's sight. At the entrance, there is only endless paleness left. The air wave generated by the explosion swept towards the direction of the 4th Division soldiers. A large amount of dust and tumbling soil expanded at an extremely rapid speed at the center of the collision, as if to cover the entire training ground. 81 of Byakuya splitting void. At this moment, a gentle voice sounded in front of the soldiers. The next moment, a transparent defensive wall unfolded in front of Anohanaretsu's palm, blocking the billowing air waves. The wind blows out of the dust. The smoke and dust that blocked the line of sight was instantly pressed to the ground. And the scene in it is also displayed in front of everyone. Yi Jianquan, who was barely standing, was in a state of embarrassment, and Moyu, who was unscathed and didn't even get a speck of dust on his deadly costume, formed a stark contrast. Seeing this scene, everyone was a little silent. The overwhelming power shown by Moyu made it difficult for the team members who had been official Shinigami for many years to accept. They also graduated from the Academy of Spiritual Art. Why is there such a big gap between Shinigami and Shinigami? Everyone's sluggish expressions gradually recovered, but they also found that their inner shirts were almost drenched in cold sweat. The collision of the fiery lightning howl just now made some weak Shinigami even aware of the crisis of destruction. If Anohanaretsu hadn't intervened, it is estimated that some team members would have been injured in the aftermath. Mr. Yi Jianquan, your will has won the respect it deserves. Moyu said softly and seriously, you are the most steadfast opponent I have met. The 3 seats of the 4th team are not weaker than the 3 seats of any team. Hearing this, Yujiang village Bashikunhe's dim eyes suddenly lit up. Really, really? Moyu nodded solemnly, giving the other party his own approval. I vouch in the name of Kuchiki. If that's the case, that's really great. As soon as the words fell, Yi Jianquan Yashikian and his shaking body fell down directly. A lot of Reiatsu consumption, so that he has reached the limit. Moyu has no intention of deceiving this Yi Jianquan who insists on himself. After all, other than Minos Grande, the opponents he has encountered are Rukonga's wandering souls. Compared with these guys, Yujiang village is simply not too good. The 63 of your had fiery lightning howl. Because of defeating the enemy for the first time, he was in a happy mood, his comprehension greatly increased, and he comprehended the profound meaning of thunder and lightning, and his power increased by 240%. Your Byakuya's 81 splitting void. Seeing Anohanaretsu's performance, the comprehension increased, the progress was rapid, and it reached the realm of entering the room. The system prompt sound brought Moyu back from his thoughts. Imura Yashishiwa, who fell on the ground, had already been carried away by other Shinigami soldiers. In the fourth squad, the most important thing is the treatment resources. What's more, Moyu controlled most of the strength and tried his best to avoid the opponent's injury. Yujiang village is more of just losing its strength. Mr. Moyu, you hide far more strength than I imagined. Anohanaretsu walked up to him and said with a smile. A trace of curiosity flashed in his clear eyes. Interested in Moyu from the very beginning of Kendo, Anohanaretsu finds himself getting to know him better. Mr. Moyu in front of him is like an endless abyss, and it is impossible to see its whole picture. I can't help myself. Moyu shook his head regretfully. The current scene was not what he wanted to see. But the shackles of reality forced him to step out of his comfort zone. Anohanaretsu didn't take Moyu's words to heart. She smiled softly and said, "Congratulations, Mr. Moyu. From now on, you will be the third officer of the fourth team." Chapter 38. The life of the third officer of the fourth team is not as leisurely as Moyu imagined. But again, because of Anohanaretsu's deliberate care, it is not particularly busy. In addition to some necessary document processing, it is more about the treatment of some wounded and patients. In addition, Moyu also found a problem that cannot be avoided. At the same time as the third chief officer, he also served as the deputy team assistant. In other words, his landing boss is Sanashuk Yamada. A guy who is insidious to ultimate no matter in terms of character or appearance. Mr. Moyu, your kite skills are more advanced than I imagined. In the ward, Sanashuk Yamada finished a major operation and packed up his surgical tools. Maybe it's because I'm diligent and studious, and I'm very talented. Moyu responded feebly. For this guy, he never thought about what to say to Chi. Fortunately, until now, Yamada Sanashuk has never shown any malice towards him. From the beginning to the end, it was like communicating with ordinary colleagues. But because of this, Moyu had a sense of vigilance against him, but he didn't show it. Yamada Sanashuk was at a loss for words when he heard Moyu's words. How can there be such a conversation? In this case, shouldn't you be humble? Yamada Sanashuk said that it was difficult for him to keep up with Moyu's brain circuit, and the ward fell into silence for a while. After the tools were packed, the two walked out of the ward one after the other. However, above the corridor, black butterflies fluttered in front of them. Hell butterfly. Moyu frowned slightly, recognizing the identity of the black butterfly. The hell butterfly is an important butterfly that travels between the present world and the soul society. It is responsible for conveying information. Only Shinigami can control it. It carries a small Tianting Kongluo in its body, which can receive the latest emergency news issued by the Information Technology Bureau, and notify the Shinigami. Its species is quite rare in the Soul Society, and generally there are team members responsible for raising hell butterflies in each team. Moyu stretched out his finger, let the hell butterfly land on his fingertips, and received the emergency information it carried. However, as he understood the information, his brows became less and less developed. The three combat teams of the 11th Division suffered heavy casualties. Sanashuk Yamada on the side spoke up, "We need the 4th Division to send an emergency treatment team to South Rukonga 39th District. Now, when the captain goes out to collect herbs, we are in charge." However, since even the members of the 11th team suffered heavy casualties, the danger level may have reached the highest level. While speaking, he looked at Moyu beside him, and there was also a hint of worry in his cold eyes. "Let's leave this matter to Deputy Captain Yamada." Moyu calmly said, "The captain is not here, you are the most powerful in the 4th Division. Isn't it?" The understatement of words made him cleverly withdraw from this matter. But Sanashuk Yamada didn't want to do it alone. "Mr. Moyu, your strength is already able to easily defeat the liberated Yujiang village. So, this trip must be accompanied by you. Shit stuff. Moyu glared at him and almost threw the tray in his hand into the guy's face. In danger of remembering me? When sharing the credit before, I didn't see you mentioning me a few more words. Sure enough, this guy was not a good bird from the beginning to the end. I reject. Moyu didn't take his words to heart at all. A mere deputy captain, is it possible to use power to suppress him? With that said, he walked towards the tool room at the end of the corridor. In South Rukanga 39th district, there may be the existence of Subai's physical cheat. If he hadn't wanted to seek death, Moyu would never have stepped into one of them. With his current level of strength, if he really meets that kind of guy, the only option left is to run away. Unless... Moyu walked into the tool room, shook his head, and put down the tray in his hand. There is no unless, you still have to be a little bit more human. It is absolutely unwise to put yourself in danger. He returned to his team building alone, ready to check the progress of Zhan Chuanzugui's practice during this period. By the way, you can try to urge them. However, when he walked to the team building, in the sky, another hell butterfly flew down in front of him. Any new information has arrived? Moyu took the hell butterfly and received the message. The Reiatsu on his body rose suddenly, like the wrath of the gods, and the terrifying coercion instantly covered the entire team building area. Fear and oppression caused some of the weaker soldiers around them to collapse on the ground, their eyes full of fear. The next moment, Moyu disappeared in place. And the hell butterfly carried only a short sentence. Emergency information. Anohanaretsu, captain of the 4th Division, Reiatsu disappeared in South Rukanga 39th District. Chapter 39. Anohanaretsu, First Generation Kenpachi. The greatest villain ever seen in the Soul Society world. The combat power of a single body can also be ranked in the forefront in the entire Seireitei. But because of such an existence, Reiatsu disappeared into Rukanga. The moment Moyu saw this information, his mentality was a little out of balance. As a result, for a while, he was unable to control his own Reiatsu. With emotion and reason, Moyu cast Shunpo and shuttled around the team building of the 4th Division. If he was only a member of the 11th team, he might choose to have nothing to do with himself. But Anohanaretsu is different. People always have something they want to protect. During this period of getting along, his figure has been imprinted in his heart. In any case, he was going to Rukanga to search for Anohanaretsu. At this time, Sanashuk Yamada had already gathered the first-level rescue team, left the team building of the 4th Division, and headed for the 39th district of South Rukanga. They are obviously also aware of the new news conveyed by the Hell Butterfly. So in terms of speed, the limit of all members has been reached. South Rukanga, District 39. Shunpo's Moyu, who was at full strength, arrived here in the shortest time. However, nothing unusual happened on the streets here. Everything is no different from usual. It looks like it should be located in the suburbs. Rukanga is so big that any block is equivalent to the size of a city. In addition to the place where wandering souls live for a long time, there are also various wilderness, mountains, and rivers. Anohanaretsu often sits on the liberated Minajiki and flies around in search of precious herbs. Your Shunpo has increased potential and speed by 10% due to long-term limit use. Moyu didn't stop, just crossed the street area and walked towards the suburbs. Wearing a black death suit, the wandering souls on the street avoided Moyu's path. This scene is in stark contrast to the Inuyasuri district. The name of Shinigami is almost equivalent to the existence of heaven in Rukanga. During the period, Moyu, Yamada Sanashuk, and others met. Regarding the appearance of Moyu, Sanashuk Yamada did not have any opinion. He has great respect for Anohanaretsu, and he has put his safety first, and has no intention of thinking about other things. Outskirts. There is no virtual Reiatsu displayed on the messenger machine. The Shinigami squadron reported. Exploring Kid also found nothing special. The hurried voice highlighted the nervousness of the team members. As they got closer to the location provided in the information, they became more nervous. As the emergency treatment team of the 4th Division, the combat effectiveness of these team members is also the strongest among the 4th Division. They often walk on the front line to rescue the injured team members. But generally speaking, there will be players from other teams to help them attract the attention of the enemy. But right now, because of the news of Anohanaretsu's disappearance, they had to rush to the battlefield as soon as possible. Everything, for the captain. Keep going. Yamada Sanashuk said solemnly. Everyone swallowed a mouthful of saliva, looked at the darkening forest ahead, and proceeded cautiously. Moyu's expression seemed much more relaxed than theirs. At this point, it's useless to be careful. Even sending orders and probing Kid seems redundant. This kind of thing is useless to Reiatsu powerhouses. Reiatsu's perception is the most important. You investigate slowly. Moyu said in a deep voice, I'll go first. Before Yamada Sanashuk could speak, his figure disappeared in place. Seeing his disappearing figure in an instant, Yamada Sanashuk's pupils shrank suddenly, and a trace of astonishment appeared on his face. Although regarding Moya's strength, he has long been prepared in his heart. But when he saw the speed of Shunpo, he was still a little too surprised. This Shunpo speed! The reactions of the others were not even as good as that of Yamada Sanashuk. They all stood there in a daze, unable to react for a long time. The strength of Moya's 3 seats. Don't worry about him, let's move on. Yamada Sanashuk said, be sure to find the captain. As Moya went deeper, the forest became darker and deeper. The gradual disappearance of the sound made the whole world seem to quiet down, making it even more strange. But at this moment, Reiatsu's fluctuations occurred. It was as if a stone was suddenly thrown into a calm lake. The spirit particles in the air fluctuated and suddenly scattered violently. Has it appeared? Moyo looked calm, looking into the dark depths. With the fall of his voice, the terrifying Reiatsu like a sea tide poured out here. The violent impact swept across the depths of the forest, shaking the space, and came towards Moyu. Boom! A powerful shock wave raged through the forest. Everything in front of me was torn apart, and the earth let out a wailing sound. Chapter 40. The terrifying Reiatsu swept in and overwhelmed the Shinigami of the emergency rescue squad. Yamada Sanashuk's pupils dilated, his breathing froze for a moment, and he looked in the direction of Reiatsu's impact with a look of horror. It was only part of the oppressive force leaked, but he still felt as if his heart was being grasped by an invisible big hand. With just a little force, his heart will explode like a watermelon that has been hit hard. Others are in worse condition than him. Some were pale, as if they were dying. The other part is that the skin is flushed, and it is very difficult to even breathe. The weaker the person, the more unbearable they will be under the oppression of this Reiatsu. But this situation lasted only for a moment. The powerful Reiatsu oppression disappeared in an instant, as if the burning flame was overturned by the sea and annihilated directly. Fat, what happened? Someone in the team asked in a trembling voice. Judging by its appearance, it has not recovered from the fear just now. The enemy has appeared. Yamada Sanashuk seemed calmer. If nothing else happens, he should have met Mr. Moyu who is walking ahead. Those who do scientific research and medical treatment usually have good brains. Not counting his personality problem, Yamada Sanashuk can be regarded as an extremely outstanding existence. Then we haven't waited for anyone to ask the question completely. Yamada Sanashuk said in a cold voice. Go carefully and avoid the center of the battlefield. Our task is to find the captain's trace, not to help Mr. Moyu fight. His life or death has nothing to do with us. The cold voice seemed to touch the hearts of everyone. Almost everyone looked at Yamada Sanashuk blankly. Don't you understand my order? Eyes like lion majesty patrolled over the crowd. At this time, Shinigami in the team realized that the man in front of him was not much safer than the Reiatsu just now. Everyone was silent, and soon dispersed, looking for the trace of Anohanaretsu. On the other hand, Sanashok Yamada stood where he was, looking more and more coldly at the direction Moyu was leaving. "Mr. Moyu, I hope your sacrifice can delay us enough time. I will thank you from the bottom of my heart." Moyu stood calmly on the spot, and a powerful Reiatsu also rose from his body, offsetting the opponent's Reiatsu. For Yamada Sanashok and others, he never counted on it. From the very beginning, Moyu came here with the idea of looking for Anohanaretsu alone. But to his surprise, the sudden appearance of Reiatsu was not as strong as he had imagined. There seems to be something wrong. According to the information provided by Araki Makaizo, the person who appeared in the 39th district of South Rukonga should be a physical cheat. But according to what Moyu knows about it, Subai is a Minos Grande of the Vasto Lord level. In terms of strength alone, he can even compete with Shiba Ishin for a short time. Even if it is placed in the Minos Grande of the Vasto Lord level, it is definitely considered powerful. However, the Reiatsu shown now is not enough to give Moyu a strong sense of oppression. Even, a little weak. Am I too strong? Moyu looked down at his hands. Bang, bang, bang. Dull footsteps came from the depths of the forest. Reiatsu's oppression is gradually increasing. But these are not worth mentioning to Moyu. Well, there are indeed some problems. With the appearance of the enemy, a hint of understanding flashed in Moyu's eyes. In front of his eyes, the black armor was attached to the slender body, and the hole in his chest was filled with a large amount of white matter. However, the originally hideous bullhead mask was replaced with a distorted ghost mask. The dense forest white fang teeth are compact together, giving people a sense of awe. The lower body, which should have been legs, was also replaced by 4 legs of unknown creatures. The scarlet eyes were full of tyranny, without any emotion at all. Is this a failure? Moyu thought to himself, vaguely guessing the thoughts of the person who made the arrangements. The moment Moyu was discovered, the white substitute showed a terrifying and cruel smile. The dense white air slowly rises from its bloody mouth. The drooping hands and sharp claws were slowly lifted up. Die. Vague words came out of his mouth. There is almost no rational existence, and it seems that they can only utter this short vocabulary. The moment the voice fell, the entire Minos Grande was like a speeding train, carrying terrifying power, rushing to Moyu in an instant. Next second. Bang! Under its berserk power, the ground collapsed in an instant, like an earthquake, the surroundings immediately cracked and rolled away. However, the sharp claws of the evil ghost Minos Grande froze in mid-air, unable to fall any further. Holding Zanpakutō in his hand, Moyu resisted the attack. With a calm face, he said softly. If you want to see it so much, then open your eyes and see clearly. Listen, whisper of the wind. Chapter 41. Roar. The evil spirit Minos Grande pressed his sharp claws downward, trying to tear Moyu apart. Vasto Lord should be close. Moyu exerted strength with his arm and flicked his claws away, but the level of Ajichas is definitely already there. As expected of Aizen. Your Reiatsu senses the existence of a strong enemy, and strives to become stronger, and its strength increases by 30%. The upbeat Reiatsu finally had a new response under the oppression of the opponent. Moyu, who was already enough to ignore the opponent's oppression, didn't pay attention to it at this time. But he didn't take it lightly. Although the opponent is just a failure, but the pure fighting instinct is no worse than any enemy. This is the strongest enemy Moyu has ever encountered, bar none. A hint of madness flashed in the blood-red eyes. The loss in the first battle made the guy who didn't have much sense go crazy. The crimson Reiatsu, attached to the sharp claws of both hands, formed 10 hideous bloody blades. Next moment, the violent claw strike instantly enveloped Moyu, and all directions up, down, left, and right were covered by blood. The swift and violent attack even made the air tear apart. Danger seems to have arrived. But the next moment... boom! The more intense bluish-white Reiatsu erupted, even setting off a storm visible to the naked eye, instantly crushing the so-called bloody blade. The powerful oppressive force instantly overwhelmed the evil spirit Minos Grande, as if the sky was falling. Moyu slowly pulled out his Zanpakuto and strode towards him. If only this ability. Then wait for death. The violent Reiatsu hedge echoed throughout the forest. The Shinigami of the emergency rescue team subconsciously stopped their movements, and turned their gazes to the center of the battle in unison. This power. Too exaggerated, that guy, is he, really a fresh graduate? The strength of Moyu's 3 seats is definitely the strongest among us. Complicated expressions emerged on everyone's faces. For a while, they couldn't even understand the existence of such power. Kuchiki Moyu. Yamada Sanashuk stared at the battlefield with inexplicable eyes. However, in the depths of his pupils, there is a trace of deep fear that cannot be erased. This is the instinctive submission of the weak to the strong. The powerful Reiatsu defeated the attack of the evil spirit Minos Grande, and also made it more violent. Die, die, die. Crazy roars came from the ghost mask. Immediately, its ferocious teeth suddenly opened, revealing the nothingness inside. The crimson light flickered, and the Reiatsu of the evil spirit Minos Grande gathered in the bloody maw with lightning speed. The next moment, a thick blood-colored beam of light poured out, causing the air to tear apart. Boom! The violent power swept away, and the ground also wailed, and a huge ravine was directly plowed out. The sword walks on the wind, and the heart moves with the sword. The Zanpakuto in Moyu's hands is from the bottom up, and the wind that is visible to the naked eye is blowing. Shikai! Tear apart the sky and sweep Sen Luo. Lan Yin! In the flat tone, the wind gradually rose. Call! The next moment, the sound of the wind rising from the ground turned into a violent tornado, tearing apart the thick clouds in the sky. This gust of wind shattered everything in front of it, even the ferocious Zero. The moment the crimson Zero light collided with the gust of wind, it was directly turned into countless fragments and dissipated in the air. Its momentum continued unabated, and even continued to sweep in the direction of the evil spirit Minos Grande. The instinct of survival made him launch Shunpo at the critical moment, dodging this gust of wind. However, the place where the evil spirit Minos Grande was located was directly torn apart, and the 1,000-meter-long ground became a mess, and everything was damaged as far as the eye could see. The wind died down. Moyu's figure is also shown in the wind. Zanpakuto, which was originally in the shape of a sealed state in his hand, has also undergone earth-shaking changes in appearance. The slender blade is 120 centimeters long, and the bluish-white imprint surrounds the blue blade, circling upwards, like the imprint of the wind. The light wind sound hovered around the blade, and even spread to Moyu's side. The movement of the evil spirit Minos Grande changed from Zhongyang to cautious, staring solemnly at the existence of the Shinigami in front of him. Even if there is no rationality, the instinctive perception is telling him. Death may come at any time. Let's end it. Moyu looked calm, and calmly looked at the evil spirit Minos Grande in front of him. Death is like the wind, crushing you. This style is called Dalan. After Setsuna's voice fell, Lanyan in Moyu's hand lifted lightly, under the terrified eyes of the other party. Suddenly, cut down. Chapter 42. The bluish-white blade cut off. It seemed like nothing happened, and it seemed like everything had already happened. The evil ghost Minos Grande stood there in a daze, looking at his undamaged body, with a look of rejoicing in his blood-colored eyes. The berserk bloody Reiatsu swept up again, shooting straight into the sky like a beam of light. With trembling hooves, he ran towards Moyu's direction. Just as its soaring sharp claws were approaching the top of Moyu's head, all the movements froze in midair as if the pause button had been pressed. It's all said and done. The lanyard in Moyu's hand shone slightly, and turned into a sealed state again, and was retracted into the scabbard by him. Why is there no pure trust between people and Su? Click. When the blade was sheathed, there was a slight clicking sound. But this voice became the last reminder of the evil spirit Minos Grande. The sound of Setsuna falling, and the faint wind blowing. The evil spirit Minos Grande felt the wind blowing on his body blankly. Where did the wind come from? He looked down, and a hint of understanding finally appeared in his confused eyes. It turns out that the wind comes from my own body. Moyu turned and left without looking back, continuing to search for Anohanaretsu. As for the evil spirit Minos Grande, who was so arrogant to ultimate, his fate was doomed as early as when he was Shikai. Dalan has no wind, and cut off his heart. The moment the wind blows, the demon Minos Grande has come to an end. Looking from outsiders, there are suddenly countless fine lines of blood on the burly body of the evil ghost Minos Grande. Wisps of blue-white wind blow out from it. The wind is growing, and death is coming. In an instant, the Minos Grande, as brutal as the ultimate, was directly disintegrated from the inside out. The bluish-white wind enveloped him, divided his body into countless parts, and even without spilling a little blood, it turned into a huge stream of spiritual particles again and dissipated in the air. Minos Grande, who existed at the captain level, was completely wiped out of existence. The movement of Moyu Shikai also attracted the attention of Yamada Sanashuk and others. No way, the scope of the forest is limited, not to mention the Shinigami of the emergency rescue team is one of the elite. Fighting may not be very good, but in terms of perception, it is definitely at the top level. Even if the battle is separated by dozens of kilometers, it seems to be right in front of your eyes. The moment the evil spirit Minos Grande erupted into Zero, they had even planned their escape route. Individuals have even begun to put this idea into action. However, the next moment, a violent tornado swept across the ground, tearing apart the clouds that turned into a curtain in the sky, and shattering the darkness from the depths of the forest. Shocked by this violent force, they didn't even have time to make the next reaction. The terrifying tornado directly wiped out Zero. How is this going? Somewhat familiar, it seems. Is it the power of Moya's 3 seats? For this answer, they all appeared in their hearts. However, no one dared to believe it. After all, Moyu is just a high-achieving student of the Spiritual Academy who just graduated, although his talent is amazing. But the power erupted by the gust of wind gave them the same feeling as the oppressive feeling of the captain's Bankai. Originally, the gap between the two was already like a chasm. Totally impossible to connect with. The next moment, Reiatsu of Minos Grande disappeared completely. It is not hidden, nor is it gradually weakened. It's like a picture that was completely erased with a rubber eraser. War, the battle seems to be over. Moyu 3 seats alone killed such a level of enemies. This world seems to be joking. Unbelievable expressions appeared on everyone's faces. Go, and investigate. After a brief hesitation, Sanashuk Yamada issued a new order. Hearing this order, everyone hesitated for a moment, but they still braved up their courage and walked towards the direction where the battle took place. After passing through a distance of several kilometers, the scene finally appeared in front of everyone. Looking into the eyes, the messy land seemed to have a magnitude 9 earthquake, and the soil rolled out like waves. Burnt black, cloudy, residue of Reiatsu. Debris of trees littered the ground, and a weaving of new and old soil. Everyone stood there with a dazed expression, looking at the scene in front of them, and their minds automatically filled up with the battle that happened not long ago. But in any case, with their barren imagination, they couldn't paint the picture. Kuchiki Moyu. It seems that they are no longer in the same dimension as them. Chapter 43. Your Zanpakuto is excited because of killing a strong enemy, Reiatsu is released, and Shikai's power is increased by 50%. As for beheading powerful enemies, it can enhance one's own ability, already. Silent Forest. After finishing off the evil spirit Minos Grande, Moyu went straight to search deeper. Regarding the occurrence of this incident, he seemed to have some guesses in his mind. Maybe it's because of my display on the calligraphy, or because of the status of Kuchiki's family. Aizen has been eyeing him from the very beginning. From the invitation to join the 5th team, and the accident in the soul burial practice, the spider Minos Grande in Rukanga, and now the empty white failure. The continuous temptations have already explained many things. I have to say, Aizen's control over human nature. A trace of haze appeared on Moyu's face, it's really scaring. As it got deeper, silence and darkness also shrouded it. Hadō's 31 red cannon. A crimson spirit ball emerged from Moyu's palm. The red light dispelled the surrounding darkness. The scene revealed in front of him is no different from the outside world. I didn't expect Sister Hwa to have such a worrying time. Moyu walked among them, saying to himself, death is absolutely impossible. There is no sign of any battle. In the current Soul Society, there is no one who can kill him silently. The only possibility is that it is trapped in a place that isolates Reiatsu. Half an hour later. In the deepest part of the forest, Reiatsu, full of killing intent, soared into the sky, directly condensing a beam of light visible to the naked eye, penetrating the sky. The surging killing intent was undisguised. Moyu looked up and murmured. Yes. There is only the first generation Kenpachi in the Soul Society who can have such a murderous spirit. As soon as the words fell, he activated Shunpo and disappeared in place. Next moment. In front of Reiatsu's beam of light, Moyu stepped lightly on the ground, watching the figure stepping out of a kid-sealed barrier. It's really annoying. Even with the murderous intent, Anohanaretsu's voice was surprisingly gentle and calm. If you are not careful, you will fall into this kid seal. She looked sideways at Moyu, who arrived in time. Her expression softened immediately, and the beam of Reiatsu light that soared into the sky gradually faded away. However, we can see Mr. Moyu coming. My heart is also very gratified and joyful. During this period of time in the 4th team, the exchange of kendo between the two, and Anohanaretsu's attitude became more and more disturbing. At least, from Moyu's point of view. This feeling is really disturbing. Unconditional accommodation, unconditional dedication. Ha ha ha. Moyu smiled awkwardly but politely. It's our responsibility as team members to find the captain. Captain, you don't have to do that. Anohanaretsu nodded, her hair fell down, and her expression returned to calm. I went out this time mainly because I needed to collect medicinal materials. But when I came to this forest, I found a strange Minos Grande. Speaking of this, a puzzled expression appeared on her face. Reiatsu, who is mixed with Su and Shinigami, is powerful at the same time. But he doesn't have the slightest sense of reason, as if he is controlled by some kind of existence. I have been looking for it so far, and accidentally entered the kid seal behind me. Hearing this, a dazed expression appeared on Moyu's face. Anohanaretsu's narration seemed to match up with the guess in his heart. It seems like a simple guess, but it is a combination of multiple pieces of information. That is, the existence of Moyu who knows the information of Aizen can be inferred. For other people, it is almost impossible to guess these things. Oh, and a certain clog hat. Yura Harakisuk is definitely a bug-level existence. Although the force value is slightly worse, but the intelligence is definitely full. Moreover, he is also one of the people who know Aizen best. Didn't Mr. Moyu come across any Minos Grande when he came? Anohanaretsu asked curiously. Hearing this, Moyu, who was lost in thought, suddenly raised his eyes and said with a smile. It's been resolved. The opponent's strength is very strong. Hearing this, Anohanaretsu was slightly taken aback. She is very clear about the strength of that Minos Grande. Although it has not been fully tested, it definitely has the strength of a captain. But Moyu solved it with ease, and there wasn't even a speck of dust on the Shiba outfit, which already explained a lot of things. Mr. Moyu's strength. Anohanaretsu smiled sideways and said softly. Sure enough, it hides a lot. Watching the departure of the 4th Division team, 2 figures in cloaks walked out from the shadow of the forest. Yet, what a scary guy. A slight Kyoto accent came out from under the cloak. Has the pure Shikai reached this level? As expected, you are a direct descendant of the Kuchiki family. Lifting the hood, looking out like a snake, the smile on Ichimaru-jin's face perfectly interprets what is hidden in a smile. Silver. Aizen's calm and gentle voice came from under the cloak. Mr. Moyu's strength has nothing to do with the Kuchiki family. He has completely different characteristics from those of the Soul Society. Perhaps, Mr. Moyu's soul will be what I need. Chapter 44. The safe return of Captain Anohanaretsu of the 4th Division made the entire 4th Division breathe a sigh of relief. At the same time, Siraidai, who was originally calm, caused another disturbance. The news of the serious casualties of the 11th Squad was also directly spread throughout Siraidai. What's more serious is that there is also news of the existence of Minos Grande in the 39th district of South Rukanga. A series of news, like a set of combined punches, directly stunned Godai 13. Except for the furious 11th team, the reactions of the other teams were more complicated. But for these, Moyu doesn't care. What troubled him was something else. After assisting Anohanaretsu in the treatment of Makaizo Aramaki, Madara Mikeku seems to have passed on his hidden strength to the ears of Zaraki Kenpachi. Byakuya Kuchiki as one of his most wanted opponents. The news of Moyu, who also has the name of Kuchiki, was learned by him. This crazy, ghost-like guy was looking for Moyu in the Siraidai. Fortunately, whether it is Zaraki Kenpachi or Kuzujishi Yachiru, both of them are first-class big-road idiots, and they can't find Moyu for a while. And Madara Mikeku seems to be aware of the seriousness of this matter, and did not choose to lead the way. In short, Moyu's good days can't last too long. Besides. By the way, why does the captain suddenly want to see me? Moyu sat upright at the desk, looking at Anohanaretsu opposite him with some headaches. The disappearance of Reiatsu has been reported to the first team. Anohanaretsu laughed. In addition, your performance in Siraidai has also been passed on to the first team. So, this meeting is inevitable. Moyu sighed, helplessly said. I see. For this Godai 13 captain, Yamamoto Genrisai. Moyu is extremely jealous. No, it should be said that all bosses who have thoughts about Siraidai and even Soul Society are very afraid of it. One of the Shinigami sealings, one of the most powerful in the entire Soul Society. Never mind Aizen, or Juhabak. When they implement their plan, the first thing they want to target is the captain who has reigned for thousands of years. Ghost of the Sword, Yamamoto Genrisai. A team house. Moyu, led by Anohanaretsu, walked through the corridors of the team building. After twisting and turning, passing through several corridors in a row, it finally stopped in front of a red shoji. 2 Shinigami soldiers dressed in black death suits, wearing dark blue canvas around their waists, with blooming chrysanthemums painted on them, stood on both sides, guarding. The blooming chrysanthemum, a team flower, symbolizes sincerity and purity. Captain Anohana, the 3rd seat of Kuchiki. The other party respectfully saluted. Master Chief has been waiting for a long time, please come in. As they said that, the 2 of them opened the screen and motioned for them to enter. Moyu and Anohanaretsu looked at each other and walked into it together. Simple decoration fully reflects the character of the house owner. But to Moyu's surprise, Yamamoto was not the only one in the room. Captain of the 6th Division, Byakuya Kuchiki. The 20th 7th generation head of the Kuchiki family, Kuchiki Yinling. Well, will the parents meet? When seeing these 2 people, Moyu looked more and more helpless. I thought it was just a simple meeting and interrogation, but now it seems that Yamamoto Yuanlianaga seems to have other ideas. But since Byakuya Kuchiki and Kuchiki Yinling are here, he doesn't have to worry about what this bad old man will do to him. Oh, Moyu! Kuchiki Yinling sighed, you have never been able to learn the etiquette of nobles. With people he is familiar with here, Moyu's mentality is also quite relaxed. That kind of thing, let Byakuya learn it. Moyu grinned, he's still very interested. The three sat cross-legged on the futon, sitting around the dark blue coffee table. There are even 5 tea sets placed on it. The scent of tea lingers in the room, which makes Moyu feel more relaxed. Captain. Moyu nodded. He still respects the strongest Siritii on the bright side. At this time, there is no need to be restrained, just sit down. Kuchiki Yinling said helplessly, I came to you this time, and I need to ask about something. Moyu and Anohanaretsu sat around the coffee table. When everything was in place, he realized that he was sitting opposite the 4 of them. As for Yamamoto Genrisai, he closed his eyes slightly, as if he was resting. And when Moyu sat down, his eyes opened slightly just in time. I don't know what to ask this time. In the silent room, the eyes of the 4 rested on Moyu. This made him, who had always been carefree, suddenly a little nervous. After all, for Moyu, there is no one but Byakuya Kuchiki who is good. After the voice fell, Yamamoto Yuan Liuzai said. Moyu 3 seats, regarding the appearance of Minos Grande in the 39th district of South Rukonga. Do you know the details? Chapter 45. Hearing this, the expressions of the people present remained unchanged. They all looked at Moyu calmly, waiting for his answer. In this regard, although Moyu had already prepared in his heart, he was still a little speechless for a while. I don't know what the captain wants to know. In terms of details, I think the captain should have explained it very clearly. Yamamoto Yuan Lianaga stared at Moyu without saying a word, and only spoke after a few seconds. The specific appearance of that Minos Grande, as well as its level of strength. Besides, there is something about the relationship between you. Battle details. For some reason, when Moyu heard these words, he always felt that the old man in front of him seemed to have another meaning. But because he hasn't explained all the details, he doesn't know what the other party thinks. A Minos Grande at the level of a Jichas. From the perspective of fighting alone, he seems to rely on instinct to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. Well, Moyu thought, the half-human, half-animal form is not much different in appearance from those grotesque Minos Grande. The virtual hole is located in the chest. As for strength, it should be more than the strength of the deputy team. After saying the last sentence, Moyu looked at Yamamoto Motoyanagi without change, with a firm expression and said without fear. In other words, your current level of strength is already above that of the vice team. Yamamoto Yuan Lianaga didn't mind either, staring at Moyu with burning eyes. This gaze seems to have a shocking power. Even with Moyu's current strength, he can still feel the tremors from the soul. Immediately, he sneered. Ha, the captain was joking. I was just lucky for a while. That guy, when I found out, was already injured by the captain. It's just a cheap pick. However, what Moyu didn't expect was. Anohanaretsu spoke to the side and said. Mr. Moyu, there is no need to be humble. I just chased that Minos Grande and didn't hurt it. You did all of this with your own strength. Yamamoto Yuan Liuzai's expression was slightly gloomy, and he was not angry. Moyu didn't know that it was his own illusion, the temperature of the room actually rose a lot. Beads of sweat oozed from his forehead. It wasn't until he saw that Byakuya was doing the same thing not far away that he realized that it was Yamamoto Yuan Lianaga himself. You really deserve to be one of the strongest soul society. Moyu's heart trembled slightly, and he finally realized the strength of Yamamoto Genryanaga from the side. There's no need to hide anything. Kuchiki Yinling said helplessly, the information about you was sent to the first team as early as 3 days ago. But what surprised me is, how did you hide it all these years at home? When the old man taught you, I was often moved by your talent. Hearing this, Moyu was also a little helpless. Feeling is right. After all, how can an ordinary Shinigami compare to an existence with zero talent? In this regard, he has nothing to do. After all, this thing has been planned from the beginning. So, what are you waiting for me to come over? Moyu cut to the chase. It's about your future development. It involves the decision between the fourth team and the Kuchiki family. Mr. Moyu, I don't have any objections. Byakuya Kuchiki, Kuchiki Silver Bell, Anohana Retsu each with a sentence. On the contrary, it made Moyu more confused. Hey, there's no need to gossip. Yamamoto Genryonaga coughed lightly, making everyone focus on him again. Third seat Moyu, first of all you have to be clear that we will not punish you for hiding your strength. It depends on the individual willingness of the team members. Moyu is naturally very clear about this. What's more, he is a direct descendant of the Kuchiki family, the four great nobles. Even if Yamamoto Genryonaga wants to punish him, the influence of the Kuchiki family must also be considered. The Kuchiki Ring River hundreds of years ago is the most typical example. The execution of an outsider who bears only the surname of Kuchiki needs to consider the advice of the Kuchiki family, let alone the direct line of Kuchiki. What's more, he didn't do anything wrong, but he had some merits. But since your strength has been shown, continuing to be in the fourth team is also a waste of talent. Hearing this, Moyu frowned slightly, and finally realized what Yamamoto Uenlianaga was thinking. But considering the importance and expectations of the Kuchiki family and Captain Anohana for you, Yamamoto Uenlianaga continued, the old man's arrangement for you is: go to the present world. Chapter 46. In this world. Moyu looked slightly stunned, a little unable to understand Yamamoto Uenlianaga's thoughts. Isn't the 13th squad generally responsible for such things as being stationed in the present world? Why did you come to me all of a sudden? What's more, with the strength of a deputy team, isn't it a bit of a waste? Hearing that Moyu regarded himself as a sub-team, Byakuya Kuchiki on the side closed his eyes slightly and shook his head helplessly. Until now, this guy is still talking hard. It's really annoying. Yamamoto Genryonaga's face darkened slightly, and his old voice echoed in the room. In recent years, Hueco Mundo has been restless, and a large number of ghosts have appeared in the world. Except for a few members of the 13th Division who need to be stationed in the team building, all of them have gone to the present world to be stationed. Currently, the 12th Division and the Technology Development Bureau have started research on the project. But, speaking of this, Yamamoto Uenlianaga suddenly paused, his eyes became more and more oppressive. The pressure on Team 13 is also increasing day by day. And sending you to the present world is not only my idea, but also the idea of Yinling and Captain Kuchiki. Experience is extremely important for young people. After hearing this, Moyu was a little silent. Hueco Mundo was restless, and the first thing he thought of was that it had something to do with Aizen. But the chaos affecting the entire world does not seem to be related to Aizen alone. Although Aizen has mastered the Void Knight Palace, it does not mean that he has mastered the entire Hueco Mundo. There are still many unknown places and even unknown existences in Hueco Mundo. But Moyu doesn't think that this matter has nothing to do with Aizen. As one of the controllers of Hueco Mundo, he is absolutely aware of this matter. It may even play a role in fueling the flames behind the scenes. Well, I see. Moyu replied weakly, although I know there is no possibility of rejection, I can always ask the specific location, right? Byakuya Kuchiki was a little puzzled by his attitude. Why, didn't you even refuse? Have you learned a lot from the life of the fourth team? Moyu gave this guy an angry look, and sighed. The appearance of the three of you here has already explained a lot of things. If I can't even figure this out, what's the point of living? Denial does not exist. The appearance of Kuchiki Silver Bell and Byakuya Kuchiki represents the will of the Kuchiki family. As for Anohanaretsu being able to sit here safely, obviously there is no opinion on it. These guys didn't even say hello in advance, they just bought him. In this regard, apart from despair, Moyu can only accept it calmly. However, he is also very curious about the place where he is stationed in this world. As long as it wasn't that unlucky place, he would definitely go there with peace of mind. Is that so? A thoughtful look appeared on Byakuya Kuchiki's face. Consider your own strength and personality issues. I helped you choose a more leisurely city. Byakuya Kuchiki is obviously still very concerned about this stupid Hadō himself. Hearing this, Moyu's heart suddenly rose. Byakuya, this guy, don't look at his usual reliable appearance, but he often makes mistakes in some small things. Such as noble gatherings, family outings, etc. Although Moyu thinks this is related to his destiny for a long time in the future, in Byakuya's view, it is obviously not an important thing. It's nothing more than some voids that need to be cleaned up. If I did not remember wrong. Byakuya Kuchiki thought about it and said, the area you are in charge of is Karakura town. In the dark night, the moonlight is like water. In this world, Karakura town. A simple door opened in the air. Immediately, a handsome-looking young man in a black suit walked out of it with a sigh. Under the guidance of the Hell Butterfly, Moyu successfully arrived at the destination of the trip. Sure enough, the ominous premonition has come true. He looked at the familiar and unfamiliar high-rise buildings in front of him, and the spirit particles gathered at the bottom of his feet, making them suspended in mid-air. Shouldn't have hoped for that Byakuya guy. Karakura town ah. Before he finished speaking, the figure under the moonlit night gradually dissipated into the air, like foam in the wind. The next moment, he appeared in the city. I didn't expect that when I first took office, there was a mission. Moyu stepped lightly on the roof, looking calmly at the hideous monster in front of him. The half-human, half-snake-like burly body is several meters high, and the ferocious white bone mask can scare any timid human beings to suffocation on the spot. With a single-wheel appearance, this thing is worthy of any monster. Let's be wiped out. Moyu looked down at the other party, stretched out his right index finger, and said softly. Had number 4 White Thunder. Chapter 47. The scorching thunder light is especially dazzling in the dark night. Violent thunder and lightning rushed out from between his index fingers, and went straight to the void on the ground. Boom! Thunder light splashed, emitting a scorching smell in the air. Before the snake could even utter a scream, it turned into a spirit particle and dissipated into the air. Your had 4. Bai Lei is excited when he kills the enemy, and his practice efficiency is improved. Your had 4 Bai Lei's potential development is about to break through to the next stage. Moyu, who was originally calm, changed slightly when he heard the system prompt tone in the second half. Potential development. This thing, there is a backup hidden potential. The expression on Moyu's face changed, as if he had opened a dyeing workshop. After a long time, he exhaled lightly, and said expressionlessly. It's such a joyful thing that even a number 4 hat is more talented than me. After solving the problem in front of him, Moyu took out the messenger machine, glanced at the information provided on it, and immediately flew towards the north. The messenger machine, the necessary communication device for Shinigami to come to this world, was developed by the Technology Development Bureau. In appearance, it is somewhat similar to that kind of PHS. In terms of function, it can be directly contacted with the Technology Development Bureau, and detect the emergence of the virtual world, so that it is convenient to go to destroy. In addition, it is possible to communicate with other Shinigami in this world. Just now, Moyu received a message from another Shinigami not far from Karakura town. The handover of tasks can only be confirmed after a meeting. However, not long after it left, a black cat appeared on the roof not far away. The golden eyes are somewhat focused in the dark night. Meow, a strange guy appeared. The black cat licked its paws and said inexplicably. Moyu didn't know about the peeping cat. When you meet someone who is big and strong with a face full of meat, Moyu knows that his garrison career has already begun. Mikami Seiki, a member of the 13th Squadron. The other party saluted very respectfully. I have met Moyu 3 times. Moyu nodded extremely perfunctorily. Oh, I see. Just keep going as usual. Also, if you don't encounter something you can't solve, don't bother me. Yes. Mikami Seiki is obviously an extremely obedient subordinate, and he didn't underestimate Moyu because of his seniority. However, as a Shinigami who has been stationed in Karakura town for more than 10 years, he doesn't want anyone to dictate his arrangements. Moyu, a boss who doesn't care about anything, is obviously the most popular. The current residence is an abandoned warehouse. However, the various facilities inside are quite complete. Due to the status of Shinigami, they can only live in this kind of place. Otherwise, one must be in the form of a righteous skeleton to be able to live comfortably in this world. Although it's a bit monotonous. Moyu lay on the soft sofa and stretched his waist, but it's better than being idle. Stay stable for a few years, Zhang Quangui walks, including after Reiatsu has cultivated to a higher level. The fate of the future can be more guaranteed. Hope they're good enough. As for his cheat, Moyu has figured it out. Even if there is no one to teach you on weekdays, you can continue to practice and become stronger. And their talents are more outrageous than the other. Even Head 4, White Thunder is poised to tap into more potential, let alone anything else. Still, fundamentally above Reiatsu. Moyu closed his eyes, sensing his own Reiatsu, Shinigami's fight, for Reiatsu's. With the enrichment of combat experience, the more I can experience the truth of this sentence. When his Reiatsu radiated to the entire room, he noticed a trace of abnormality. Call. Sensing the owner of this Reiatsu, Moyu let out a breath and said without looking back. I didn't expect to be discovered by you so soon. But... Before he could finish his words, a black figure jumped down from the roof and went straight to Moyu's upturned face. Boom! You stupid cat! Meow! One person and one cat, fighting in the room. All of a sudden, chickens fly like dogs. Half an hour later, one person and one cat finally stopped, staring at each other with big eyes and small eyes, with extremely dissatisfied eyes. You guy, why did you come to this world? Finally, the peace between each other was broken by the black cat. The light of Kide bloomed on Moyu's hands, and the scratch marks on his own arms were erased. Of course it's the command of the captain. Your temper is still so violent. While speaking, he stretched out his hand to embrace the black cat, put it on his lap, and combed its messy hair due to the fight. Your Yuaki sprinkle. It's impossible between Shinigami and cats. Chapter 48. Idiot, meow. Moyu paid the price again for his flirty talk. It took a lot of effort to push the irascible Shihao and Yuaki down. Really are. Moyu put the black cat aside and tidied himself up with difficulty. He found that Shihao and Yuaki in cat form was far more irritable than she was in human form. When possible, for the sake of liberating nature. Tell me, what is the purpose of coming to me? Moyu and Shihao and Yuaki have known each other since they were both nobles. The relationship between him and this black cat is much closer than others. Compared with Byakuya Kuchiki's facial paralysis when he grows up, and his cold personality, Moyu has changed very little in this regard. Therefore, he also has a relationship with Shihao and Yuaki, which has been maintained very well. However, in the years before he defected to the Soul Society, Moyu always felt that something was wrong with the way the black cat looked at him. Before he could ask him, Shihao and Yuaki left the Soul Society because of the hollow incident. Although they have been in contact over the years, Due to the separation between the two worlds, communication is not very convenient. Moyu is not very clear about his specific situation. The black cat squatted on the opposite sofa, licking its paws, its golden pupils full of complex meanings. Call. Tell me why you came to this world first. Shihoran Yoryuaki looked Moyu up and down, wondering, also, you graduated from the Academy of Spiritual Arts in advance. She is very aware of Moyu's talent. When I was entrusted by Kuchiki Yinling to teach the secret footwork of Sifeng, the direct descendant of the Kuchiki family. Shihoran Yoryuaki has a deep understanding. Compared with Byakuya Kuchiki's extraordinary talent, Moyu's performance is a bit embarrassing. According to his talent level, it is unknown whether he can graduate from the Spiritual Art Academy. But looking at it now, not only did he graduate early, but he also seemed to gain something else. Well, what do you say? Moyu rubbed his nose and said, a late bloomer. Anyway, no matter how you believe it, you will come here. Also, you stupid cat, show me some respect. I am very strong. Hearing this, Shihoran Yoryuaki gave him an annoyed look. I caught you like this, and you still say big things. My question, you haven't answered yet. Moyu didn't expect Shihoran Yoryuaki to believe his words. There's no way, the changes that happened to him are really outrageous. But the existence of a normal brain circuit is not easily believed. Even the guy Byakuya asked him many times what happened. If it wasn't for the usual memory and habits, he even wanted to take Moyu to the Technology Development Bureau to check his soul to see if something went wrong. Several missions in Soul Society. Moyu brought out the tea set and placed it on the tea table in front of him. The captain and the others found out that they are overqualified in the 4th division. Both are also for the tempering of some young people. The combination of the old man and the captain put me in this world. Also, the station city was chosen by that guy from Byakuya. Before he finished speaking, he heard Shihoran Yoryuaki speaking in a middle-aged man's voice. Allah, there's no need to explain. An expression of I understand you appeared on the black cat's face. It stood upright, opened its front paws and said, put yourself in the arms of big sister. I have no interest in stupid cats. Moyu said without raising his head, by the way, the reason why the captain asked me to stay in this world. It's because during this period of time, the chaos in the present world has reached the point where all members of the 13th division are off the field, and even recruited from other divisions. By the way, Yoryuaki, do you know the reason? Hearing this, Shihoran Yoryuaki's expression became serious. Strictly speaking, it's not false. It's Zhanluan. Moyu frowned slightly, looking a little serious. What's the meaning? Is there a war in Hueco Mundo? Life is not easy, Mao Mao sighed. Shihoran Yoryuaki stretched out his sharp claws and drew a crude map on the coffee table. The increase in the world has led to a lot of increase in our workload. Although the store is blocked by Kid, the living environment cannot be changed. And this also made that Urahara guy go to Hueco Mundo to investigate. The continuous war has made the already chaotic Hueco Mundo even more unbearable. A large number of ghosts have fled to the present world, which further increases the burden here. Shihoran Yoryuaki's words made Moyu think. Hueco Mundo's war. Isn't the current trend of Hueco Mundo being controlled by Aizen? What happened again? Something beyond his expectations. Shihoran Yoryuaki's eyes flickered, and he said. As for the details, you can talk to that Urahara guy. Chapter 49. Urahara Kisuke. Hearing this name, a thoughtful look appeared on Moyu's face. This guy is still the same as always. Having said that, he shook his head and didn't continue talking. Urahara Kisuke, who is one of the 5 big special records, is already comparable to a monk in a sense. And his performance in the future has indeed proved this point. There's no need to worry too much. The sudden change of voice made Moyu suddenly feel ominous. Immediately, flying smoke enveloped him. Moyu subconsciously looked in the direction where Shihao and Yoryuaki was, the corners of his eyes twitched, and he slapped his face. Stupid cat! It's not good to be a good cat, why suddenly become an adult? The slightly hot face made Moyu realize that Shihao and Yoryuaki in this state is far scarier than in cat form. Hey, is Mr. Moyu shy? Shihao and Yoryuaki leaned forward without hesitation, and said in an extremely dangerous tone, "Are you going to be surrounded by Big Sister this time?" Moyu took a deep breath and finally realized that the atmosphere in the room seemed to be heading in a dangerous direction. Call. Pay attention to me. Throw the spare shirt backhand over Shihao and Yoryuaki's head just enough to catch it. Allah Allah. Shihao and Yoryuaki smiled, looked at Moyu narrowly, and put on his clothes casually, covering up the alluring beauty. It's not like you haven't seen it before, don't pretend to be a gentleman, little pervert. Moyu sighed. He has nothing to do with this female demon. Taking advantage of the gap between his clothes, he leaned back on the sofa and looked at the woman in front of him. The long dark purple hair was tied into a ponytail and hung behind her back. Against the backdrop of Moyu's clothes, her originally slim figure looked a little petite. The golden pupils revealed meaningful gazes, and the brown skin showed its own vitality. Shihao and Yoryuaki perfectly interprets the word charming in every move. All right, let's go. Shihao and Yoryuaki, who was fully dressed, looked at Moyu and said, "Urahara, I really want to know some information about the Soul Society from you." Hearing this, Moyu pondered for a moment, then curiously said, "Well, by the way, don't you have your own intelligence system in the Soul Society?" Shihao and Yoryuaki gave him a blank look, and said angrily, "Do you think that I was hiding my hands and feet in the mobile unit, and that Guy Sifeng didn't find out? Some of the intelligence that the intelligence system can provide is just the most superficial information. Besides, I can also learn some things from Kong He." Hearing the name Kyuzuru, relevant information naturally appeared in Moyu's mind. Shiba Kong He, the pyrotechnician of the Shiba family, is in charge of the Hawaii cannon heading to the Lingwang Palace. Before Shiba Ishin disappeared, although the Shiba family was no better than the Kuchiki family, they still had the title of nobility. Its status is not much different from that of Moyu. However, due to their special hobbies, they generally live in Rukonga. So Moyu was not impressed by it. However, this woman can be regarded as one of the extremely important characters. I understand. Moyu nodded and said, "In that case, let's go." They walked out of the room hand in hand. Mikami Seiki, who was guarding the warehouse, looked at the two people, one tall and one lower, with a look of astonishment. The ferocious face that was originally full of flesh, now only remained a dull expression. "I'm going out for a while, Seimu. If there is an emergency, you can contact me through the messenger machine." Moyu left with Shihao and Yoryuaki in the next sentence. Watching their disappearing backs, Mikami Seiki twitched the corners of his mouth and murmured, big change into a living person. The young master of the Kuchiki family, does he still have such a powerful ability? Moyu didn't know about Mikami Seiki's peculiar brain circuit. However, he obviously did not expect that his subordinate would be a fool. On the way to the Urahara store, two figures shuttle between the tall buildings. Shihao and Yoryuaki, who had doubts about Moyu's strength at first, dispelled his last trace of doubt after seeing the figure standing beside him who was standing still. The title of Flash Goddess is not for nothing. Shihao and Yoryuaki's Shunpo, even among the captains, is considered to be the first one. When she was shocked, Moyu listened to the system prompt sound in his ear, feeling secretly refreshed. Short board, I finally made up for it. Your Shunpo's comprehension is greatly increased by observing Shihao and Yoryuaki's Shunpo skills, comprehending the profound meaning of Shunpo, and the speed is increased by 150%. Your Shunpo is inspired by observing Shihao and Yoryuaki's Shunpo skills, and comprehends the high-level Shunpo skills, flashing flowers. Chapter 50. The warehouse where Moyu lives temporarily is not too far from the Urahara store. With Shihao and Yoriyuki leading the way, the two soon came to a relatively remote place. In the distance are high-rise buildings, surrounded by green grass. It's like a deserted community building. Shihao and Yoriyuki took a step forward, and a pale white Reiatsu emerged in his palm. When she put her palm on the air in front of her body, a miraculous scene happened. The air rippled like a lake of stones falling into it. As a wanted criminal of the Soul Society, in order not to be discovered by the Shinigami, Shihao and Yoriyuki explained with a smile, the existence of the kid barrier is also necessary. Moyu didn't debunk her explanation. Until now, Shihao and Yoriyuki is still unwilling to tell him the real reason for defecting from the Soul Society. An Aizen's secret has always been concealed by him. However, Shihao and Yoriyuki obviously did not expect that Moyu knew far more about the so-called secret than they imagined. As Shihao and Yoriyuki steps into the enchantment, the simple shop decoration comes into view. On it, the plaque that reads Urahara's store looks a bit dated. Apparently, the store has been around for many years. Walking into it, the interior decoration is even more simple. If Moyu hadn't known that this was a store, he might have thought it was an ordinary residence. "Sarah, a guest is here." A head protruded from the door not far from the door, and said in a very light voice. "What a rarity!" As he said that, the person walked out of it. Short, light yellow curly hair, under a green and white fisherman hat. Obviously, this person is particularly fond of green, wearing dark green short hangers on the upper body, and light green slacks on the lower half. Clogs stepped on the floor, making creaking noises. "Welcome." The man walked up to Moyu, smiled, and said kindly, "This is the first time I have met a distinguished guest like you in so many years." Urahara Kisuke, former captain of the 12th Squad, founder of the Technology Development Bureau and First Generation Project. For this guy, he's still at Soul Society since he met Moyu face to face. But because Moyu didn't have enough strength at that time, he deliberately stayed away from him. At that time, Urahara Kisuke also seemed to be aware of Moyu's estrangement, so he avoided Moyu in the same way. There seems to be a similar tacit understanding between the two. "You are still the same, Mr. Urahara." Moyu looked at the other party and said calmly. "Ha, of course I haven't changed much." Urahara Kisuke lowered his fisherman hat and laughed. "It's Mr. Moyu, who has undergone earth-shaking changes. This is not a place to entertain guests." He turned and walked towards the interior of the store. "Please come with me, distinguished guest." Moyu glanced at Shihao and Yoriyuki next to him, and seeing that he blinked at him, he understood what this woman was thinking. Under the leadership of Urahara Kisuke, several people changed into a clean and spacious room. "The manager, the tea you want?" Just when several people were sitting cross-legged on the tatami, a tall and burly middle-aged man walked in with a tea tray. Tessai Tsukabishi, the former head of the Great Kid, is powerful, mastering the kid forbidden techniques such as Bakud on the 99 and even space transfer and time stop. It's a pity that he is just a middle-aged shop assistant with weird tastes. Looking at the tea being pushed in front of him, the corners of Moyu's mouth twitched a few times. "Mr. Tessai, may I ask a question?" Tessai Tsukabishi lowered his head slightly, and said with a somewhat respectful attitude, "Your Majesty Moyu, please go ahead. Has our tea expired?" Looking at the miserable green tea leaves, a musty smell filled the room, which really made Moyu not have the slightest desire to drink it. "This is the top quality tea that the store manager treasures," Tessai Tsukabishi said seriously. "As for the specific year, it seems that the store manager brought it back from Soul Society." Hearing this, Moyu covered his face with his hands. "Come on, stop asking." After further questioning, he worried that the tea leaves were older than Yamamoto Genryanagi. Ahem. Urahara Kisuke coughed twice, masking the awkwardness in the air. Mr. Moyu, don't care about these details. Let's talk about your purpose in coming to this world, shall we? Let's put the tea aside. Hearing this, Moyu smiled lightly and said softly. Purpose? I have no purpose in coming to this world, everything is just official business. Urahara Kisuk paused, a little surprised. Business? Regarding this, Moyu said frankly. As the Shinigami stationed in Karakura town, I have the right to arrest you and the defected Shinigami. Bring back the Soul Society. Chapter 51. Haha, this joke is not funny at all, Mr. Moyu. Urahara Kisuk laughed, took off the fisherman hat on his head, and put it next to the teacup. Besides, capturing us is not an easy matter. Moyu tapped on the table, making a rhythmic sound, which echoed in the room. Mr. Urahara, you have a high opinion of your own strength. At the same time, they also underestimated me. Being able to be sent to station in the present world has already demonstrated my own strength. Hearing this, Urahara Kisuk hammered the tabletop, making a bang sound, and laughed out loud. Alas, Mr. Moyu is still too confident. I'm also the captain of the former 12th squad anyway. Besides, the one next to you is the former commander-in-chief of the secret mobile unit, the former captain of the 2nd Division, Shihaoran Yoryuki, with the title of Flash Goddess. What kind of existence gave you such confidence? Moyu glanced at Shihaoran Yoryuki at the side, then looked at Urahara Kisuk lightly, and said calmly. But, who told you that Yoryuki is on your side? After the voice fell, a certain confident guy froze in place immediately. Like a rusty machine, Urahara Kisuk turned his head and made a creaking sound, looking at Shihaoran Yoryuki, who was leisurely watching the play, and asked with an ugly expression. Yoryuki, you won't. Before he finished his question, he saw Shihaoran Yoryuki waved his hand carelessly and said. There is no need to ask such boring questions. As a friend, I naturally. Urahara Kisuk put on a grateful look and said with relief. I knew Yoryuki you wouldn't give up. Stand by Moyu's side. After the words fell, Urahara Kisuk petrified on the spot, his expression froze. A moment of banter eased the atmosphere in the room a lot. After Urahara Kisuk's petrification was lifted, he looked at Moyu seriously and said. Can you tell me your purpose for doing this, Mr. Moyu? Moyu calmly replied. You are the one who committed the crime, not Yoryuki. The one who should be exiled is also only you. Hearing this, Shihaoran Yoryuki looked slightly startled. She didn't expect Moyu to say such a thing. I understand. So it's because of Yoryuki. Urahara Kisuk took out a fan from nowhere, covered his half-face, and let out a weird laugh. So, are you going to get caught without a fight? Or are you going to fight in the corner and struggle? Moyu's finger tapping on the table suddenly stopped, and he looked at him seriously. Urahara Kisuk's laughter also stopped abruptly. The atmosphere in the air seemed to be getting more and more tense. Finally. It seems that I can only tell some secrets. Urahara Kisuk took off the fan, with a mysterious smile on his face. It will make you dispel this idea. Moyu lowered his eyes slightly and said. Secret? Could it be that you have become a wanted criminal? Do you have other secrets? As the communication gradually deepened, he finally achieved his goal. About the Captain Hollow incident 100 years ago, Moyu is even more clear about the person involved than Urahara Kisuk. But considering the intelligence level of Urahara Kisuk, a dangerous guy, Moyu decided to let him speak out for himself. He didn't want Urahara Kisuk to stand against him, ready to deal with him. You should be very familiar with the Captain Hollow incident 100 years ago, right? Urahara Kisuk's expression gradually became serious. Because of that incident, I was sentenced to be deprived of all spiritual power and permanently exiled to this world. The appearance of Yoryuki prevented what happened afterwards, and we escaped to the present world. However, someone else led the hollow experiment. After the words fell, Shihao and Yoryuki spoke up and said, "After years of investigation, I have also confirmed that Urahara's words are correct. However, because the existence of that person is too dangerous, for your safety, it is inconvenient to tell you. Because, once the other party notices that you know the secret, death will come to you at any time." Looking at the serious two people, Moyu didn't know whether to confess the information he knew for a while. "It seems that you still don't have much confidence in me after all." Moyu sighed. "Actually, worrying about something is superfluous. When I was still in the Academy of Spiritual Art, he had already invited me to join the 5th Division. The dangerous guy you are talking about should be Aizen-suke." Chapter 52. The moment the name was spoken, the atmosphere in the house suddenly dropped to freezing point. The gazes of the two people focused on Moyu. "Looks very..." After a long time, Urahara Kisuke took off his fisherman hat, looked at Moyu seriously, and said, "You seem to have investigated something. Can you tell me, how much do you know about what happened back then?" Facing Urahara Kisuke's gaze, Moyu's expression remained unchanged, and he said calmly, "No more, no less. It's just clear that the leader of the Hollow incident should be the captain of the 5th team, Aizen-suke." Looking at the look of the two people asking, Moyu paused and continued. "Before Yoryuki left Soul Society, he specifically told me not to investigate this matter." Speaking of this, he deliberately glanced at Shihao and Yoryuki, who was a little dazed. "But I didn't listen to this stupid cat. During the period when I didn't join the Academy of Spiritual Art, I have been searching for relevant information. The identity of the Kuchiki family has given me a lot of convenience. Finally, I found out that all the spearheads of the incident point to one person. Aizen-suke." Urahara Kisuke's expression darkened, and he said the name. "His Zanpakutō, named Kaika Suijutsu. On weekdays, it is shown as a flowing water Zanpakutō, but in essence it is a kid Zanpakutō, possessing the ability of complete hypnosis. After you met his Shikai, everything you see is what he wants you to see. Nearly incomprehensible ability." Moyu lowered his eyes slightly. No one knew Aizen Zanpakutō's abilities better than him. Because of this, when Aizen showed his Zanpakutō in the Spirit Art Academy, Moyu always avoided it for various reasons. For this reason, he even skipped class for a month. Perhaps, it is precisely because of this abnormal performance that it has attracted Aizen's attention. But Moyu's bizarre talent keeps him in an extremely safe state for the time being. This kind of situation has been maintained until the day when cheat is unlocked. When his strength was noticed by Aizen again, his gaze also stayed on Moyu. "Kaika Suijutsu." Moyu chewed on the name, and said softly, "Does the meaning of what you said mean? Including you, all the captains who participated in the Hollow incident that year saw Aizen's Shikai?" The smile on Urahara Kisuke's face showed a hint of helplessness. "That's right. Aizen's purpose is far more terrifying than I expected. The Hollow experiment is just the beginning." Appropriate statement, dispelled Urahara Kisuke's speculation and doubt. Of course, this does not mean that the other party will be completely at ease with Moyu. Moyu didn't care about that either. As long as the two sides are on the same front for the time being, the rest is not important. As for the information related to Aizen collected. What are you kidding? Not to mention Moyu's strength at that time, even if Byakuya Kuchiki went to check, he couldn't find anything. Aristocratic status or something does not provide any convenience at all. Before the plan is fully launched, all actions of Aizen can be described as seamless. If it weren't for Moyu's knowledge of his information, he would never have guessed that the man behind the scenes would be such a gentle and generous guy. Even when I first read the comics, I was extremely surprised by this development. The villain should be the snake-like Ichimaru Jin. What a dangerous guy. Moyu's expression was slightly stern, and he said seriously, "It's a perfect disguise, and it almost deceived the entire Soul Society. So, now we have a common enemy. Urahara Kisuke answered, take me back to the Soul Society or something, I'll let it go for now. Moyu glanced at him lightly and said, if I really have this idea, can we still sit here and talk safely? For Urahara Kisuke, this guy is usually a more reliable partner. In terms of wisdom alone, it is difficult for the entire Soul Society to find an existence comparable to it. But at the same time, he is also a very dangerous figure. Be aware that the making of Hagyaku is not a benign process. The souls of Shinigami, human beings, and Hollow are fused together in unique proportions, and only by accident can they create out-of-the-box products. Aizen has shown that when he made Hagyaku, tens of thousands of Rukanga were sacrificed, with the potential to become the souls of the elite Shinigami. This process cannot be replicated, and the success rate is extremely low. So here comes the problem. How is Urahara Kisuke's Hagyaku created? This alone is enough to make Moyu feel vigilant against him. Yet, talking to Mr. Moyu is really frightening. Urahara Kisuke returned to that light-hearted look again, but I still have a question, and I need Mr. Moyu to answer it. Have you seen Aizen's Shikai, Kaika Suijutsu? Chapter 53. When Urahara Kisuke asked this question, Moyu clearly noticed that Shihao and Yuryuaki looked a little nervous. The golden eyes also shrank a little like a cat. Unfortunately, I learned about Kaika Suijutsu a little too late. Moyu sighed. In the Academy of Spiritual Art, Aizen will show off his Shikai every once in a while on the grounds of tutoring. Not to mention the students among them, I think even the bugs have already seen it. This kind of thing cannot be avoided. Anyway, Urahara Kisuke couldn't confront Aizen, so Moyu didn't feel burdened at all. Although it was expected, but Urahara Kisuke's face was clearly disappointed. Fair enough. He sighed, Aizen-suk will relax the attention on you, and your safety has also gone up a few notches. Moyu nodded, changed the topic here, and asked about the purpose of this trip. There are two main reasons why I was sent to live in this world. One is because of my own strength, the old man wants me to undergo more experience. The second is because of the chaos in the world. His eyes gradually became serious, staring at Urahara Kisuke and said, Yuryuaki once mentioned that this has something to do with the war in Hueco Mundo. So, Mr. Urahara, please elaborate. Essay, did you betray me as soon as we met? Urahara Kisuke joked, as expected of Yuryuaki who wears a pair of pants with Mr. Moyu. Don't forget, the purpose of my coming to this world is not just because of Hirako and others. More, to monitor you, a dangerous guy. Shihao and Yuryuaki folded his arms and said with great disdain. Yeah, I understand, I understand. Urahara Kisuke waved his hands again and again, since Mr. Moyu wants to know the information about this matter, then I can't continue to hide it. It's been 3 years since my last trip to Hueco Mundo. His eyes gradually deepened, as if he was recalling. It's just a single area, and I saw tens of thousands of them fighting frantically in it. They seem to be controlled by some unknown existence. All sanity is lost, only the instinct to kill is left. I have specially captured a few ghosts with different appearances for analysis and research. Having said that, Urahara Kisuke shook his head helplessly and said, it doesn't matter if it's the soul or Reiatsu. They are no different from normal Suidu. Hearing this, Moyu had a thoughtful look on his face and asked. Didn't you probe deeper? Urahara Kisuke nodded and continued. Of course, as a technical research and development personnel, how can you give up easily? I went through the outer circle and headed towards the inner circle. Among them, I found a more incomprehensible thing. Moyu subconsciously asked. What? War of Minos Grande. Urahara Kisuke's expression became serious again. Jillian is like a shadow covering the sky. Ajichas of various shapes. Even Ajichas, who already possesses the combat power of the vice-captain level, still cannot avoid being involved in the war. Urahara Kisuke's description made Moyu deep in thought. Obviously, such information is not within the scope of his knowledge. This world is extremely huge, and more importantly, the span of its timeline is also very outrageous. For some details, Moyu can't be omniscient like a prophet. And this time's false chaos in this world has already exceeded the scope of his information. Not only that, Mr. Moyu. Urahara Kisuk sighed, if you only think that Hueco Mundo's influence is only this, then it is a bit too narrow. I spent some time in Hueco Mundo because I wanted to dig deeper. At the same time, I discovered a secret that is not a secret. Doubt appeared on Moyu's face, and he said, "What's the meaning?" Urahara Kisuk opened his right hand, spirit particles gathered in it, and soon a crimson ball of spirit particles emerged. "Su, it's like this finger-sized spirit ball." While speaking, he once again condensed a spirit ball. When the two touched together, they turned into a larger spiritual ball. Eating the same kind will make them stronger. And in this war, when Yuxu evolves to a higher level. Urahara Kisuk clenched his palms and wiped out the spirit ball, narrating in an extremely dangerous tone. He will leave the battlefield and enter the depths of Hueco Mundo. Chapter 54. This is a premeditated war. Urahara Kisuk uttered the last words and looked at Moyu with extremely complicated eyes. As for the information he conveyed, Moyu fell into deep thought. Moyu tried his best to search for relevant information in his mind, but he couldn't find any useful information. A war that promotes virtual evolution. The only thing that can be connected with Hueco Mundo is Aizen. Other than that, only the Minos Grandes of Hueco Mundo itself remain. At this moment, Espada seems to have all become Aizen's subordinates, and Sui Palace has also become its territory. Besides Aizen, are there other beings who can do this? The original Hueco Mundo, just 2 Minos Grande. Teiku has been renamed by the monk and Ermu Wanjiu, and sealed in Zanpakutō. Baragan was beaten by Aizen and became the second Espada of the Void Knight Palace. Strictly speaking, there is no Hueco Mundo that can compete with Aizen on the bright side. So there is a high probability that this war will be controlled by Aizen alone. But at the same time, problems arise. What is Aizen's purpose in doing this, and is there any dark secret behind it? What is the reason that prompted Aizen to launch such a large-scale evolutionary battle before obtaining Hagyaku? Behind this, are there other beings manipulating this war? The complicated question made Moyu frown deeply. The situation seemed to be somewhat out of his control. It looks like I need to send the information back to the Soul Society. Moyu regained his composure. This thing is beyond my ability to deal with. However, his idea was denied by Urahara Kisuk. It's not wise to do that, Mr. Moyu. Urahara Kisuk asked seriously, where do you get your information from? What kind of decision can Siridi make after learning about this matter? Gather Godi 13 and attack Hueco Mundo together. You should be more aware of the consequences of doing this than I am. Hearing this, Moyu glanced at him. You seem to be more worried about your information being exposed. Ha, after all, I have a more terrifying and powerful enemy. Urahara Kisuk laughed, perfunctory, compared. That fellow Aizen is much more terrifying than the so-called war. The two are not in the same dimension at all. Besides, I answered so many of your questions. I think Mr. Moyu shouldn't mind, tell me a little bit about Siridi. The voice fell. Moyu looked at the extremely serious guy in front of him, thoughtfully. After some conversation, Moyu had a new understanding of the current situation and the chaos of Hueco Mundo. Urahara Kisuk also learned from him some information about the current situation of the Soul Society. The most relevant one is Aizen Suk. It seems that Urahara Kisuk should be trying to deduce some of Aizen's movements through his recent performance. However, this aspect is beyond the scope of Moyu's consideration. The confrontation between two intelligent and near-monster guys is simply not something that ordinary people can participate in. The information about Hueco Mundo can only be rotten in my heart for the time being. Moyu thought, the problem has come full circle, and it's back to the original point again. It seems that the current me can only continue to grow. Moyu, who returned to the warehouse, obviously entered the state of salted fish again. But at the same time, he also noticed that his own cultivation had entered a bottleneck period. If nothing else, this state will last for a while. Unless there is an external force intervening. In the next few days, Moyu wandered between the temporary residence and the Urahara store every day. And not just because of Shihao and Yuryuaki. What's more, he took a fancy to Urahara Kisuke's understanding of kid. In the original work, there are not many people who extend the understanding of kid to the existence of ultimate. And Urahara Kisuke is clearly one of them. Had S99 5 swirling dragons of destruction, he is the only one who used it. For that, Moyu was clearly able to wring something useful out of him. In addition, Shihao and Yuryuaki's Shunpo is also an extremely good choice. Advanced Shunpo technique, Sifeng's secret footwork. Even, her white hit skill ranks among the top among many Shinigami captains. All in all, the strength of Urahara Kisuke and Shihao and Yuryuaki is enough to make up for all the shortcomings of Moyu. The only troublesome guy is Mikami Seiki. Moyu originally thought that he was in charge of Karakura town for so many years, at least capable of dealing with those miscellaneous fish in terms of strength. But it ignores the efficiency of this guy's fighting. Usually a miscellaneous fish is empty, and it takes him several hours of effort. In this regard, Moyu was not allowed to go into battle in person to solve those troubles. Even occasionally this guy will send out a message calling for help. Master Moyu. Mikami Seiki's hoarse roar came from the teleportation machine. The Minos Grande Reiatsu wave appeared at the location 2238 northwest of number 6026 in Karakura town. My lord, come and save me. Chapter 55. Looking at the restless messenger machine in his hand, and the hoarse voice coming from it, Moyu raised his brows, with a puzzled look on his face. Minos Grande. There was no notice from the Technology Development Bureau. What the hell are those guys doing for food? He put away the magic messenger and locked on the location Mikami Seiki said. The next moment, his figure disappeared in place. Karakura town designated 6026 northwest 2238 location. Mikami Seiki tremblingly looked at the creature walking out of the black cavity in front of him. With a slender figure, he was wearing white slim-fitting clothing, and his bone-like glasses seemed to be inlaid on his face. The short pink hair flutters in the wind, which is particularly eye-catching. But in fact, the most eye-catching thing is that conceited look of ultimate. It seems that everything in the world is ignored by him. Mikami Seiki stared at the other party cautiously, under inexplicable pressure. His body was trembling uncontrollably, even if he was thousands of meters away from him, he could still feel the substantial oppression. Fear had already completely devoured his heart. At this moment, Mikami Seiki's burly body trembled uncontrollably like a frightened quail. Pupils, shrunk to ultimate. What exactly is this existence? He tried his best to hide his Reiatsu, and his burly body was hidden in the shadow of the building. But even so, the shadow of death still hangs over him. No. 1. You must inform Master Moyu. Mikami Seiki tremblingly took out the divine messenger again. This kind of existence is definitely not something he can contend with. When Minos Grande Reiatsu fluctuations were first discovered, only the appearance of black cavities was discovered. The fluctuation of Minos Grande Reiatsu that came from it caused Mikami Seiki to notify Moyu directly without hesitation. But when Reiatsu's master actually showed up, Mikami Seiki realized the gap between them. The two are not in the same dimension at all. When the other party didn't notice him at all, it was able to bring about this death-like oppression. If found by him, Mikami Seiki could hardly imagine the desperate scene. Zilla, Zilla, Zilla. After the blind tone, Moyu's voice finally came again from the messenger. Moshi Moshi. Before Moyu could open his mouth to ask, there was the scream of Ultimate's fear. Master Moyu, run away. Before Mikami Seki finished speaking, he was interrupted by a disdainful and conceited voice. Is this the communication device invented by Shinigami? It seems that there is no research value. Boom. After finishing speaking, there was a muffled sound from the divine messenger, and the communication was cut off. The problem seems to be too big. Moyu put away the divine messenger and muttered. As soon as the voice fell, he disappeared into the air. It wasn't until his figure was no longer visible that a violent sonic boom erupted in the air. Sifeng's Secret Footwork Part 2, Jinghe. Mikami Seki stared blankly at the terrifying existence that suddenly appeared in front of him. As soon as he took out the magic messenger and contacted Moyu, this guy appeared directly behind him. Not aware of any spiritual fluctuations at all, let alone changes in Reiatsu. When the distance between the two is less than 1 meter. Mikami Seki really realized what terror is. The feeling of completely devouring hope kept biting his heart. Just a slight release of Reiatsu is enough to make him completely lose the idea of resistance. The other party glanced at him with disdain, and said with a dull expression. Humble and useless existence. If it weren't for the value of your soul, maybe you would have been wiped out. Words without emotional fluctuations, as if people were talking about pork in the market. Okay, the soul is taken away for research. Just as he was about to attack Mikami Seki, who had completely lost the power to resist. Reiatsu, come. Hum. The terrifying oppressive power is like a heavy hammer hitting the heart. Take people from my place at will. Moyu's faint voice was condescending. Aren't you a little too dismissive of me? Ugly guy. The provocation that went straight to the soul made the other party's gaze, which he didn't care about at first, suddenly stare at Moyu. Another lowly Shinigami. He spread his hands, regained his calm and indifferent look, looked at Moyu with indifferent eyes, and said. Sorry, I should have introduced myself first. I am the 8th Espada, Sailaporo Grands. Chapter 56. Your Reiatsu felt the oppression of Espada Reiatsu, felt unwilling, worked hard, and improved the efficiency of practice. Moyu recognized the guy in front of him the first time he saw the short pink hair. The former 0th Espada, now the 8th Espada. Hueco Mundo's Research Institute staff, responsible for information and other things, but also the most powerful scientist in Hueco Mundo, known as Hueco Mundo Kuratsuka Mayuri. Claiming to be perfect. Whether it is physically or psychologically, he is an extremely perverted guy. What impressed Moyu the most about him was that this guy's hole was located in an extremely awkward place. It perfectly interprets the word metamorphosis. In addition, its own potential can be regarded as a relatively strong existence among Espada. If it weren't for his own showmanship, Sailaporo should still occupy the position of number 0 Espada at this time. But even so, his strength is worthy of recognition. To be precise, there is no weakling in the Espada. Weak, but relatively speaking. Since Moyu appeared here, he has no intention of underestimating the other party. Even if the guy in front of him is a pervert. Ajitchas. Moyu looked calm, it seems to be a little different in form. Haha. Sailaporo let out a disdainful laugh, don't confuse my perfect existence with those inferior creatures. I have broken the limit of hollow, and I have the power of the so-called Shinigami. Regarding this, Moyu's expression did not change. His understanding of Arrancar is no less than that of Sailaporo, and even exceeds it. Hollow breaks his own boundaries, gains the power of Shinigami, the face mask will also be broken, revealing the original human face, and gains a weapon similar to Zanpakutō. This is Arrancar. Generally speaking, Arrancar is usually evolved from Ajitchas level Minos Grande, and its pure strength is not weaker than the superior Minos Grande Vasto Lord. Humble Shinigami, can't understand existence like me. Sailaporo spread his hands and said with a very relaxed gesture. Although I am not strong in espada, it is not difficult to deal with an existence like you. Moyu lowered his eyes slightly, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and said. It's just the 8th espada, is it worth being so arrogant? Seimu, step back. He looked at Mikami Seiki, who looked a little dull, and said, I won't be able to participate in the next battle. Because he arrived in time, Sailaporo has not had time to start with him. Otherwise, with its strange means, even if Moyu wanted to save him, it would be extremely difficult. Without my consent, you. Sailaporo took a step forward, trying to force and oppress him. Boom. However, before he could finish his words, Reiatsu, who seemed to be overwhelmed by the sky, suddenly pressed down. Do I agree with you? Moyu's indifferent gaze, like a cold blade, instantly plunged into Sailaporo's heart. It's cold, take it. Sailaporo was stunned by this powerful Reiatsu, his expression froze for a while, and his mind went blank for a while. However, Sankamai Seiki, who was specially taken care of by Moyu, recovered from the previous state. Taking advantage of this gap, he cast Shunpo and stayed away from this dangerous place. He sprinted thousands of meters away, looking in Moyu's direction with hesitation. Master Moyu, you must not die. This guy who doesn't seem to have enough brains is unexpectedly considerate of others. And the reason why Moyu took the initiative to save him is also because of the sentence run away in the magic message. This kind of guy who is still thinking about the safety of others even when he is on the verge of death is really too rare in this world. Rare animals should be properly protected. Watching him go, Moyu's gaze returned to Sailaporo. At this moment, this guy has released his Reiatsu and returned to normal. I thought I just found a small shrimp. Sailaporo's expression gradually became perverted, but I didn't expect to catch a big fish. Reiatsu's Shinigami is so strong, I'm so lucky. Your kind of Shinigami is also very important to Seirai, right? While speaking, he suddenly opened his hands. Purple light gathered in the palm. The surging Reiatsu exploded in an instant, forming a dazzling beam of light that penetrated the sky of Karakura town. It will be very interesting if you can be made into a specimen. Sailaporo's demeanor was on the verge of madness. As Setsuna's voice fell, the purple light in his palm exploded completely. Wang Su's flash. Chapter 57. Zero arrived in an instant and swallowed Moyu in an instant. The violent impact directly enveloped it, and swept and destroyed it further away. Tall buildings are collapsing and the ground is being torn apart like an earthquake. It was just the aftermath that caused such terrifying damage. Shinigami. Sailaporo laughed wildly, become a real Shinigami. I will leave you a little soul, and then let you see how I conduct research with your own eyes. That will give you a new understanding of the name of hell. Mikami Seiki, who was watching the battle from a distance, froze instantly after seeing this scene. Mo, Lord Moyu. Get hit head-on by such a terrifying Zero and die. Mikami Seiki's expression gradually became desperate. It's all my fault, I shouldn't have informed Lord Moyu. I shouldn't. Before his morning was over, Moyu's voice came out from the purple Zero light. So, what exactly makes you so arrogant? Sailaporo's laughter, stopped abruptly, was fixed on his face stiffly. How come? Resisting Wang Su's flashes head-on, how could he still be so angry when speaking? How can that be? Does this guy also have Arankar-level steel skin? The light dissipated, and a figure loomed among the smoke and dust. At first, I was a little skeptical of what you said, but now I believe it. Moyu sighed softly, even the life and death of the enemy cannot be determined. You are so weak. The voice fell, and the wind howled, blowing away all the smoke and dust. In mid-air, Moyu stretched out his right hand, and the bluish-white wind lingered in front of his palm, forming a barrier visible to the naked eye. Wind barrier. Because your Zanpakutō resisted Wang Su's flash, he was excited and his tacit understanding increased. This is Moyu's control over the wind. This is impossible. When Sailaporo saw this scene, his face turned red and he lost his composure. How could Wang Su's flash be blocked by a barrier formed by a wind breath? This is the powerful Zero that can warp time and space. In fact, Moyu was somewhat surprised by the strength he displayed. I originally thought that my strength should be comparable to that of Sailaporo. But now it seems that he is much better than him. The vigorous Reiatsu and Zanpakutō have already cultivated to a level that even he can hardly estimate. It seemed that this battle was not as difficult as he had imagined. Mikami Seiki, who was watching the battle from a distance, was so excited that tears filled his eyes when he saw this scene. Great, Master Moyu is fine. Moyu waved his palm, dissipating the wind in front of him. Nothing is impossible. Weak you don't even know what power is. His fingers stretched out, and the white light gathered at the fingertips. He said softly, it's not rude to come and not go. It's just right, you can also try what the gap is. Had number 4 White Thunder. After Setsuna's voice fell, Moyu's fingertips burst out countless pulsating thunder lights, changing shapes in the air. Next moment, the roaring thunder resounded over Karakura town. The white thunder surged and turned into a white line tearing through the sky, rushing past. Boom! Faced with such a quick attack, Sailaporo didn't even have time to react. After splitting into 2 Aaron cars, he is obviously in the lower middle reaches of Espada in terms of hard power, or even worse. Damn guy! Sailaporo could only utter the wailing of a weak person, and then looked helplessly at his body, being pierced directly by the scorching white thunder. The 8th Espada, who was originally conceited and proud, has become embarrassed at the moment. Above the chest cavity, a terrifying hollow appeared, and the scorched flesh and blood exuded an unpleasant smell, floating in the air. Your head 4. Bai Lei pierces through Espada's chest, comprehends the ultimate meaning, and the potential is exploding. Hearing the prompt, Moyu frowned slightly, with a look of surprise on his face. Number 4 had, it seems that there is still potential to be tapped? I will definitely stuff you into an experiment bottle and torture your soul. In the hollow, flesh and blood squirmed, which looked a bit terrifying. One of the virtual abilities, high-speed regeneration. However, Sailaporo, who has not developed towards this ability, is simply inferior to Neutra in terms of resilience, let alone Ulquira. So, if he has no other means to recover, in a few minutes, he may die tragically in this present world of Karakura town. Sailaporo pulled out his Zanpakutō from his waist and let out a groaning sound. Take a sip, Xin concubine. I saw his head raised high, and he put the Zanpakutō in his hand straight into his mouth. The next moment, the terrifying Reiatsu exploded on him. The purple light turned into a beam of light, directly piercing the sky and the earth. It spiraled and swept up, piercing the thick clouds above the sky of Karakura town. Immediately, Sailaporo's body swelled to a spherical form. The next moment, it exploded directly. The purple-black liquid, like rain, swayed down. Ha-ah! Sailaporo, intact, appeared in the liquid, and the sound of ferocious cruelty echoed above the city. Inferior existence, I will tear your soul apart. Chapter 58. Sailaporo after returning to the blade showed a new form. He himself looks even more outrageous. The lower half is in the form of tentacles, and 4 wings and a tail in the shape of flower buds grow from the back. There are purple color lines emerging from the eye sockets, and an inverted wing-shaped sheet mask is added on both sides of the head. You completely pd me off. Sailaporo seemed to be the calm scientist again, and the power brought to him by returning blade made him swell again. I will let you suffer the most terrifying punishment in the world. After the voice fell, the 4 wings behind him spread out, and the figure was slightly low. Immediately, a large amount of purple juice sprayed out from Sailaporo's back, covering the sky, like a downpour, flooding this area. And before he launched the attack, there was no sign at all, and he completely integrated the sneak attack into his instinct. What a vile fellow! Moyu is obviously completely disappointed with Sailaporo's fighting style. This is one of the most unscrupulous opponents he has ever experienced. When the purple juice fell on his body, it went straight through his body. Seeing this scene, Sailaporo was stunned. In the air, a light-colored feather woven slowly fell in the air. And Moyu's figure has already appeared on the tall building not far away. Sifeng's secret footwork empty cicada. Is this what you call means? Moyu looked at Sailaporo with growing disdain. When the strength gap between the two reaches a certain level. Compared with the way Sailaporo fights, this fight is boring to the extreme. Okay, let's end it. Moyu stretched out his right hand again, sticking out his fingers. I'm not interested in trying your disgusting attack style. If possible, see you in hell. Had number 4 White Thunder. As the voice fell, the Reiatsu all over Moyu's body suddenly gathered to his fingertips. Rampant white lightning raged and exploded around it. There was a scorching smell in the air, sending out from a long distance. The scorching light condensed on his fingertips, shining in all directions. Above the sky, black clouds swept across, completely covering this area. It's like falling into the dark night. The only light is the throbbing lightning from Moyu's fingertips. What is a monster? Sailaporo's face. A look of horror appeared on his face, and he looked at Moyu who was standing on the sky in horror. Why does a mere Shinigami possess such terrifying power? Moyu's presence reminded him of the man who came to Hueco Mundo many years ago. The man who defeated the king of Hueco Mundo, captured the Void Knight Palace, and surpassed the entire Hueco Mundo by himself. The two are so similar. Mikami Seki in the distance looked at Moyu frantically. In his mind, Moyu, bathed in thunder and lightning, is like a real god. Unrivaled. The white lemang jumped crazily, like an extremely vicious beast that had found its prey, showing its ferocious minions in the air. The next moment, Moyu stretched his fingers forward. Bai Lei rushed out ragingly, tearing apart the thick clouds piled up in the sky. The violent roar echoed throughout Karakura town. I will not die here. Sailaporo let out a hysterical roar, and the whole person has completely lost his composure. Just a bad Shinigami. Before he could finish his words, he was completely overwhelmed by the roaring thunder. In the scorching white light, only the raging thunder and lightning remained. When the thunder light dissipated, only a scorched black object was left in the air, which no longer looked like a human being. Moyu looked at it seriously, and just now he could vaguely see the appearance of Sailaporo from it. The 4 wings behind it were devastated by lightning, leaving only bare limbs, looking like a crow that has lost its feathers. But to Moyu's surprise, the other party is still alive. On Setsuna being attacked struck, Sailaporo unleashes the orb curtain. Urging the 4 wings behind him, wrapped himself. It looks like I have to add another knife. Just when Moyu was about to give this guy another hard hit. The space above Sailaporo, who was not breathing much, suddenly twisted. Immediately afterwards, the pitch-black space suddenly opened, and dense red eyes appeared in it. The next moment, a golden light beam descended from the sky, completely enveloping Sailaporo. Negation, Minos Gran's ability to save kin. When Setsuna is illuminated by the beam, the target is equivalent to being in another world. At this moment, Sailaporo suddenly opened his eyes, supporting his seriously injured body, and grinning a cruel and crazy smile. Damn guy, I remember you. In the future, we will meet again. Chapter 59. The escape of Sailaporo brought the order of Karakura town back to normal gradually. But if I want to fully recover, I still need Mikami Seki to be busy for a while. No way. Because the area covered by the battle is too wide. No matter how weak Sailaporo is, it is Arankar Espada, one of the strong men above the top of Hueco Mundo. Things like restoring order are obviously extremely troublesome. However, these have nothing to do with Moyu. Mikami Seki patted his chest and took it all down, and promised that within 3 days, Moyu would be able to see a restored Karakura town. After everything was over, Moyu just had time to check the last prompt of the system. Year had 4. Bai Lei was in a happy mood after defeating Espada, and his potential was fully stimulated. Year had 4. Bai Lei disliked your talent for being too poor, so he automatically learned the method of advancement and turned into a day and day thunder. Moyu? He can still understand the previous one. What does the second half of the prompt mean? Disliked again. This ghost Bai Lei is also a black-bellied thing. In this regard, Moyu obviously has no choice. Talent or something, let's put it aside for the time being. Moyu seems to love and hate this day and day thunder. The only pity is that the price of evolution is really high. Sailaporo, one of Espada, almost died in this world. But soon, he didn't have the mind to continue thinking about it. A black cat came speeding from far away in the sky. Its vigorous and swift figure surpasses even most Shinigami. Moyu, are you okay? Shihoran Yoryuaki landed in front of Moyu, carefully inspecting him. For now, there should be no problem. The corners of Moyu's mouth turned up and he smiled. Shihoran Yoryuaki also breathed a sigh of relief after not finding that Moyu was missing an arm or a leg. The moment I sensed the outbreak of Minos Grande Reiatsu, I rushed here for the first time. Shihoran Yoryuaki said seriously, but as you approach your battlefield, you can feel the opponent's strength more and more. That Minos Grande that invaded the present world is definitely not an ordinary existence. She stared intently at Moyu's eyes, hoping to learn all this from his mouth. Call. Moyu sighed softly and said helplessly. Yoryuaki, don't you know that curiosity kills the cat? Meow. Shihoran Yoryuaki said angrily, I'm more worried about your safety than these. All right. Spreading his hands, Moyu explained. The one who appeared in this world not long ago is indeed not an ordinary Minos Grande. According to himself, he is the 8th Espada of Arankar. Sailaporo Grands. When Setsuna heard this name, the golden cat's pupils shrank significantly. Obviously, Shihoran Yoryuaki was extremely shocked by this news. Espada appeared in this world. What a dangerous signal. Hueco Mundo. Into the eyes, full of desolate white sand flying. Above the sky, space distorts, a pitch-black space emerges, and golden beams of light descend from the sky. A scorched black body slowly fell from the air. Among the dense group of Jillians, 2 figures stared at the falling charred body, their expressions slightly startled. This Reiatsu. Looks like that guy Sailaporo. One of them was more than 2 meters tall, wearing a monocular blindfold on his face, with black mid-length hair parted in the middle, and looked a little crazy. As for the other person, he has short black hair, his pale skin looks a little malnourished, his green eyes are devoid of emotion, and his face has dark green Arankar lines that resemble tear stains. Extremely eye-catching. 5th Espada, Neutra Gilga. 4th Espada, Ulquiera Sifur. The strength of the 2 can be ranked in the forefront among Espada. Among them, Ulquiera is Arankar of Vasto Lord level, whose strength is unfathomable. I remember that this guy went to the world to collect experimental materials. Neutra has worked with Sailaporo, so the relationship between the 2 is not alienated. How to activate negation and flee back to Hueco Mundo? Also, with this injury, what exactly has he experienced? The 2 Arankars administered first aid to the near-dying Sailaporo. After it regained consciousness, Sailaporo devoured one of his own subordinates, and gradually recovered most of its injuries. Damn guy! Sailaporo looked ferocious, and kept roaring, like a wounded beast. In the end, what happened? Ulquiorra looked indifferent, and asked indifferently, as if it was a routine. Hearing his voice, Sailaporo's madness also subsided a lot. He glanced at Ulquiorra with some trepidation, and explained unwillingly. In the process of collecting souls, I was discovered by the Shinigami stationed in the worldly city. That's a young kid. Speaking of Moyu, Sailaporo seems to feel the physical pain. His demeanor went crazy again. His strength is very strong, even after I return to the blade, I still can't defeat him. However, I have physically remembered his Reiatsu. The next time we meet, he will definitely die in my hands. Chapter 60. Moyu doesn't know about the determination of a certain pineapple. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. With the progress efficiency of his strength, whenever there is a chance to meet again, Sailaporo will not have a complete body. In this regard, Moyu absolutely has this confidence. However, the information about Espada's appearance in this world also made Urahara Kisuke busy again. This kind of existence whose strength is comparable to that of the captain, or even stronger, appearing in this world is definitely a disaster. If it wasn't for Moyu who spotted it early and overwhelmed Sailaporo with Reiatsu, I am afraid that the current Karakura town has become a dead city. Reiatsu at the Espada level is simply not something an ordinary human soul can bear. For its purpose, reason. Urahara Kisuke didn't know anything, which also made him feel a sense of crisis in his heart. In addition, after this battle, he also had a clearer understanding of Moyu's strength. Kid alone is able to suppress the existence of this level of Espada. Storehouse. Moyu was like a dried salted fish, lying on his back on the sofa, staring blankly at the ceiling. If outsiders see this scene, they will definitely think that this guy is fishing. But this is not the case. In Moyu's mind, he recalled all the details of the previous battle. The timing and method of Sailaporo's appearance are too weird. It happened to be when he had not been stationed in Karakura town for a long time. In addition, the Technology Development Bureau was unable to detect his Reiatsu. If it wasn't for Mikami Seiki, who just happened to go out on patrol to perform the daily task of clearing and suppressing Su, I am afraid that Karakura town will usher in a disaster that can be called an extermination level. If you don't figure out these things, Moyu's future days will be unimaginably busy. This is contrary to his original intention. No, we must find the problem. Moyu stood up abruptly, ready to go to Urahara Kisuke and ask him about his research results during this period. However, before he walked out of the room, the burly Mikami Seiki ran over in a hurry. Master Moyu, Master Moyu! There is an urgent notice. When seeing this guy, Moyu only felt a bulge in his temple, and he could hardly control his emotions. Ever since Seiki Mikami witnessed the fight between him and Sailaporo, this guy is the one who regards Moyu as a god. Just the gaze of a fanatical believer is enough to give Moyu a headache. Speak up if you have something to say, Seimu. Moyu sighed, there's no need to be surprised. You have to learn from me, the sky is falling in front of you and you don't change your face. Hearing this, Mikami Seimu stopped immediately, took a few deep breaths, and managed to calm down his emotions. Seeing this, Moyu asked calmly. Tell me, what happened? Mikami Seiki scratched his head, smiled innocently, and said. It's nothing particularly important. The news about the appearance of Minos Grande has been reported to the Technology Development Bureau. Just now, they received news that the captain of the 12th Division, Kurosuke Mayuri, is coming to the present world to collect information. Hearing this, Moyu immediately froze in place. WTF? That mad scientist Kurosuke Mayuri is also coming to Karakura town? Let's go on like this, just change Karakura town to the second Seiridai. Counting Visored, the captain in Karakura town, there are already 6. One more Kurosuke Mayuri, the number of captains is enough to form half a Seiridai. At this juncture, Moyu frowned slightly, thinking, what is this guy here for? Although he is not willing to deal with a crazy guy like Kurotsuka Mayuri, since the other party has come, there is no reason to ignore him. I understand. Moyu looked at Seiki Mikami and said, you will continue to be in charge of the daily life of Karakura town. Yes. Mikami Seiki said solemnly. As soon as the voice fell, Moyu had disappeared in place. Because while the two people were talking, Reiatsu, who belonged to the captain level, had already descended on Karakura town. Kurotsuka Mayuri did not hide her Reiatsu aura, just released a little bit, which was enough for the Shinigami stationed in Karakura town to notice. Mikami Seiki might be slow to react, but Moyu sensed the opponent's Reiatsu immediately. Under the calmness, Ultimate's madness is suppressed. The man who was once bound by the nest of maggots came to Karakura town here. The northern suburbs of Karakura town. A quaint door opened quietly in the air. The captain's white feather weaving is lined with a black death suit, with a purple collar turned outward. A black and white mask concealed his face, and his yellow pupils were full of madness under calmness. Captain of Division 12, Mad Scientist, Kurotsuka Mayuri. He looked at the city under his feet, tapping his pale fingers on his temples, making a weird sound. Essay, is this the city where Minos Grande appeared? Chapter 61. The speed of repair is unexpectedly fast. Kurotsuka Mayuri scanned the city below, however, the remaining spirit particles in the air revealed a great battle. He did not know where to take out an instrument that looked like a needle, shaking in the air, as if collecting information. Reiatsu, Minos Grande, grade strength 83. Strange spiritual nature, never seen before. There was a hint of interest in Kurotsuka Mayuri's yellow pupils, it's really worth researching. And many more. What is this? Kurotsuka Mayuri, who was originally obsessed with collecting spiritual seeds, suddenly froze, and his movements were also stiff. This Reiatsu! This Reiatsu! His eyes shone with excitement, like a hungry beast that has found its prey. There was even a green glow in the yellow pupils. What a wonderful presence, what a solid structure. I've never seen such a degree of spiritual concentration. Want to find this Reiatsu's? Kurotsuka Mayuri, immersed in the research findings, did not realize that there was an extra person beside him. Moyu looked at the mumbling guy in front of him with a strange face. From the outside, he was crazy, neurotic, with all kinds of words that he couldn't understand. From Reiatsu, the texture is strong, far surpassing most Shinigami. If nothing else, it should be Kurotsuka Mayuri. But why does it feel a bit similar to Mikami Seiki, with an air of naivety inside and out? Haha, what a delightful discovery. Wait, who are you? Kurotsuka Mayuri finally realized that there was one more person beside her. Shinigami. The guy, with one eye wide open, carefully identified Moyu's identity. Kuchiki Moyu, stationed in Karakura town Shinigami, is in charge of the present city in the three spirits of the radius. Only then did Moyu realize that Kurotsuka Mayuri was wearing a single lens on his eye, making him look even weirder. The Kuchiki family, hehe. Kurotsuka Mayuri finally remembered the present-day information provided by his subordinates at the time of departure. Responsible for the Sanlingli around Karakura town. Wait, that means... His eyes widened suddenly, he opened his palm suddenly, and grabbed Moyu's arm. However, the combat level of Shinigami like Kurotsuka Mayuri is obviously no different from that of Sailaporo. Before it touched Moyu's arm, a finger was pressed on his forehead. At the fingertips, the thunder light danced. The breath of death enveloped Kurotsuka Mayuri in an instant. Feel sorry. Moyu looked calm and said indifferently, I hate when people touch me. For the safety of each other, it is better to keep a certain distance. Kurotsuka Mayuri, the great scientist of Seiridai, the technical research and development personnel second only to Yura Harakisuke. possesses countless weird and peculiar inventions, and is quite accomplished in the study of the soul. Its methods are as many as they are ranked among the Seireitei. For this kind of guy, Moyu has always been more vigilant. Dealing with him, if you are a little careless, you may find your way. Even Ishida Uryu, who won the frontal battle with him, was implanted with surveillance bacteria by him. This kind of unpredictable method really makes people have to be careful. Cold sweat rolled down Kurotsuka Mayuri's eye sockets. The atmosphere gradually became tense. Lightning arcs flickered and made a crackling sound. Even though he wasn't attacked, Kurotsuka Mayuri could still feel the tingling on his skin. He was shocked and his pupils shrank suddenly. Obviously, Moyu's strength is somewhat unbelievable. Kuchiki Moyu, who is not even the vice-captain, does not seem to lose to those captains in terms of strength. Even, far beyond. Kurotsuka Mayuri maintained the current posture, not daring to make any changes. Because he could see that Moyu in front of him was definitely not a good stubble. From Moyu, he smelled something of the same kind. Back in the nest of maggots, Kurotsuka Mayuri had seen too many crazy guys. However, the young man in front of him was obviously more dangerous than those guys. Kurotsuka Mayuri believes that if he dares to resist, the other party will definitely dare to kill him. Ha, Mr. Moyu! Even if he was threatened with death, this guy still had a smile on his face. We met for the first time, the captain of the 12th Division, Kurotsuka Mayuri. Seeing that he finally returned to normal state, Moyu also let go of his head. The thunder light dissipated, and Kurotsuka Mayuri became more courageous. I came to this world this time mainly because of the remaining Reiatsu that was sent to the Technology Development Bureau some time ago. Hearing this, Moyu frowned slightly, realizing this guy's purpose. Sayalaporo as a Jicha's Arankar, his own Reiatsu, is of great research value. Scientists like Kurotsuka Mayuri, who are obsessed with the research of various new technologies, will naturally not let go of any novelty. Seeing that Moyu was silent, Kurotsuka Mayuri grinned and raised his voice slightly. So, can I request a copy of Where is Mr. Moyu's Reiatsu? Chapter 62. Think twice. Moyu still didn't draw Zanpakutō after all, gave this guy a few blows. Anyway, the opponent is also the captain of the 12th Division. Although Kurotsuka Mayuri's strength was suppressed by 80% because of the limited spirit seal. But considering the identity of the other party, if he was really killed, it would be a mess. However, this guy's request is really outrageous. Reiatsu or something doesn't matter to Moyu. As long as it was a normal guy, he would not refuse this request. But what if the person who made the request was Kurotsuka Mayuri? One of the most dangerous guys on Seireitei's face right now. For Moyu, the level of danger is second only to Zaraki Kenpachi. As for Aizen, he's not on the same level anymore. Give Reiatsu to this guy and who knows what dangerous stuff he'll create. Don't even think about it. Moyu refused without hesitation. Although I don't know what Captain Kurotsuka Mayuri is thinking. But for my own safety, you should give up this dangerous idea. Hearing this, the corners of Kurotsuka Mayuri's mouth raised into a crazy smile. Sarah, I see. Moyu was a little surprised by his reaction. Kurotsuka Mayuri, shouldn't he be the kind of guy who will do whatever it takes to achieve his goals? Why, would you give up so easily? His abnormal behavior made Moyu even more concerned. It does not matter. Kurotsuka Mayuri stared at Moyu with eyes fixed, and there was a hint of madness in his smile. I believe that one day, Mr. Moyu, you will eventually realize my kindness. Looking at the mentally ill Kurotsuka Mayuri in front of him, Moyu shuddered in his heart. Aware of kindness? Are you saying I'll be psychopath too? Okay, Captain Kurotsuka Mayuri. There was a bit of coldness in Moyu's voice. If you have any official duties to perform, please speed up the efficiency. I don't have so much time to chat with you here. Hearing this, Kurotsuka Mayuri was stunned for a moment, and immediately spread his hands. His pale complexion and weird nails showed his essence of a mental patient to the fullest. Arankar, Espada, Special Reiatsu. His fingers were like twisted branches, showing a strange posture. In this world, it is also a huge treasure house. Mr. Moyu, I need all the data of the day's battle. This is an order from the superior Shinigami to the subordinate Shinigami. Facing this guy who perverted again, Moyu picked his ears impatiently. He didn't understand what he had done wrong. First Meta Hueco Mundo pervert Se Alaporo, and later a Siritii pervert Kurotsuka Mayuri. In short, I just didn't meet a good person. Seeing his disdainful look, although Kurotsuka Mayuri was angry in his heart, he couldn't vent it. The reason why he said such a remark was entirely in consideration of Moyu's status as a direct descendant of the Kuchiki family. The Kuchiki family, one of the 5 nobles of the Soul Society, is a model of all Shinigami, and it is their duty to maintain and implement the rules of the Soul Society. The subordinate Shinigami cannot refuse the orders of the superior Shinigami. This is one of the rules of the Soul Society. Kurotsuka Mayuri. Moyu looked at this nervous guy lightly, and said calmly, "You want to use the identity of the Kuchiki family to restrain me, isn't it a bit too much for granted? Although I am the 3rd seat in the 4th division, I need to obey the orders of the captain-level Shinigami. But don't forget, this is the real world." Sure enough, from the beginning to the end, I shouldn't have any hopes for this guy. Is that so? On Kurotsuka Mayuri's black and white face, there was a tricky smile. It seems that I can only drive some other guys. Moyu lowered his eyes slightly and said. Mikami Seiki will tell you in detail what he saw. However, I'm just one subordinate. You should know what I mean. After all, he turned and left. Seeing the figure casting Shunpo in the air, Kurotsuka Mayuri's smile became brighter and brighter, so bright that it made one's heart chill. It's really a Reiatsu to be desired. Back at the warehouse with Kurotsuka Mayuri, Moyu dumped Mikami Seiki to him. For information about the problem, let Mikami Seiki describe it. With Kurotsuka Mayuri, he doesn't want to get too involved. As for some of the purposes in Kurotsuka Mayuri's mind, Moyu can also guess one or two. Since the activation of cheat, Reiatsu's practice progress has been at the forefront of all abilities. No way. In fact, it was because the strong men he encountered were outrageous one by one on Reiatsu. Any one of them is at the captain level. The oppression from the outside world, the cultivation of fighting spirit, and even now, Moyu's Reiatsu level has reached a level that even he himself cannot estimate. However, the only thing he can be sure of is, in the face of those real boss-level existences, he still has a big gap. However, when Reiatsu's potential was discovered, everything was different. Like that white thunder. Chapter 63. Oh, I understand now. Kurotsuka Mayuri took a pen and paper out of nowhere and wrote on it. Anything else to add? Mikami Seiki shook his head timidly. He, who had never even been afraid of death, was inexplicably frightened when he faced this strange man in front of him. It's as if some people are born with a fear of those snakes and insects. Avoidance from physiological instinct. Sarah, let's be like this for now. Looking at the record in hand, Kurotsuka Mayuri is not very satisfied. From Mikami Seiki's perspective, he didn't get much useful information. Also, this guy almost made Moyu his god after the fight. The records of his remarks are almost overwhelmingly in the direction of Moyu. Under such circumstances, there is no reference value at all. Throughout the article, there are only 3 sentences that are useful. Moyu made a shot, and the opponent was second-handed, so there was nothing to say. Kurotsuka Mayuri raised his finger and tapped his temple hard, making a bang. Its expression gradually became crazy and deteriorated. It seems that we need to change our thinking to make an inquiry. Kuratsuka Mayuri twisted his neck and turned his head 270 degrees. Trouble, let me tell you from your point of view how I felt when I met Minos Grande. Seeing the strange behavior that was completely out of human form in front of him, a trace of fear flashed in the depths of Mikami Seiki's pupils, and he subconsciously said, "That Minos Grande's Reiatsu is strong. When we first met, I was so oppressed by his Reiatsu that I could hardly move and completely lost my ability to think." Moyu looked at Mikami Seiki, who was almost endless, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. Kuratsuka Mayuri did not show this weird mentality just now on a whim. He once transformed his body into various hidden weapons and devices. For him, his own research is the best weapon. In comparison, Zanpakuto is not very useful to him. That's all. When Kuratsuka Mayuri showed his weird form, there were also swirling circles in his yellow pupils. Reiatsu, which is not strong, acts on Mikami Seiki. Mikami Seiki, who was in a trance, narrated in detail how he felt facing Sailaporo that day. Moyu realized that this move did not cause any harm to Mikami Seiki, so he did not stop Kuratsuka Mayuri's behavior. Essay, this speech is more useful than the previous one. Kuratsuka Mayuri stopped the flipping spiritual pen in his hand, and pressed heavily on the notebook. Mikami Seiki also came back from a trance, and subconsciously looked at Kuratsuka Mayuri with fear. In his mind, the danger level of this guy in front of him was no less than that of the Minos Grande he met that day, even worse. Both of them seemed to be extremely crazy existences in essence. "Thank you Mr. Moyu for your cooperation." Kuratsuka Mayuri put away the pen and paper, and said in a humble manner. He didn't seem to take the displeasure between the two of them to heart. With this material, it is supplemented with the residual Reiatsu collected in Karakura town. Thinking about it, my experiment should have a new breakthrough. Regarding this, Moyu looked flat and did not express his opinion. As long as this guy doesn't take his mind on himself, then everything is fine. Although Kuratsuka Mayuri is crazy, the premise of his madness is based on self-confidence. Before there is no absolute and safe means, he will not move those crooked thoughts at all. Everything in the world is imperfect. Kuratsuka Mayuri's eyes rolled violently. I am the same, and Mr. Moyu is also the same. However, it is precisely because of this imperfection that there is room for improvement. You should understand what I mean. The grotesque smile, coupled with vague words, made this guy enter a state of madness. Moyu frowned slightly, realizing what he was trying to express. As one of the top scientific researchers in the whole world, Kuratsuka Mayuri hates the word perfect almost to the point of morbidity. Because only imperfection can pursue perfection. Kuratsuka Mayuri left temporarily with Mikami Seiki's transcript and Reiatsu collected in Karakura town. But that's exactly what gave Moyu a headache. This dangerous guy obviously didn't give up his goal. In other words, if Kuratsuka Mayuri encounters a bottleneck in research, he may come to Karakura town again at any time. Chapter 64. Kuratsuka Mayuri Urahara Kisuk rubbed his somewhat messy short light yellow hair, and said with a sad expression. "That's a troublesome fellow. I didn't expect him to come to Karakura town, it's a headache." After hearing the news of Kuratsuka Mayuri's visit from Moyu, Urahara Kisuk began to think about countermeasures. As a scientific researcher, he is well aware of Kuratsuka Mayuri's observation ability and various means. Once or twice is better, and if the guy comes a few more times, it's not impossible to discover the existence of the Urahara store. And on that day, perhaps waiting for them will be the captains of Godi I-13. The sentence handed down by Central 46 himself was escaped by him. With the morbid mentality of that group of lofty sages and judges, they will never miss any chance to restore their dignity. And Kuratsuka Mayuri would definitely like to see that scene. He has always had an aversion to Urahara Kisuk. This disgust comes from jealousy and dissatisfaction. Information, I have sent it. So, I'll take my leave, thank you for your hospitality. Moyu put down the teacup in his hand, smacked his lips, and was quite satisfied with the taste of the tea. Since he suggested it last time, Tessai Tsukabishi has replaced the tea leaves he was brewing with fresh green tea. And this move made the Urahara store, which was already sluggish, even worse. Just when he stood up and was about to leave. Urahara Kisuk hurriedly grabbed Moyu. Mr. Moyu, I need your help. Moyu frowned slightly, with a bad premonition in his heart. What's the matter? Urahara Kisuk grinned at the corners of his mouth like a triumphant fox. I already know the reason why Kurotsuka Mayuri came to this world. And his purpose afterwards, I have learned a little bit more. So, can you? Before he finished speaking, Moyu interrupted directly. It's impossible, it doesn't exist, don't even think about it. Kurotsuka Mayuri eyes Moyu's Reiatsu. And before he could execute it, Moyu almost sent him to see the King of Souls with a thunderous thunder. As long as Urahara Kisuk has a similar behavior, Moyu doesn't mind giving this guy a shot too. After all, in essence, both of them belong to the ranks of scientific researchers. The only difference is that Urahara Kisuk can better control his emotions. Sarah, I understand. Urahara Kisuk did not show disappointment. As for Moyu's reaction, he had already guessed. Reiatsu or something, let's put it aside for now. Right now, there are more important things waiting for us to solve. Come with me. Urahara Kisuk's mysterious appearance aroused curiosity in Moyu's heart. He followed behind, towards the back of the Urahara store. Underground secret base. As for the secret base under the Urahara store, Moyu has been there many times during his time in the present world. The vast space even exceeds the area of Karakura town itself. The structure in it involves the extremely high and deep Space Kid. Obviously, Tessai Tsukabishi contributed the most. In Urahara Kisuk's private research institute, two figures shuttle between various complicated instruments. So, that's the more important thing you're talking about. Moyu frowned tightly, looking at the screen in front of him suspiciously. On it, the endless white sofas whizzed, and the withered grass rolled up from time to time showed the desolation in it even more. Shh, look carefully. Urahara Kisuk put his fingers in front of his face and made a silent gesture. As soon as the voice fell, the picture on the screen changed. The white desert suddenly began to collapse. The white sand within a radius of several kilometers suddenly sank, sinking into the deeper ground. A large number of quartz trees grow up from the ground, gradually occupying the desert. This. Moyu's eyes widened slightly, a guess flashed in his mind, and he said subconsciously. Is this a Hueco Mundo? Bingo! The fireworks that Urahara Kisuk took out from nowhere were launched in the laboratory, and a large number of fireworks confetti fell. Congratulations, you got it. Unfortunately, there is no reward. To be precise, this is the forest of Minos Grande. Moyu's pupils shrunk when he heard the name. At this moment, he finally realized the purpose of Urahara Kisuk for letting him see this picture. The forest of Minos Grande is the place where Jillian and his subordinates live in Hueco Mundo, and it is usually managed by Minos Grande assigned by Aizen. This is what Moyu knows about the forest of Minos Grande. Urahara Kisuk looked slightly dignified, and said seriously. After the Hueco Mundo War, Forest of Minos Grande, expanded. Chapter 65. The Forest of Minos Grande, can it expand itself? Moyu's face was full of surprise, unable to understand. The forest of Minos Grande located under the white sand is so large that it is far beyond the cognitive range of normal people. Among them, the number of ghosts has reached an incomprehensible number. Urahara Kisuk once went to the forest of Minos Grande for investigation and research, and he could only choose one of the ranges to enter it. Even so, its scope is still beyond Moyu's expectations. And now, the forest of Minos Grande is expanding from the ground to the ground. The quartz tree sticking out of the ground is the best proof. The gigantic Jillian also protruded from the quartz tree. The emotionless blood-red eyes scanned the surrounding environment. They didn't seem to realize that they had come to the ground. In terms of individual consciousness, Jillian is even inferior to some subordinates. After devouring hundreds of the same kind in a row, their consciousness seemed to be devoured as well, thus completely lost. After the individual consciousness is completely lost, unless it evolves into a jichas, it will maintain this posture throughout its life. Only a very small number of Jillians can have their own consciousness. For example, the ninth espada, Araniro Arururi, was created by Aizen, and it came from Jillian Arankar. Recalling this in his mind, Moyu cast his eyes on Urahara Kisuk, who looked calm, and asked, "You don't seem to feel strange or confused about this scene." Urahara Kisuk stretched out his slender fingers, dancing on the console in front of the screen like playing a piano. After a while, the screen on it turned and became dark and gloomy. "This is the real Minos Grande forest." Urahara Kisuk pointed to the picture on the screen and explained, "When I went to investigate the cause of the war in Hueco Mundo last time, I placed some spiritual transformation detectors in it. Combined with the Reiatsu capture device, it is enough to project the picture across borders. But this can only be done when the surrounding Reiatsu is stable. Once there is a strong Reiatsu presence, the Reiatsu catcher will fluctuate and the screen cannot be switched." He didn't answer Moyu's question directly, but first explained the picture on the screen in front of him. In this case, the Reiatsu catcher has had 38 swings. As soon as these words came out, Moyu frowned slightly. "Are there Arankars or Ajichas passing by?" Urahara Kisuk nodded, his expression slightly serious. "Just in this area, there have been 38 fluctuations. This means that the ruler of the forest of Minos Grande will no longer be Jillian, but Minos Grande above Ajichas. That doesn't rule out Arankar." Having said that, he suddenly looked at Moyu with extremely serious eyes, and said, "Mr. Moyu, do you know what this means?" Moyu sighed and replied, "It means that if the Minos Grandes of the Minos Grande forest appear in this world, Siriti will be short-staffed. Minos Grande is not something that ordinary players can handle. And this means that Siriti will have an empty situation, and some guys hiding in the dark may act because of this." Urahara Kisuk nodded, grinning with satisfaction. Moyu belongs to the ranks of smart people. And he likes communicating with smart people the most. "That's right." Urahara Kisuk pressed the switch at hand, and the picture on the screen changed abruptly, returning to the barren white sand desert. As for the expansion of the forest of Minos Grande, whether it is for the present world or for the Soul Society, it's going to be an unavoidable disaster. The reason, I speculate, is because of the war. But in fact, that's not the case. Hearing this, Moyu nodded, with thoughtful eyes in his eyes, and analyzed. Those who participated in the war, including the subordinates in the forest of Minos Grande and the Jillians. Although it can successfully evolve after devouring the same kind, it will also lead to a reduction in the virtual base. The forest of Minos Grande expanded for another reason. Hearing these words, the satisfaction on Urahara Kisuk's face became more and more obvious. It seems that Mr. Moyu is not as bad as it is spread in the Spirit Academy. In terms of brain, it's still very clever. Moyu glanced at this guy indifferently, apparently not having a good impression of him. But with Urahara Kisuk's face, he didn't take this point to heart at all. He went on selfishly. "So, there is a very important task waiting for Mr. Moyu to complete." Hearing this, Moyu suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. "What do you want to do?" Urahara Kisuk stretched his arms into the depths of the laboratory and made a strange sound. "Dang dang dang! Next, I would like to introduce my major invention some time ago. Black Cavity Piercing Gate." Chapter 66. You want me to go to Hueco Mundo to find out why the forest of Minos Grande expanded? Moyu looked at the confident Urahara Kisuke in astonishment. This is doing scientific research, has it ruined your brain? Where does your honeyed confidence come from? Let alone our differences in position. You are just a fugitive, and you still want to command a well-organized one? Did Jillian gnaw your brains? Sir, Mr. Moyu, don't be so heartless. Sure enough, few people who do research are normal. Urahara Kisuke came over, telling a frightening thing in a creepy tone. We used to have a friendship of living in the same room. Could it be that you are so heartless? Zilla. The lightning in the air made this guy shut his mouth immediately. Actually, it's entirely because the research on the black cavity piercing gate is not perfect. Urahara Kisuke changed his face like turning the pages of a book. The last time I went to Hueco Mundo, it was actually just a coincidence. He explained somewhat helplessly. After suppressing my own Reiatsu seal, I will then pass through the previous version of the black cavity through the portal. A lot of dangers were encountered in it, and there were even sudden encounters. If you're not lucky, you might not be able to see me anymore. Moyu is also clear about this. Ordinary world traversing gates can't bear the captain level Reiatsu at all. If you pass through rashly, encountering danger is secondary, and getting lost in the boundary is the real disaster. And opening the black cavity is a skill that uses Reiatsu to forcibly destroy the space. There are extremely high requirements for user operation. Call. Urahara Kisuke let out a long breath. Mr. Moyu, you know, go to Hueco Mundo to explore the secrets of the Minos Grande forest. It's actually about saving the world. If the forest of Minos Grande is allowed to expand, it will inevitably lead to a world-class disaster. Hearing this, Moyu looked at the guy with disdain. Others don't know, isn't he still clear? It is impossible to allow this to happen just because of the existence of a zero team. The forest of Minos Grande is a hammer. No matter how much awful there is, it's still just awful. In this world, quantitative change is not enough to cause qualitative change. Those beings under the zenith, any one person can easily slaughter the so-called forest of Minos Grande. Urahara Kisuke's move obviously has a deeper meaning. Still, a trip to the Hueco Mundo or something isn't out of the question. As long as you avoid those espadas, the Hueco Mundo is no danger. Even, fighting can properly improve the progress of Zhanchuan Zugui's practice. So, in this regard, I can agree to your request. Moyu said lightly, but, what good do I have? Wanting him to go away in vain does not exist at all. Facing someone like Urahara Kisuke, you can't easily agree to his request. Otherwise, this guy will definitely push his feet. Well. A thoughtful look appeared on Urahara Kisuke's face. For Moyu's sudden promise, he was a little uncomfortable. Originally, he was actually planning to go to Hueco Mundo with the group of Visored. But right now, Moyu has become the best choice. Because the strength gap between the two is not a star. If Quangzai has 6 cars, then Moyu has at least 60 cars, or even more. Remuneration. Urahara Kisuke thought about what he had in hand. There are many valuable ones, but most are too dangerous to be given to Moyu. As for Kid, as Moyu, he can return to the Soul Society to study at any time. In this regard, it seems that there is nothing to talk about. Correct. Suddenly Urahara Kisuke's eyes lit up, thinking of one thing. When you return from Hueco Mundo, I'll give you a ghost costume. Hearing this, Moyu couldn't help but look sideways. One of Urahara Kisuke's most important inventions is the spirit mask clothing. Its appearance is a large black cloak, which can completely hide the wearer's Reiatsu. If it is assisted by Bakude's 26 bent light, it can achieve the effect of invisibility. Relying on this, Aizen has completed many plans in the Soul Society and the present world. You're sure to be pleased with this thing. Urahara Kisuke said confidently. Well, in that case, I promise you. Moyu said calmly. He is also very curious about everything in Hueco Mundo. Now that you have this opportunity, you might as well go and check it out. As for his own safety, he is still very confident. Underground secret base. In the empty place, a huge black cavity-piercing gate stands here. Because its structure is not perfect, Urahara Kisuk needs to maintain it outside. And Moyu, about to be alone, embarks on the journey to Hueco Mundo. Ha, Moyu, I knew you weren't the kind of person who is heartless. With a huge impact, it hit Moyu's shoulder. If it weren't for the airbag, Moyu suspects he might have broken a bone because of it. He bared his teeth and looked at Shihaoran Yoryuaki who was holding his shoulders, and asked with some toothache. Are you going to Hueco Mundo too? Shihaoran Yoryuaki gave him a strange look and explained. This kind of thing is related to the safety of the whole world, how can I ignore it? Besides, don't you still accompany me here? Moyu sighed, not optimistic about the next Hueco Mundo trip. The black cavity transgressing door opened, and the space within it fluctuated and vortexed, presenting a radiant scene. Strong Reiatsu oppression is enough to make the soul of an ordinary person collapse on the spot. But this little pressure is tantamount to nothing for the people present. Under the encouraging gaze of Urahara Kisuk, Moyu and Shihaoran Yoryuaki exchanged glances, and stepped straight into the portal. Watching the disappearing figures of the two, Urahara Kisuk lowered the brim of his hat so that his eyes were obscured by the shadows. Mr. Moyu. Hopefully my bet is right this time. Chapter 67. Hueco Mundo. Above the barren white sand desert, the crescent moon hangs high. The howling wind slammed hard on the scattered rock walls, making an ear-piercing and shrill sound. In the empty desert, there seemed to be no living creatures. Here, there is a dead silence. Suddenly, under a rock wall, a strange fluctuation occurred in the space. Like glass hit by a stone, there were shattered cracks like spider webs in the empty air. Kalala! A large area of space was broken, forming a deep darkness. Two figures walked out of it together. A curious look appeared on Moyu's face. Here, is Hueco Mundo. It was roughly the same as the scenery in his impression. Wherever one enters one's eyes, there is pale white sand, and the air is filled with messy spiritual seeds. Compared with the present world, the concentration of spirit particles in Hueco Mundo is particularly chaotic. However, generally speaking, the higher the concentration of spirit particles, the greater the number of ghosts, and there is a certain guarantee in terms of strength. Because the black cavity-piercing gate is not yet perfect, Urahara Kisuk can only set the teleportation location within a certain area, and the specific location can only be said to be random. Right now, all they have to do is to determine the location of the forest of Minos Grande. It looks like we need to. Shihaoran Yoryuaki held a radar-like instrument, looked at it, and determined the location of the two. Go north. Before she could finish speaking, she was interrupted by Moyu. Compared to that guy Urahara's instrument, I am more willing to trust my own perception ability. The Reiatsu over there is messy and numerous. If there is no accident, it should be the edge of the forest of Minos Grande. Shihaoran Yoryuaki put away the instrument, folded his hands, and said in a big sister's gesture. Sir, it looks like Mr. Moyu is the best one. If that's the case, then the trip to Hueco Mundo is up to you to arrange. Cats are always wary of unfamiliar environments. However, if there are acquaintances accompanying him, it can give him a lot of peace of mind. Above the desert, the figure flickered. With the speed of the two, they arrived at the place Moyu said in less than an hour. Sensing the messy Reiatsu coming from underground, Shihaoran Yoryuaki couldn't help but click his tongue. I'm afraid there are at least 100 ghosts down here, right? To be precise, it should be 236 juniors and 27 jillions. Moyu corrected. Hearing this, Shihaoran Yoryuaki couldn't help but look suspiciously at the guy beside him. With the gradual deepening of understanding during this period, she felt more and more mysterious about her former playmate. Unfathomable strength, extremely strong talent, and some unpredictable brain circuits. Let's go. Moyu was unaware of Shihao and Yoryuki's increasingly distorted gaze. At this moment, he is seriously perceiving the situation under the desert. When he came to Hueco Mundo for the first time, he brought his cautious essence into ultimate. Our time is only 3 days, don't waste it. According to Yura Harakisuke, the black cavity-piercing gate can only last for 3 days. Once this time is exceeded, they need to find a new way to return to this world. And in this way, the risk factor will be greatly increased. Moyu urged himself Reiatsu, and the strong pressure hit the ground under his feet. Suddenly, the bottom collapsed, and the two of them sank into the ground along with the chaotic white sand. The thick branches of the quartz tree appeared in front of the two of them. Under the protection of Reiatsu, they were not influenced by the outside world. Clatter! A large amount of white sand poured down along the potholes, like a torrential rain, falling in the forest of Minos Grande. The subordinates directly below were also frightened by such a large number of white sands. But when they raised their heads and looked at the world above, they all fell into crazy excitement. Soul! A living soul! Food, delicious food! Haha, I declare these two guys to be mine. Be the first to strike first, whoever grabs it belongs to him. Crazy roars filled the place below. And just as they were raging madly, the existence they regarded as food suddenly stretched out their right index finger. Moyu looked at the dark place below with no expression on his face, and said softly. Sato had the way of the 4-day and sun thunder. That's right. After Bai Lei automatically learned the advanced method, he advanced from Had 4 to Li Had. The difference between Had and Had is like Godi 13 and Team 0. Not all the captains of the 0 division are above the captains of Godi 13. They are also strong and weak. At Setsuna, where Moyu's voice fell, raging lightning surged out from his fingertips, turning into a howling brontosaurus. On the ferocious dragon head, countless streaks of scorching thunder light danced and roared. There was a burning smell in the air. The darkness was instantly dispelled because of this. Shihao and Yoryuki saw the scene below clearly. Under the oppression of the thunder dragon, no matter if it was Minos Grande or the subordinate Su, they were all frozen in place, unable to move at all. Their eyes were full of despair. Death has come quietly amidst the thunder dragon's roar. Chapter 68. Boom! The violent roar echoed in the forest of Minos Grande. In Setsuna, where the brontosaur fell, a small sun seemed to appear in the forest of Minos Grande. Dazzling light burst out suddenly, covering a range of several miles. The quartz tree running through the Baisha desert collapsed, and the ground bearing it wailed. Like an earthquake, the soil rolled, tore, and flew. Countless thunder and lightning ravaged, engulfed, and bitten in it. The screams, under the roar of thunder, were insignificant. And this scene lasted almost until the two of them completely fell to the ground. Shihao and Yoryuki opened his mouth slightly, looking at the scene in front of him in astonishment. I was worried about how to solve the Minos Grande below. But before landing completely, the crisis has been completely resolved by Moyu. As for him, he just cast a kid. Kid. Shihao and Yoryuki suddenly raised his head, his golden pupils were full of astonishment. The kid you cast just now. Only now did she remember what Moyu whispered beside her. Ri kid the 4 ways day and sun thunder. Shihao and Yoryuki, who used to be the head of the 22nd generation of the Shihao family, still has a certain understanding of the concept of Ri kid. The existence above the concept of Had, its power is higher than 90% of Had. Only a few Had can rival it. However, these are only secondary. Power or something, Shihao and Yoryuki has seen a more terrifying existence. But mastering the concept of Had is different. As far as she knows, in Had, only the members of the Zero Division can master the ability to perform. The inside story of the Kuchiki house. Moyu said calmly, without the slightest sense of shame that he blushed for lying. In this regard, he seems to have already been familiar with the road. Shihao and Yoriyuki stared suspiciously at the guy in front of him. As one of the 5 nobles, she still has a certain understanding of the Kuchiki family. Whether it is Kuchiki Yinling or Byakuya Kuchiki, Shihao and Yoriyuki is relatively familiar with each other, and they all have a certain understanding of each other. She has never heard anything about the Kuchiki family background from the two, let alone Ri had. And this Kuchiki Moyu, no matter how long he gets along with him, he can't see through it completely. All kinds of secrets seem to emerge endlessly. Especially after being apart for a while. Okay, let's put this matter aside for now. Shihao and Yoriyuki didn't dwell on it for long. She looked slightly dignified, carefully looking at the surrounding environment. After the thunder light dissipated, darkness invaded the place again. In the distance, the faint light on the quartz tree is the only light here. We next. Shihao and Yoriyuki pointed to the dark depths, go straight to the deepest part of the north. Based on the Reiatsu trap that Urahara set up and the information he provided, the place where Reiatsu fluctuates most violently should be about 1,200 kilometers to the north. Moyu nodded, approving Shihao and Yoriyuki's proposal. Ever since entering the forest of Minos Grande, he felt a strong sense of depression. The whole person seems to be in the deep sea, with a sense of suffocation and oppression covering the whole body and mind. If it were an ordinary person who came here, he would probably have a mental breakdown long ago. Fortunately, both Shihao and Yoriyuki and Moyu are extremely resistant to this, so the pressure is nothing. According to the information provided by Urahara Kisuke, the two headed straight to the north, and compared to the ground, there was much less movement. After all, this is the forest of Minos Grande, so it is right to be cautious. In the case of convergent Reiatsu, the speed is also greatly reduced. However, even so, they encountered many waves of virtual groups along the way, many of whom were Minos Grande. Even, there is the existence of Ajichas. The situation is far more serious than I thought. After Moyu killed a Jillian with a casual punch, he said solemnly. Just during the time I was on the road, I have already met dozens of Jillians. When will these things appear in groups like wholesale? Shihao and Yoriyuki's complexion was also extremely ugly. There is something nearby that attracts the Minos Grande. We may just be affected. Before he could finish his words, Moyu suddenly noticed a cloud of dust rising up in the front left direction. That is. Moyu's expression froze, realizing the astonishing amount of Minos Grande among them. But what surprised him even more was the object that this group of Minos Grande was chasing. The small figure ran in front of the Minos Grandes at an extremely fast speed. The green hair is constantly beating with his movements, and the worn-out blue coat gives people a pitiful feeling. The little guy's face was full of horror, and tears rolled down his cheeks. While running away, he was also crying loudly. Oh, Nilu is so scared. Woyuu, don't be eaten by Nilu. Chapter 69. For the little guy running towards him, Moyu immediately recognized it. There is nothing more recognizable than Lori. Short green hair, a scar extending from the forehead to the right side of the nose, and the broken skull mask. Coupled with the self-proclaimed shouting in its mouth. Everything is to make its identity clear. The third of the original Espada, Arankar Wangsu of the Vasto Lord class, Nelial Tuadalshwank. Because of Neutra and Sayalaporo's joint black hands, Nilu was seriously injured by his surprise attack and her mask was shattered. The shattering of the mask caused its Reiatsu to continue to pass away, and even caused Nilu to degenerate from Vasto Lord level Arankar Wangsu to Ajicha's level Arankar. Moreover, the body also shrunk into the shape of a loli, and lost all memories. Although I don't know why this guy appeared in the forest of Minos Grande. But Moyu understands that if he saves this little guy, he may try the cultivation plan. The pure and kind character makes Nilu completely different from other espadas. She is the most suitable existence to be a companion and even a deeper relationship. Well, it looks like there is civil turmoil in Sikan. Shihaoran Yoryuaki put his hands between his foreheads in a gaze-like gesture. Cats have much better eyesight than humans, so she can clearly see the roaring Minos Grande in the distance. Individual young Ajich's class Arankar. Moyu analyzed, although there is no basis, I have a hunch. The reason for the expansion of Minos Grande forest may have something to do with that little guy. Otherwise, these Minos Grandes wouldn't be so crazy. Hearing this, Shihaoran Yoryuaki pondered for a moment. You can try to save it. An Arankar of Ajich's is no danger to us. Besides, when Shihaoran Yoryuaki spoke, he opened his hands and gestured, it's still such a small one. In that case, Moyu raised his right hand, and the music at his fingertips was thunderous. However, before he could release the attack, he was stopped by Shihaoran Yoryuaki. Your attack movement is too outrageous. This time, leave it to me. Hearing this, a look of distrust appeared on Moyu's face. You! Damn little devil! Moyu's expression directly angered Shihaoran Yoryuaki. The other party was like a cat with its hair blown up, grinning and showing its canine teeth, and said fiercely. Are you looking down on me? When did you become so arrogant? Don't underestimate people, UBD. Moyu spread his hands and said helplessly. Blame me. In my opinion, the Flash Goddess who was famous in the Soul Society has long been obliterated by time. The strongest player in Shunpo right now is Captain Sifeng of the second team. Hearing this name, Shihaoran Yoryuaki turned his head aside and said disdainfully. That little girl wants to surpass me. 100 years too early. Next, widen your eyes and watch carefully. I'll let you know what Shunpo's ultimate is. After Setsuna's voice fell, Moyu just realized that the figure in front of him had disappeared into the air like a bubble. The strong Reiatsu exploded on Shihaoran Yoryuaki's back and shoulders, creating a shocking wave. The whole person seemed to be in the eye of a strong wind, and everything around him was blown away. Instant coax. A violent figure flashed across the air. The next moment, Shihaoran Yoryuaki crossed the barrier of space and came to the virtual group. Completely different from the virtual Reiatsu, submerged into the virtual group. It was like a drop of cold water falling into a hot oil pan, directly making Sukun boil. Shinigami. Intruder, kill her. I'm going to tear her apart. Crazy words spread among the virtual group. Sensing Shihaoran Yoryuaki Reiatsu's virtual group, he immediately switched the target to her. And this is exactly what Shihaoran Yoryuaki wants to see. Instant coaxing, combining the high-end fighting skills of Kid and White hits. Shihaoran Yoryuaki incarnation of God of War. In this form, she, Shunpo's speed, has reached the ultimate state. With the current virtual group, it is impossible to capture her figure. The figures that shuttle through the Su group, every time they stay, there is a Su or Minos Grande's body that is directly pierced. Moyu was not idle either. At the moment the battle started, he also activated Shunpo and disappeared in place. Boom! Nilu, who was running away, directly bumped into Moyu's body. There was a low collision sound, and the reaction force made the little guy sit on the ground. Nilu grinned, her eyes filled with horror, her small body curled up into a ball, crying. Wow, Nilu is so scared. Don't kill Nilu, Nilu didn't do anything, Nilu just got lost. Chapter 70. Nilu looked at the appearance of the person in front of her, feeling terrified in her heart. She had seen existences wearing such black clothes before. Those people called themselves Shinigami, and their attitude towards Su was straight to kill on the spot without any hesitation. Now that I have met the so-called Shinigami, will I be killed by the other party? Death, the word appeared in front of Nilu's eyes. It made this little guy's cry even more miserable. Why did you kill you? Moyu squatted down, looked at him, and asked softly. Really, won't you kill me? Nilu's crying gradually died down, and her crystal-clear golden-green pupils were full of curiosity. Those Shinigami before. Before she could finish her words, she felt warmth coming from her head. Moyu put his hands on Nilu's short lake green hair, rubbed it vigorously, and explained. I'm not like them. Among the Shinigami, there are completely different individuals. Just like you who are virtual. Hearing this, Nilu's crying stopped abruptly. She looked at Moyu in a daze, and was stunned for a moment. And, is it the same as Nilu? His eyes gradually rejoiced, as if he was happy to find the same kind. Losing her memory, she seems to be a different kind in Hueco Mundo. Now, it seems that he has finally found the same existence as himself. All right. Moyu stood up and looked at Chihao and Yoryuki who was still fighting. The danger is not lifted yet. He stretched out his hand to Nilu and asked, do you want to leave with me? Nilu hesitated for a moment, then asked pitifully. You really won't kill Nilu? Moyu nodded, looked at her sincerely, and said. Of course, I'm not a person who doesn't count his words. Nilu, who received the response, seemed to be relieved, and clung tightly to Moyu's side. She has always been willing to believe in the kindness of others. And this is why it ended up like this. Moyu looked at Nilu, who was close to his legs, with a satisfied smile on his face. The abduction plan seems to be quite successful. As the third espada, Nilu, if she can recover her own strength, her fighting power will become one of the strongest in Hueco Mundo. Even if it is placed in the Soul Society, it can be regarded as a first-class existence. Docile personality, reciprocating kindness, obedient to words. There is nothing more desirable than an Eliel Tuidelschwank. Moyu rubbed Nilu's head gently. Feeling the warmth from the top of her head, Nilu raised her head curiously to look around. The sincere gaze made him feel at ease. Moyu smiled slightly, looked up at the figure shuttling among the empty group, a trace of regret flashed in his eyes. Yoryuki's strength is still a bit down. When she came to the present world, she lacked fighting all the year round, and she has gradually developed from a vigorous black cat to a big orange. If not for the wrong color. Moyu even suspects that Chihao and Yoryuki's figure will be out of shape because of this. Your white hits has greatly increased its comprehension by watching Chihao and Yoryuki's instant form, and comprehended instant, missing. Your kid has greatly increased his comprehension by watching Chihao and Yoryuki's instant form, and comprehended instant, missing. When Setsuna heard the system notification sound, the skills of using instantaneous came to Moyu's mind. Because instant coaxing is the combined technique of kid and white hits, both of them are part of the comprehension that belongs to us. When the two parts are fused together, it forms an instant coaxing combat technique. At the same time, Shunpo also seems to have aroused his competitive spirit because of White Hit's and Kid's overcompetence. Your Shunpo has greatly increased his competitive spirit, increased his practice efficiency, and increased his speed by 30% due to observing Chihao and Yoryuki's Shunpo. After learning all Sifeng's secret footwork, Shunpo has reached a certain bottleneck. It is obviously extremely difficult to make a substantial improvement again. It can only be worn and improved bit by bit through time. Unfortunately, this form doesn't seem to be suitable for me to display. Moyu shook his head regretfully. The instant opening will cause the shoulders and back to be wrapped with highly concentrated kid, and the clothes will be damaged as a result. If it is Chihao and Yoryuki or Sifeng, it is simply a representative of beautiful fighting. But a man casts instant coax. Moyu just came up with this idea in his mind, and felt a chill in his heart. Chihao and Yoryuki realized that Moyu had stabilized Nilu, so he began to try to break away from the virtual group. She meant to get it all over with. But as the battle time prolongs, other ghosts continue to join in the darkness. The number of imaginary groups Increase instead of decrease. Chapter 71. The number of ghosts in the forest of Minos Grande has exceeded the safe threshold. Shihaoran Yoryuaki, who got out of the empty group, stepped lightly and appeared beside Moyu. The severity of the situation has already exceeded my expectations. She lowered her eyes slightly, looked at Nilu beside Moyu, and said curiously. I didn't expect her to trust you so quickly. How did you do it? Shihaoran Yoryuaki's gaze made Nilu a little afraid, making her grab Moyu's clothes subconsciously. Well. Moyu said thoughtfully, maybe it's because I'm sincere. While speaking, he reached out and rubbed Nilu's short lake green hair. Well, it feels really good. Su-kun has already rushed over here. Shihaoran Yoryuaki narrowed his eyes slightly, and compared the physical gap between himself and Nilu. Immediately felt relieved, no longer take it to heart. Let's hurry up and get out of here first. Moyu nodded, stretched out his arms to Nilu, and said. Come on, I'll take you to a safe place first. Without hesitation, Nilu opened her hands and slipped into Moyu's embrace. Trust is often as simple as that. After a short period of running in, Nilu has obviously chosen to trust this similar in front of her. After all, the person in front of her was also the person she saved from Vice Admiral. As for Shihaoran Yoryuaki, who fought against the virtual group, he was selectively ignored. Perhaps, this is the principle of same-as*x repulsion. With their Shunpo attainments, it couldn't be easier to leave under Su-kun's pursuit. Half an hour later. Deep in the forest of Minos Grande, under the tall quartz trees. Moyu and Shihaoran Yoryuaki sat back to back in the clearing. There is an arrangement of the seal kid around, which can isolate the Reiatsu of the three people to the greatest extent. After being free, Moyu finally had time to ask Nilu some things. Nilu, who was taken out of her arms, looked at Moyu with a blank expression. Well, what's up with Moyu? She seemed to be a little greedy for the smell of Moyu, subconsciously looking towards his arms. The warm breath seemed to have been felt for a long time. The natural blank expression makes it difficult for people to feel disgusted with him. Moyu placed it in front of him, and asked seriously. Nilu, why did you appear in the forest of Minos Grande? Also, what do you know about the changes in the forest of Minos Grande? Hearing this, Shihaoran Yoryuaki's eyes lit up immediately. Perhaps, the little guy in front of him will know something about the reason for the expansion of the forest of Minos Grande. Even if you don't know, it may have something to do with it. Such a young Ajicha's Arankar is extremely rare among Hueco Mundo. And. Shihaoran Yoryuaki stared at Nilu with a strange expression. The Reiatsu of this little guy named Nilu, seems a little, weak. Hearing Moyu's words, Nilu put her finger on her chin, with a thoughtful look on her face. Nilu was playing an infinite game of hide-and-seek with Dong Chaka and the others. And then suddenly, she opened her hands, made an exaggerated expression, and described, the ground under her feet collapsed directly. We fell straight into the dead forest. Nilu also separated from Dong Chaka and the others, and then. Speaking of this, Nilu hesitated for a moment, then grinned and said, then I will meet Moyu. Although what Nilu said was a bit simple, Moyu had already analyzed it. The expansion of the forest of Minos Grande caused Nilu and others to fall from the ground. And Nilu was discovered by the virtual group after being separated from the Don Chakas. Su, if he wants to evolve, he must devour the same kind and plunder the Reiatsu of other Su, so as to achieve the purpose of evolution. Nilu used to be Vasto Lord level Arankar Wang Su, and the essence of Reiatsu is already different from ordinary Su. Her Reiatsu, for ordinary people, is simply the most perfect food. If they can devour it, they might be able to evolve to the Vasto Lord level too. This is also the reason why Sifeng chased and killed Nilu. Nilu, who was severely injured, already has no combat power at all. If Reiatsu is exhausted during the chase, a dire fate awaits her. It's just that Nilu doesn't know about the changes in the forest of death. Nilu looked around, and the darkness seemed to be able to swallow it. She shuddered and subconsciously crawled into Moyu's arms. The forest of death in his mouth seems to be the forest of Minos Grande. For Nilu's current state, this place is indeed very dangerous. Hearing this, Shihao and Yoryuaki sighed, looked at Moyu, and asked. Now, what shall we do? Return to the present world. Moyu lowered his eyes slightly, and a lot of information surged in his mind. Suddenly, his eyes light up slightly. I only heard him say in a firm tone. Do not. We can still find someone. He must know the root of the problem. Chapter 72. Who? Shihao and Yoryuaki was puzzled by Moyu's words. Could it be that Moyu has made so many friends? Even Hueco Mundo has his friends? A Shinigami, to be precise. Moyu stood up. It may be difficult to find a ghost in the forest of Minos Grande. But if you want to find traces of Shinigami, it's relatively easy. There are so many ghosts, if you want to find your goal, it is almost like looking for a needle in a haystack. But Shinigami's Reiatsu is completely different from Hadō. It's like an oil flower floating on the water, you can spot it at a glance. Also, they have profiling tools provided by Urahara Kisuke. Yoryuaki, you are in charge of finding Shinigami like Reiatsu using the Reiatsu profiler. I'm in charge of using Reiatsu perception and kid detection. Moyu quickly made an assignment. For his words, Shihao and Yoryuaki just hesitated, and went to carry it out. Right now, she can't think of any good solution, so she can only do what Moyu said. Under Moyu's control, his Reiatsu perception spreads far and wide, until found it. After more than 10 minutes, Moyu opened his eyes, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Sure enough, he is still in the forest of Minos Grande. And the detection tool studied by Urahara Kisuke is obviously not as good as Moyu's Reiatsu perception. Shihao and Yoryuaki had nothing to gain here. The group of 3 embarked on the journey to the depths of the Minos Grande forest again. Moyu, who the hell are we looking for? On the way, Shihao and Yoryuaki couldn't hold back his inner confusion anymore, and asked. You'll know when you get there. Moyu made a fool of himself. That guy, you should know something. Another few hours away. The darkness in the forest even surpassed the light emitted by the quartz trees. With greatly reduced visibility, Moyu finally found his purpose. A figure like Arankar shuttled over the quartz tree. An antelope-shaped void mask, a black death suit, and a plush cloak with 5 skulls. Like a cross between Minos Grande and Shinigami. If it weren't for the oppression of his external Reiatsu, no one would be able to confirm his true identity. But at this very moment, this guy is killing among the empty group. The strong strength makes it break into the virtual flock, just like a tiger into a flock. It was almost a one-sided massacre. That's it, Shinigami. Shihao and Yoryuaki's golden eyes were full of astonishment. Only now did she realize the correctness of what Moyu just said. Squad 11, Acido. Moyu watched the opponent's battle quietly, and said softly. Hundreds of years ago, he led the team into the Hueco Mundo, and lost his way back. Those soldiers died one by one in the forest of Minos Grande. Now, there should be only a sider who is the strongest. When his voice fell, Acido's battle also came to an end. The ground was full of stumps, broken arms, and damaged bodies. The scene was once very horrifying. And Acido also found the figures of the two, and the figures flickered, and came to them. Shinigami. With Arankar. His tone was full of surprise. Obviously, for the appearance of this combination, I was very puzzled. 3 seats in the 4th division, Kuchiki Moyu. Moyu has always respected this kind of strong man with his own perseverance. Well, Shihao and Yoryuaki. When Moyu said the name of the guy in front of him, information about Acido also appeared in Shihao and Yoryuaki's mind. Kuchiki's house, Shihaoran's house. Asido took off his mask, with short auburn hair and straight eyebrows, he looked handsome. I didn't expect to see Shinigami in my lifetime. You guys are pretty good. Moyu knew about his personality, so he didn't deliberately engage in any conversation, but went straight to the point. We learned in this world that the forest of Minos Grande began to expand towards the ground of Hueco Mundo during this time. Do you know the reason for this? Hearing this, Asido looked a little depressed. After a while, he just raised his head and said in a very heavy tone. In the forest of Minos Grande, a new Wangsu was born. At the same time, on the other side of the Minos Grande forest, a tall figure appeared here. In his hand, a huge double crescent sickle hangs upside down, exuding a cold glow. The terrifying Reiatsu devastated everything around him, and a crazy expression appeared on his ferocious face. This Reiatsu! This disgusting smell! Dividing line! Finally, the time has come. The book was released on the evening of June 21st. After more than 10 days, it is already available on the shelves. Because of home decoration and the author's work, the update of this book has not been very stable. I would like to thank the readers who have always supported the author. Whether a book can survive, after all, depends on the results. I won't talk about unnecessary things like selling miserably. The author will do his best to complete this book and stick to Shinigami's past glory. Therefore, I sincerely hope that readers can subscribe and support. There are very few authors of Shinigami articles in Filu. Your support is enough to appreciate the author's meal. As long as the grades are good, even if the author bacteria risked his life, he would explode the update. Not to mention, only code words can thank readers for their support. Thank you. Chapter 73. The new Wangsu. Hearing this information, Moyu immediately expressed disbelief. Wangsu is a vasto lord-level Minos Grande, where the true Hueco Mundo apex lies. How could this kind of existence be born so easily without the catalyst of Hagyaku and the manipulation of Aizen behind the scenes? Or is Aizen currently in the forest of Minos Grande? Thinking of this possibility, the arms in Dayu's heart suddenly rose several levels. Nothing could be more exciting than meeting Aizen in Hueco Mundo. If you are not careful, you will return to the spirit child state. No, falling into the hands of Aizen doesn't seem to have the option of returning to Lingzi. Asido on the side took a serious look at Moyu, always feeling that the kid from the Kuchiki family in front of him was not that reliable. Ever since, he turned his attention to Shihaoran and Yoryuaki beside him. Serious expression, serious thinking, stern expression. Sure enough, Shihaoran's is relatively reliable. It seems that the woman Shinigami in front of me seems to be the head of the Shihaoran family, right? Asido shook his head, realizing that his memory was a little fuzzy. None of this matters. I think you must have misunderstood what I said. The deep voice sounded again, attracting Moyu's attention. What's the meaning? Moyu frowned slightly and looked at Asido. The Wangsu I'm talking about is not a vasto lord-level Minos Grande in the sense of the word. Asido looked extremely dignified and gave his own explanation. It's in the real sense, Wangsu. Moyu was taken aback for a moment, his expression blank. He suddenly realized what Wangsu was talking about in Asido's mouth. The vasto lord-class Minos Grande, known as the King, rules a part of the area under the sky of Hueco Mundo. The Wangsu of the previous generation was named Baragan Luzenbern. That is now the second Espada, Skeleton King. However, with the arrival of Aizen in Hueco Mundo, Baragan's rule was completely broken. He has changed from a king to a subordinate, and he has completely declined, and even some problems have appeared in his mentality. But now, Asido actually said that the new Wangsu was born in the forest of Minos Grande. This news was true, which made Moyu a little bit astonished. The birth of Wangsu made the forest of Minos Grande expand its domain. If nothing else happens, the territories of the two Wangsus will collide soon. Hadō said solemnly, at that time, Hueco Mundo's vice admiral will have a battle for King Su. Moyu rubbed his chin, analyzing this possibility in his mind. This newly born Wang Su has some problems with his brain. Even before the opponent's intelligence was clear, they were in a hurry to start a war. Doesn't this make it clear that you want to deliver food to the other party? Is Baragan strong? Having ruled the Sui Palace for thousands of years, it is the real king's office. Wasn't he directly defeated by Aizen and became the second Espada? And even if Aizen is not in the Void Knight Palace now, how can the Arrancar Espada in it be broken by a mere Vasto Lord? If the new king robs Arrancar, he may be able to escape back. But without Arrancar, there is really no way out. After Ajitja's Arrancar, his strength has achieved a qualitative leap. Moreover, there are many Vasto Lords in the Void Knight Palace. Their strength is even more outrageous than the other. The forest of Minos Grande expanded, and I am afraid that it will be directly smashed into a sieve. Moyu shook his head and simply forgot about it. He didn't have the mind to pay attention to the fact that he must die. Is this why the forest of Minos Grande expanded? Shihaoran Yoryuaki asked seriously. When it comes to the safety of this world and the Soul Society, she must find out the real reason. Hadō gave an affirmative answer. The birth of Wang Su catalyzed the evolution of the virtual group. And this also caused the forest of Minos Grande to expand above the ground. I have investigated many times and got accurate information. Hearing this, Shihaoran Yoryuaki let out a long breath. If this is the case, then our task will be completed. The so-called Wang Su, his fate will end soon. She looked at Moyu and suggested, why don't you go back to this world now? It's still a while before the 3-day limit. Moyu pondered for a moment, looking at Nilu who was hanging on her body like a koala in her arms. It seems that there is still a problem that has not been resolved. You guys, aren't you going to prevent this disaster? Seeing that the two of them didn't take this matter to heart at all, Hadō couldn't help asking aloud. Moyu and Shihaoran Yoryuaki looked at each other, and both saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. Hadō has been in the forest of Minos Grande for so many years, and has no way of knowing the intelligence of the outside world. Moreover, very few people know about the Sui Palace. Even Urahara Kisuk only has a half knowledge about it. The expansion of the forest of Minos Grande, if only for the purpose of waging war. Moyu looked indifferent, and explained, then the future of this newborn Wang Su will be an endless abyss. The so-called disaster will never exist. A look of doubt appeared on Hadō's face. Why? Could you have seen another Wang Su? Moyu shook his head, and said in a tone of regret. No, but at the end of the forest of Minos Grande is the Palace of the Night. Among them, the backbone is not much weaker than Soul Society. What Wang Su initiated was nothing but a journey of self-destruction. What the Void Knight Palace represents is already the ultimate power of Hueco Mundo. Excluding the existence of bug levels like Yamamoto Genryanagi, Suya Palace will not lose too much to Soul Society. With Minos Grande Forest's level of combat power, facing the Void Knight Palace, it is completely free. Not to mention, the forest of Minos Grande was originally under the jurisdiction of Sui Palace. The so-called Wang Su may even be just a polished commander. Once the war broke out, all the Sikan under his command turned against him. This kind of picture is very exciting just thinking about it. There was hesitation on Hadō's face. He had no choice but to believe what Moyu said. After all, it was only the first time the two met. If it weren't for his Shinigami identity, Hadō would not have told Moyu the information at all. Moyu seemed to see the concerns in his heart, and explained. This kind of thing, can you change anything with your power? Ajitja's may not be your match, but Vasto Lord can you guarantee defeat? Hadō's strength can be regarded as the upper middle level among many Shinigami. Ajitja's can still be defeated even without Shikai. However, this is far from enough. In the Night Palace, where Jillian walks everywhere, ajichas are not as good as dogs. If Hadō gets involved, what awaits him will inevitably be death. Reality is often so cruel. Euro 9J. Hadō's expression was a little gloomy, and he was obviously more aware of what Moyu said. With his personal strength, he couldn't participate in it at all. Not only because of Shinigami's identity, but also because of strength. Okay, Yoryuki. Moyu looked at Shihao and Yoryuki on the side, and said, the black chamber crossing gate that is about to return. Let's talk. Shihao and Yoryuki didn't set up the portal immediately, but pointed to a koala-like creature in Moyu's arms, and asked. What are you going to do with this little guy? As if sensing the gaze of others, Nilu subconsciously hugged Moyu's body even more tightly. In this frightening death forest, only here can bring him a warm breath. Before she knew it, she had become attached to this aura. Nilu. Hearing Moyu's voice, Nilu poked her head out of his arms, looked at him pitifully, and whispered. Moyu doesn't want Nilu. Nilu will be very obedient, don't leave Nilu behind. Seeing this, Moyu looked helplessly at Shihao and Yoryuki next to him. It seems that if Nilu is thrown in the forest of Minos Grande, there's a good chance she'll be eaten by other Minos Grande. Shihao and Yoryuki put his hands on his hips and leaned slightly in front of Nilu, like a cat protecting food, staring at Nilu in front of him. The biological instinct told her that the little guy in front of her was definitely not as simple as it appeared on the surface. If you bring her back, it is very likely that you will cause yourself some unnecessary troubles. What do you mean? Shihao and Yoryuki stood up straight and looked at Moyu. Bring it back to the real world. Moyu explained, I will be stationed in this world for a while. At that time, we will make arrangements for Nilu's whereabouts. Shihao and Yoryuki hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said. Since you said so, let her take it back. However, don't devour human souls in this world. Otherwise, I will divide you to death. The second half of the sentence seemed to be addressed to Nilu. Even after Shihao and Yoryuki left the Soul Society, he still kept his responsibilities in mind. Nilu looked at the female Shinigami in front of her with some fear, and nodded. Although she didn't understand what the death penalty Shihao and Yoryuki was talking about, it didn't stop her from being afraid. Among those present, it seemed that only Moyu would not hurt her. Everything else is terrible. Shihao and Yoryuki began to arrange the black cavity through the world gate, and Kid's dense light bloomed in his palm, embellishing the darkness. The pedestal-style spirit seed fixers are placed on both sides, and the kid curtain is opened to form a wave of light gate. Different from the black cavity piercing door in the present world, this one is only a one-time use item. Therefore, it will appear relatively crude in structure. The light curtain is fully unfolded, and the construction of the black cavity piercing gate is completed. Okay, you can leave this ghost place. Shihao and Yoryuki looked at Moyu and said, let's go. Moyu shook his head, looked at Hadō, and said. Aren't you going to leave here with us? Hearing this, Hadō lowered his eyes slightly and shook his head firmly. I have guessed that most of the voids that appear in this world come from the forest of Minos Grande. As long as the number of ghosts here decreases, the harm to the world will also decrease accordingly. So, can you tell me, is our effort working? Hearing this question, Moyu and Shihao and Yoryuki froze in place at the same time. But immediately, when they recalled the changes in this world, their expressions were a little gloomy and dignified. Hueco Mundo. The opening of the Nemo 507 war caused the number of ghosts in the world to rise sharply. In the forest of Minos Grande, a new Wangsu was born, and a more tragic war may break out in the future. The pressure of the present world has far exceeded that of the past. Almost all the members of the 13th Division went into battle, and even recruited members from other divisions to purify the world. Although they didn't answer right away, Hadō already got the answer from his expression. I understand. Hadō lowered his head and put on the antelope mask again. I have been fighting to this day to protect the souls of mankind, and to honor the promises I made with my comrades who fought here together. Afterwards, I will still follow this idea and fight to the end of my life. So, goodbye, both of you. After the words fell, before Moyu could speak, Hadō activated Shunpo and disappeared in front of the two of them. This. Shihour Yoriyuki and Moyu looked at each other. They are not incomprehensible to Hadō's choice, but still admire the idea. Not everyone is able to stick to their decisions and stick to the agreement with their companions in the forest of Minos Grande. This is a lonely and never-ending road. Hadō has never even missed the scenery on the side of the road, and has been walking firmly forward. Let's go. Moyu sighed softly. Hadō guards the spirit of the dead here. This is its persistence, and it is also the Lito of the soul. After the silence, the two walked through the black cavity portal and left the forest of Minos Grande. Wang Su's fate was already doomed. Challenging the Sui Palace is tantamount to flying moths into a flame. What awaits him will be the abyss of despair. Not long after the two left, Dao's tall figure stepped out of the darkness. The double crescent sickle was carried on the shoulders, exuding a sense of oppression that made the soul stagnate. Fifth Espada, Neutra Gilga. Disappeared. How can that disgusting smell disappear? Roaring sounds spread far, far away in the Minos Grande forest, but the surrounding area was still dead silent. No imaginary thus appears. On the sickle in Neutra's hand, blood dripped faintly. The ferocious face was full of cruelty. I see. She left Hueco Mundo and went to the real world. Neutra grinned, her white teeth gleaming coldly. I will never let you go easily. In front of him, the dark space was shattered, like pieces of a puzzle that were constantly separated, revealing a deeper darkness of nothingness. Black Cavity, open. Chapter 74. Karakura Town. Urahara Store. Underground Secret Base. Urahara Kisuk held the unknown tea sent by Tessai Tsukabishi and tasted it leisurely. There is a wave coming from the world transmitting gate, and Hei Yajun came back so soon. Ignoring the tea in his hand, Urahara Kisuk sat on the console in front of him, crackling. After a while, he came to the front of Haikyang's boundary crossing gate. Above the tall portal, spatial fluctuations unfolded, forming fluctuations visible to the naked eye. Like a downpour of rain falling in a calm lake, large and small ripples undulate. Next moment, two figures walked out of it. Welcome back. Before Urahara Kisuk finished speaking, he noticed a loli in Moyu's arms. Wait, Mr. Moyu. His expression gradually became serious, and he asked. What is that in your arms? Looking at his expression, Moyu speculates that Urahara Kisuk may have guessed something about Nilu. For example, the status of Vasto Lord class Minos Grande. Nilu, Ajich's class Arankar. Moyu said without blushing, I picked it up in the forest of Minos Grande. Very safe. Nilu poked her head out of her embrace, curiously looking at the strange environment around her. It is completely different from the endless, unchanging white desert of Hueco Mundo. Although it is barren here, there are all kinds of facilities, even strange buildings, and existences that are completely different from Su. Well, it seems to be another Shinigami. Mr. Moyu, although I know this is your private matter. Urahara Kisuk said seriously, but I still want to remind you. The one in your arms. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Moyu. Since you know it's my private matter, Mr. Urahara should not get involved. Thank you for your kindness. What Urahara Kisuk wanted to say was blocked back. He looked at Moyu with a complicated look, and for a long time, he said. You seem to know more than I expected. Moyu put Nilu down, looked at Urahara Kisuk, slightly raised the corners of his mouth, and said with a smile. Everyone has their own secrets, doesn't they? Mr. Urahara. Urahara Kisuk's expression returned to normal, with a smile on his face, and said softly. I see, Mr. Moyu. The communication between the two was like playing a riddle, and Shihaoran Yoryuaki, who was watching from the side, had questions on his head. But after Moyu's warning, Shihaoran Yoryuaki seems to understand a truth. Curiosity literally kills the cat. Urahara store. After a short rest, the group returned to the main body of the store on the ground. Tasting the fresh tea in his hand, Moyu directly threw the right to speak to Shihaoran Yoryuaki. She, who used to be the captain of the second team, must be better at intelligence reporting than him. The reason for the expansion of Minos Grande Forest is that a new Wangsu was born. Urahara Kisuk seemed a little stunned and incomprehensible to this information. Why is Wangsu still born at this point in time? Sui Palace didn't stop it. Urahara Kisuk, caught in his own thoughts, is immersed in his own world. Regarding what happened in Hueco Mundo, it was also difficult for him to be sure for a while. I need new research data. As one of the few top scientific researchers, Urahara Kisuk's professional level in this area is absolutely beyond doubt. After saying sorry, he left the room in a hurry. As for Nilu, he no longer cared about it. Right now, figuring out Hueco Mundo's secret is what he cares about. In that case, it's time for me to say goodbye. Moyu stood up, ready to go back to the warehouse where he was stationed to take a look. I hope that during this time, Godwood has not been eaten by Minos Grande. Moyu. Nilu ran and jumped into Moyu's arms. After a set of movements, she seemed to be familiar with the process. Leaning her head on Moyu's shoulder, Nilu grinned and waved to Shihaoran Yoryuaki. Seeing his disappearing figure, Shihaoran Yoryuaki couldn't help muttering. Moyu, kid, his orientation should be normal, right? But why do I always feel restless? Similarly, she was also lost in thought. Warehouse station, Shinigami stronghold. Moyu listened carefully to Mikami Seki's report during this period. Although there were no accidents, I looked at the guy with a bruised nose and a swollen face and various bandages around his body. He still couldn't help sighing. Zemu, I've only been away for a little over a day, why did you become like this? Mikami Seki, who is tall and burly, is like a frightened little chicken in front of Moyu, and he is very odd. It's just that I met a few ordinary ghosts that joined together. An awkward yet polite smile appeared on his face, explaining. Accidentally, I read their way. But don't worry, Mr. Moyu, I've already taken care of those bastards. Ugh. Moyu sighed softly, waved his hand at him, and said, come closer. Mikami Seki took a step forward without doubting him. The next moment, Moyu's palm released emerald green light, and the breath of life circulated in the room. Advanced Kide Reiatsu removal. Emerald green light fell on Sankamai Seki's body. The injuries on his body immediately recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. This. Mikami Seki opened his mouth wide, full of surprise. Master Moyu, you still know Kide? Moyu sighed, and replied with some helplessness. Have you forgotten my identity? 3 seats in the 4th team, a serious logistics team. As soon as these words came out, it was as if a thunderbolt sounded in Mikami Zemu's mind, and he froze in place, his eyes full of bewilderment. 4. Division 4. The performance of Moyu stationed in the present world during this time directly made Mikami Seki regard him as a godlike existence. In his impression, his captain had never shown such a strong fighting power. So much so that he subconsciously ignored Moyu's original position. The 3rd officer of the 4th division, the real logistics division. Looking at Mikami Seki, who was caught in doubt about his life, Moyu sighed again. He is very clear that the 4th team is actually not a place where he can stay forever. Whether it is Yamamoto Genryanagi or Kuchiki Yinlan, he will not be allowed to stay in the logistics team. This is a waste of its strength. Moyu can already guess that after the end of the stationing, he will be transferred to other teams after returning to Seoul Society, and it is not impossible for him to become the vice-captain. The life of salted fish is gone forever. Gurgling gurgling. A strange voice sounded beside him. Moyu subconsciously looked towards the legs. I saw Nilu raised her small face, showing a happy smile, and said, Moyu Moyu, Nilu is hungry. To say such things openly, only Nilu's character would have no scruples. Hungry. Moyu pondered, Su's food, so there are only other Su or Lingyu, right? Mikami Seiki on the side carefully looked at Nilu, who looked a little weird. Although Moyu didn't explain it, he could still feel the virtual Reiatsu from this little guy. And when Moyu named Su's food, he confirmed what he had in mind. The little guy in front of him is definitely the same as the dangerous guy before. Arankar. Do not mind the details. Just when Mikami Seiki was frightened by the thoughts in his heart, Moyu said lightly. Nilu is our companion, you just need to remember this. Mikami Seiki nodded and said. Yes. For Moyu's words, he has always carried out unconditionally. Since Lord Moyu said so, there must be Lord Moyu's own reasons. Continue to stay at the stronghold. Moyu held out his hand to Nilu and said, Since you're hungry, let's go find some food. Mikami Seiki watched the two leave and continued with his duties. In Karakura town, Moyu took Nilu along and moved quickly through the air. In the current world, the most indispensable thing is emptiness. Finding food or something is simply a simple matter. The virtual direction provided by the divine machine of the order saves the effort of searching for it. However, he still somewhat underestimated Nilu's appetite. After feeding 5 Su in a row, Nilu still looked hungry. Who, Moyu Moyu? Nilu feels a little bit worse. An indistinct voice came out of her mouth, I will be full soon. Moyu sighed and rubbed Nilu's hair. Half an hour ago, you said that. Nilu pursed her mouth, rubbed her stomach, and looked at Moyu pitifully. But, Nilu is still very hungry. Moyu stroked his chin, thinking. It seems that we need to find some more powerful ones. Just when the idea arises, Setsuna, horror to the oppressive force of ultimate, instantly descended into Karakura town. Boom! The violent wind blade flew out of the black cavity, instantly cutting off the building in front, and destroying it further away. Perceived. The tall body stepped out of it, and the black pupils were full of crazy emotions. The taste of this Reiatsu, just around the corner. Neutra held the double crescent sickle in his hand, exuding an aura of madness. Unlike Sayalaporo, he did not hide his pressure at all when he entered the world. Even, extremely crazily covered Reiatsu further away. Just to find. The 2 crescent sickles in his hands subconsciously slashed, and the tall buildings under his feet also collapsed. Even if it is just an unconscious attack, it is a disaster for the present world. Completely ignoring the damage he had caused, Neutra let out a roar in the air, and the madness in his one-eyed eyes fixed on the north direction. In this direction. After the voice fell, Setsuna disappeared in place. In his Setsuna, which came into the world, Moyu first sensed his restless Reiatsu. It's Espada again. His mouth twitched slightly. Twitch, some can't understand. Although Karakura town is a heavy spirit land, is it too much to have Espada descend so frequently? Troubled Karakura town. The moment Neutra Reiatsu moved, Moyu also disappeared in place. The two are rapidly approaching. Urahara Store, Underground Research Institute. Ura, Zhaoqian's, Harakisuk was interrupted by Neutra's Reiatsu, the trial. He walked out of the shop, looking solemnly in the direction where Reiatsu appeared. It's not at the same level as the Espada Arankar of that day. Shihao and Yoryuaki rushed to the place where Reiatsu appeared at the first time. Such a dangerous existence must not be faced by you alone. However, no matter how fast she was, she couldn't keep up with the meeting between the two. Finally found you. Neutra stepped in the sky, the double crescent sickle wrapped around his waist hangs upside down, his expression is ferocious and cruel, and his wild killing intent is aimed at Moyu unabashedly. Nilu in her arms. Neutra Gilga. With a distinctive appearance, Moyu immediately recognized the other party's identity. When he heard the words in his mouth, he also directly completed the matter through brain supplementation. In the forest of Minos Grande, Neutra sensed Nilu's Reiatsu and chased him all the way. However, when it comes to the present world, the meaning of things becomes a little different. Rampant guy. Moyu looked cold and murderous. Facing this kind of guy, there is only slaughter. In Setsuna where Moyu Reiatsu stirred up, Neutra finally shifted his attention from Nilu to him. Shinigami. His eyebrows twitched, and he opened his ferocious mouth. Sen's teeth gleamed coldly. What a damn existence! Anyone standing in front of me deserves to die. Without hesitation, Neutra raised the double crescent sickle in his hand, and slashed towards Moyu's direction. A roar sounded in the sky above Karakura town. Die! Chapter 75. Boom! Wild slashing, explosive fall. Above the sky, an endless hurricane was set off, sweeping towards Moyu. In Neutra's crazy eyes, there is an undisguised killing intent. When dealing with the enemy, there is no merciful word in his dictionary. Die! In Setsuna, where the double crescent sickle is about to fall, a blue light flashes across the sky. Rumble! A violent explosion sounded on Neutra's sickle. The strong thrust made it fly out of the sky in an instant, and fell into the ruins of the building like a meteor, stirring up dust that covered the sky and the sun. Seeing this scene, the lightning that bloomed on Moyu's fingers also gradually faded away. This level of attack. He looked in the direction the light came from. On the ground, an orange-haired girl in a school uniform slowly walked out of the smoke. Destroyer. Moyu identified the opponent's identity from the way he attacked. At the same time, after sensing the intensity of the fleeting divine loss, I had a little guess about its name. Damn, who is it? Neutra rushed out of the ruins in an instant, like a rampaging truck, and his raging eyes directly locked on the girl's figure. Another disgusting woman. Since you stand up for this guy, you should die first. He has a ferocious expression, his murderous intent boils, and he starts to move. The next moment, Neutra disappeared in place. Almost instantly, his tall figure appeared directly above the girl. The berserk power erupted from the right leg, directly blasting towards the girl's head. This speed! The girl's pupils contracted, and she only had time to hold her arms in front of her. A strong impact landed on her body, and Setsuna immediately knocked her into the air. Moyu noticed the light-colored veins on the girl's arms that were like lotus roots. Static blood outfit. There is no doubt about the Quincy. And it's still this hair color, this strength. As for the true identity of the girl, he was already sure. Kurosaki Masaki is the only daughter of the Kurosaki family, one of the few pure-blood extermination survivors. Shinigami. Setsuna, who Kurosaki Masaki landed on, looked towards Moyu and shouted loudly, 033 This guy is dangerous, hurry up and take that little guy out of here. The moment she confronted Neutra for the first time, she could confirm that the opponent's strength was not inferior to hers. Due to the sudden engagement and haste, she had already fallen into a disadvantage in the battle. However, at the moment when Moyu shouted to Setsuna, a figure appeared above his head again. Neutra is a despicable guy. In order to achieve the goal of fighting, he will use any means at all. Now that you're slacking off, the victor should be mine. The golden Reiatsu exploded and turned into a slash that tore everything apart. Neutra's one-eyed eyes showed a hint of success, and he slashed down mercilessly. Those who stand in my way, go to death. Neutra grinned wildly. In his opinion, this attack must be impossible to miss. The disgusting woman in front of me is about to die. However, when his double crescent sickle was less than a foot away, the super nerve detector from Arankar issued a crazy warning. A faint breeze blows behind him. Escape. If you don't escape, you will die. Neutra forcibly stopped his attack, and abruptly moved his body for a certain distance. However, the wind has come. The bluish-white wind breath turned into an indestructible wind blade, slashing across Neutra's arm. Scoff! Like the sound of cloth being torn, it sounded on his arm. The whisper of the wind, have you ever heard it? A calm voice appeared behind Neutra. Holding Zanpakutō in his hand, Moyu walked slowly towards the crazy guy not far away. Let you appear in this world. Obviously my share of the fault. Now, let me make amends. As for Neutra, he has absolutely no intention of holding back. Everything that was destroyed in front of him also has a certain relationship with Moyu's negligence. In this regard, Moyu will not shirk. However, right now is the opportunity to make up for it. Why don't you go? Kurosaki stared at Moyu nervously, and urged, get out of here quickly. That guy is really dangerous. Don't think that you can defeat him because you cut off his CDFG arm in a surprise attack. The simple-minded Kurosaki Masaki, Ishin just wants to keep Moyu away from here. If possible, let's leave the battle to someone stronger. That guy's called Neutra Gilga, Arankar of the Ajichas class. In terms of strength, it is not weaker than Vasto Lord in normal form. Moyu calmly explained, and he came because of my negligence. All the rest, leave it to me to handle. As soon as the voice fell, his figure disappeared in place. When he reappeared, Moyu appeared above Neutra with Zanpakutō in hand. Almost the same attack method, he slashed towards Neutra with a broken arm expressionlessly. Boom! It seems like a light slash, but the power contained in it seems to have exceeded the range of the ground. Neutra hastily responded, the double crescent sickle in his hand had only time to lift halfway, and was directly blasted into the ground by the black jade. Kurosaki Masaki looked at Moyu's attack in surprise, and opened his mouth slightly, looking astonished. Is the Shinigami stationed in the present world already so strong? For the strength that Moyu showed, she couldn't understand it at all. When will Shinigami, who is in charge of a city, be able to rival the existence of the captain level in terms of strength? No, the strength shown by this guy in front of him is even more. The ground collapsed, like a sea wave, surging towards the distance. Countless new soil was dug up, mixed with cement, and this area was directly turned into ruins. Damn guy! Neutra's crazy roar came from under the ground. Why, guys like you always come out to stop me. Moyu was unmoved by this. It can be called the strongest defense among the Espadas, and Neutra Gilga, who has the hardest steel skin among the Espadas of all dynasties, if he is killed by a slash. Then the Espada becomes a joke. In Setsuna, where his voice fell, a large amount of soil was lifted from the ground, and a mutilated figure flew out of it. Neutra at this moment is completely different from the rampant appearance when he came here, and has become extremely embarrassed. One arm was missing, and on his left shoulder, there was a hideous wound that almost spanned his body, even revealing his internal organs. Shinigami IMP. Neutra stared at Moyu, said, you have completely angered me. Accompanied by a burst of sizzling sounds, the wounds on his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and a large number of bloody granulations sprouted from them, intertwined and healed his body. Even its arms grew rapidly. Die! Before his arms had fully grown, Neutra suddenly disappeared and slashed at Moyu with double crescent sickles. This way of fighting. Moyu has already known about Neutra's character, and has been wary of this guy from the very beginning. As predicted. The next moment, a violent roar sounded under his sickle. Under its berserk power, the ground made a fragile whine, and collapsed crazily, just like an earthquake. Ha 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 ha! Neutra laughed maniacally, it's finally dead. He who hated Moyu to the bone, finally saw the scene he wanted to see the most. Whose turn is it next? He turned his eyes, searching for the figure of Kurosaki Masaki. However, just when it was about to pull out its sickle from the smoke and dust. Something unexpected happened. Neutra tugged several times, but failed to retrieve the scythe. Damn it! Cold sweat dripped from his brow as he realized something terrible. The attack he was proud of didn't seem to have any effect on that damned Shinigami kid. Li had 4 ways day and day thunder. An indifferent voice came out from the smoke and dust. The next moment, a crackling sound echoed in the area. The scorching thunder burst, instantly sweeping away all the smoke and dust around. When Neutra saw the scene, his pupils suddenly narrowed to the size of a pinprick. How come? The Zanpakutō in Moyu's hand was caught in the arc of the double crescent sickle. And on his other hand, the index finger stretched out, and a large amount of lightning surged on it, making a piercing sound. There was a burning smell in the air. As Setsuna's voice fell, the lightning from Moyu's fingertips instantly condensed into a huge dazzling pillar of lightning, piercing through the sky. Like a punishment from heaven, it came down to the world. Under the attack of Lei Zhu, the already damaged ground tore a deep gully, spreading to the place where Neutra was. This Reiatsu. In Setsuna, which was about to be pierced by the thunder pillar, Neutra roared unwillingly, "Are you kidding me?" Boom! The thunder pillar exploded, and countless ferocious thunder lights raged, instantly engulfing Neutra completely. The scorching light, like the second sun under the sky, shines on the entire city. Violent thunder and lightning ravaged the area where Neutra was located, and lasted for more than 10 seconds. It wasn't until the thunder faded away that Neutra's voice came out again. This power! How is this possible? In this world, I don't think I will admit that there is a stronger existence than me. Ha! Kill you! After Setsuna finished speaking, the tyrannical golden Reiatsu turned into a beam of light and soared into the sky. Instantly pierced through the clouds above the sky. Neutra completely liberated himself Reiatsu. And his body, which had been turned into charred by the day's thunder, was also shedding a lot of old skin, revealing a complete body. In this case, only high-speed regeneration can restore his fighting power again. The golden Reiatsu beam of light trembles, making it. The surrounding space trembled because of this. Before the beam of light faded away, Moyu felt a strong pull from Zanpakutō. Before he could react, the double crescent sickle stuck on his Zanpakutō was directly drawn away by Neutra. Next moment, the tall body has already come to Moyu. The huge double crescent sickle cut down again. Neutra completely unleashed his own strength, slashed wildly, and landed on Moyu's body. With golden Reiatsu, Neutra reaches its peak. Die, die, die! The crazy roar echoed on the ruins. The sound of gold and iron interlacing, also accompanied by the sound of slashing, resounded continuously. Facing Neutra's crazy attack, Moyu still maintained a calm and indifferent posture. Do you want to kill him with this level of attack? What are you kidding? What is the purpose of the Fist Slayer ghost training day and night? Is it to let a mere 5th espada easily beat? Non-existent. A cold light flashed in Moyu's purple eyes, and he turned his wrist, which became even more fierce. Let's see the real way of fighting. A gust of wind rises and sweeps across the sky. The bluish-white breath of wind wrapped around the blade, circling upwards. Death comes to you like the wind. Moyu raised his voice slightly, "Blade Mad Lan." After Setsuna's voice fell, the sweeping bluish-white wind stagnated in the air, as if the pause button had been pressed, stagnating around the blade. However, before Neutra could rejoice, they roared towards them with a more rapid attitude. The breath of the wind turned into a wind blade, tearing apart the sky with an unsolvable attitude. Neutra's pupils shrank suddenly, and subconsciously placed the sickle in his hand in front of him. In Setsuna, where the wind blade was attacking, the nerve probe from Arankar issued a warning of madness again. Block it! Block it! Block it! The breath of death enveloped and devoured him, as if fate had already waved towards him. The terrifying sound erupted directly from Setsuna where the two collided. A terrifying blast of air swept through the ruins within a radius of several miles. As a result, the ground was cut to a depth of hundreds of meters, forming a huge hole like a tiankeng. Neutra's Reiatsu also disappears because of this. Chapter 76. Mama. Bright red blood dripped down, and Neutra looked at his crippled body in horror, and his narrow pupils were full of fear. He was almost completely killed. In his hand, the double crescent sickle was cut off in the middle and lost its brilliance. Reiatsu also becomes weak here. If the attack just now was stronger, then what greeted him must be true despair. Neutra has grown from the weakest to the most powerful among Arrancar Espada and Hueco Mundo. He has been through countless battles. But no matter which time, he defeated and devoured his opponent and turned it into a stepping stone to strengthen himself. As the death gesture that symbolizes despair in Espada, he actually felt the indescribable despair in the body of a Shinigami. Ha ha ha! Neutra let out a crazy laugh, blood sprayed out from his mouth, and the whole person looked crazy and terrifying. This is the battle I want. Neliel, did you see that? He roared to the sky, his tiny pupils seemed to be full of madness. This is the real battle. As the voice fell, the golden Reiatsu shot up into the sky. The damaged double crescent sickle in Neutra's hand was raised high, and the golden Reiatsu condensed into a beam of light visible to the naked eye, turning into a burning flame, illuminating the sky of Karakura town. The form of death that symbolizes despair descends into the present world. I will prove that the strongest existence is named Neutra Gilga. Pray, holy weeping mantis. The golden Reiatsu swept everything around, and the wild flames directly swallowed it completely, and the dust covered the sky and buried the place where Neutra was. With such a serious injury, he can still fight. A hint of worry flashed in the bright eyes of Kurosaki Masaki, who was watching from a distance. The other party is really a monster. Moyu will definitely win. A weak but firm voice sounded beside him. Kurosaki Masaki lowered his head and looked at Nilu beside him, with a somewhat complicated expression. When I learned that the Shinigami named Moyu fought against such a terrifying monster in order to protect the little guy in front of me. Her perception of Shinigami has also changed. It turns out that Shinigami are not all horrible existences who only know about slaughter. Kurosaki Masaki forcefully squeezed out a smile, and said in relief. Well, Mr. Moyu will definitely win. After all, she turned her eyes to the direction where the army was fighting. At the same time, a slender lingzibao is condensed in its palm, and Reiatsu is dense on it, ready to go. Obviously, she is ready to rescue Moyu at any time. Even now, Moyu still has the upper hand. And that's because the guy's Reiatsu at the center of the giant pothole is just too scary. The thick cloud layer in the sky tore out a huge gully, surging in all directions. Below, the golden yellow Reiatsu remains undiminished, and even radiates further away. In order to kill Moyu, Neutra completely freed himself and cast Returning Blade. Returning to the blade, Arrancar transformed his physical body into its original posture and returned to the strongest attack ability. The Reiatsu beam of light gradually dissipated, and a huge crescent moon appeared in the smoke and dust, as if the moon was falling from the sky. Just looking at the scene in front of him gives people a feeling of insignificance. The breeze blows in and the dust disperses. Neutra's insolent posture is also displayed in front of Moyu. The crescent-shaped sharp horns pierced through the head, crossed yellow facial lines slipped off the crazy face, and the eye mask turned into teeth, biting the empty holes in itself, and the forearms were all holding with a double-edged sickle. Powerful and terrifying. Although the external Espada uniform has been dilapidated, it looks a bit embarrassed. But the injuries on his body have completely healed, and even the wounds have disappeared. Ha, how is it? Neutra grinned, revealing a stern white fang. It's the first time I saw Espada's sword liberation. Do you feel hopeless? Contrary to its form, Moyu held Zanpakutō upside down, looking calm and calm. Since you have returned to the blade. Then if I don't pay more attention to it, it would be a little too contemptuous of you. While speaking, he placed the Zanpakutō in his hand in front of him, and said softly, "Tear apart the sky and sweep through Senluo." Lan Yin. With the fall of his voice, a bluish-white wind rose from the ground centered on Moyu. It turned into a violent tornado, devouring the few clouds above the sky. Reiatsu stirred, responding to Neutra's provocation. The strong wind blew past, adding a few more scars on the ruins. The wind died down. Moyu's figure is displayed in the bluish-white wind. In his hand, Zanpakutō, which has turned into a haze, is engraved with a bluish-white wind mark. Looking at the slender blade, Reiatsu is dense and the wind is compelling. In this way, the battle is much more fair. Moyu lightly waved Zanpakutō in his hand, the wind suddenly blew up, and several deep ravines split open on the ground under his feet. Seeing Moyu's changing momentum, Neutra was slightly taken aback. "This is what you call a fair fight? Why do I liberate the sword? You can too." The guy who couldn't do it before, now has the word despair engraved on his face. He never thought that when Moyu fought with him before, he never used his full strength. It wasn't until Moyu liberated Zanpakutō that Neutra realized the real difference in power between the two. But Neutra grinned wildly, "What about liberating Zanpakutō? Victory will only belong to me after all." As soon as the voice fell, Neutra directly started the ring and disappeared in place. The next moment, the double-edged sickle swung down with the golden Reiatsu. When the sound of gold and iron intertwined echoed above the ruins. Neutra's eyes widened, watching everything that happened in front of him in disbelief. The four double-edged sickles slashed down at the same time, but they were actually blocked by the opponent's slashing power. The attack of the Shinigami kid in front of him happened to be stuck on a weird node. Moyu looked up slightly, with a smile on the corner of his mouth, looked directly at Neutra, and said with a smile, "This is the correct way to open the battle. Fighting on instinct is nothing but the behavior of wild beasts." In fact, in his previous life, he was inseparable. Why is Zaraki Kenpachi's beast-like fighting behavior always sought after by countless people? Anohanaretsu's art-like kendo skills are easily surpassed by him? Later, I just learned that all this stems from Zaraki Kenpachi's own strength. However, the potential contained in kendo itself is not inferior to that of Zaraki Kenpachi itself. If fighting skills developed for thousands of years are no match for instinctive fighting, wouldn't it be a big joke? The potential of kendo far exceeds instinct. This is the difference between man and beast. Are you kidding me? Neutra yelled, "Mere Shinigami, what about the right fight?" Scoff. With all four arms, he stretched Moyu's Zanpakutō directly. "Only the victor deserves to talk about fighting, BD. The crazy posture is like a praying mantis hunting." The jagged forelimbs blocked all possible escape directions for Moyu, tearing through the air. When the crisp sound resounded through the ruins again, the violent power surged, forming a shock wave visible to the naked eye, which radiated in all directions. Under the shock wave, the few remaining buildings turned into ruins and collapsed. Neutra's eyes were full of disbelief. He couldn't understand how his own attack would be resisted by the pressure of sin again. Obviously this time they are attacking in four different directions. How come? I will never admit that the winner must be me. Neutra made a roar, like a wounded beast. Just as Setsuna, whose actions were stalemate, opened his mouth suddenly. The golden Reiatsu instantly condensed and turned into a small ball, suspended above the tongue with the number 5 engraved on it. Wang Su's flash. Neutra's most powerful form of attack. Asking for flowers. Oh! At such a close distance, it is impossible to dodge the past. Excitement flashed in his eyes, as if he had seen the scene where Moyu was penetrated by Zero. And the fact is just as he expected. Setsuna burst out with a golden beam of light, directly piercing the figure in front of him. Ha 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 ha! It's finally dead! Neutra laughed maniacally, it's just a piece of trash who only knows how to talk. Victory, after all, still belongs to me. Speak, don't talk too much. The moment the indifferent voice appeared, Neutra's laughter stopped abruptly. He turned his head stiffly to the back, only to see you standing not far away intact. No, it's impossible. I clearly. When he looked in front of him again, a little remaining cloth slowly fell from the air. Sifeng's secret footwork 3 empty cicada. That's the difference between you and me. Moyu said calmly, beasts are beasts after all. His words ignited the anger in Neutra's heart again. Its figure flashed and appeared beside Moyu in an instant. The 4 double-edged sickles in his hands slashed towards Moyu in different directions again. Boom! The powerful force caused the ground to collapse, and the soil surged up like waves. The two sides were at a stalemate again. However, this posture did not last for too long. A vicious look flashed in Neutra's one eye, and there was a rattling sound from his abdominal cavity. Immediately, a cold glow went straight towards Moyu. Boom! Sensing the abnormal movement from his arm, Neutra's eyes widened, his expression a little dazed. This. Moyu put his left hand in front of his body, blocking the arm that suddenly protruded from his abdomen. Nothing is impossible. He still had a smile on his face. Neutra Gilga, your 6 arms have been no secret since the beginning. Remark 1. It even set off a turbulent sea in Neutra's heart. All opponents who have seen his 6 arms died under his hands. How did this hateful Shinigami who had never met before me know? So what if you know? Neutra manipulated the arm protruding from the abdominal cavity, and suddenly stabbed towards Moyu's chest. It was so fierce that it even made a sonic boom in the air. However, when it was less than an inch away from Moyu, the space in front of it was full of stagnation. It's like being in a quagmire, and with a slight movement, you will feel endless resistance. Neutra! Moyu whispered, did you hear that? Hearing this, Neutra raised his eyes, with a hint of puzzlement in his angry expression. Got windy? Amidst the sound of the wind, it announced your return journey. As the voice fell, Lanyan in Moyu's hand suddenly circled upwards, emitting a bluish-white violent wind. Caught off guard, Neutra's double-edged sickle was directly bounced off. The wind suddenly picked up. Moyu turned the blade of the knife in his hand and held it backwards in his palm. This formula is called Slay Evil. Lanyan slashed upwards, and the wind blade that traversed the sky and the earth flew out of it. The clouds in the sky were torn apart, and the soil on the ground was broken. The bluish-white wind blade pierced through Neutra's body instantly with unstoppable speed. The golden Reiatsu on its body gradually faded away. Neutra's pupils dilated, his expression faded, and his consciousness became blurred. After all, is it still here? It turns out that this is death. He knelt down powerlessly on the ground, and bloodstains appeared on his body, running through his entire body. Watching Neutra, whose breath gradually disappeared, Moyu remained calm. For this guy, he is not pitiful. All his life, he has been pursuing to die in the hands of the strong, to die in battle. Now, Moyu took advantage of the situation and beheaded him, which can be regarded as fulfilling his lifelong wish. This is the destination of despair. Hearing this last sentence, Neutra's eyes lighted up slightly, and finally lost all vitality. 9. Chapter 77. Your Li had 4 ways. Thunder of the day was seriously injured. Neutra Gilga, the mood is excited, the efficiency of practice is doubled, and the power is increased by 100%. Because your Gale Sword Deo crushed Neutra Gilga in combat skills, you feel happy, your comprehension greatly increases, and you comprehend new sword skills. Your Zanpakutō is satisfied because of killing Neutra Gilga, the degree of compatibility has increased, the comprehension of oneself has been further advanced, and the potential is being stimulated. Because your Reiatsu beat Espada for the 2nd time, your confidence has improved, your understanding has greatly increased, and you have comprehended a new realm ultimate Reiatsu, The late system notification sound made Moyu stunned. He never imagined that the battle with Neutra would actually improve his strength so much. Among them, the improvement of Day and Day Thunder and Gale Sword Dao has become second. Most importantly, Zanpakutō Lanyan changed, and Reiatsu realized a new realm. Zanpakutō is closely related to himself, and even the slightest change involves Moyu himself. More importantly, when he used Zanpakutō Chikai to fight, he always felt that Lanyan's potential was not limited to this. With this promotion, Moyu somehow sensed that Lanyan still has a second Chikai form. Maybe it won't be long, with Lanyan's cultivation efficiency, it will be enough to dig it out. As for the changes on Reiatsu, it involves the root of Shinigami. Some great schemer once said that Shinigami's battles are Reiatsu's battles. The display of all abilities will ultimately be based on the strength of the Reiatsu level. No matter how strong the ability is, if Reiatsu can't do it, it can't even break the enemy's defense. For specific performance, you can refer to 983 Sifeng. Suzumibaki, a 2-hit kill, was completely useless against someone taller than her in Reiatsu. In this case, the stronger the Reiatsu, the stronger the power side will be. Moyu is very curious about the changes in his own strength. But right now is not the time to test, there are more important things waiting for him to deal with. Neutra's death caused its Reiatsu to scatter around. This time, no negation showed up to save him. As a scientific researcher, Sail Aporo is very aware of his level of combat power, so he usually prepares various means to prevent accidents. And negation is the most critical means for him to save himself. Neutra doesn't have as many ideas as he does. He just wanted to kill Nilou, or be killed by Nilou. This time, Neutra's purpose was finally achieved. Although she didn't die in the hands of Nilou, she died in the hands of the strong after all. From beginning to end, Neutra, as the fifth Espada, has only one purpose. That is fighting without any reason. Become stronger in the battle, and finally die in the hands of the stronger. Since you are dead, let's use the last bit of residual heat. Moyu looked at the lifeless Neutra with a calm expression, and said indifferently, atonement for your mistakes. After the words fell, Lanyan raised his hand. The wind between heaven and earth suddenly changed its shape and direction, heading towards the hill in Moyu's hand. Kurosaki Masaki brought Nilou to the other side and landed beside Moyu, looking at him curiously. You are? The corner of Moyu's mouth slightly raised, and said, a special method designed to address this guy's past mistakes. The wind swept over. Something that shocked Kurosaki Masaki happened. Neutra's Reiatsu, which had already begun to dissipate, was forcefully squeezed into the body again. Although its soul is gone, this massive Reiatsu remains. Wind breath can stop Reiatsu. Moyu explained, and this Reiatsu is just reserved for Nilou as food. Instead of letting this Reiatsu return to the present world, it is better to stay and help Nilou recover. Although Neutra is only an Arankar of Ajicha's class, it is one of Espada after all. In terms of Reiatsu, it is not much weaker than Vasto Lord. Under Moyu's control, the violent wind became orderly. They squeeze all the Reiatsu towards the center. After a while, it was compressed into a spherical shape, and it kept shrinking. Nilou, open your mouth. Although she didn't know what was going on in front of her eyes, Nilou, who was already extremely dependent on Moyu, opened her mouth subconsciously when she heard his voice. Wait a minute. Just when the high-compression ball Reiatsu was about to be swallowed by Nilou, Kurosaki Masaki hastily opened his mouth to stop him. Such a huge Reiatsu, if Nilou swallows it, there may be problems. Obviously, she knew nothing about Nilou's appetite. Relax. Moyu comforted, I am very experienced in feeding. What are you kidding? Gold medal chef, are you kidding me? Think how many people watched him operate and said they couldn't eat any more? For this aspect, Moyu is still very confident. Come on, open your mouth. Moyu handed the Reiatsu ball to Nilu again. Nilu opened her mouth obediently, almost engraving the word cute on her face. Kurosaki Masaki looked at the scene in front of her with a worried face. For the Reiatsu that Noitra exploded just now, she saw everything in her eyes. Can such a huge Reiatsu be eaten by such a small guy? Grunt. With a soft sound, Yuan Makio was completely eaten by Nilu. Next moment, emerald green light emanates from its body, and powerful oppression is constantly emerging from it. Nilu stretched out her hands curiously, looking at her own changes in puzzlement. What's the matter, Nilu? Feel the warmth of the body. Kurosaki Masaki's eyes widened, and an expression of disbelief appeared on her delicate face. Wow, how come? There's nothing wrong at all. The scene in front of her was completely beyond her comprehension. However, Moyu frowned slightly and looked at Nilu very seriously. Looks like nothing has changed. From the current point of view, Nilu has just changed from ordinary Nilu to shining Nilu. The Reiatsu distributed is also a little stronger than before. However, the flashing Nilu and the like really look a bit dazzling. Wow, Nilu will shine. Nilu seemed to be very happy about her changes. Is Nilu still hungry? Moyu rubbed her short hair and asked with a smile. Hearing this, Nilu subconsciously looked at her little belly and rubbed it curiously. Nilu is not hungry anymore. So amazing. Immediately, she raised headed up, looked at Moyu with a smirk, and said happily. Moyu is the best. The current changes in Nilu did not exceed Moyu's expectations. As a Vasto Lord Arankar, Nilu is far superior to Noitra in terms of strength. A Reiatsu of Noitra is simply not enough for a full recovery. Right now, more accumulation of Reiatsu is needed or a long wait. When Masaki Kurosaki saw the scene before him, the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and he smiled sincerely. Now that you are all safe, then it's time for me to say goodbye. As she spoke, she looked at Moyu, tilted her head slightly, and said with a smile, You are the strangest Shinigami I have ever seen. Of course, the kindest one. See you again. As soon as the words fell, the spiritual particles under her feet gathered to form a high-speed movement, and soon disappeared in front of Moyu and Nilu. Flying scythe foot, a high-speed movement footwork for Quincy, similar to Shinigami's Shunpo, but faster. Highly proficient people can even use this to surpass the virtual ring. Looking at his disappearing figure in an instant, Moyu's smile gradually calmed down. Troubled Karakura town. Behind him, there are endless ruins. Even if he tried his best to control his Reiatsu and attack strength, it still caused irreparable damage to Karakura town. And these things are naturally reported to Siritii. Let's go, Nilu, let's go home. Moyu gestured with his hand. Nilu raised her head and looked at Moyu, her expression slightly startled. Immediately, a bright smile appeared on her face, and she nodded heavily. I don't know why, but as long as Moyu is around, everything seems less scary. Karakura Town Shinigami Stronghold. In the room, one person and one cat looked at each other with big eyes and small eyes, and Nilu looked back and forth between them curiously. Moyu picked up Nilu casually, threw her out of the room, and played in the warehouse. Then he returned to the table and continued to stare at the black cat. After a long time, the black cat on the table sighed helplessly, breaking the silence. Isn't this battle a little too much? Moyu spread his hands and said helplessly. That Noitra guy is one of the espadas. I don't want to die, I can only fight with all my strength. With such a level of fighting, if I am a little negligent, I probably won't be able to see you. Hearing Moyu's defense, Shihao and Yoriyuki seemed even more troubled. She knew very well that Moyu was right. And the root of all this is not in Moyu. No one expected the sudden arrival of Noitra. It was an accident. But the accident happened, which led to the occurrence of successive events. Siritii learned about the situation of Karakura town, after reporting to the first team. Yamamoto Motoyanagi directly held a captain meeting. If there is no accident, there will be a captain and a vice-captain coming to Karakura town in the near future. In addition, there are a large number of Shinigami coming to solve the problems left by Karakura town. This situation may last for a while. And this also means that Karakura town is no longer as safe as usual. Urahara store and visored traces, most likely discovered by Shinigami. It seems that the shielding effect on Kid's barrier needs to be strengthened. Shihao and Yoryuki sighed. The best solution right now is naturally to jointly expose Tai Li and improve the enchantment path. It's not a big problem. Moyu explained, ordinary Shinigami don't have the ability to detect the existence of the Urahara store. As for the Vizards, any one of them is a captain-level existence, and it's even harder to be discovered. The key lies in the captain and deputy captain who came to this world to take charge. As long as it's not. He didn't go on. But Shihao and Yoryuki already understood what Moyu meant. What he said must be Aizen and Ichimaru Jin. If these two guys appear in Karakura town, they will definitely be able to find clues. At that time, let alone visored, even if it is the Urahara store, it will definitely be found by it. Switch from dark to bright. The risk, the increase is not a little bit. There is always a solution to a problem. Moyu looked calm, looked at the restless black cat in front of him calmly, and comforted him. Don't you understand this truth? He stretched out his hand and stroked the cat unceremoniously. For his disrespectful behavior, Shihao and Yoryuki just gave him an annoyed look, and then enjoyed someone's cat stroking behavior with peace of mind. This is where Moyu was able to jump right in. As long as it is another person, I am afraid that before touching the cat hair, 2.5 will be directly pawed down. The crux of the problem is that we have no way to crack Aizen's Kaika Suijutsu. If there is a fight with him, he will definitely be easily defeated by him. Shihao and Yoryuki said rather helplessly. Looking at the confident black cat, Moyu sighed softly. He really wanted to say, don't worry, even without Kaika Suijutsu's ability, there aren't many in Seireitei that can fight Aizen. As for the few in this world, all added up, they can't resist a few knives. The Reiatsu that is so terrifying to ultimate alone is enough to make a captain-level Shinigami lose the ability to fight. One captain for one knife, not joking at all. Even Moyu's Reiatsu so far has comprehended a new realm. But he still doesn't have the confidence to face Aizen. Without developing to ultimate, Moyu is not going to face that kind of scary guy. Okay, that's it for today. Shihao and Yoryuki jumped out of Moyu's hand, Shu Kang's body turned into a human form. Stupid cat, can't you pay attention to your image? Moyu covered his face with his hands, quite helpless. Although it's pretty, but it's not like this every time you come to him, right? My body can't stand it. Shihao and Yoryuki picked up Moyu's shirt and put it on, saying indifferently. What are you afraid of? Anyway, you, a nasty brat, can see it. As she spoke, she suddenly lowered her body and whispered in Moyu's ear. So, don't you really want to be surrounded by Big Sister right now? I don't mind. Chapter 78. After finally getting rid of the crazy black cat, Moyu sat back on the soft sofa and thought about another problem. Shihao and Yoryuki knew that something was wrong with Nilu, but she didn't know her identity. But Aizen is different. Aizen knows the former number 3 Espada very well. Even Nilu's Arankar, once borrowed the power of Hagyaku. If it discovers Nilu's existence, although there may not necessarily be a problem, it will be a hidden danger after all. Oh, there is no solution. After thinking for a long time, Moyu had to give up. With his current ability, it is simply not enough to solve the current problem. As for the captain who came to the present world, it was not enough to worry him. Anyway, as long as it's not Aizen, anyone else can handle it easily. Zilla, Zilla, Zilla. The voice from the messenger machine interrupted Moyu's train of thought. Moshi Moshi. Moyu picked up the magic messenger and said relaxedly, Seimu, are you in any trouble again? No, Master Moyu. Mikami Seiki's tone sounded a little nervous. Karakura Town is located at 2438, southeast of number 1236, and there is a gate to open. Shinigami of Seirai, come. Moyu was slightly startled, he didn't expect Seirai to be so efficient this time. Not long after the notification, the Shinigami have already arrived. Hanging up the magic machine of the messenger, Daiho went directly to the direction mentioned by Mikami Naida. He is still very curious about the captain and vice-captain that Seirai sent this time. If it is someone he is familiar with, then everything is easy to talk about. But if you run into two stunned young people, such as a big dog or something, things will probably be a little troublesome. Good luck. In the air, 23 figures shuttled past Karakura Town. The designated location is 2438, southeast of number 1236. Mikami Seiki looked nervously at the quaint sliding door on the open space ahead. After sensing the Reiatsu coming from it, he was still in awe. Black butterflies fluttered out of the world-transmitting gate. Immediately, a team of Shinigami wearing death-fighting outfits stepped out of it in one order. The first thing Mikami Seiki noticed was the strange way these Shinigami wore the death fighter outfit. He was covered tightly in black clothes, like a ninja, with only his eyes exposed. When he saw such attire, Shang Zemu immediately realized the seriousness of the situation. Without him, it is only because of the name of its second team. A stealth mobile unit, specialized in dark side missions. The appearance of this group of Shinigami often means the severity of the situation. Are you the Shinigami stationed in this world? At the moment when Mikami Zemu was stunned, a petite figure walked up to him and asked with a stern look. Where is Kuchiki Moyu now? I have something, I need to ask about it. When he saw the figure in front of him, Mikami Seiki felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, shrouded in a severe chill. The person in front of him seemed to be exuding a cold killing intent all the time. When Mikami Seiki was about to answer, he felt the warmth coming from behind him, helping him to dissipate the severe chill. I really didn't expect the captain to send you here. Moyu looked at the petite figure in front of him with some headaches, and said helplessly. Edo ancient hair bun, ring bell snake braid hanging behind, cold and expressionless face, petite body, and the Wenko logo on his shoulder. Its identity has been stated. Sifeng is the captain of the 2nd Division, the chief of the criminal army and the captain of the 1st Division, and the commander-in-chief of Secret Mobile. Moyu had calculated thousands of times, but he didn't think that Yamamoto Yuan Liuzai would send Sifeng to the world. It stands to reason that the second team is responsible for dark tasks, such as assassination, intelligence gathering, and the like. All in all, it's just something that can't be seen. But the current situation in Karakura Town obviously needs more professional people to deal with it. Can these guys who can only fight and kill really complete it? As if seeing Moyu's doubts, Sifeng explained in a very formulaic tone. The other teams have their own tasks. Right now, the only ones who are free are the second team. However, facing this answer, Moyu just looked at Sifeng very seriously with an expression of looking foolish. Do you really think everyone is an idiot? This is just the stupid big guy next to Mikami Seiki fooling around. But anyone who has a little understanding of Seoul society will not believe Sifeng's nonsense. Among Godai 13, if you choose one of the busiest fan teams, it must be the second fan team. Moyu once visited the 2nd Division team building, so he went there with Byakuya Kuchiki to deal with some affairs. In the team building, almost all the teams came and went in a hurry. The exposed eyes are full of rush and tension. After walking around for a while, Moyu only felt that the entire second team was like a string stretched to the limit, which might break at any time. However, Sifeng actually said that the only ones who are free right now are the second team. Isn't this a fool? Only a fool would believe it. However, Moyu glanced sideways inadvertently, and saw Mikami Seki nodded in confidence. Sure enough, one shouldn't have any hope for this fool. Sifeng was terrified by Moyu's gaze. She is very aware that there are loopholes in her words, but this is the best excuse she can think of. In order to lead the team to the present world, she even did not hesitate to assign the task of this team of soldiers directly to the people of the Feng family. Ahem. Sifeng coughed softly, hiding his embarrassment, trying to turn the page over. Moyu 3 seats, for Karakura Town follow-up to make up, this team Shinigami will be in charge. In addition, I need to know the details of the previous battle and the specific identity of the opponent. She tried to hide her panic. Time, place, process, cause. All of this needs to be detailed. Sifeng looked serious and imposing. If you change to someone else, you will definitely be bluffed by him. But Moyu didn't put it on new in the slightest. From the very beginning when this guy appeared in this world, his purpose has already gone astray. Tell you there is no problem. Moyu lowered his eyes slightly, and looked at him, but you have to tell me. What is your real purpose in this world? Just when Sifeng was struggling, a hearty laughter came from among the team members. Really? Under Moyu's puzzled eyes, a tall, slim orange-haired beauty walked out of it and came to him very familiarly. Handsome little brother of the Kuchiki family, stop embarrassing our little Sifeng. Vice Captain of the 10th Division, Matsumoto Ranjaku. One high and one low, one flat and one convex, autistic and one extroverted. Two completely opposite people came to Karakura Town as dispatched Shinigami at the same time. The deputy captain mentioned in the order, could it be you? Moyu also couldn't fully understand the appearance of Matsumoto Ranjaku. Why, this guy will appear here. Jade is not high. Matsumoto Ranjaku put his hand on his forehead and said with a rather sad gesture, you seem to be very prejudiced against me. Before Moyu could respond, she smiled and said. Actually, it was me and the captain who were in charge of this mission. But Sifeng suddenly recommended herself, and she must come to this world, and the captain gave her this task. The captain is very keen on being lazy. There was a hint of ridicule in Matsumoto Ranjaku's tone. Clearly, she's on the same side as Moyu. She was also very curious about Sifeng's sudden request for a job. Logically speaking, with Sifeng's personality, he would never easily cause trouble for himself. However, this time, seeing the strange gazes of the two, Sifeng felt more and more awkward in his heart, and his cold expression also changed slightly. Don't think too much. He stuttered and couldn't think of a suitable reason when it came to the back. Seeing this scene, Moyu seemed to have a bad guess about Sifeng's appearance. Gan. Isn't this guy here because of that stupid cat? Thinking of this, cold sweat rolled down Moyu's forehead. No one knows Sifeng's feelings for Shihoran Yoryuaki better than him. Back then, when Shihoran Yoryuaki specially taught him Shunpo, Sifeng always looked at him with jealousy. After Shihoran Yoryuaki left Soul Society, Sifeng came to Kuchiki's house alone and asked him if he knew the whereabouts of Shihoran Yoryuaki. Although Moyu prevaricated at the time, Sifeng was obviously not reconciled to this. With a resolute personality, she has talked to him many times on various occasions. Moyu once thought that if it wasn't for his identity as Kuchiki, Sifeng would definitely arrest him for punishment and hearing. This girl's attitude towards that stupid cat is already close to a certain kind of obsession. Every time we meet, the first thing Sifeng does is definitely ask about Shihoran Yoryuaki. Now is not the time for small talk. Sifeng forcibly changed the topic, we must hurry up and carry out the task. All soldiers, act. She directly turned her back to the two of them and gave orders to the soldiers. But Moyu was behind him and saw Sifeng's reddish earlobe. Sure enough, she is a proud and arrogant person with a hard mouth on the surface and a shame on the inside. If possible, I would like to know more. Before Moyu finished speaking, he saw that Sifeng's earlobe was already red. She said stubbornly. No reason. Matsumoto Ranjaku stood beside Moyu, elbowed him, and said. Moyu, here comes your trouble. Hearing this, Moyu gave her an annoyed look. Until now, he hadn't figured out what the woman Matsumoto Ranjaku was thinking. Ever since the incident of Yu Hun's burial, she has been very concerned about herself. Not only let Shiba Ishin personally come forward to win him over to join the Juban team, but every time they meet, he looks familiar. Obviously we only met a few times. Sifeng left here in a hurry, giving orders and carrying out tasks in the ruins of Karakura town. For battles that take place in this world, generally speaking, they are unavoidable. But Shinigami try to minimize the impact of combat on reality. Otherwise, it will cause panic among the human beings in the present world, which is also a great trouble. Moyu and Neutra. The battle has a wide range. In addition to dealing with some special battle traces, it is also necessary to change the memory of human beings in this world. Some humans with powerful souls can even see Shinigami fighting. Although this kind of existence is rare, it is a trouble after all. With Mikami Seki's ability alone, it may take a long time to solve the current troubles in Karakura town. So, the spirit side sent a Shinigami squad. Sifeng's departure made Matsumoto Ranjaku more accommodating. "Sa, brother Moyu, take me to where you live." She smiled and said, "There are some problems, it's not suitable for Sifeng to hear them." Moyu's mind moved, did he finally get to the point? From the looks of it, Matsumoto Ranjaku came to this world not by accident. In this regard, Moyu did not refuse. He also wanted to know why Matsumoto Ranjaku had such an attitude. Shinigami stronghold. In the room, Moyu brought out the tea and pushed it in front of the mahogany table. "Speak, Miss Ranjaku. I'm very curious about your question." Hearing this, Matsumoto Ranjaku was slightly startled, the corners of his mouth raised, and he said softly. "Calling Ms. Ranjaku is a bit too pretentious, just call Ranjaku." Facing his temptation, Heiyu remained unmoved. Matsumoto Ranjaku is a person he knows quite well. She seems to be forthright, but she is definitely extremely delicate and serious in terms of character. Seeing that Moyu didn't express anything, Matsumoto Ranjaku sighed, and his attitude suddenly became more serious. "Actually, during this time, I have been collecting information about the soul burial practice that day, and secretly investigating various details." Hearing this, Moyu's heart was moved immediately. Could it be that Matsumoto Ranjaku sensed a glimmer of vision? The members of the 10th squad were in charge of the soul burial practice at that time. Matsumoto Ranjaku showed a hint of unwillingness in his eyes. After the accident, many team members, including the 3 chief executives, were exiled to the place of death. As the deputy team, I must find the truth for the team members. Chapter 79. Looking at Matsumoto Ranjaku with an extremely serious expression, Moyu suddenly realized that this guy was not joking. Seeing that Moyu did not speak, Matsumoto Ranjaku continued. At that time, the place where the soul burial was practiced was surveyed by a number of Shinigami and re-examined by 3 chief officers. After confirming that there is no problem many times, the place for the soul burial practice was just decided. The Minos Grande who appeared at the internship site of the soul burial in this world seemed to appear out of thin air, without any movement. Even the Technology Development Bureau failed to receive the Reiatsu wave that the black cavity opened. Hearing this, Moyu's heart moved. Under the Technology Development Bureau are the Communication Technology Research Section and the Lingbo Measurement Research Section. Among them, the Research Institute of Lingbo Measurement is responsible for detecting the Reiatsu activity capture of the real world, and the opening position of the fixed point of the black cavity. Normally speaking, with the current level of the Technology Development Bureau, it is impossible not to discover the opening of the black cavity. And this point just confirmed the fact that the 10th Division Shinigami team members made mistakes in their duties, which led to the death of dozens of students of the Spirit Art Academy. Unfortunately, the dozens of students of the Spirit Art Academy are not all Rukanga civilians. Among them, there are many lower nobles of Seireitei, upper nobles, and even members of the 5 major nobles. This also led to a lot of pressure on the Guardian Fan team and the Spiritual Art Academy. When the culprit could not be found, the Shinigami team member responsible for the incident was finally punished. 3 officers, many Shinigami soldiers, were sent directly to the place of death. Although the result of this trial did not satisfy everyone, it finally gave an answer. Under the deterrence of Yamamoto Motoyanagi, the matter was hastily settled. To this day, the only ones who are still pursuing this matter are those who are unwilling to accept the death of their relatives, as well as some members of the 10th Squad. Matsumoto Ranjaku seems to be one of them. As the vice team, she was the Minister of Testing who participated in the internship for this exhibition. However, due to her own strength, her value to Seireitei, and Shiba Ishin's interference, she was exempted from punishment. But, strictly speaking, Moyu lowered his eyes slightly, and said calmly, "In this matter, I am just a victim. If I hadn't borrowed some artifacts from Zishiro in advance, I'm afraid even you would be sent to the land of death." Hearing this, Matsumoto Ranjaku was momentarily at a loss for words, only feeling a little stuffy in his chest. What is this called? Don't you care about your own safety at all? Or are you obsessed with sending me to the place of death? But although Moyu's words are a bit harsh, they are actually the truth. However, as a student, he also had problems in the previous soul burial practice. Things were not so simple. The death of the direct line of the Kuchiki family will definitely set off a storm in Seireitei. It seems that Matsumoto Ranjaku's serious thoughts can be seen. Moyu glanced at it and explained, "Don't think too much, in fact, I just want to rule out a possibility for you. From the time you knocked around me many times, I can see that you absolutely have thoughts on me." As soon as these words came out, Matsumoto Ranjaku's eyes widened, and he almost poked his finger on the black forehead. "What pig talk are you talking about? The big sister has a beautiful face and countless suitors, how could she have any thoughts about you, a little devil? You." Just as she was about to explode, she heard Moyu continue. "Don't get me wrong, I have no idea about you either. I just removed the suspicion about myself from this matter." After the voice fell, Matsumoto Ranjaku, who was a little excited, suddenly calmed down. "Sure enough, you saw my purpose." Moyu picked up the teacup on the table, took a sip, moistened his throat, and said casually. "Before the soul burial practice, I went to borrow the artifact from Yoshiro. During the soul burial practice, there was not even a single injury. Judging from these 2 points alone, I am the one who is most suspected." He wasn't surprised that Matsumoto Ranjaku suspected this on himself. Unfortunately, Matsumoto Ranjaku is missing the most crucial information: motive for committing the crime. However, without some knowledge of Aizen's intelligence, it would be impossible to pinpoint the culprit. After all, such an event shocked the Soul Society. Who would have thought that this was just an experiment by Aizen? There may be other purposes, but those are not what they can know. Since you have finished what I want to say. Matsumoto Ranjaku stood up, looking down at Moyu. Looking at the peak in front of him, Moyu suddenly realized that Matsumoto Ranjaku is still extremely oppressive from this angle. "Then, please answer me." Matsumoto Ranjaku's gaze was oppressive, and gradually Moyu, after all, stared into his eyes. "What do you know about the soul burial practice, Black Jade?" Moyu suddenly realized that the guy in front of him who made an inch was already very close to him. The light panting breath can even be felt. Looking at the face within reach, the corners of Moyu's mouth twitched slightly. Why, the women he meets are more troublesome than each other. In order to get the information he wanted from him, Matsumoto Rangiku even risked his life. If this is a little careless, I am afraid it will fall into his hands. Moyu stepped back subconsciously, and warned. Rangiku, I'm a victim, don't. Matsumoto Rangiku was unmoved by the warning. Moyu takes a step back, she takes a step further. Just when the two are maintaining this posture. Boom! Kuchiki Moyu. The door of the room was suddenly pushed open. The petite figure stood at the door and shouted inside. Here's Master Yuryuaki's. Before Sifeng finished speaking, she saw the scene in the room that made her blush. Moyu huddled on the sofa, trying to back away. Matsumoto Rangiku kept approaching him with a superior posture, almost pressing on Moyu. The crimson color on Sifeng's earlobes spread to his delicate cheeks at a speed far exceeding his Shunpo's. You two. Looking at the two people who were almost stuck together, Sifeng's brain almost lost the ability to think. It turned out that they avoided me because they had such a private matter. If I saw this scene, would I be directly silenced by the two of them? No, I haven't found any trace of Yuryuaki-sama, I must not die here. Hug, sorry. Sifeng stammered, excuse me. Immediately, she slammed the door shut and fled. Boom! There was another loud bang, and the emperor's dust fell on the door frame. Moyu and Matsumoto Rangiku looked slightly startled. After a short period of blankness, they looked at each other. Ahem! I think you should get off me first. Moyu coughed twice, breaking the silence. Facing such a scene, Matsumoto Rangiku looked relaxed and left Kuroyu's body. However, his fair neck had already become very rosy in silence. Apparently, the scene just now seemed to be somewhat beyond her expectations. Matsumoto Rangiku, who seems to have a bold personality, pays more attention to some aspects. However, what happened just now was obviously just an accident. Moyu, I believe this matter has nothing to do with you. Matsumoto Rangiku quickly adjusted his mentality, looked at Moyu again, and said seriously. However, my gut tells me that you definitely know something that other people don't. If the time is right, please let me know. After all, before Moyu could respond, she left in a hurry in the room. Looking at his leaving back, Moyu suddenly felt a headache. A woman's sixth sense, or intuition, is too scary, right? Matsumoto Rangiku found out about the secret of the soul burial practice. After that guy Sifeng found traces of Shihao in Yuryuaki. Also, doesn't that stupid cat know how to restrain its whereabouts in this world? Is this still the former commander of the covered mobile unit, or Flash Goddess? Bah, shame on you. Thinking of these, Moyu let out a long breath, feeling that life is boring and there is no fun at all. Why, there are so many problems waiting for me to solve. Just when he was about to lie back on the sofa like a salted fish, suddenly, as if a spring had been pressed, he started in fifth gear and disappeared into the room in an instant. And the door of the house, which had been devastated, fell to the ground with a clatter after he went out. Really break out? There is no other reason, just because Moyu suddenly remembered that Nilu was still wandering around in the warehouse. Sifeng just ran out from him, if the two meet. Moyu shook his head violently, not daring to imagine what might happen next. If an accident really happens, the second team will have to change to a new captain. From the beginning to the end, he never worried about Nilu's safety. On the contrary, if Sifeng, who is at the bottom of the captain's strength, really shows his hand to Ni, then it must be a disaster. Even if Nilu has not fully recovered now, if her life is really in danger, it is not impossible to grow up instantly. After all, now her Reiatsu is more than enough to last a long time in battle. Vasto Lord Class Aaron Carr, one of the strongest in the virtual circle. With Sifeng's strength, it's all about delivering food. However, just as Moyu rushed out of Setsuna's room, a pillar of emerald green light broke through the sky, directly penetrated the ceiling of the warehouse, and went straight to the cloud at the end. After all, it's still a step too late. Moyu recognized that the owner of Reiatsu was Nilou. That Sifeng guy definitely thinks it's a wild Ajicha's errand car. He didn't dare to delay, and disappeared in place at the fastest speed, and came to the place where Reiatsu's beam of light appeared. In the empty field, a strong beam of light visible to the naked eye swept everything around. The walls collapsed, the ground roared, and the dust billowed, obscuring the scene within. Sifeng stared blankly at the scene in front of him, his mouth opened slightly, and his pupils shrank to the size of a pinprick. No matter how much she thought about it, she never guessed that there was such a terrifying Minos Grande hidden in the present Shinigami stronghold. On her finger, there is a small golden blade attached, as if Shikai has been performed. Law-abiding. Sifeng, when he saw Su, would definitely strike directly. In her opinion, Nilou's lovely appearance is a disguise of Minos Grande, a way of predation that lures the spirits closer. Faced with this kind of existence, beheading her is my duty. However, when she was overwhelmed by Reiatsu, killing intent enveloped the opponent. Sudden mutation. The spirit, Li Dihao, of ultimate was so terrifying that it exploded from the opponent's young body. Form a huge and frightening beam of light, straight into the sky. Seeing this scene, Sifeng was dumbfounded on the spot. Facing such a powerful Reiatsu, she couldn't even conceive the idea of making a move on him. The two are not on the same level at all. However, when Moyu appeared, he stood directly in front of her and suppressed the overwhelming Reiatsu. Looking at his familiar yet unfamiliar back, Sifeng suddenly realized something. Moyu's Reiatsu is already so strong. After he completely suppressed Nilou's Reiatsu, Sifeng felt a sense of security being protected by others. This special feeling has never been felt since she became the captain of the second team. Sifeng bit his lower lip lightly, looked at Moyu's back with extremely complicated eyes, and said nothing. Moyu didn't know what was going on in Sifeng's mind. Right now, he has more important things to deal with. Stimulated by Sifeng's killing intent, Nilou aroused her own strength. This outbreak of Reiatsu will definitely attract the attention of others. Therefore, in order to avoid more troubles, Moyu must cover up his Reiatsu as quickly as possible. However, just as his Reiatsu will cover Setsuna with Nilou's Reiatsu as well. The Reiatsu beam of light in the open space not far away suddenly faded away. The dust gradually receded. Moyu. It seems to be discerning come Moyu's Reiatsu ni that cheerful voice came from it. Before Moyu could react, a green figure flew in front of him and pounced on him. Bang! The two figures disappeared in front of Sifeng. Chapter 80. Moyu didn't even have time to react. A green light flashed before his eyes, followed by a huge impact from his chest. During Setsuna, Moyu disappeared directly from the spot and flew behind him. Rumble! The deafening roar directly penetrated the entire warehouse. As a result, a large number of buildings collapsed directly, dust was flying, bricks and stones were scattered, and warehouses were turned into ruins. Moyu's temporary home was destroyed because of this. Nilou, who has recovered her original strength, has no idea how strong her destructive power is at this moment. She just wanted to share with Moyu the joy of recovering her memory, but this collision almost killed Moyu. The powerful impact acted on his chest cavity. Moyu's first feeling was a broken rib. This time, it was comparable to Nilou's full blow. Sifeng looked at the scene in front of him, his pupils shrank suddenly, and subconsciously thought that it was the errand car that had launched an attack on Moyu. Moyu! Without hesitation, she ran directly in the direction of Moyu's flight. Pala! Sifeng had just arrived at the place where Moyu Reiatsu was, when he saw an arm protruding from the ruins, lifting a huge stone. Cough, cough, cough. Moyu leaned out from it, looking a bit embarrassed. Nilou, let go. If you try harder, I will die here. It never occurred to him that the most serious injury he suffered was actually caused by Nilu's contradicting. Throwing it into his arms directly caused 3 of his ribs to be broken, and his internal organs were also damaged. However, what he didn't expect was another harvest. Your body feels fragile due to the heavy blow, so you start to work hard and become stronger rapidly. After the system notification tone fell, Moyu's injury still slowly healed. And this is what surprised him. Shinigami is different from Su, because the self-healing ability is far less than Su, let alone those Arankar, so Kide was developed. And this is exactly the fundamental gap in the body. But now, Moyu can perceive the subtle changes in himself. The body is getting stronger bit by bit. Although the degree of strengthening is very subtle, it can still be clearly perceived. 230. If it accumulates for a long time, maybe Su Moyu can also have a virtual body. High-speed regeneration, steel skin, super neural probe. It doesn't seem like a loss. Moyu muttered in his heart. It wasn't until Nilu's voice came from in front of him that he interrupted his beautiful fantasy about the future. Thanks to Moyu, I was able to recover. Even though she changed back to her original girlish appearance, Nilu is still very attached to Moyu's smell. She leaned in front of Moyu, hearing the steady and powerful heartbeat, the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Moyu's protection kept me alive in the forest of Minos Grande, and brought me back to the present world. As she said that, Nilu suddenly raised her head and said seriously, I want to repay you. Ever since, she stood up suddenly. The great scenery sunlight is unreservedly presented in front of Moyu. Because of the change in her body, Nilu's blue coat that could completely cover her body turned into a short jacket that could only cover her chest and the lower half of her damaged clothes. After he stood up, Moyu only felt that there were white flowers in front of his eyes, and there were indeed some springs. I saw Nilu holding the short sword and looking seriously at Sifeng who arrived here. Cruel woman, I will never allow you to hurt Moyu. Sifeng immediately froze in place, with a dazed look on his face. It seems that something is not going right. Why, that Arankar stood up to protect Moyu. Also, how could I be a perpetrator? Moyu was also a little stunned. Before he opened his mouth to stop him, he saw Nilu turn around and smile at him. The next moment, his figure was in front of Sifeng. The short sword held high, slashed down. When caught off guard, Sifeng only had time to raise the palm attached to Suzumibaki and barely blocked the blow. However, a powerful force came from above, which immediately changed his expression. Boom! Sifeng backed up, plowed a deep ditch on the ground, and flew hundreds of meters away. She looked at Nilu with a calm expression in shock, never expecting that the other party could burst out with such terrifying power. Only in melee combat, she has already suffered a crushing defeat. If this is just the opponent's tentative attack, Sifeng reckons that even if he activates instant coaxing, he will not be able to survive from the opponent. Just when Nilu was about to attack again. Stop, Nello! Moyu's voice came from behind her, causing Nilu's movements to stop abruptly in the air. In a chic maneuver, she landed on one knee, her movements extremely smooth. Sifeng is not an enemy. Moyu flew out of the ruins, releasing the green kite light from his palm, repairing the injury caused by Ni's bump. Although the body's recovery ability has become stronger, it may take a while to recover by itself. Still not as fast as Kide. It's all a misunderstanding. Moyu walked up to the two and stopped the tense atmosphere. Seeing Moyu's arrival, Sifeng subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief, and was no longer wary of Nilu. And this change, even she herself did not notice. Unknowingly, Sifeng seems to have developed an instinctive trust in Moyu. Moyu glanced over the two and sighed. Things are a bit complicated, why don't we sit down? He looked at the Shinigami stronghold that was completely in ruins, and his expression froze again. The damage to the warehouse forced Moyu to place the conversation on the roof not far from the Shinigami stronghold. There is a nice plus here. Well, the field of vision is very open. Let's explain Nilu's existence first. Moyu pulled Nilu, who had been snuggling by his side, over and was about to introduce him. A burst of smoke suddenly rises from its body rising. Wait until the smoke clears. Ah! Nilu stretched out her little hand, her expression blank. Nilu has transformed back. Moyu looked at Nilu seriously, and discovered a fact through the Reiatsu she radiated. It seems that Nilu's current state is not stable because she swallowed a lot of Reiatsu. If it is forcibly restored to its original form, it may become smaller again at any time. Do not worry. Moyu rubbed Nilu's emerald green hair, and comforted, when Nilu Reiatsu recovers completely, you should be able to change back. However, Nilu squeezed into his arms, smiled happily and said, Nilu prefers the way she is now. Because then I can stay in Moyu's arms. Seeing his happy face, for some reason, Sifeng felt envious in his heart. Moyu rubbed his hair again, looked up at Sifeng, and continued. Her name is Nilu, and I brought her back from Hueco Mundo. You should be very clear about the increase in the number of ghosts in the world. When it comes to business, Sifeng's attitude is quite correct. Well, but the area around Karakura town under your jurisdiction is actually the most efficient one. Before Dag came to the world, Sifeng obviously had an understanding of basic information. I have considered the problem of a large number of fictions pouring into the world. But I found that this kind of meaningless thinking is not enough to solve the current problem at all. Moyu nodded, and continued calmly. At this point, considering where Hugh should be, I decided to go to Hueco Mundo to investigate. And Nilu is what I brought back from Hueco Mundo. At that time, she was being hunted down by a large number of ghosts. Speaking of this, he just didn't continue talking. Because, speaking further, Moyu was worried that his words could not hide from Sifeng's eyes. As the captain of the second team, Sifeng's strength may be slightly weaker. But in terms of the means of some dark side missions, it is definitely one of the best in Lingting. All kinds of interrogation and questioning are not a problem at all. This also led to few people being able to lie in front of her. After all, Sifeng has already mastered the skill of detecting whether he is lying or not based on subtle movements. And Sifeng also stared at Moyu with scorching eyes, observing his every move. To Sifeng's surprise, what Moyu said did not contain any lies. After a while, Sifeng resumed his original stern demeanor, and calmly said, I understand. Nilu is not within the scope of my mission. Sifeng hesitated for a moment, then continued, also, I won't interfere with the matter between you and Ranjaku. Having said that, Yu suddenly widened his eyes. What pig talk are you talking about? What's the thing about me and Ranjaku? There's nothing wrong between me and that girl with breasts, okay? You are slandering. Just when he was about to refute, Sifeng's expression changed slightly, and he looked at him extremely unwillingly, saying, So, can you tell me about Shihao and your Yuaki's track? Moyu was silent. For a while, he was a little difficult to respond. Seeing that he didn't speak, Sifeng continued with his eyes slightly downcast. Not long ago, I found a few fallen black cat gold in the warehouse. I can tell that it's definitely Shihao and your Yuaki's cat hair. Hearing this, Moyu's eyes widened again. Is this the captain of the second squad? Isn't this investigative ability too outrageous? You can find random cat's hairs, what else can you not find? Moreover, you can actually judge the identity of a cat from its fur. It's just off the charts. So. Sifeng approached Moyu suddenly, so close that he almost fell his head on Nilu's body. Her nostrils fluttered slightly, and a light flashed in her eyes. Really? Sifeng raised his head, and fixed his eyes on Moyu with unwillingness to be outdone. Although you smell a lot of women. But there is definitely a shower in your yuaki smell. Moyu was completely shocked. I know, what kind of ghosts are these? Pokai, Siridi I picked up a ghost. Sifeng directly used practical actions to prove his professional ability. This industry. His service ability is simply a model of the captain, and he can be called the existence of the best captain. Although that's what it says. Moyu coughed lightly and said, but can you get off of me first? You and Nilu are together, a little bored. Hearing this, Sifeng's cheeks flushed, and he left Moyu like an electric shock, and kept a certain distance away. Well, what about your yuaki guy? Moyu pondered, it's not that I don't want to tell you her whereabouts. Just because she has more important things to do. And this matter concerns the safety of the Soul Society and even the Three Realms. So, I cannot reveal her whereabouts to you. Sifeng stared at Moyu again with extremely focused eyes, but to her disappointment, what Dengai said was actually the truth. And Moyu also saw a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Victory, after all, is on my side. From the beginning to the end, when he communicated with Sifeng, what he said was not mixed with any lies. It's just a slight change in the truth. However, I think I can help a little. Sifeng said eagerly. When talking about shower in your yuaki, Sifeng lost himself with blind worship. As the saying goes, worship is the emotion furthest from understanding. At this point, Moyu's eyes gradually became flat, and he swept across Sifeng, and said softly. Even Nilu couldn't resist a blow. Can you really help your yuaki? Hearing this, Sifeng suddenly froze in place, his eyes immediately lost color. So, is the problem here? Weakness is the original sin. Moyu's words, like the tip of a knife, sank into Sifeng's heart. Your yuaki left without saying goodbye, not just because of the urgency of the situation. His calm eyes fell on the unbalanced Sifeng. More importantly, she doesn't want to put those around her in danger. Do you understand? Sifeng. Chapter 81. Sifeng left in a daze. As for shower in your yuaki's whereabouts, he did not continue to pursue it. Moyu's words made him fall into thinking about himself. Once upon a time, she thought that with continuous practice, she would one day surpass shower in your yuaki and reach the heights he had ever reached. However, the speed at which it becomes stronger cannot match the speed at which reality changes. Shower in your yuaki's leaving without saying goodbye, and Moyu's revealing the reality, are like two sharp knives, directly into her heart. However, what Moyu said was just the truth. Lien Nilu can't resist a single blow, so what qualifications does she have to talk about following shower in your yuaki? The edge of the ruins of the Shinigami stronghold. Moyu wiped off the cold sweat that didn't exist, and let out a long breath. Finally fooled this guy away. If she keeps pestering her like this, it's really a big problem. Also, that stupid cat watching a play, shouldn't you come out? As his voice fell, a black cat walked briskly out of the shadow of the water tank on the roof. I didn't expect that, Moyu, your eloquence is far better than I imagined. The black cat made a noise with a middle-aged man, and did not hesitate to raise his own doctor. If it was the guy Byakuya, he would have killed Sifeng directly. Moyu sighed and said helplessly. Sifeng really admires you. Isn't it a little too cruel for you to treat her like this? Before Sifeng came to the world, he did not communicate with shower in your yuaki in advance. But right now, it seems that shower in your yuaki is not dissatisfied with the way he handled it. Hearing Moyu's words, shower in your yuaki gave him an annoyed look. Although the incident happened suddenly, I didn't have time to inform Sifeng. But the truth is just as you say. The things we are involved in are not suitable for participating in other ministers. As he said that, the black cat slowly walked up to Moyu, and the golden cat eyes looked at Moyu seriously. Although Sifeng walks into the dark side all the year round, it doesn't mean she's good at hiding herself. If you tell her the secret, if you are not careful, you may be noticed by Aizen. And what this means, you must be very clear. In fact, after all, it is nothing more than worrying about Aizen. Alright, now that Sifeng has left. Shihaoran Yoryuaki waved his cat's paw, pointed at the little head protruding from Moyu's arms, and said, then let's talk about this little guy. Apparently, she also came because of the Reiatsu that Nilou had exploded before. The Reiatsu of the Vasto Lord Arankar was even more terrifying than when Neutra came into the world. This kind exists in the present world, and if you don't pay attention to it, it may cause a catastrophe at the level of extermination. If it weren't for the fact that Nilou seemed safe now, Shihaoran Yoryuaki might have already considered to solve it. Hearing this, Moyu froze for a moment, then reached out and gently rubbed Nilou's head. For Nilou, there is actually nothing to talk about. He looked calm and said indifferently, just as you believe in me, I also believe in Nilou. Feeling the temperature above her head, Naiwan turned her head to look at Moyu. When she saw the sincerity in her eyes, Nilou grinned and smiled from the bottom of her heart. Nilou's world is very simple. Others reciprocated their trust, and she returned the other party's sincerity. However, Nilou, who used to be Arankar Espada, rarely feels the emotion of trust from others. Seeing this, Shihaoran Yoryuaki sighed deeply. She is very clear about Moyu's character, since she has already said so, there is no need to continue to entangle in this matter. Although you have already made a decision. But I still have to warn you. Shihaoran Yoryuaki's expression was slightly dignified, and the cat's whiskers trembled. Nilou's existence is very dangerous. If she loses control one day. Moyu waved his hand and interrupted her. With me here, this day will never come. Fair assumptions don't exist, as Kaika Suijutsu does. When talking about this word, Shihaoran Yoryuaki's tone froze, and he immediately understood what Moyu was thinking. The matter of Nilou is over for the time being. With the arrival of the second team Shinigami, the restoration of Karakura town is also proceeding at an extremely fast speed. The memories of a large number of human beings in this world have been modified, and buildings are being rapidly restored under the black technology of the Technology Development Bureau. And Moyu also found a Shinigami stronghold that is more suitable for him. A new warehouse, not far from the Urahara store, is bigger and more spacious than before. As for Sifeng, since the conversation that day, she rarely appeared in front of you. As if his self-esteem was stabbed by his words, Sifeng insisted on completing the aftermath tasks in this world as soon as possible, and then returned to the Soul Society to continue to practice hard. However, she didn't know. In this world, hard work doesn't matter at all. The most important thing is to hang up, talent. Whether it's Aizensuke, Yamamoto Uenlianagi, or other strong people. Fundamentally, they have already laid the cornerstone of their own strength. Coupled with simple and unpretentious efforts, it has created today's terrifying existence. As for other people with less talent, even with all their efforts, they still can't even see the backs of these existences. The gap between each other is like an abyss. There is absolutely no possibility of crossing over. Therefore, the only thing that can defeat the hanging wall is the hanging wall. Moyu's idea is very simple, since you are the first to open the hang, then I will open a stronger hang than you. Spell operation? Non-existent. Sifeng is obsessed with completing the task as soon as possible and ending this trip to the world. She can't wait to continue to practice and become stronger, so that she can help Shihaoran Yoryuaki one day. It's a certain orange-haired royal sister who runs to Moya's side when she has nothing to do. In addition to using intimidating means, he even used seductive means. Matsumoto Ranjaku sacrificed a lot in order to extract some useful information from Moyu. However, what made her gnash her teeth was that Taiyu, this brat, doesn't like oil and salt at all. Not to mention the information about the soul burial practice, he is not even willing to reveal anything about what happened in the Spiritual Art Academy. However, in the words of this hateful guy, it was to protect her. What a nasty little devil! Matsumoto Rangiku gritted his teeth and walked out of the new Shinigami stronghold, full of unwillingness. Not only did she not get any useful information this time, but Moyu tricked her out of a lot of secrets about the Ganban team. It seems that it is impossible to get some information from the mouth of Moyu. Right now, we can only go to the Spiritual Arts Academy to continue looking for clues. Matsumoto Rangiku wasn't reconciled to the end of it. Whether it's the dead students, or the exiled Shinigami soldiers. She is a little hard to let go. After finishing the mission in this world, go to the Spiritual Academy to continue looking for clues. Matsumoto Rangiku cheered himself up, and then hurriedly left from here. Shortly after his departure, Moyu walked out from the Shinigami stronghold and looked in the direction of his departure. According to the original development track, Rangiku was unable to find an answer to this matter until the Karakura town battle broke out. So, she's safe now. Moyu did not interfere with Matsumoto Rangiku's thoughts. Since there is no danger, let her go. Right now, more importantly, there is still the invention of that fellow Urahara. Moyu turned around and left the Shinigami stronghold. Urahara store. The underground secret base, in the research institute. Urahara Kisuke was wearing a white research uniform, goggles on his face, holding several test tubes between his 10 fingers, staring at the changes in the test tubes with a stern expression. He poured the unknown liquid in the test tube into the cup noodles in front of him. Looking at the unchanging cup noodles, Urahara Kisuke let out a long breath. Hey! Big win, big win! He took off his protective gloves, picked up the cup of noodles, and flaunted to Heiyu, who was slightly twitching at the corner of his mouth. "Sa, would you like to try Mr. Moyu? Superior and delicious cup noodles from my careful research and development." Facing Urahara Kisuke's kind invitation, Moyu looked at the colorful Madara cup noodles, and subconsciously took a breath. Asking for flowers. There was an awkward yet polite smile on his face, and he declined. "This is a delicacy you carefully crafted. It's up to you to taste the first bite." Multiple tubes of reagents were directly poured into the narrow cup. The original normal cup noodles directly turned into colorful Madara unidentified objects. But any normal person would not choose to try this stuff. Hearing Moyu's explanation, Urahara Kisuke thought about it seriously, and then said seriously. "You're right. Then I won't be polite. I'm gonna start now." Urahara Kisuke made a sucking sound while holding the cup noodles, and Madara's colorful noodles fell directly into his mouth. He put on an expression of enjoyment, just as he was about to express his taste. "Urahara, don't die." Moyu watched this dead guy, his body stiffened and fell down. Immediately afterwards, the originally pale face changed from white to red, from red to green, from green to purple. In just a few breaths, the color of Urahara Kisuke's face has already approached the color of the cup noodles he swallowed before. Seeing this, Moyu can only use Kide to treat it. Emerald green light blooms in its hands, completely enveloping Urahara Kisuke. This also made his appearance even more weird. Half an hour later. 0, 0. Urahara Kisuke was rescued by Moyu and came back to life. Moyu, on the other hand, looked at the system prompt and remained silent. Your Kide has cured the dying person, eliminated the powerful poison, doubled his comprehension, comprehended the mystery of poison, and increased his Kide use skills. As expected of Urahara Kisuke. Urahara Kisuke, who had just come back to his senses after a long break, put on the look of a dead fish. "Thank you, Mr. Moyu. If it wasn't for you, I might." Moyu waved his hand and said. "I asked you to. How's it going?" Hearing this, Urahara Kisuke immediately returned to his original demeanor, and was even more excited. "The research has been completed." As he spoke, he ran to the end of the research institute and took out a watch-like thing from it. "No, this thing is the second-generation product, and it can meet your previous requirements for the time being. Moyu took the watch and tried to put it on his wrist. Pour in some Reiatsu and it's ready to drive. As Reiatsu poured in, Moyu noticed a strange wave of spiritual energy emanating from the watch. Completely different from Reiatsu's composition, or even its exact opposite. Such a degree of spiritual fluctuations covered Moyu's surroundings, completely changing his aura. "It looks good," Moyu commented. "Of course." Urahara Kisuk explained with some pride, "It took me a lot of effort to research this thing. Although it is only the second generation, it has been perfected too much. With its camouflage ability, it is enough to hide from the captain-level Shinigami." Moyu nodded, agreeing with his statement. However, further improvements are needed. He frowned slightly, and said, "I need to give it a stronger camouflage ability. You should know what I mean." Hearing this, Urahara Kisuk's smile also subsided and gradually became serious. "With my current ability, I'm afraid it's a bit difficult to study the third-generation spiritual sub-disguise watch. I need new research materials." Moyu asked, "What? Your Reiatsu?" Urahara Kisuk's answer made Moyu slightly startled, but he immediately gave his own answer. "No problem." The decisive answer made Urahara Kisuk stunned. Mr. Moyu finally understands. After being slightly startled, Urahara Kisuk smiled and said, "We are always on the same front." However, what responded to him was Moyu's suspicious gaze. "Ahem." Urahara Kisuk coughed twice, dismissed the matter temporarily, and asked seriously. "Although you have already made a decision, I still want to ask one more question. You really want to take her? Bringing back to Soul Society." Chapter 82. What Urahara Kisuk said about her naturally refers to Nilu. Facing such a question, Moyu answered without any hesitation. "It's natural. Could it be possible to let her stay in this world? Perhaps because of new changes in Hueco Mundo, the number of ghosts in this world is gradually decreasing. According to Moyu's speculation, it is very likely that after a period of time, the present world will be able to return to its original appearance. At that time, those Shinigami who came because of this can also return to the Soul Society. So is Moyu. But he didn't trust Nilu to stay in this world. Instead, he might as well take her back to the Soul Society directly. However, because of his identity, Urahara Kisuk's invention became the first preparation. Afterwards, he had other arrangements, but he would not be able to perform them until the Soul Society. Strictly speaking, what he has to guard against is nothing more than Yamamoto Jinyanagi and Aizensuke. As for the consequences of being discovered, Moyu had also imagined. According to Yamamoto Jinryanagi's character, things may become extremely troublesome at that time. However, people always have to do something. Otherwise, wouldn't it be completely useless to change his body? Seeing Moyu's determined expression, Urahara Kisuk stopped asking. This matter can be big or small, in the end it still depends on Moyu's personal means. Since this is the case, let me take advantage of this time to develop the third-generation camouflage watch as soon as possible. Urahara Kisuk pulled out a square transparent box out of nowhere. This is the Reiatsu storage device, which can store Reiatsu for a long time. You only need to pour Reiatsu into it, and leave the rest to me. Moyu didn't refuse. He is also very clear about the particularity of his own Reiatsu. Kuratsuka Mayuri coveted his Reiatsu many times, tried all kinds of coercion and temptation, but all failed. In fact, this is mainly due to the fact that the chips that Kuratsuka Mayuri put out were not enough to impress the black pressure. What's more, with his dangerous degree, Moyu is not willing to cooperate with him. In contrast, Urahara Kisuk is not a safe guy, but he is much more reliable than Kuratsuka Mayuri. The most important thing is actually Moyu himself. Looking at Reiatsu jumping like an elf in the Reiatsu reserve device, Reiatsu, Moyu looked puzzled. This is the Reiatsu of the evolutionary limit of the current realm. He said to himself in his heart, it's almost time, it's just an opportunity. Handing Reiatsu to Urahara Kisuke, Moyu left the Urahara store with the second-generation fake watch. He wanted to return directly to the Shinigami stronghold, but he discovered another thing worthy of his attention on the way. Wholly lost. A soft drink sounded in the remote alleyway. Immediately, a scorching blue light emerged, dispelling the darkness. A strong Reiatsu wave appeared not far in front of it. Moyu approached, and saw a girl holding a spiritual bow in the air, with a solemn expression. And not far from her, the broken void has already begun to turn into spirit particles, gradually dissipating. Seeing this scene, even Moyu had to admit that Kurosaki Masaki's strength, even among the captains, could be considered a strong one. According to her current performance, even a Minos Grande of the Ajicha's level can't withstand a shot of holy annihilation. The attack is extremely strong, and in terms of speed, it has the unique flying scythe of the Quincy. As for defense, it even has static blood equipment. It has to be said that, from a certain level, Quincy is stronger than Shinigami. Unfortunately, the current world is dominated by Shinigami. In the war of that year, after all, the Mike division was defeated. When Kurosaki Masaki put away the Reishi bow, she felt the Reiatsu wave coming from above her head. Moyu. I don't know if it's Moyu's delusion, or Lei Shi. When hearing her calling his name, Moyu always felt that the other party was very happy. For the meeting between the two, Kurosaki Masaki was particularly happy. After the first battle with Neutra, she was inexplicably attracted to that Shinigami named Moyu. Different from the Shinigami she knew before. The appearance of Moyu made Kurosaki realize that there are special cases among Shinigami. They are not all shouting at the Quincy, and they are merciless when they attack Su. At the same time, Kurosaki Masaki also became more curious about Moyu. She would like to learn more about this particular Shinigami if she could. Masaki. Moyu looked at the girl in front of him. It has to be said that Kurosaki Masaki is not inferior to any woman he knows in appearance. Innocent and lovely appearance, pure and kind smile, just like the brightest sunshine in spring. No matter who it is, seeing such a smile, the simplest sense of happiness can emerge in the heart. Probably, this is where the so-called personal charm lies. Is the Shinigami who appeared in this world recently also your companion? Kurosaki Masaki obviously also noticed the Shinigami soldiers who came to deal with the follow-up. However, due to their ninja-like costumes, she was somewhat uncertain of each other's identities. Moyu nodded and explained. The same Seiritei, but not in the same team. If you meet them, try to avoid them. Shinigami is not very friendly to Quincy. Hearing this, Kurosaki Masaki smiled and nodded, saying, "Ha, don't worry, I'm very smart. Except for Moyu, I won't approach any Shinigami." Simple conversation, did not stay too long. But it also allowed Moyu to have a deeper understanding of Kurosaki Masaki. For such a thing, it is not the first time that she has done so. Whenever she sees Suze attacking human beings, she will stop them. Kurosaki Masaki, who has a kind personality, will never do anything that is desperate. Shortly after their conversation ended, they parted in different directions. In the distance, above tall buildings. With light blue eyes, short side-parted hair and fair skin, a young man in a white suit looked at the direction Moyu was leaving, and said softly. The Shinigami who fought that day. Awesome power. When the breeze blows, the figure on the tall building seems to have disappeared. Soul Society. In a hidden place in Rukanga, in a dense building underground. A large number of complex equipment are placed in the room in an orderly manner. In the middle of it, inside the tall petri dish, a tall figure was lifelessly suspended above his subjects. S.A. Captain Eisen. Do you really want to throw this dangerous guy into the present world? The soft Kyoto accent resounded in the quiet room. A figure wearing a white haori, lined with a black death suit, walked slowly to the front of the petri dish. Ichimaru-jin narrowed his eyes slightly, and looked at the tall and slender figure among them, with an extremely exaggerated expression on his fox-like face. Yeah, it's indeed one of Captain Aizen's best works. Even through multiple layers of kid barriers, I can still feel the powerful Reiatsu emanating from it. When his voice fell, another figure walked out from behind. Silver, make no mistake. A gentle voice echoed in the room. Aizen looked at the petri dish calmly, and said, Bai is not my favorite work. What he's shown thus far is utter irrational insanity. Empty has strength, can't play. After all, it's just a failure. Hearing this, the corners of Ichimaru-jin's mouth raised high, and he said in relief. Captain Aizen has too high demands on himself. Arankar of the Vasto Lord class is already above most captains. But... He changed his voice, looked at Aizen, and asked, is Captain Aizen really going to release him into the present world? You know, that Guy Yu is in this world. The fact that Neutra came to this world and was beheaded by Moyu has already spread to the Siritii. The meaning of Ichimaru-jin is simple. Although Neutra is only an Ajichas level Arankar, it has already reached the limit level of Ajichas, and it is not much weaker than Vasto Lord level Arankar. It's all right, Silver. Aizen pushed his glasses, his smile was still gentle, as if nothing in the world could change his mood. Imperfect works also need to show their role. No matter what, this white one will not affect our plan. The Hueco Mundo War is coming to an end, and the Soul Society's attention will turn back again, and what I can do is to continue to expand its influence. In this way, we can have more sufficient time. His tone was very flat, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. I see. As expected of Captain Aizen. Ichimaru-jin praised. Actually, I want to understand more through my white eyes. Aizen's smile remained unchanged, and he said softly, how much strength can Yujun show? In this world, Karakura town. Shinigami stronghold. Nilu lay on top of Moyu's head, helping him count the number of hairs. The renovation and follow-up of Karakura town is coming to an end. In 2 days at most, this team of Shinigami will return to Soul Society. And Moyu is completely free. With Sifeng and Matsumoto Rangiku around, there's no need for him to go out and kill Minos Grande or Su. Although they are not particularly strong, but for ordinary Su, they are enough to form a dimensionality reduction blow. It is not easy to have a vacation time, so it is natural to enjoy it comfortably. Moyu got a prosthetic skeleton from Urahara Kisuke, which can help him enjoy the delicacies of this world again. In various senses, the development of entertainment in this world is enough to crush several soul societies. The highly hierarchical soul society is like a decadent society. It is impossible to develop any entertainment facilities at all. In recent years, the development of the soul society in this area was facilitated by you. Sometimes, there's nothing wrong with being a 4-year-old or something. Moyu leaned on the soft sofa, opened a can of drink, and was about to enter the state. Scary to Ultimates Reiatsu, explodes south of Karakura town. The soda can in Moyu's hand was subconsciously crushed to pieces. He escaped from Yuko at the fastest speed, and after telling Nilu to stay here safely, he disappeared into the room. Karakura town south. Sifeng and Matsumoto Rangiku stared in horror at the lavender Reiatsu, a beam of light rising into the sky in the distance. Sweat has already slipped quietly from their foreheads and spread down. Are you kidding me? Sifeng gritted his teeth, such a degree of Reiatsu. As if the sky is falling, it is coming towards Karakura town. On the street, inside the building. Pedestrians are like stone statues, their eyes are empty and frozen, and they have completely lost their self-awareness. 3.4 Under the impact of this huge Reiatsu, Sifeng was extremely embarrassed. Matsumoto Rangiku, who is weaker than her on Reiatsu, is even more unbearable. Sweat seeps into his underwear, as if in a vacuum. Matsumoto Ranjaku can hardly breathe normally. However, another outbreak of bluish-white Reiatsu covered Karakura town again. Completely isolate Reiatsu, which exudes a breath of death, south of Karakura town. Reiatsu waves came from the air. Moyu came to Sifeng and Matsumoto Ranjaku. Stabilizing Matsumoto Ranjaku for now, Moyu used Kide to relieve her physical discomfort. How about it? Matsumoto Ranjaku glanced at him gratefully, nodded and said, "It's nothing serious." Reiatsu, who was terrifying to ultimate, stared into her eyes as if death had come. With Reiatsu at the level of Matsumoto Ranjaku, there is no way to compete with him, which also caused her to almost get injured. "That's good." Moyu handed it into Sifeng's hands, and said seriously, "Protect yourself and Ranjaku. Reiatsu over there, leave it to me." Sifeng showed a look of hesitation, he hesitated to speak. Moyu launched Shunpo, and soon disappeared at the end of their eyes. Looking at the direction in which he was leaving, Sifeng bit his lower lip lightly. The expression is extremely complicated. This time, she felt her own weakness again. Facing the terrifying death of ultimate Reiatsu, Sifeng couldn't even conceive the thought of fighting against it. Is this the real world? Chapter 83. Moyu suppressed the opponent with his own Reiatsu, and kept approaching him. Judging from the breath performance on Reiatsu, it is full of tyranny and despair, as if the end is coming. The intensity of Reiatsu is also the strongest Reiatsu Moyu has experienced so far. None of them. In Soul Society, neither Yamamoto nor Aizen showed their full Reiatsu. Therefore, compared with the Reiatsu in front of me, it is a bit inferior. Calculated according to the point of time. This thing can't be empty. Moyu muttered to himself, speeding up a little bit. Blank, one of the works of Aizen Hollow's experiment, transformed from the dead soul of Shinigami, belongs to Vasto Lord class Arankar in terms of rank. The strength it has shown can even completely suppress Shiba Ishin under normal conditions. Even Shiba Ishin after Shikai, still can't beat it. The closer you get, the more you can feel the sense of terror and oppression coming from above Reiatsu. The feeling of suffocation as if the sky was pouring over Moyu's heart. Should I say that I am very lucky, or that I am not lucky? Moyu said to himself, meeting an existence like Joe Bai at such a critical moment. Perhaps, we should thank someone for their support. The sky of Karakura town, at unknown time, was shrouded in heavy clouds. Large grains of rainwater gradually soaked the ground and turned into a continuous rain curtain, covering the sky. Kurosaki Masaki stood by the window, feeling like the sudden gloomy weather, buried by dark clouds. Two strands of unusually large Reiatsu. She suddenly widened her eyes and looked towards the south direction of Karakura town. Suhi Moyu. Kurosaki Masaki didn't even have time to think about it. She directly reached out and forcibly broke the window in front of her, and stepped out through the window. The next moment, his agile figure disappeared at the end of the street. Heading towards the south direction of Karakura town quickly. Kurosaki Masaki put his hand on 23's heart, temporarily suppressing the restlessness in his heart. There was a hint of worry on her delicate face. Moyu, you must be safe. Where Reiatsu exploded. Moyu falls in the air, and the light scans around it. Since he came here, the Reiatsu that erupted before has completely disappeared. However, the Lingzi fluctuations left in the air have already exposed his whereabouts to Moyu's eyes. A special way of hunting. Moyu's expression was slightly chilled, and he already had a bad premonition in his heart for the enemy that appeared this time. If it is irrational and vain, it will not hide its own actions at all. He will only be like a crazy beast, completely destroying all creatures that appear in front of him. Unfortunately, some are too clumsy. Boom! Without hesitation, Moyu pulled out the Zanpakuto from his waist with his backhand, and slashed straight behind him. The terrifying slashes collided, and there was an earth-shattering crack. The aftermath of the turbulent impact, like a tsunami, swallowed up everything within a radius of several kilometers in an instant. If it wasn't for the location of Moyu, it would be the most remote suburb of Karakura town, sparsely populated. I am afraid that if this knife continues, Rukanga will add countless wandering soul residents. At the same time, on a mountain that is closer to the place where the battle broke out, 3 figures in black cloaks hide behind the Kid Barrier King. Yay, Subai has actually learned to sneak attack. Ichimarujin's fox-like face was revealed from the shadow of the cloak. There was a hint of surprise in his tone. According to their experimental data many times, the rationality shown by Subai is almost zero. But now it seems that Subai's performance in this world is so. However, Moyu's Reiatsu perception is really sharp enough. Although far from the battle site, Ichimarujin seems to know the details of the battle well. Silver, don't underestimate anyone. A gentle voice came from under the cloak beside him. Aizen's face emerges here, with a peaceful smile as if nothing can make his mood fluctuate. Mr. Moyu's Reiatsu is the most special one I have ever seen. Special people have their own special features. The appearance of Subai can help us test the limits of Mr. Moyu. Another steady voice also sounded from under the cloak. After many trials, I have gradually grasped that Hirako Shinji's group is there. This operation, in addition to testing the limits of Kuchiki Moyu, may also be able to lure that group of people out. In addition, part of the data of the hollow experiment can also be obtained, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. His dark complexion almost blended with the black cloak. Among them, Tosin Kaname's face can be vaguely discerned, calm and composed, without any change in emotion. What he said seemed to be just a formulaic report. Be patient, Silver, please. Aizen's eyes are deep, like an endless abyss, looking towards the end. Everything is under our control. 1 black and 1 white, the 2 sharp blades are intertwined in one body, forming a sharp contrast. The black Reiatsu and the blue-white Reiatsu collided together, bursting out a beam of light that soared into the sky, tearing apart the dark clouds. However, the sun did not shine. The sky is still grey, as if it is adding to the fun of this battle. The slanting rainwater continuously formed an impenetrable rain curtain, obscuring the line of sight. Is this the so-called whiteness? Wherever Moyu looked, he could see the shape of the enemy in front of him. The black armor is attached to the slender body, and the hole in the chest is filled with blue and purple unknown substances, just like Hagyaku in an incomplete form. On the neck, exudes a ferocious mask, and the dense and sharp teeth are neatly scattered in the bloody mouth. In the blood-red eyes, no change of emotion can be seen. Yes, just endless madness. Just looking at him is to give people a sense of despair of falling into the abyss. Its slender arms both had blades gleaming with cold light, and they slashed down chaotically. The sound of gold and iron interlacing resounded through the gradually collapsing area. Gale wind soared Deo Dalan. Moyu's eyes were slightly trembling, and Zanpakutō in his hand swept the bluish-white wind at the end, turning into an invisible wind and lingering on the knife. However, just as it was about to fall down again, something unexpected happened to Moyu. Subai, who had been fighting against him all this time, chose to dodge this attack. The Zanpakutō lingering with the invisible wind crashed down, directly tearing a huge gully from the ground of thousands of meters, spreading to the end of the site. The new soil opened up was blown by the wind and turned into nothingness. Avoiding advantages and avoiding disadvantages. Moyu's gaze was serious again, and he had a clearer understanding of the changes in the guy in front of him. From being an irrational beast at the beginning, he learned to sneak attack, and now he is even more aware of seeking advantages and avoiding disadvantages. If it continues to develop like this, I'm afraid it will become the strongest existence in Minos Grande. Subai sees that the blade in Moyu's hand sinks, and when the moves are getting old, it rings and moves. Immediately afterwards, he appeared in front of Moyu, his pale face almost touching him. Under the black armor, the black sharp blade exudes a compelling cold light. Roar! Su Bai Fa made a deafening roar, and the black sharp blade cut sideways, and the space even made a sound of being overwhelmed. Moyu's eyes were slightly cold, and the restless Reiatsu surged in his body. The bluish-white breath of wind circled up under the soles of his feet. In Setsuna, where the two are about to meet, a yelling sound came from a distance, which brought the confrontation to an abrupt end. Wholly lost. The condensed blue Reiatsu formed a dazzling light arrow, which instantly crossed the distance of space and went straight to the empty chest. Faced with this blow, Su Bai seemed to sense the danger, forcibly stopped his side cut, and started to move with a ringing sound. The slender body disappeared in the air. Masaki, be careful! Moyu's pupils narrowed slightly, and he realized that the guy in front of him was definitely different from the Su-Bai he knew. He intended to test this guy's limit strength. But I didn't expect Kurosaki Masaki to intervene suddenly. Kurosaki Masaki, who is holding a spiritual bow, has a network of veins on her fair neck and arms. When Setsuna launched the Holy Destroyer, she had already entered the state of the static blood outfit. However, the instant whiteness that came over her still made her reaction miss a beat. Senran's face like a ghost perfectly interprets the word horror. But any normal person will lose his mind a little when he sees such an existence. And this loss of consciousness is exactly a big taboo in battle. Su Bai doesn't care what his prey looks like, in his eyes, everything is something that needs to be destroyed. The arms were raised high, and the blade attached to the arms was already approaching the face of Kurosaki Masaki. Kurosaki Masaki didn't know whether the so-called static blood outfit could withstand this slash. But at this moment, she deeply felt the breath from death. Boom! The next moment, a blue-white hurricane rose from the ground. Endless berserk wind blades appeared from nowhere, devouring the void in the air in an instant. Moyu's figure walked out slowly in the hurricane, his eyes were cold. I admit, I underestimated you a little at first. But from now on, I won't make such a stupid mistake like this again. After the voice fell, Zanpakutō and Moyu's hand was lifted directly. The hurricane condenses and compresses, gathers on the blade, turns into patterns of wind breath, and engraves on it. The wind blade dissipated, and a pale body full of scars emerged from it. Countless tiny wounds are distributed on its black armor. But as his Reiatsu surged, those cracks recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. High-speed regeneration. As a Vasto Lord level Minos Grande, he is also extremely outstanding in this respect. Masaki, thank you for your help. Moyu turned his back to Kurosaki Masaki, and said softly, but the rest of the battle is left to me. Kurosaki Masaki looked at his spacious back, his mouth was slightly opened, and his expression was a little inexplicable. After a brief hesitation, she responded softly. Oh, I understand now. Immediately, Kurosaki Masaki launched the flying scythe kick, away from the battlefield here. However, uneasy, she was still on the edge, staring at all of them very seriously. With the changes, the spirit bow in his hand is becoming more and more cohesive, and it seems that there may be another shot of divine annihilation at any time. Su-Bai looked at the existence in front of him with some vigilance. With his barren brain that had just been completed, he couldn't figure out why the creatures in front of him had undergone such earth-shaking changes in a very short period of time. It was not at the same level as when he first fought against him. However, this will not affect the desire for destruction in his heart. With his arms hanging down, Bai's ferocious face looked at the thick clouds in the sky. Roar! A deafening roar resounded under the clouds. Immediately, the black-purple Reiatsu was frantically mobilized by him, and condensed on the armor. All the Reiatsu burst out, making Su-Bai look like a Shura returning from hell, tragic and desperate. Even Kurosaki Masaki, who was far away, felt a sense of suffocation here. She couldn't imagine how much pressure Moyu, who was in the center of the battlefield and opposite Su-Bai, was under such pressure at this moment. Black despair spread rapidly under the cloud. However, Moyu's Reiatsu quietly changed while being so strongly oppressed. On the edge of the bluish-white Reiatsu, one after another black lines appeared, swallowing up the bluish-white bit by bit. With the rapid spread of black Reiatsu, Sub-I also sensed something was wrong again. The blood-red eyes stared fixedly at Moyu's body that had been soaked in black. Finally realized. Moyu looked at him indifferently, and said calmly. Unfortunately, it's too late. The voice fell, black like ink, madness surged up completely submerged the TS in it. Chapter 84. Your Reiatsu is impacted by the vasto lord level Arankar Minos Grande, your competitive spirit is multiplied, your understanding is enhanced, and your Reiatsu breaks through to a new level ultimate Reiatsu. Inky black Reiatsu, after covering Moyu completely. Kurosaki Masaki covered her mouth in disbelief, subconsciously preparing to run towards the battlefield. Because, in her perception, Moyu's Reiatsu has completely disappeared. However, it has just taken the first step. In the center of the battlefield, a series of cobweb-like cracks suddenly appeared on the black Reiatsu. Click! The cracks spread at a speed visible to the naked eye, until one of them slowly fell. Countless black materialized Reiatsu turned into fragments and fell from the air. Moyu's intact figure also reappeared in the center of the battlefield. When feeling its breath on Sub-I's ferocious face, other emotions rarely appeared. Under Moyu's gaze, he took a step back. Seeing this, the corners of Moyu's mouth raised, and he smiled disdainfully. Has it evolved to this extent? Although its footsteps step out, the situation changes. The black Reiatsu swept up from the solace of its feet, turned into a tornado that devoured everything, roaring and tearing apart the clouds above the sky. The dark cloud covering Karakura town is completely torn apart, and the black Reiatsu takes its place, becoming the new despair that hangs over the heart. Moyu's Reiatsu seems to have no limit, and it keeps climbing until it reaches another dimension. And other benefits of Reiatsu's ascension also began to emerge from his body. Your body is enhanced by Reiatsu, the efficiency of practice is doubled, the strength is increased, the comprehension is doubled, and the steel skin is comprehended. When hearing this prompt tone, Moyu's original steps stopped suddenly. Steel skin. Isn't this stuff owned by Sukai? By analogy under the strong promotion? For this is the most appropriate explanation Daiyu can think of. However, it's not a bad thing after all. The improvement of defense is enough to give him more opportunities in the battle. If the promotion goes on like this, the slightly weaker captain can't even break Moyu's defense. It is not impossible to go beyond the limits of Shinigami. With such a change, he couldn't help but think of Aizen, who was recognized by Hagyaku, that completely desperate gesture. Your role has been fulfilled. Moyu opened his palm and held it in the air, and the slender blade appeared in his hand instantly. On the bluish-white imprint, there is a very small amount of black dyeing, forming a very peculiar pattern. Just looking at it gives people a sense of mystery. This farce, let's stop here. Lan Yin held high, facing the vigilant Su Bai, she came crashing down. Crazy Lan! The indifferent voice is like a strong winter wind, blowing on the heart. Boom! A sword of black light pressed down, and the bluish-white gust of wind slammed down with an irresistible momentum. Faced with such pressure from the sword, Sub-I seemed to be aroused again with the tyranny in his heart, and the red eyes shone brightly. Its bloody mouth was wide open, its fine and sharp teeth gleamed coldly, and a large number of purple-black Reiatsu gathered in the center of the mouth, forming a black-red ball. At the moment when the sword fell, the black-red ball exploded, forming a dazzling beam of light, piercing the sky. Next moment, the two collided, and the deafening explosion rang through the edge of Karakura town, forming a terrible storm and sweeping in all directions. A terrifying explosion was set off, and the surrounding ground was annihilated at an extremely fast speed. The trees were shattered, and even spread to the distant mountain peaks. In the strong aftermath, they collapsed and fell into the ground. Kurosaki Masaki urged the flying sickle leg again and again, away from the impact of the aftermath. She looked at her original position with lingering fear, still filled with endless light. In the aftermath of this explosion, nothing can survive intact. After the shock, Kurosaki Masaki looked excitedly at the direction of Moyu, and murmured, "Moyu, he is so strong." The Shinigami who were far away in the Shinigami stronghold of Karakura town discovered this scene. They looked at the collapsed mountain peak in the distance, as well as the endless flames and rays of light, unable to imagine what a terrible thing had happened. The feeling of suffocation, as if the doomsday was coming, deeply suppressed their hearts, making them unable to catch their breath. This. Matsumoto Rangiku recovered, his eyes were full of shock, his mouth was slightly opened, unable to understand the scene of the battle. Sifeng bit his lower lip lightly, his expression became more and more complicated. At this moment, she really realized the gap in strength that Moyu said. It turns out that the same Shinigami, the gap between each other can reach this like a natural moat. Is this the power displayed by ultimate Reiatsu? Moyu looked at the scene in front of him with some surprise, apparently also a little surprised. The wild haze just now was not his full strength, not even half of it. But its performance turned out to be so terrifying. The aftermath dissipated, and the pale body stood on the ground with countless cracks. The originally hard black armor was already on the verge of its limit under Moyu's sword-crushing Quan Glan. The cobweb-like cracks have completely covered it, and it may shatter at any time. The bullhead mask on its head has already broken. On the pale face, there was an appearance that Moyu didn't recognize. But he quietly kept this appearance in his heart, and waited to go back to Seirai to investigate again. If there is no accident, the blankness in front of my eyes should be made by a Shinigami with great potential and soul. Subai raised his head stiffly, his blood-red eyes fixed on Moyu, as if he wanted to engrave his face in his memory. But Moyu noticed that Subai's originally bright eyes had become weak at this moment, like a candle in the wind. A sword crushed Kuang Lan, already bringing him to the brink of death. Subai grinned, his expression becoming more and more crazy. Respond to action. On the verge of his limit, he didn't choose to escape, but launched an upward attack like a moth to a flame at the leader. However, he just got close to Moyu's side, and his movements froze in place. A white finger rested on his forehead. "Let's end it." Moyu's indifferent voice sounded, "I had 4 ways day and day thunder." The voice fell. Above the fingertips, the scorching white light instantly dispelled the darkness above the sky, and turned into the sun to illuminate one side. Countless tyrannical lightning bolts turned into a cage, completely engulfing Subai in it. Here, the white Reiatsu completely dissipated. Moyu flipped his wrist lightly, and slowly sheathed Zanpakutō in his hand. The thunder surged, and the round pressure receded. When everything was back to normal, there was no trace of emptiness in it. Under the tyrannical lightning erosion, he didn't even leave any fragments behind. If it weren't for this area turned into ruins, no one would be able to believe that such a powerful existence has not left even the slightest trace. Kurosaki Masaki rushed over quickly, looking around Moyu with eyes like looking at a monster. "You actually killed that powerful existence?" she said in surprise. "I thought that guy was enough of a monster. But I didn't expect you, Moyu, to be more monster than him." Boom! Ah! Kurosaki Masaki covered her head and exclaimed in pain, "Damn Moyu, it's so embarrassing." Moyu glared at the outspoken guy. "What is monster than void white? I'm such a pure Shinigami, can't I compare to a hollow monster? Don't put on such a pathetic look." Moyu poked Kurosaki Masaki's head and said, "I have controlled my strength." "Hey hey!" Kurosaki Masaki didn't feel the slightest sense of shame at being seen through, and was still foolishly happy. Although she didn't know why, there was a voice in her heart telling her this kind of feeling, very happy. Although the situation is serious, it seems to have been resolved by someone. The voice of a dull middle-aged man appeared around the two of them. Kurosaki Masaki followed the voice, her eyes widened. Hey, hey! Cat, the cat is talking. Shihao and Yoriyuki jumped on Moyu's shoulder, looked at Kurosaki Masaki with some displeasure, and said. Give me some courtesy, Quincy brat. Please call me Yoriyuki-san. Kurosaki Masaki wandered around Moyu curiously, his gaze stayed on Shihao and Yoriyuki all the time. For her kind of curious girl, a talking black cat is simply too cool. Shihao and Yoriyuki was going to talk to Moyu about the blankness, but he was really forced to be unable to speak by the curious gaze of a certain girl. She tried several times to strike up a conversation, but she stopped talking. Until when a curious girl lifted the black cat's tail. Idiot, you give me enough time. In an instant, the sharp cat claws pressed on Kurosaki Masaki's head. The next moment, Kurosaki Masaki was shot flying out. What a terrifying strength! This strength has surpassed many captains, right? What a dangerous guy! On a mountain peak far away from the battlefield, Ichimaru-jin crouched on the ground, stroking the scorched ground in front of him with his fingers. Even though they had chosen an excellent location to watch the battle, they were still almost affected. The existence of Kuchiki Moyu has affected our plans. The dull voice, without the slightest emotion, is like a machine. A long time ago, Tosen Kaname apparently rejected some things he considered unnecessary for the sake of justice in his own heart. And this also made him more rational and objective. Be safe and don't be impatient, Yin, yes. A figure appeared under the cloak, with a gentle smile, just like the warm sunshine in spring. We are the chess players who control the board. And Mr. Moyu didn't jump out of the chessboard. After finally dismissing Kurosaki Masaki, that curious girl, Shihao and Yoriyuki was free to look at Moyu. The impact of this battle is not serious. But I'm still curious about one thing. The battle between Moyu and Subai has caused more serious damage to Karakura town. However, because the two fought in the outskirts of Karakura town, it did not affect the humans in it too much. What caused heavy casualties, on the contrary? Subai started the burst of Reiatsu. The moment when Subai Reiatsu overturned, many human beings who were close to here were directly shaken away by it. Fortunately, there are not many residents here, good, and the casualties are not as alarming as imagined. Moyu glanced at the black cat on his shoulder lightly, and said, "What's the matter?" Shihao and Yoriyuki looked serious and said seriously, "Moyu, your current strength." Before he could finish his question, Moyu interrupted directly. "Generally poor level, barely self-protected." As soon as the words came out, the black cat tilted its head, and how many question marks appeared on its head. She stared at Moyu with incomprehensible eyes. "Are you a human being? The battle that almost destroyed the entire city, is classified as barely self-preserving. Call." Shihao and Yoriyuki let out a long sigh and suppressed his temper. If Moyu doesn't want to continue talking about this matter, she won't continue to delve into it. However, she already had a general understanding of Moyu's strength in her heart. At least the current her is definitely not Moyu's opponent. Shihao and Yoriyuki's gaze was a little dazed. Once upon a time, the kid Moyu asked her to teach Shunpo. But now, it has far surpassed his childhood. Thinking of this, Shihao and Yoriyuki's gaze towards Moyu became more and more complicated. What he said to Sifeng at the beginning also emerged in Shihao and Yoriyuki's mind. Weakness is the real original sin. Seeing that he stopped talking, Moyu lowered his eyelids slightly and said softly, "Instead of discussing these irrelevant matters, it is better to delve into. There are secrets about the reason for the appearance of the void and the related secrets." He looked to the other side, looked up, and said, "Mr. Urahara, when are you going to see?" Chapter 85. Yada yada. A soft voice came from an open space not far away. The transparent air, like the lake water being hit by a stone, produced layers of ripples. In a few moments, Urahara Kisuke, wearing a white and green bucket hat, and the tall Tessite Tsukubishi appeared in front of the two. Spirit mask clothes, one of Urahara Kisuke's inventions. It was agreed to give Moyu one, but he hasn't got it yet. According to Urahara Kisuke, it will take a little while to manufacture. I didn't expect Mr. Moyu to be so sensitive. Urahara Kisuke held a fan that he took out of nowhere, and fanned it lightly, directly raising his posture a lot. It looks like. In this regard, Moyu will not spoil him and let him continue to pretend. No, the concealment effect of the spirit mask clothing is very strong. Moyu said blankly, I just lied to you. I didn't expect you to jump out come by yourself. Urahara Kisuke's body stiffened suddenly, and the hand that fanned the fan also stopped. The whole person seems to have been petrified, with an expression of lovelessness. Can't there be more sincere trust between people? Okay, let's get to the point. Moyu returned the topic, and said seriously, you should have some idea about the appearance of that vasto Lord-class Aaron car, right? Hearing this, Urahara Kisuke lowered the brim of his hat, looked a little dignified, and said seriously. At first, I just thought it was the guy who appeared in Hueco Mundo, but when I saw the virtual body, I realized that things are not that simple. This is not a place for conversation, come back to the store with me. Moyu nodded. Immediately, a group of 4 launched Shunpo and disappeared in place. Urahara Store, underground secret base. For the Urahara Store, which is blocked by multiple layers of kid enchantment, it is definitely the safest place in the world. I don't know what Mr. Urahara thinks about the appearance of that dangerous guy. Moyu looked at the clog hat in front of him calmly, waiting for his answer. It has been a while since he came into this world. Although compared to Shinigami's long life, it is just a fleeting moment. But this period of time is enough for the two people who have known each other before to build up enough trust. Today, he still wants to know some deeper secrets from Urahara Kisuke's 020 mouth. There are still opinions, and it involves deeper secrets. Urahara Kisuke said seriously, the existence of the Arankar Minos Grande itself reminds me of the incident of Captain Hollow 100 years ago. A deeper hollow experiment, a more powerful hollow product, and even a forcible fusion of Shinigami's soul and Joe's soul. If nothing else happens, the mastermind behind this incident in this world should be. Moyu took the remark and said calmly. Aizen-suke. So far, the person you care about most. Hearing this, Urahara Kisuke was slightly taken aback, and then smiled and said. It seems that Mr. Moyu has guessed something. From the first meeting in this world, the conversation between the two has reached a certain consensus. But considering that he doesn't know Moyu well, Urahara Kisuke didn't tell all his secret trays. Well, for example, you weren't just a victim in that hollow incident. Moyu continued, it's not impossible for the 46 room to do such a thing without a target. But if multiple captains are involved, no matter how stupid and corrupt they won't put all the blame on an irrelevant person. So Mr. Urahara, do I need to add anything else? From the beginning to the end, Urahara Kisuke is not a good person. He who was able to complete Hagyaku's research and had a fairly deep understanding of Hollow had already studied to a certain extent even before Aizen. Shinigami souls, Wei souls as well as human souls. The appearance of Hagyaku is full of cruelty. The process of its birth is simply difficult to get to the bottom of. From beginning to end, goodbye, Urahara Kisuke is not a good person. In other words, there are no good people in the entire Shinigami group. This kind of character is not suitable to be a Shinigami. Hearing Moyu's explanation, the smile on Urahara Kisuke's face became more and more helpless. It turns out that Mr. Moyu had already thought of this to such an extent, it seems that I underestimated you. You're right. Although I wasn't involved in Captain Hollow's incident, I still have some external connections. As he said that, he told a part of his research on Shinigami and Su and human souls. As it turns out, this guy Urahara is definitely the most dangerous existence among the Shinigami. Shihao and Yuaki let out a helpless sigh. I stayed in this world more to monitor this dangerous guy. In my opinion, he's not much safer than Aizen. Moyu nodded in understanding. There is no exaggeration in these words. Okay, now that we've come to this here. Urahara Kisuk took out an object sealed with several layers of kid enchantment from his bosom, and placed it on the table in front of him. Then, let's take a look at my research results. He has already decided to pour his heart out to Moyu. Getting along in this world during this time obviously made him trust you. Reiatsu fluctuates, rippling in the underground space like the wind. Urahara Kisuk disarms the kid enchantment on the object. A black box appeared in front of Moyu. Seeing this, he already had some guesses in his heart. This. Urahara Kisuk opened it, and among them, a blue-purple gemstone lay quietly on it. That's why Aizen has been looking for me. Moyu's expression was slightly trembling, and he could clearly perceive the powerful power contained in the gemstone from his angle. As you can see, the power in this gem is enough to change the world. Urahara Kisuk said slowly, its name. Hagyaku. He paused, then continued. Hagyaku is able to help Shinigami and Hadō, to transcend the limitations of the ontological existence and bring them to a higher level. Aizen wants to obtain this kind of power, so he has been looking for us all the time. Well, Mr. Moyu, you can try to understand it. Perhaps it is to make his statement more convincing. Urahara Kisuk suggested. Here, Moyu carefully released some of Reiatsu, trying to understand Hagyaku on a deeper level. Next moment, something happened that made Urahara Kisuk unable to control himself. Hagyaku in the black box actually trembled, trembling like a frightened little animal. Facing Moyu's Reiatsu, Hagyaku made an ultimate contraction of all his power, constructing an absolute defense on the soul level. This is... Urahara Kisuk could hardly believe his eyes. As for the existence of consciousness in Hagyaku, he, the creator, knows. Only with Hagyaku's approval can one harness all of its powers. However, so far, he, the creator, has not been recognized by Hagyaku's will. For the existence of Moyu itself, Urahara Kisuk has been researching for some time. The existence of the peculiar Reiatsu already shows the particularity of Moyu itself. Therefore, before taking out Hagyaku, even if Hagyaku will approve Moyu, he will not be surprised at all. DJE. Hagyaku in fear. Urahara Kisuk could hardly believe his eyes. How is that possible? What happened in front of him even exceeded his cognition. Curiosity also appeared in Moyu's eyes. He even knows more about Hagyaku than Urahara Kisuk. Urahara Kisuk believes that he created Hagyaku, a substance capable of breaking the boundary between Shinigami and Hadō. Not really, it's just that he hopes that Hagyaku is the substance that can break down the boundary between Shinigami and Hadō. The real power of Hagyaku is to concretize the wishes of people's hearts. But at the same time, you must have the ability to realize your wishes. After Aizen obtained the complete Hagyaku, in order to satisfy his desire for power, he hoped that he would continue to evolve. However, the so-called evolution is actually just guiding potential. No matter how strong the talent is, the potential is limited, and there is no infinite evolution. And Moyu, who has a good understanding of Hagyaku, has no interest in this stuff at all. No one knows his own talent better than himself. For Moyu, Hagyaku is not even as happy as 2 cans of fat house water. All it can bring Moyu is trouble. Now though, it seems that Hagyaku has a special reaction to his Reiatsu. It's terrible. Urahara Kisuk gradually recovered from the shock, and his eyes became calm again. Mr. Moyu, I am really more and more interested in you. The deep eyes met Moyu's, which made him shudder. Moyu. What is your look? I warn you, Our orientation is perfectly normal. You better stay away from me. It seemed that he noticed the ambiguity in his words from Moyu's reaction, but Urahara Kisuk didn't take it to heart. Ahem, Mr. Moyu. Urahara Kisuk showed a subtle smile on his face. I think we should communicate in depth. Boom. Before waiting for Moyu to give his answer, Shihaoran Yoryuki on the side slapped him on the head. Get back to business, idiot. Urahara Kisuk pulled his head out from the table in front of him. Yet. When it comes to Mr. Moyu, you always seem so grumpy. Moyu also calmed down, and said calmly. Don't even think about it. Impossible, does not exist. For Urahara Kisuk's proposal, he directly chose to refuse with righteous words. Urahara Kisuk closed the box on the table and sealed Hagyaku with a new layer of kid barriers. While re-sealed. I don't know if it was Moyu's own delusion, but he actually felt lucky in Hagyaku. By the way, is my own Reiatsu really that scary? Moyu subconsciously looked at himself, the real spirit emerging from him. After breaking through to ultimate Reiatsu, the originally bluish-white Reiatsu light has turned into jet black. Ink-like Reiatsu, impregnated with itself. Sarah, what a pity. Urahara Kisuk said regretfully, otherwise, we might be able to develop something. Hearing this, Yu felt a sudden chill in her heart. Is this the researcher? This kind of bad taste is really embarrassing. Okay, back to the topic. Urahara Kisuk smiled and continued. Regarding the existence of the Vasto Lord class Arankar, I found signs of Shinigami hollow on it. If nothing else, he should be made from the soul of a Shinigami. Moyu nodded, agreeing with Urahara Kisuk's statement. In this way, this kind of existence can be created. Urahara Kisuk's tone was low, there's only that guy. Aizen-suke. Things went round and round, but it was still inevitable to escape the arrangement of Aizen's plan. As for his thoughts, Moyu is also somewhat difficult to guess. Neutra's death, Aizen must have been clear. But even so, Sub-I was still sent to the present world. Perhaps to test the location of Urahara Kisuk? Maybe want to lay out new plans in this world? Possibly both. Moyu is unwilling to delve into this. If he relies on his brain to solve all the problems, he may be left with nothing left by Aizen, Urahara, and the like. I understand. Moyu said in a low voice, thank you Urahara for your trust. Perhaps, in future cooperation, we can trust each other more. For such an insidious guy as Urahara Kisuk, Moyu can only maintain a basic trust. After all, no one knows what terrible things he will do in order to achieve his own means. Like stuffing Hagyaku into someone's soul. Chapter 86. Soul Society. Moyu walked out in front of the tall mountain gate-style crossing gate, and returned to his most familiar place. Phew, I'm finally back. After the words fell, a small head emerged from his arms. Is this Moyu's hometown? Nilu likes this place very much. Compare that to Hueco Mundo, where nothing but sand is sand. Soul Society is far better than Hueco Mundo in terms of spirit particle concentration and scenery. Not to mention Nilu, even Moyu, who just came back from the present world, feels a sense of comfort from the heart in Soul Society. Let's take you home first. Moyu rubbed Nilu's little head, and launched Shunpo in the direction of Noble Street. Shinigami, who was in charge of guarding the crossing gate, felt a blur in front of him before he had time to make a routine inquiry. The figure standing in front of the world transmitting gate had already disappeared. The guard Shinigami scratched the back of his head blankly. Did a Shinigami come back from this world just now? If it hadn't been for the fact that the world transmitting gate had been activated, he might really think that his eyes were dazzled. Just as he was about to check again. In the distance, a calm voice floated back. The returnee, the third officer of the 4th Division, Kuchiki Moyu. Hearing the name, guard Shinigami's eyes widened. Cut, Kuchiki. Even if Shinigami, who is the guard of the world transmitting gate, doesn't know much about the outside information, he still knows the name Kuchiki Moyu. During this time, the name of Kuchiki Moyu spread almost throughout Seireitei. The most powerful officer in history, the powerful existence that killed several Minos Grande. Moyu didn't know that his name had spread throughout Jinglingting. After temporarily placing Nilu at Kuchiki's house, he went to the team building alone. It's been a while since Sifeng and Matsumoto Rangiku ended Karakura Town's aftermath. As the virtual chaos of reality gradually stabilized, Moyu received an order to call back to the Soul Society. In this regard, he has chosen to ignore it many times. It wasn't until Byakuya came to urge him that he reluctantly returned to Soul Society. The first thing to do when you come back is to go to the first team to describe the mission. During his time in this world, the storm he caused was enough to shock the entire Seireitei. Even Yamamoto Genryanaga couldn't ignore it. A team house. In the captain's chamber. The above is a summary of my tasks in this world. Moyu looked calm and looked towards the front of the chamber. Dressed in white feathers, the old man with a purple girdle on his white beard hanging down his waist, holding a cane in both hands, is slightly closing his eyes at this moment, waiting for Moyu's narration. Team Captain, Yamamoto Genryusai. Even at this moment, Moyu's strength has undergone earth-shaking changes from the last time we met. But facing the strongest Shinigami in the Soul Society for thousands of years, I still feel the pressure from the heart. Perhaps, this is Jiwei. On both sides of the meeting hall, there were also a few people standing scatteredly. Except for Captain Yamamoto, all the captains are present this time. Even Jaishur Yukatake, the captain of the 13th squad who often takes sick leave, participated in this captain meeting. Right now, the highest combat power of the entire Seireitei has gathered in the small captain's meeting room. Is this the whole story? A ray of light flashed in Yamamoto Motoyanaga's slightly closed eyes, and he slowly opened his eyes, looking in the direction of Moyu. Third seat Moyu, your performance in this world has far exceeded my expectations. In this regard, Moyu smiled slightly, but did not strike up a conversation. For this, you can offer some rewards that are not excessive. Hearing this, the captains present were all a little surprised. In their memories, Yamamoto Motoyanagi rarely rewarded the team members. Because it has always had extremely strict requirements for both the captain and the team members. And those captains are often difficult to satisfy because of their escaping personalities. In the captains' meeting on weekdays, it is rare for Yamamoto Motoyanagi to not lose his temper, let alone reward a certain team member. Well, can I still ask for rewards? Moyu was a little surprised. He didn't expect Yamamoto Yuanliasai to be so easy to talk to. Sure. Yamamoto Yuanlianaga's stern eyes glanced over the captains on both sides of the meeting hall. Reward those who have made meritorious deeds, and punish those who have done wrong. This is a matter of course. These words are not only addressed to Moyu, but also a reprimand to this group of unreliable captains. Moyu thought about it seriously for a moment. Looks like I don't need anything. Captain, why don't you postpone this award for now? With strength as a base, Moyu is not as cautious as other team members in speaking. If I have any needs in the future, I will ask you again. Hearing this, Yamamoto Yuanlianaga was slightly taken aback. This was the first time someone had bargained with him on rewards. In the past, rewards and the like were all given. This time, because of Moyu's achievements, Yamamoto Genryanaga gave him the right to choose. But I didn't expect this guy to want to postpone the reward. The old man agrees. Yamamoto Yuanlianaga's dull voice sounded in the Tien Council Hall. Yet. Let the old man Shan make a concession. Kurako Shunsui, wearing pink haori, smiled and said, Moyu is the first person I know. This is a compliment to a man of merit. Anohanaretsu glanced at him indifferently, far from the leader of the band. Ahem. Seeing Anohanaretsu's short guard, Kurako Shunsui coughed twice, turned his head to the side, and stopped talking. As one of the most qualified captains, he has a deep understanding of Anohanaretsu's personality. There have been conflicts before, including him, Jaishur Yukatake, Shiba Ishin and others, who were directly overwhelmed by him and thrown in the comprehensive ambulance center of the 4th Division for nearly a day. Since then, he has never thought of conflicting with Anohanaretsu. This woman is too outrageous. Thank you, Captain. Moyu nodded in thanks. In fact, it's not just Kurako Shunsui, the other captains are somewhat complicated when they look at Moyu. They also knew a little about the battles that took place in this world. The damage caused by the aftermath of the battle alone is enough to make them vigilant. Then contacting Sui Feng's report on the content of this mission, it made these proud captains recognize the existence of Moyu. Strictly speaking, Moyu's strength is not weaker than their captains. After dealing with the 3 seats of Moyu, the next question is about the emergence of Arrancar Minos Grande in this world. Yamamoto Yuan Lianaga's eyes became more and more strict, and he patrolled the meeting hall. Hueco Mundo has become more and more active in recent years. What happened next has nothing to do with Moyu. As the 3rd seat, he was able to attend the captain's meeting room, which was considered an exception. Moreover, he doesn't care about Hueco Mundo. In the chamber, apart from Yamamoto Motoyanagi, Moyu is most concerned about Aizen-suke. As usual, his gentle expression perfectly established the image of a good man. Moyu didn't bother to observe him. Just a casual glance, you can still feel the depth of Aizen like the sea. Everything is just the surface. It never occurred to him to reveal the true face of Aizen at the captain's meeting. That's not something normal people can get out of. In the case of Kaika Suijutsu, all members, Aizen's plan is revealed. I'm afraid he will become the target of all the captain's attacks. At that time, no matter how strong Moyu is, he will be unable to escape the fate of the end. The captain's meeting is over. The entire Seirai became busy again because of the discussions at the captain's meeting. The investigation of Hueco Mundo's strength was also directly put on the agenda. Whether it is the emptiness of reality or the unknown Minos Grande, Seirai feels a sense of oppression. These are busy times. Almost all the team members, like a fully wound machine, started to rotate at a high speed. Only a certain salted fish who has just returned is resting at home at this moment, enjoying the life of a decadent aristocrat. Noble Street, Kuchiki House. Byakuya Kuchiki looked at the guy in front of him seriously, feeling a pain in his head. You mean you brought an Ajicha's Arrancar back to the Soul Society? Moyu nodded, looked at Byakuya Kuchiki leisurely, and kicked the fruit. Yes. As he spoke, he scratched behind his back with his backhand, and brought a Nilu that was crawling around like a cat to Byakuya Kuchiki. No, her name is Nilu. Byakuya Kuchiki stared at the little guy in front of him with wide eyes. Nilu grinned and said with a smile. Hello, my name is Nilu. The two stared at each other, staring at each other, and remained silent for a long time. Call. Byakuya Kuchiki had blue veins throbbing on his forehead, forcibly suppressing his temper. He found that as long as he stayed with Moyu for a long time, it was easy to lose control of himself. Before, Moyu was extremely poor in talent, but after getting Zanpakutō, he became a rare genius in the Academy of Spiritual Art. Byakuya Kuchiki was also happy with it for a long time. But unexpectedly, it wasn't too long before Moyu made a huge mess for him. It's all right. Moyu glanced at him and said with relief, I have taken certain protective measures. Don't say it's you, even Captain Yamamoto can't find Nilu's identity. Nilu raised her arm, swayed it lightly, and smirked. Moyu gave Nilu, the Reiatsu that can hide Nilu. 0. Byakuya Kuchiki looked closely, frowning slightly. The emerald green watch matched Nilu's hair color very well, and when worn on her fair arm, it accentuated her complexion even more. Third generation camouflage watch. An invention by a certain researcher, Moyu explained. For these remarks, Byakuya Kuchiki frowned, as if thinking of something. After a long time, he sighed again. I understand. I'll help you keep the matter of Nilu a secret, but... Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Moyu. The responsibility of the Kuchiki family is to maintain and enforce the rules of the Soul Society. From childhood to adulthood, you have to say it almost every day. You. My mouth didn't have calluses, and my ears did too. Hearing this, Byakuya Kuchiki hesitated to speak, but in the end he could only sigh. Once upon a time, my stupid Odaoda became so shrewd. Byakuya Kuchiki left without saying anything more. Moyu knows it all too well. If Nilu was brought back home without telling her identity, instead, it will put a thorn in Byakuya Kuchiki's heart. He has always had unconditional trust in his family. In this regard, Moyu is also willing to believe in Byakuya Kuchiki. Did Nello cause trouble for Moyu? Looking at Byakuya Kuchiki leaving, Nilu looked at Moyu with some calculations. Although in this world, her memory has been restored. But when maintaining the lowly form, her personality is still more innocent and simple. Moyu gently rubbed Nilu's short emerald green hair, comforting. No. That guy Byakuya is a typical knife-mouthed bean-curd heart. He also looked in the direction of his departure with deep eyes. Time in Soul Society seems to pass faster than in this world. Carry out the daily tasks of the fourth squad, study the development of Kendo with Anohanaretsu, deepen the brother-sister relationship with Rukia, and deal with Sifeng coming to ask for the fourth. Feng Yuan Yoryuki's unreasonable demand for information. However, what Moyu couldn't figure out was that the number of times Sifeng came to Kuchiki's house seemed to be too frequent. In this way, the boring and fulfilling life is advancing rapidly. 2 years later. As usual, Moyu is going to the fourth team to carry out his daily tasks. However, he has not yet stepped out of his home. The fluttering hell butterfly flew to and landed beside him. Moyu stretched out his finger and let it fall on it, accepting the message attached by the small celestial Kongluo. However, when he heard the news, his eyes suddenly widened, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. Emergency information. Shiba Ishin, Reiatsu, captain of the 10th squad, disappeared into the present world. Chapter 87. How come? Moyu's two-sword eyebrows frowned deeply, puzzled. Bai, isn't he dead? After hearing the news, he immediately thought about Shiba Ishin's fate. But Bai's death has changed his original destiny. But why now? Moyu didn't hesitate and returned home directly. As one of the 4 great nobles, the Kuchiki family has its own world-transmitting gate. In terms of use, it is even more convenient and quicker than the public transgressive door. After confirming the location of Karakura town, Moyu stepped straight into the crossing gate. There are some things that he must go to confirm. Otherwise, it will bring endless regrets to Moyu. Karakura town. Fixed point in the suburbs. The quaint sliding partition door opens above the open space. Moyu stepped out of it. The first time he looked at the present world, his brows were tightly wrinkled together. Residual Reiatsu fluctuations. Shiba Ishin, Minos Grande, and a completely unfamiliar being. In the end, what happened? With no clues at all, Ye decided to find the person he cared about first. I hope that silly girl didn't do something stupid. As soon as the voice fell, Moyu's figure disappeared in place like a bubble. On a manor north of Karakura town, a black figure appeared high in the sky, looking down at the scenery below. And its Reiatsu fluctuations emanating out of Setsuna, several Reiatsu powerful people 5 among them come out fast. That is Shinigami. Shinigami managed to find this here. Moyu lowered his eyes slightly, looking down at the scene below, unmoved in the slightest. I'm not here for war. Where is Kurosaki Masaki? He didn't perceive Kurosaki Masaki's Reiatsu from the real world, which means that she most likely had an accident. And right now, only the Ishida family, who are also Quincy masters, are in control of Kurosaki Masaki's whereabouts. You are. Ishida Longxian looked at the figure in the air in shock, and recognized the identity of Black Jade. It seems that you should know my purpose. Moyu looked calm. I just want to know Masaki's whereabouts. Please let me know, please. As for Kurosaki Masaki's friend, he is not willing to have a bad relationship with him. If possible, it is best to resolve all this peacefully. It is a pity that the other party does not seem to be willing to settle peacefully. A mere Shinigami, dare to speak out like this. Wholly lost. Before Ishida Longxian could react, the other Quincy attacked Moyu. The gathered high-compression blue spiritual beams instantly passed through the limitation of space and went straight to the pressure's vital point. Seeing that everyone's attacks were about to hit Moyu, Ishida Longxian opened his mouth and closed his mouth, but stopped talking. He knew Moyu, and when Kurosaki Masaki talked to Moyu that day, he saw everything in his eyes. Kurosaki Masaki has a marriage contract with him. In Ishida Ryuxian's view, the fate of the two has already been tied together. But this sudden appearance of Shinigami completely broke this fate. Ishida Ryusaki could see the change of Kurosaki Masaki's attitude towards him, and even other thoughts. 2. If this Shinigami dies here. Ishida Longxian's pupils shrank suddenly, and he looked into the sky with unbelievable eyes. Moyu's expression remained unchanged, his arms flexed and stretched, and he grasped these sacred extinctions with his backhand. The powerful attack that could kill Minos Grande, it is difficult to even break the defense in front of it. How can that be? Shinigami, who isn't even the captain, can be so powerful. Moyu's power is beyond what Quincy knew about Shinigami. With a blow full of confidence, I wanted to see the hateful Shinigami killed on the spot. However, with a little force on the palm of Moyu's hand, he directly touched the sacred extinctions into countless fragments of spirit particles, which dissipated in the air. I'll ask again one last time. Masaki, where are you? After the words fell, the monstrous Reiatsu descended on this manner in an instant like a wave that would destroy the world. The black materialized Reiatsu surged behind Moyu, making him look like a demon god who destroyed the world, terrifying and powerful. Ishida Longxian took a deep breath and walked out of Quincy slowly. He is the head of the Ishida family, and also the strongest among them. After Moyu showed his Reiatsu, he was very clear in his heart that the Shinigami in front of him was definitely not an existence that the Ishida family could compete with. Masaki Shi. Before Ishida Longxian could finish speaking, a figure flew by in the distance. The familiar Reiatsu also returned to the manor. Moyu. Kurosaki Masaki flew over and jumped directly in front of Moyu. After 2 years, seeing Moyu again, she found that her mood was extremely joyful. At this moment, Kurosaki Masaki understood. The person in front of her is the person she wants to see. Call. Moyu breathed a sigh of relief and sighed. It's good that you're fine. For this kind and innocent girl in front of her, UK couldn't bear the original fate to happen to her. Sending death sacrifices or something, let others go. Hey. Kurosaki Masaki's eyes widened, and she suddenly realized that there was something wrong with the place where the two met. After she noticed Moyu's Reiatsu, she rushed over at the fastest speed without even thinking about it. But when they arrived here, they discovered that this place seemed to be the manor of the Ishida family. The surrounding atmosphere is also a bit strange. You won't be. Before Kurosaki Masaki could finish speaking, Moyu interrupted her guess. Nothing. The corner of Moyu's mouth slightly raised, and he said with a smile, we are just having a friendly exchange. You say yes, Mr. Ishida. The last address was almost uttered in a threatening tone. Ishida Longxian only felt as if he was thrown into the Arctic Circle unsuspectingly, and the chill completely enveloped him. After thinking about it for a moment, he decided to continue speaking according to Moyu's meaning. No, that's right. Mr. Moyu is not the same as those Shinigami. Hearing this, the smile on Kurosaki Masaki's face became brighter and brighter. That's right, Moyu is very special. After leaving Ishida's house, Heiyu's mind also settled down. Kurosaki Masaki is fine, so there is no need to worry too much about things in this world. As for the Shiba Ishin thing, it is not so easy for a captain at that level to die. For now, I'd better go to the Urahara store and ask. In this world, only Urahara and Yoryuki can be trusted by Moyu. Urahara store. Underground secret base. Moyu looked at Shiba Ishin in white Haori with a big grin in front of him in astonishment. Unexpectedly, things went round and returned to the starting point. Ha, I never expected to meet you here. Shiba Ishin scratched the back of his head and laughed out loud, we are really destined. Do you want to change jobs and come to our 10th squad? Snapped. Moyu covered his face with his hands, it was almost incomprehensible for this kind of guy with a big heart. Now is not the time to talk about that. By the way, why are you here? The disappearance of your Reiatsu has been captured by the Technology Development Bureau. He looked at Shiba Ishin helplessly, and said. Let's not talk about the Juban team now, even the entire Seirai is a mess. Shiba Ishin is not only the captain of the Juban team, but also the head of the branch house of the Shiba family of the Four Nobles. Its importance to Seirai is self-evident. Ha, I can't help it either. Shiba Ishin let out a hearty laugh, I came to this world to drink not long ago, and then met a strange Minos Grande. There was a fight between us, but I still can't beat him after Shikai. If you hadn't been rescued by some passing guy, I'm afraid you wouldn't have seen me. Although the Shiba Ishin in front of me is an understatement. But Moyu can feel the hardships of his battle. Shiba Ishin is no ordinary captain, his strength is absolutely top-notch among captains. But even so, he was still no match for the Minos Grande after Shikai, which made some bad associations sprout in Moyu's heart again. The characteristics of Minos Grande, do you remember? Moyu asked solemnly. Well, a black armor, a hideous bullhead mask, and sharp blades growing on both arms. Oh, by the way, the body inside the armor is pale white. Shiba Ishin tried to recall the details of the battle. Hearing this here, I can be sure. The enemy Shiba Ishin encountered was still a blank white. This made him doubtful, but also somewhat vigilant. When will the existence of this level of sub-I be able to be created at will? You know, this thing is a vasto lord level Arankar Minos Grande, even if it is placed in Hueco Mundo, it is extremely rare. But now. Don't worry Mr. Moyu. Just as he was struggling, the voice of Urahara Kisuk came from the research institute. If nothing else happens, this should be the last void. Moyu followed the sound and looked. Urahara Kisuk, who was wearing a white coat, looked a little heavy. You guys have known each other for a long time. Shiba Ishin looked at the two people who were familiar with each other, unable to understand. I have been stationed in Karakura town for so long, so I am naturally aware of the existence of Urahara. Moyu explained, also, you haven't answered my question just now. Why are you here? Shiba Ishin was about to answer, but was interrupted by Urahara Kisuk. Come with me. Let me answer your question. In this regard, Moyu already has some guesses. In the Underground Research Institute, the dense instruments are neatly placed, giving people a solemn atmosphere. The position of the heart, on the bed, a strange woman was lying on it with a painful expression. The frequency of Reiatsu fluctuations seems a bit abnormal. Moyu immediately noticed the woman. Her name is Jiangmuyuk Xiang, the Quincy Master. Exist. In the previous battle between Ishin and Minos Grande, he was saved, but he was also attacked by Minos Grande. Urahara Kisuk looked dignified, and said seriously, the power of Minos Grande has invaded Miss Yuxiang's body. 11. Mr. Moyu, you should be very clear about this concept. Listening to his narration, Moyu had trouble thinking about too many things. Everything that happened in front of him made him suspect that the 4.6 spirit kings who had been made into sticks still had will. If it wasn't for Kurosaki Masaki's fate intertwined with him, I'm afraid the one lying here will be her. However, even so, this thing happened after all. It's just replaced by Zhongmuoxiang. Same Quincy, same Minos Grande, same Shiba Ishin. Mr. Urahara, can Faxiong help her? There was a hint of anxiety in Shiba Ishin's eyebrows. Help? Urahara Kisuk answered in the affirmative. Shiba Ishin beamed with relief. It's good to be saved. However, Miss Yuxiang cannot recover after all. Urahara Kisuk's next words sent him directly into hell. She was impregnated with the power of Minos Grande, and the phenomenon of Hadō occurred. The so-called Hadō is to inject the empty soul into an existing soul, so as to destroy the boundary between the two souls. It is a way to destroy the original object and sublimate it into a trial of a higher level of soul. It was originally a technique to strengthen Shinigami's soul, but it was beyond our control. This is the result of using this uncontrollable technology on Quincy divisions other than the original target. Shiba Ishin looked serious, said solemnly. Then what is the way to recover? Urahara Kisuk raised his eyes, looked directly at Shiba Ishin, and said word by word. B. Direct injection of the opposite soul to Hadō. Chapter 88. Shiba Ishin folded his arms and listened very carefully, nodding his head from time to time in response. Well, that's how it is. However, Moyu squinted his eyes and stared at the guy in front of him. The opposite of Hadō's soul, the destruction of boundaries can be suppressed and prevented. Urahara Kisuk didn't care about Shiba Ishin's reaction, but looked at Moyu and continued. For example, I use Quincy's light arrows and human souls to make vaccines. Injecting it into the souls of several Shinigami behind Hadō can restrain the progress of Hadō. So, I want to take Miss Yuxiang's life and not let her Hadō. He shifted his gaze, put it back on Shiba Ishin, and said seriously. If you want to continue to survive as a human being, you need a stronger power. Until she dies, can't Li Gai for a moment, keep suppressing her Hadō, and inject the opposite powerful force. Shiba Ishin nodded thoughtfully. Until Moyu approached him and asked in a low voice. By the way, do you know what to do? Shiba Ishin shook his head as a matter of course, and said. Not understand. As soon as these words came out, even the voice of Urahara Kisuk, who was about to explain the execution method, stopped abruptly. I really don't understand the specific process very well. Shiba Ishin scratched his head, smiled and said seriously. But as long as I can do it, order it as much as possible. After all, the real man is a man who knows how to repay his kindness. Urahara Kisuk was slightly startled, then immediately lowered his gaze, and said in a deep voice. Is that so? All in all, if you want to save Miss Yuxiang, you need all your strength. And in the future, I will not be able to leave her side. Before he finished speaking, he heard Shiba Ishin's decisive voice. Understood. No problem. Urahara Kisuk looked at Shiba Ishin with unexpected eyes, unable to understand what was in his mind. I said yes. Hurry up and get started. Seeing that Urahara Kisuk was still in a daze, Shiba Ishin urged. Your explanation time is too long. Pretending to talk so much nonsense, it's okay to be a Shinigami and protect her for the rest of my life. You don't need to think about this kind of thing, of course you have to do it. Urahara Kisuk asked in a low voice. No nostalgia. How is this possible? Shiba Ishin retorted, there are too many to tell. But so what? Being held back by nostalgia, playing dead to your benefactor. My future self will definitely be ashamed of this. Urahara Kisuk turned around and said. I see, come with me. The next thing has nothing to do with Moyu. He quietly watched Urahara Kisuke's operation. Integrate Shiba Ishin's soul into the special skeleton, and let him join with Imuka's soul. As expected of a member of the Shiba family. Moyu sighed, know your kindness and repay it, and don't expect anything in return. Urahara Kisuke stared earnestly at the screen in front of him, on which the dots of light symbolizing their souls had gathered together. If there are no accidents, this test will eventually succeed. Hearing this, Moyu gave him a surprised look. From the beginning to the end, you have no guarantee of the success rate. Urahara Kisuke nodded without hesitation, and said without looking back. I still have a little experience in fusing Shinigami and Hadō, as well as human souls. But if we add the soul of the Quincy Master, the difficulty of the experiment will increase by several levels. If I hadn't considered the strength of Ishin's soul, I wouldn't have used this treatment. After speaking, Moyu once again had a new understanding of Urahara Kisuke's black heart. From the beginning to the end, this guy was not fully sure. And his words are just to make Shiba Ishin believe him. The fusion of souls was successfully completed, and Shiba Ishin woke up from the skeleton. On the contrary, Zhang Xiang, who was lying on the bed, was still in a comatose state. The soul fusion was very successful, and Hadō has been completely suppressed. Urahara Kisuke's words, let him feel at ease. Yes. That is really good. Shiba Ishin breathed a sigh of relief and settled down. Since there is nothing else to do, Moyu said calmly, then it's time for me to return to Soul Society. The disappearance of Ishin Captain Reiatsu has caused a great stir in Seirai. I'm bound to go back and perform certain tasks. However, at this moment, Shiba Ishin hesitated. Moyu, can you take care of the 10th squad for me? You are one of the few people in the Soul Society that I can trust. After cooperating with Urahara Kisuke, the captain of the 10th Division, he has become a criminal of the Soul Society. Especially when it comes to the connection between one's own soul and the soul of the Quincy Master. If it were possible, I would. Moyu did not refuse the other party's request. It is obviously not a troublesome thing for him to do it with a little effort. And those juniors of the Shiba family, please leave it to you. Shiba Ishin clasped his hands together with a very sincere attitude. The Shiba family. Moyu seemed to remember something. Your disappearance may remove the Shiba family from the nobility. Hearing this, Shiba Ishin's expression was also somewhat gloomy. Still, he smiled and replied. Haha, if Kayan and the others know what I'm doing, they will definitely agree with me. Every kindness must be repaid. This is the Shiba family's house rule. Soul Society. Moyu walked out through the boundary gate of Kuchiki's house, with a complicated look on his face. As for Shiba Ishin's decision, he can't do anything to interfere. But also admiration for his actions. Even if that Jiang Xiang had only met him once. He is still willing to give up his power as a Shinigami in order to repay his favor, and is willing to live an unknown life in this world. Perhaps, this is the difference between people. As time went by, the impact of Shiba Ishin Hospital became more severe. In the end, it even developed that the entire Seirai was known. The captain of the 10th Division disappeared in this world? Where did you get the news? The whole Seirai has been spread, and you don't know it. I heard that the captain of the 10th Division encountered a powerful enemy in this world, and because he was defeated, there is no news until now. Although Shiba Ishin is classified as missing, but according to the Reiatsu fluctuations that occurred before his disappearance in the present world, the Technology Development Bureau has been able to confirm that he died completely and disappeared into the world as his wife. After this news was sent to the 10th team, the whole team fell into silence. A sad atmosphere lingers in the 10th team's team building. No matter how you look at it, Shiba Ishin is a very good captain. Apart from the frequent skipping of shifts, there was very little fault to be found. A team house. Captain's chamber. Yamamoto Motoyanagi sat upright at the front, looked at the captains who were still not assembled below, and said in a deep voice, "What's the result of the investigation?" After the words fell, Kurotsuka Mayuri stepped forward and said in a strange tone, 3 days ago, at 16:32 p.m., at 22 to 33 southwest of No 6-62-8, the present world location, a Reiatsu conflict of more than 100 levels occurred. After investigation, it is tentatively identified as Reiatsu of Shiba Ishin, captain of the 10th Division, and Reiatsu of unknown Minos Grande. 3 hours later, another Quincy Reiatsu joined. Speaking of the word Quincy, Kurotsuka Mayuri scanned the chamber with a scrutinizing gaze. Before he became captain, he was among maggots. The reason is also related to the Quincy. Because his research methods were too cruel, but he couldn't convict him of the crime, he was finally placed in the nest of maggots. If Urahara Kisuk hadn't appeared, his detention would have been extended indefinitely. The people detained in the nest of maggots are generally designated as dangerous persons by the Seireitei, but they do not necessarily have the facts of crimes. Apparently, Kurotsuka Mayuri's control over his own methods is in place. Seeing that everyone didn't respond to the word Quincy, Kurotsuka Mayuri felt bored, and his voice became a lot more formulaic. Subsequently, Shiba Ishin, Minos Grande, and Reiatsu of the Quincy disappeared one after another. Kurotsuka Mayuri tapped his temple with his fingers, with a crazy and ferocious smile, and analyzed. According to the deduction of the Technology Development Bureau, the 3 parties died together. Shiba Ishin, the captain of our 10th Division, contributed his last mirage to the maintenance of world peace. Let us pay her our highest respect. Kurotsuka Mayuri opened his arms, and his expression became wilder. However, after realizing that no one took care of him, he put his arm down angrily. It's so boring. Captain Kurotsuka Mayuri, before seeing the body, directly classified it as dead. Kurako Shunsui, wearing a pink captain's haori, interrupted Kurotsuka Mayuri's spirits. Isn't that a little too much? Oh! Kurotsuka Mayuri's pupils contracted, and she approached Kurako Shunsui slightly, making a strange sound. Is the leader of the Beijing Orchestra objecting to my research? It's not that simple. Another gentle voice sounded in the captain's meeting room. When he noticed the speaker, Kurotsuka Mayuri had a look of obvious fear on his face. Captain Shiba Ishin's strength is very strong. Anohanaretsu smiled and said, it's not an easy thing to kill him. As soon as these words came out, many captains felt chills in their hearts. How did you arrive at this result? Definitely tried this dangerous idea. People who knew Anohanaretsu quietly moved away from her location. Among the 13 captains and 760, Anohanaretsu's degree of danger can definitely rank among the top 3. Still classified as missing. An old but majestic voice resounded in the captain's meeting hall. Yamamoto Motoyanagi inspected the captains with strict eyes, and said, right now, there are more important things to be resolved. The 10 divisions are the patrolling guards in the Seireitei, with heavy responsibilities, and the captain needs to be elected as soon as possible. Everyone, do you have any suitable candidates to recommend? As soon as these words came out, the field fell into silence again. The position of the captain of the 10th Division is of great importance, not casually. It can be decided. You know, because the alert document jointly signed by the Bankai and the first team is the highest level alert of Seireitei. And if you want to become the captain, you still need to pass the actual combat assessment of the other 3 captains. In this way, it is also a great test for the personnel participating in the assessment. The quiet atmosphere lasted a long time. Until I have recommendations for suitable candidates. Byakuya Kuchiki, with a cool face, made his voice among the captains. The moment they saw him speak, almost all the captains thought of someone. The 3rd chief of the 4th Division, Kuchiki Moyu. Although his qualifications are still young, his strength is enough to destroy Vasto Lord level disgust. Even if you can't perform Bankai, you can still be the captain. The voice fell. Anohanaretsu smiled softly and said softly. Mr. Moyu is indeed a good candidate. If he continues to serve as the third seat, it will be a kind of burying him. The recommendation of 2 consecutive captains did not exceed the expectations of others. After all, in the Seireitei, any Shinigami knows that the 2 captains have an unusual relationship with Moyu. Recommended by the 2 captains. A gentle voice resounded among the captains. Aizen lowered his eyes slightly, and said with a smile in the attitude of a good old man. It seems that Mr. Moyu's responsibilities will be increased a lot. Boom! The dull sound of the crutches hitting the ground attracted everyone's attention. Yamamoto Motoyanagisai stared deeply at Byakuya Kuchiki and said. Are you sure you want to recommend Kuchiki Moyu? Byakuya Kuchiki nodded and said calmly. Sure. I understand. Yamamoto Genryanaga's voice became deeper and deeper, and he stood up, but his not tall body was majestic like a mountain. The captain assessment, Tien will start tomorrow. Chapter 89. Kuchiki home. Moyu looked at Byakuya Kuchiki expressionlessly, and was about to take out his Zanpakuto and stab him to death at home. What Byakuya Kuchiki said just now perfectly explained to him. What is misfortune from the sky? What is flying unexpected misfortune? What does it mean when a person sits at home and the pot comes from the sky? That's the way it is. Byakuya Kuchiki maintained a high cold personality, and said in a deep voice. Because of Shiba Ishin's disappearance, I recommended you to the captain. Considering the special nature of the 10th squad, the captain's assessment will be held tomorrow. Moyu sighed and said helplessly. You self-assertive fellow. Why didn't you ask for my opinion in advance? He played well in the 3rd seat of the 4th team, caught fish from time to time, and lived a perfect life. What kind of evil did this do? What kind of captain do you want to be? After becoming the captain, you will have more say in Seireitei. Byakuya Kuchiki didn't change his face, picked up the teacup on the table, sipped the tea and said. In this way, Nilu's existence may not need to be hidden any longer. Hearing this, Moyu froze. At this time, he finally realized what Byakuya Kuchiki was thinking. After a long silence, there was another sound in the room. Thank you. Next morning, Moyu and Byakuya Kuchiki came to the vicinity of the Spiritual Art Academy with the breeze and the warm sunshine. Nilu lay on his shoulder, looking curiously at the surrounding scenery. This is the first time she has come to the Spirit Art Academy. So many people! Nilu exclaimed. If it wasn't for the fact that Noble Street was not safe, Moyu wouldn't have brought it with him. The depth of the water on the nobleman's side is far more terrifying than it appears on the surface. Sometimes, it is better to avoid some incidents. The only thing that can be assured is the 3rd-generation camouflage watch researched by Urahara Kisuke. Not to mention Yamamoto Reiatsu, even Moyu himself can't detect Nilu's Reiatsu that belongs to Su when Nilu hides her own Reiatsu. Ultimate Reiatsu's perception is already superior to Seireitei's 99% Shinigami. This is where I used to study. Moyu looked at the familiar figures in the front, with a touch of emotion in his eyes. It didn't seem like too long had passed. But between each other, earth-shaking changes have taken place. Emo, brother Moyu. Rukia's cheeks were slightly red, and she asked excitedly, is it you who is being assessed by the captain? Her eyes were filled with anticipation. Rukia would love to see Moyu as the new captain. Moyu stretched out his palm, rubbed Rukia's short hair a few times, and said. As long as I pass the assessment of the 3 captains, that's enough to become the captain. Hearing this, the excitement on Rukia's face became more and more obvious. It seems that Moyu is more happy to be the captain than she is to be the captain. Several people in the same class looked at Moyu with complicated expressions. In their impression, Moyu just graduated not long ago. But in the blink of an eye, just as they were about to graduate, the king was already a big shot who was about to become the captain. This made them, who were still classmates, very complicated for a while. Among them, the only thing that was different was a certain red-haired guy. He looked at Moyu, as if burning hot flames. When Moyu noticed him, Abarai Renji suddenly said with fighting spirit, "Moyu, I will definitely surpass you." In this regard, Moyu smiled slightly and said, "I'm waiting for that day to come." Abarai Renji, his potential is also extremely strong in Seirai. It is a pity that it still needs time and the tempering of fighting. Right now, he is a little too immature. In the distance, the discussion became more lively. Kuchiki Moyu from the Kuchiki family became the third officer of the fourth team when he just graduated, and now he is about to become the captain. This is too outrageous. Are all the people in the Kuchiki family exaggerating? A family with two captains is too strong. Moyu didn't take this seriously, and after saying goodbye to Rukia and the others, he went straight to the number 1 training ground. The original captain's assessment was conducted at the training ground of the first team's team building. But considering too many things happened in the Seirai recently, even these students of the Spirit Art Academy have doubts about the power of the Seirai. So, with a wave of Yamamoto Genryanaga's hand, he directly assigned the captain's assessment to the Academy of Spiritual Arts. It is still very necessary to establish some prestige. On the training ground number 1. Dozens of kid soldiers carefully arranged layers of kid barriers to prevent the aftermath of the captain's battle from hurting the students of the Spiritual Art Academy. Go! Byakuya Kuchiki said coldly without changing his expression. In front of outsiders, especially in front of many people, he will continue to maintain his iceberg personality. Moyu was already used to his gesture, so he didn't take it to heart. Walking into the arena, the eyes of several captains immediately fell on Moyu. There are not a few captains who come to watch the battle. Except for Yamamoto Motoyanagi, who is still guarding the first team's team building, Sifeng, who is performing missions, and Jaishur Yukatake, who is sick in bed, the other captains all appear here. It was the first time for the students of Spirit Art Academy to see so many captains, and they were very excited. Kuchiki Moyu, the captains who are in charge of assessing you are. In the absence of Yamamoto Uenlianagi, the team leader who presided over the assessment was the person he trusted the most. Captain of the 8th Division, Kurako Shunsui. Yet, it seems that Old Man Shan's idea is very firm. Kurako Shunsui said softly, Anohanaretsu, Captain of the 4th Division, Byakuya Kuchiki, the Captain of the 6th Division, A&D. Captain of Division 12, Kuratsuka Mayuri. Kurako Shunsui immediately guessed what Yamamoto was thinking after learning about the captain who was in charge of the assessment. Obviously, he approves of Moyu being the captain of the 10th squad. So much so that when arranging the assessment team leader, they found two people who had the closest relationship with Moyu. On the stage, there was a rare look of surprise on Byakuya Kuchiki's fair face. Moyu also looked a little weird. The intention to let yourself be the captain, don't be so urgent, okay? This will make those guys from the Spiritual Art Institute think that I became the captain only after leaving Xiamen. Moyu walked through the barrier and went straight to Byakuya Kuchiki. I didn't expect you to be my examiner. Byakuya Kuchiki returned to the high cold image, and said slowly. Don't think that I'll put water on you. Even if you are my family. Moyu waved his hand indifferently, and said easily. Sarah, I understand. Use all your strength to fight for it. The voice fell, and the battle began. As Byakuya Kuchiki said, he did not choose to let the water go. The moment Shunpo started, he disappeared in place. Okay, so fast. The captain level Shunpo is so fast that he can't even see clearly. Too outrageous. Fighting against this kind of person, I'm afraid I have already been defeated before seeing the shadow of the other party. As the battle started, Setsuna, exclamations continued to ring out from around. It was the first time for the students of the Spirit Art Academy to see a captain-level battle. Boom! In the handover of fists, the initial trial begins with white hits. Byakuya Kuchiki's pupils shrank slightly, and he felt the powerful momentum from his arm. Moyu's strength was somewhat beyond his expectation. But soon, a sense of relief emerged in his heart. The stupid Hadō who used to be under the wings has finally grown up. When fighting, don't be distracted. Moyu's voice rang in his ears. Before Byakuya Kuchiki could react, he felt a dull sound coming from his chest. Immediately, the whole person flew out directly. Such a change caused another exclamation from the field. Captain Byakuya was knocked into the air. It can't be water, isn't Captain Byakuya not as good as his younger brother? Regarding the changes in the battle, these guys obviously belonged to the kind of layman who watched the excitement and didn't understand the essence at all. Only the other captains looked serious when they saw this scene. Byakuya Kuchiki didn't hold back much in his first attempt. But even so, he was still directly hit by Moyu. It can be seen that Moyu is not considered weak among the captains. I lost. Byakuya Kuchiki stopped and admitted defeat. Hey! How so? Even if Zanpakuto wasn't pulled out. Kurako Shunsui appeared on the edge of the barrier and laughed. Aren't you going to continue the assessment? Byakuya Kuchiki shook his head, took a deep look in the direction of Moyu, and said. The people of the Kuchiki family don't know how to face each other with swords. After knowing the approximate strength of Moyu, he has achieved his goal. As for the next assessment, let Moyu himself. Captain Anohana, it's your turn to play next. Kurako Shunsui pointed his eyes at Anohana Retsu, who was watching from the sidelines. No need. Anohana Retsu smiled softly and said calmly, when I was in the fourth team, I had many fights with Mr. Moyu. I am not his opponent. As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar in the field. Captain Anohana said he is no match for Kuchiki Moyu. How is that possible? Maybe it's because the fourth team is the logistics team. It makes sense, I've never heard of how strong Captain Anohana is. Being able to become the captain of the fourth team must be because I am not very good at fighting. Listening to the reasoning and discussion from around, Le Chun Shui showed a dumbfounding expression. You rookies, know a hammer. There are not many who dare to say that they are sure to beat the logistics captain. How can you guys understand the prestige of Kenpachi from first generation? Yet, 2 captains abstained in a row, it's really hard for me. Kurako Shunsui scratched the stubble on his chin, looking distressed. Immediately, he set his sights on Kuratsuka Mayuri, who was at the very edge, and said. Captain Nai, I will trouble you next time. Hearing this, Kuratsuka Mayuri let out a strange laugh and said. No problem. I will definitely let. You have seen a wonderful battle like never before. As soon as these words came out, Kurako Shunsui stared suspiciously at the strange guy in front of him. In his impression, Kuratsuka Mayuri has always been not interested in fighting or anything. What can make him interested is nothing more than some scientific research or something. However, today's Kuratsuka Mayuri is uncharacteristically Li Hao. This gave Kurako Shunsui a bad feeling in Yushi's heart. He wanted to remind him, but he found that Kuratsuka Mayuri had already entered the kid barrier. S.A., Mr. Moyu. Kuratsuka Mayuri talked familiarly, we meet again. Remember my proposal from earlier? Moyu frowned, and Tianfen looked at the guy in front of him unhappily. Few people can make Moyu feel disgusted. But Kuratsuka Mayuri in front of him is obviously one of them. It doesn't exist, it's impossible. Moyu didn't even think about it, and directly refused, you are thinking about fart. Hearing this, Kuratsuka Mayuri froze for a moment. Since he became the captain, few people have talked to him like this. Ha, it doesn't matter. Kuratsuka Mayuri smiled strangely, since Mr. Moyu don't want to cooperate. Then I can only pick it up by myself. As he spoke, he pulled out his Zanpakuto in front of him, tilted his head, and looked at Moyu with a very sick self-glow. Open your paws. Killing Jizo class. Reiatsu burst out, and purple light emerged, enveloping Zanpakuto in his hand. When the light dissipated, the killing Kasadagarba was also displayed in front of everyone. The 3 scattered golden blades are in a distorted shape, and the tail of the blade is like a baby's face, with ominous features. Hey, do you think I'll fight you personally? Kurotsuka Mayuri tilted his head and said with a strange expression. Try my method, Mr. Moyu. As soon as the voice fell, the face at the end of the Kasadagarba knife opened its mouth directly, and a large amount of purple poisonous mist spread from it. In an instant, the entire enchantment was directly shrouded. Chapter 90. Moyu frowned slightly, looking at the poisonous mist that kept spreading. Kurotsuka Mayuri, you should know this thing is useless to me. In the present world, Kurotsuka Mayuri used various means to get Moyu's Reiatsu. Among them is the conspiracy of poisonous fog. However, after being noticed by Moyu, he directly removed Kurotsuka Mayuri's limbs and beat him to a serious degree with his backhand. If he hadn't considered his captain status, he even wanted to keep this guy in this world forever. It is really an indescribable experience to be thought of by a lunatic all the time. Hey, I am naturally aware of this. Kurotsuka Mayuri held Kaizo Jizo and waved it lightly. The poisonous mist rushed towards Moyu at a faster speed. A black materialized Reiatsu emerged, guarding Moyu's side. However, something unexpected happened to him. Reiatsu, corrupted. Moyu widened his eyes slightly, looking at Reiatsu beside him who seemed to be eaten by ants, a little surprised. This is exactly my method. Kurotsuka Mayuri's smile became more and more sinister. Does Mr. Moyu really think that I have been to this world so many times? No gain at all. You are in charge of dealing with those tricky situations, and you have shot many times. Although the traces of Reiatsu are erased every time, there are always negligence. He pressed Jizo close to his face, pressing out deep marks. A little harvest is enough for me to research a special potion for you. Saying that, Kurotsuka Mayuri opened his arms and laughed maniacally. Feel, come from the crushing of wisdom, Mr. Moyu. I will let you know that only here in this world is eternal. He tapped his temples with pale nails, looking more and more like a lunatic. As the poisonous mist penetrated, Moyu also felt a little worried. Kurotsuka Mayuri's scientific research level, he is clear. In this respect, it is second only to Yura Harakisuke. If it is really researched by it to find out things that are aimed at oneself, then one of the biggest disadvantages and shortcomings will be placed in front of the world without any defense. But Moyu's powerful strength has become a joke instead. However, what happened next made Moyu realize the power of 017 Ultimate Reiatsu at this moment. The poisonous mist corroded, like countless ants gnawing on it. Blockbuster black materialization Reiatsu after being assimilated. Your Reiatsu was provoked by unknown things, and his self-esteem was damaged, forced to evolve, and various resistances were improved. As the system prompt sounded, Moyu could clearly perceive a more solid change in Reiatsu itself. Immediately afterwards, the poison that had eroded down was directly isolated as if it had encountered an iron plate. Kurotsuka Mayuri sensed that something was wrong, and his frenzied expression froze suddenly. The erosion rate of the specialty drug slowed down. No. Completely isolated. His eyes narrowed to the size of a pinprick, he stared fixedly at the direction of Moyu, with an expression of disbelief on his face. How can that be? What happened in front of him was beyond his comprehension. The nature of Reiatsu is to exist in a fixed form. Even if the individual's Reiatsu becomes stronger, its essence does not change. Dre. Kurotsuka Mayuri's eyes widened, full of Arashi madness and tyranny. Sometimes, things just happen to be so coincidental. Moyu slowly pulled out Lan Yin, and the breeze came slowly, swirling in the enchantment. As a result, the poisonous mist collapsed towards the edge of the barrier, and could no longer pose any threat to Moyu. Kurotsuka Mayuri's method is nothing more than a bad information. The targeting on Reiatsu may temporarily reduce Jade's combat effectiveness a little. However, it is difficult to change the final outcome after all. The bluish-white wind lingers around the blade, making it complete Shikai silently. Pushing my boundaries time and time again. There was a hint of cold killing intent in Moyu's voice. Kurotsuka Mayuri, since you want to die so much, then I will fulfill you. After the voice fell, his figure had disappeared in place. Kurotsuka Mayuri's pupils dilated, subconsciously placed Kisaro Jizo horizontally in front of her. Puff 1. The sound of sharp blades piercing into the flesh rang in my ears. Kurotsuka Mayuri's expression was full of bewilderment. Just now, what happened? The broken arm flew horizontally into the air, and blood spilled all over the ground. The sharp pain from the shoulder deeply stimulated Kurotsuka Mayuri's nerves, making him recover from his daze. Into the eyes. The cold killing intent has completely enveloped him. Moyu raised his arm slightly, and Lan Yin, who was surrounded by the bluish-white wind, was less than a foot away from him. The madness in Kurotsuka Mayuri's eyes was even worse, and he roared in his heart. Move, block it for me, block it. Under the background of Moyu, Kurotsuka Mayuri felt as if his movements were slowed down countless times. The breath of death has already shrouded it. Scoff. Jingle. Another arm flew up in the air, and Kurotsuka Mayuri's resisting movement was a beat slow after all. But fortunately, Moyu didn't cut the key point. Potential stimulation. Moyu looked at Kurotsuka Mayuri indifferently, and said. Never mind. Since you have the courage to do this, you should have the thought of taking it on. Let's stop here. When the poisonous mist was blown away, the battle in the barrier had already exceeded everyone's expectations. They never expected that Moyu, who has not yet served as the captain, would be so powerful in terms of strength. Even though Kurotsuka Mayuri, the captain of the 12th Division, is already Shikai, he still has no strength to fight back in front of him. Undetectable Shunpo, strong to ultimate power. It's just a simple Kurotsuka Mayuri is all room showing a state of being slaughtered. Yet, what Moyu did is a little too much. Kurako Shunsui leaned slightly, and already had the idea of joining the fight. As the person in charge of the captain's assessment, he must not allow Kurotsuka Mayuri to die in front of him. Kurotsuka Mayuri is more over the top, isn't it? However, just as he stood up, sakura flowers floated from the sky and scattered in front of Kurako Shunsui. Kurako Shunsui looked slightly startled, and looked in the direction of Byakuya Kuchiki. Sakura flowers are flying around. Before the captain's assessment, the ban on liberation near the spiritual academy has been lifted. Liberation in battle can test the true strength of the examiners. However, such behavior has become the reason why Kurako Shunsui is restrained right now. The damage caused by the battle between the captains was enough to easily destroy the entire spiritual academy. Create special medicine for members of the Kuchiki family. This one charge alone is enough to drive him into the world. Byakuya Kuchiki maintained a cold attitude and an indifferent tone. At the beginning of the battle, he had been very worried about Moyu. Fortunately, Moyu did not live up to his expectations, and the backhand easily suppressed Kurotsuka Mayuri. Right now, Kurako Shunsui wants to stop this fight. Byakuya Kuchiki won't make it easy. Not everyone in the Kuchiki family can miss it. Damn it, damn it. Kurotsuka Mayuri dodged Moyu's slash in a very embarrassed posture. Immediately launched Shunpo, fled to the edge of the enchantment. Kuchiki Moyu. Kurotsuka Mayuri's expression became more and more frenzied, with the needle hanging in his mouth, CDDB, and it pierced into his body without hesitation. Immediately, his physical body was repaired at an extremely fast speed. Flesh tonic, a potion that can instantly heal damaged flesh, is one of Kurotsuka Mayuri's inventions. The wailing of a defeated dog is always so hoarse. Moyu looked at Kurotsuka Mayuri in the distance indifferently, and waved Lanyan lightly in his hand. Only those who are innocent can sleep peacefully. Wind slash. The hurricane swept out above Lanyan, and made a tearing sound against the ground in the direction of Kurotsuka Mayuri. The ground cracked, and the barrier collapsed layer by layer. During the march, the wind became more and more fierce and violent. The aura of destruction filled the enchantment, making it even more crumbling. Several kid congregations are struggling to maintain the kid ward, preventing it from being torn apart by the hurricane. Kurotsuka Mayuri looked crazy, and stretched out his hand to summon Jizo. I'm not going to die here. There is an insurmountable gap between you and the captain. While speaking, Kurotsuka Mayuri hung the Jizo in his hand upside down in front of his body, and let out a low moan like a devil. Bankai. Golden Zodiac kills Jizo. A mass of poisonous mist rose around it, engulfing Kurotsuka Mayuri itself. Smelly brat, don't underestimate people. Kurotsuka Mayuri let out a frenzied roar in it. The violent Reiatsu soared into the sky, forming a huge beam of light, shining on the spiritual masters. You activated Bankai, what a mess. Kurako Shunsui looked at the beam of light piercing the sky, and murmured. It looks like Moyu put a lot of pressure on Captain Nai. In Siritai, the vice-captain and Shikai above the captain are banned. If it wasn't for the captain's assessment, this ban would not be lifted temporarily. However, Bankai is absolutely not allowed. In particular, Zanpakutō, which is destructive on a large scale, is not allowed. Once its ability is used, it is very likely that all the students watching the battle here will die tragically. Kurako Shunsui is ready to step into the two-man fight again. However, Byakuya Kuchiki's unyielding attitude really made it difficult for him. Whenever he makes any changes, the flying sakura flowers in the air will speed up. The meaning of the threat is already very clear. Boom! The violent roar resounded through the training ground. A monster with a huge baby head, terrifying grey eyeballs, and a steel circle monster resembling an angel's halo suspended above its head appeared here. Under its neck, there are countless blades, and the columnar worm body like a centipede's limbs is constantly wriggling. Golden Killer Jizo. Kurotsuka Mayuri stood under him, the dilapidated decoration could not conceal the madness in his heart. How is it, Kuchiki Moyu? Bankai's power is beyond your imagination, right? Victory, after all, belongs to me. The ferocious golden Zanpakutō belongs to the Zanpakutō of the biological department and the poisonous department, and can continuously increase its power through transformation. Its signature skill, Poisonous Fog. Under the transformation of Kurotsuka Mayuri, its poison S*X is enough to instantly destroy an entire city. Even after being eroded by the poisonous mist, even Reiatsu couldn't be mobilized. At this time, the hurricane formed by Gale Slash was already approaching before the golden killing Jizo. Rip this disgusting wind! Kurotsuka Mayuri waved the handle of the knife in his hand and gave an order. An existence like you must become my research object. Woo! The golden killing Jizo let out a disturbing roar, and immediately rushed towards the hurricane. The huge worm's limbs and feet on the ground sent out a bang. Countless sharp blades protruded from under his neck, roaring and rushing towards the sweeping hurricane. Boom! Not surprisingly, Moyu's attack was crushed by it. But what Kurotsuka Mayuri didn't expect was that the poisonous knives of the golden killing Jizo were also shattered several times. The poisonous blade that shone with cold light fell in the air, turned into poisonous mist and dispersed again. Ha! Is this the only thing you can do? Kuchiki Moyu, you are dead. Kurotsuka Mayuri saw that the Golden Slayer Jizo had won the first battle, and suddenly showed a crazy smile. There is no cure for fools. Moyu's expression was flat, and he looked at Kurotsuka Mayuri as if he was looking at a dead person. Such eyes completely ignited the anger in Kuratsuka Mayuri's heart. Damn, damn, damn! Your disgusting eyes, I will make you a specimen. Golden Zodiac kills Jizo. Following his roar, the golden killing Jizo roared to the sky, and poisonous mist gushed out of his mouth like a tsunami, engulfing the entire venue in an instant. As a result, the kid barrier completely collapsed under the erosion of the poisonous mist, rushing towards all directions. The students ran and screamed, and the scene was chaotic for a while. What an exaggeration! Kurako Shunsui could no longer care about Byakuya Kuchiki's obstruction. As the person in charge, he must stop the chaos. Once a large number of Spirit Art Academy students die here, it will be a huge loss for Seireitei. However, just as it was preparing to launch Shunpo, in the venue below, a terrifying oppression like Tianchuo suddenly appeared. The movements of countless people were frozen in the moment, and their eyes were full of horror. All voices were erased, leaving only the indifferent tone. Remember, the wind moves. As the voice fell, the bluish-white wind swept up, turning into a gale that devoured everything, and descended on the Spiritual Art Academy. Chapter 91. The frantic wind covered the entire training ground. The range of several kilometers was completely enveloped by the bluish-white wind. Wherever the breath of the wind goes, everything is completely cut off. The body of the golden Jizo, who raised his head to the sky and howled, suddenly stiffened, and his insolent movements also froze in place, unable to move any more. Numerous wind breaths blew over his body, turning it into countless lumps in an instant, shattered and scattered in the training field. There is no such thing as resistance. The golden killer Jizo, Bankai of Kuratsuka Mayuri, was completely cut off. Moyu stepped on the wind, like a god who controls the wind. The sleeves are fluttering, the hair is moving lightly, and every move affects the power of the world. The remaining kid enchantment completely dissipated under the sweeping wind. But the violent wind still condensed on the training ground, without a trace of leakage. The poisonous mist surging like a tsunami was torn and swallowed by the wind. The breath of wind directly annihilated it from the spiritual sub-level, making it completely disappear on the training ground. Looking at Moyu, who is like a real god, there is no sound on the court. Almost everyone looked at Moyu with shocked and incomprehensible eyes. Is this Moyu's strength? Kurako Shunsui murmured with a look of shock. Is this the true strength of Kuchiki Moyu? The power that completely crushes Kuratsuka Mayuri, even among the captains, can be regarded as a very strong existence. However, what surprised him more was not this. Until now, Moyu has only performed Shikai. This also means that he still has a deeper potential to be tapped. Zanpakutō, with such a degree of wind, reminded him of his teacher. Yamamoto Genrisai, the strongest Shinigami since the millennium, has mastered the strongest hotline Zanpakutō in the Soul Society. Perhaps, the Zanpakutō in Moyu's hand will be the strongest Zanpakutō in the wind system. Outside the training ground, the students of the Spirit Art Academy watching the battle were even more dumbfounded one by one. At first, the battle between Moyu and Byakuya Kuchiki made them feel that Moyu got the position of chief executive by going to Xiamen. And the captain's assessment battle was achieved with the help of the identity of the Kuchiki family. Byakuya Kuchiki's release and Anohanaretsu's abstention made everyone even more disappointed. But this last battle completely broke their concept of Moyu. Is this a battle at the captain level? Madam is strong. Captain Kuratsuka Mayuri's Bankai has been cut off, Moyu-sama's strength is too outrageous. It seems that what Captain Anohana said before is correct. It is inevitable that the logistics captain is not the opponent of Lord Moyu. As the danger was lifted, the sound of chaotic discussions rang out again. Countless people looked at Moyu in the training ground with various eyes. Admiration, envy, infatuation, yearning. The raging wind continued, and Moyu walked slowly towards the center of the wind. 1 step, 2 steps, like stepping on the heart of Kuratsuka Mayuri, bringing unimaginable pressure to him. The shattering of the golden killing Jizo has already caused him a lot of damage. And the raging wind around him made him even more injured, and his decline reappeared. Even so, Kurotsuka Mayuri looked at Moyu with no regrets. Greed, jealousy, tyranny, madness. It's really a bad existence. Moyu commented, his thoughts moved slightly, and the wind became stronger by a few minutes. Wherever the wind is, it is his territory. Dust rose and engulfed Kurotsuka Mayuri. The sound of the violent wind raged in it, and the sound of tearing flesh and blood continued to resound. When the wind subsided and the dust scattered, the remains of Kurotsuka Mayuri appear in it. The body cut by countless wind blades became tattered, with blood and flesh hanging down, and even the internal organs and bones could be seen. However, even in this case, Kurotsuka Mayuri still did not die. The completely remodeled body is even comparable to Aaron Carmino's Grande in terms of vitality. Although there is no such ability as high-speed regeneration, but with those weird inventions of Kurotsuka Mayuri, it will definitely not be weaker than high-speed regeneration and steel skin. Tough guy. Moyu looked at each other calmly, raised Lanyan in his hand, and the wind picked up again. Captain Nai, I'm a person who is content with the status quo, and I don't want to fight against others. It would be the best if we can maintain this kind of life all the time. But your repeated provocations have already touched my bottom line. Threat, nip it in the bud, or it will spring up like mushrooms and grow to the point where it feels thorny. So, farewell. Without the slightest hesitation, Lanyan went straight to the ground. When the sound of gold and iron interlacing sounded, and a large number of sparks burst out. The wind changed slightly, and he suddenly focused his gaze on the person. Moyu, it's ready. Kurako Shunsui forcibly broke through the blockade of Byakuya Kuchiki, came to the center of the battle, and said earnestly. The next thing, let's leave it to the first team and the 46 room to solve it. Kurotsuka Mayuri will definitely pay for his actions. If you kill him, it will cause things to deteriorate beyond repair. At that time, even the Kuchiki family will suffer because of this. Facing his persuasion, Moyu glanced at him lightly, and said calmly. Unfortunately, I hate threats. Dalan. After the voice fell, Feng Xi, who had calmed down, became restless again. The frantic sound of the wind roared above the sky. On Lanyan, in the bluish-white imprint, the ink color is rendered, climbing on the blade. Moyu slashed down with his sword. Having seen its previous performance, Kurako Shunsui naturally would not relax, and subconsciously raised Zanpakuto to prepare to resist. However, the collision he expected did not happen. The wind is impermanent. Kurako Shunsui froze at Moyu's explanation, and subconsciously looked behind him. Kurotsuka Mayuri's already dilapidated body was turned into a tattered cloth bag by the wind gushing out of his body, with many air leaks. His pupils dilated and he staggered down. Blood stained the ground red. Reiatsu faded, and Kurotsuka Mayuri completely lost his life. Moyu, you. Kurako Shunsui's expression froze, and he shook his head in confusion. However, seeing this scene, Moyu sighed helplessly. If you want to find the one with the most life-saving means among the captains, it must be Kurotsuka Mayuri of the tens of teams. This weird guy has average strength. But to some extent, very similar to Orochimaru in the ninja village next door, there are endless ways to save life. In the eyes of others, Kurotsuka Mayuri has already dissipated Reiatsu and died completely. But with Moyu's Reiatsu perception that has reached the ultimate level, there is still a trace of undetectable Reiatsu fluctuations hidden in the depths of the opponent's soul. This guy is definitely not dead. However, Kurako Shunsui has already moved the corpse of Kurotsuka Mayuri aside. If he makes another move, he will definitely be blocked by him with all his strength. What a tricky guy! Countless thoughts surged in Moyu's mind, thinking of killing Kurotsuka Mayuri completely through another means. It is really unacceptable to be missed by this kind of existence. ended. Kurako Shunsui looked helplessly at Kuchiki Moyu in front of him, and said, "Your behavior has already violated the rules of the Soul Society. The captain's assessment or something is useless. Get ready to be surveyed by the Soul Society." The voice fell, and a cold voice came from the side. "Sorry, the Kuchiki family will not be investigated by the Soul Society. I will report this matter directly to Captain Yamamoto." Sakura flowers fluttered. Byakuya Kuchiki looked at Kurako Shunsui with cold eyes, and stood in front of Moyu in a nonchalant figure. His attitude is very obvious. "Today, I have secured this person. No one can come." Kurako Shunsui looked complicated, looking at Byakuya Kuchiki quite unexpectedly. Based on his understanding of Byakuya Kuchiki, he would never have imagined that this man, who has always held family honor as the highest, would actually violate the rules of the Kuchiki family for his younger brother. "Sarah, what a fierce battle!" The lightly picked Kyoto accent has already explained the identity of the visitor. Ichimaru-jin looked at them with a smile like a smirking fox. "The death of Captain Kuratsuka Mayuri is truly regrettable." Asking for flowers. Following the fluctuation of Reiatsu, the captains who were originally watching the battle also came here. And Kurako Shunsui felt even more headache when he saw this scene. This group of unruly guys wished things would get worse. From the very beginning, they went to watch this battle with the intention of watching the excitement. Unfortunately, the old man's fighting style is not suitable for blocking this battle. Komamura Seijin, who was wearing a barrel mask, had a hint of regret in his tone. Otherwise, this tragedy will definitely not happen. So, no matter what, I will never tolerate people like Kuchiki Moyu who break the system. Kurako Shunsui glanced at the big dog and shook his head again. Komamura Seijin stood firmly on Old Man Shan's side, but the current situation was complicated and couldn't be solved by just one captain. Ha ha! There was wild laughter, and the atmosphere in the near field was a little restless. He actually killed Kuratsuka Mayuri, the trash. An opponent worth looking forward to. Zaraki Kenpachi, who is full of hideous scars, has also rushed here. In his one eye, there was a fierce fighting spirit burning. Well, here comes another Jinghe. When Kurako Shunsui saw Zaraki Kenpachi, he felt even more headache. Chaotic scenes, noisy voices. The students of the Academy of Spiritual Art met a captain who had a completely different image from what they had in mind. "Hey, I don't think Mr. Moyu did anything wrong." A gentle voice appeared in Moyu's ear. Anohanaretsu, with her arms crossed in front of her, stood next to Moyu as expected. "Everything is just for self-protection." Hearing this, Kurako Shunsui's eyes widened. "Is it too much for you to say?" From the beginning to the end, Kuchiki Moyu hammered that Kuratsuka Mayuri to the ground. Who the hell is protecting themselves? CO author Kuratsuka Mayuri did such a big crime, no one wants to see such a bad thing. In other words, don't rush to convict me. Moyu's flat voice sounded, attracting everyone's attention. He pointed in the direction of Kuratsuka Mayuri's body. Said lightly. "That guy isn't dead yet." Kurako Shunsui looked suspiciously back and forth between Kuratsuka Mayuri and Moyu. Reiatsu completely dissipated, judging by normal logic, this guy is absolutely dead. But Moyu looked so swearing, it didn't look like he was lying at all. "Leave it to the fourth team." The corners of Anohanaretsu's mouth raised, but there was an indescribable sense of danger in her gentle voice. If Captain Nai is not dead, he will definitely be able to rescue him. Kurako Shunsui's intervention prevented Moyu from achieving his goal. But his battle with Kuratsuka Mayuri also made him directly invited to the first team. Office of the Commander-in-Chief. In front of the vermilion table, two figures, one old and one young, sat cross-legged. On the table, 2 cups of hot tea rose with a faint tea fragrance. Yamamoto Genryonaga closed his eyes slightly, like a group of dying old men, without the slightest bit of majesty. Moyu was bored counting the number of tea leaves in the cup, waiting for the other party to speak. A long time. Yamamoto Motoyanagi opened his eyes, and the majesty of the captain of Godi I-13 immediately overwhelmed the room. Moyu even had the illusion that the air in the room froze for a moment. It is indeed the strongest Shinigami in the millennium, so terrifying. Kuchiki Moyu, do you have any explanation for the incident during the captain's assessment? Yamamoto Yuanlianaga said in a deep voice. Moyu knew that he didn't kill Kuratsuka Mayuri, so he was a little more confident. It's not my fault. This guy, Kuratsuka Mayuri, has been coveting my Reiatsu since I was in this world. Moyu sighed, and said helplessly, he once put forward various conditions, even threatened, trying to get me to hand over a copy of Reiatsu to cooperate with him in the experiment. But for a dangerous guy like Kuratsuka Mayuri, it's hard to predict what terrible things will happen if Reiatsu is handed over to him. Hear the remarks. Yamamoto Yuanlianaga was silent for a while. Chapter 92. Kuratsuka Mayuri's character behavior. Not to mention Yamamoto Motoyanagi, even ordinary team members have heard of it. No matter from which aspect, this guy is a complete lunatic. If you cooperate with it, if you are not careful, you may fall into the endless abyss and never turn over. Moyu didn't have the slightest psychological burden to expose this guy's background. By thinking of my own safety, I think it's better to nip the danger in the bud first. As for the captain's assessment this time, you, the chief captain, should have already understood it. He developed a special medicine specifically for it through the Reiatsu left over from my previous battles. What he said was all the truth, so naturally he was not afraid of confrontation. I still want to stir up 3 points without reason, let alone standing on the side of reason now. Don't ask, just ask for your own safety. Moyu promises not to let Kuratsuka Mayuri live if it happens again. Of the 13 captains of the Hudding fan team, he is no less than one. Yamamoto Genryanaga's eyes were slightly closed, and the teacup in front of the table was steaming with steam, which further brought out his majestic aura. For a long time, Kuratsuka Mayuri has a big problem. After that, if he really didn't die, he would be sentenced by the 46th chamber and imprisoned in the infernal hell. Strike against the direct line of the Kuchiki family, completely liberate Zanpakutō and the Seireitei, and nearly cause a major accident. If it wasn't for his status as the captain, any one of the charges would be enough for him to be completely imprisoned. Moyu's eyes were slightly cold, and he was surprised by Kuratsuka Mayuri's judgment. He doesn't know much about the 383 infernal hell. But those who can be imprisoned are almost all ruthless characters. There was the 8th generation Kenpachi Mole City Shuanja, who attempted to control the residents of Rukonga to launch an attack on Hueco Mundo. Then there was Izensuke, the king of the virtual circle, who led the Hueco Mundo Espada and nearly destroyed Seireitei. As for whether there are other prisoners among them, this is beyond Moyu's knowledge. Of course, Moyu is quite satisfied with this arrangement. As long as he doesn't let Kuratsuka Mayuri appear in front of him, everything is fine. As for the 12th squad, there should be someone else in charge of being the captain. Don't be too happy, Kuchiki Moyu. Yamamoto Yuanlianaga said in a deep voice, you have big problems too. After Kuratsuka Mayuri lost the ability to resist, hit him again. The leader of the Beijing band once stopped you, but still failed to stop you. Although you are a victim, you still have to be ruled by the rules. Hearing this, Moyu frowned slightly. For such a thing, it is obvious that the group of old men in the 46th room is in the tank. From beginning to end, he didn't think there was anything wrong with him. Yamamoto Yuanliuzai did not stop talking, but paused slightly, and continued. The verdict they handed down on you was: go to the nest of maggots, conduct a week-long inspection and audit, and return to the team after it is confirmed that it is not dangerous. After the words fell, Black Jade's eyes shone slightly. He still knows something about this place. Compared with the infernal hell, this place is simply too kind. Apart from a bunch of ferocious guys inside, there is almost no other danger. Don't be careless, Kuchiki Moyu. Yamamoto Yuan Liuzai picked up the hot tea on the table and drank it down in one gulp. Enter it, but you cannot wear Zanpakutō. So, after Shinigami's biggest reliance is banned, the danger will be greatly increased. Moyu nodded, but didn't take it seriously. Even Urahara Kisuk can suppress the entire nest of maggots with the white hits technique alone. With his strength, how could he be threatened by the prisoners in it? At this time, he also had a simple understanding of the so-called ruling of the 46 rooms. The imprisonment of the nest of maggots is just to maintain the face of those rotten guys. Tomorrow morning, your imprisonment will officially begin. Yamamoto Yuan Lianaga lowered his eyes and said, after the end, I will wait for you in the first team's team building. Hearing this, Moyu was slightly taken aback. After the prison sentence is over, is there any follow-up ruling? As if seeing the doubts in Moyu's heart, Yamamoto Motoyanagi said in a deep voice. Do not forget. You have already passed the captain's assessment. As soon as this remark came out, Jin Moyu suddenly remembered the reason for this incident. Captain of the 10th Division. Hopefully we can find some players who are willing to give. Looking at Moyu who left from the team building, Yamamoto Motoyanagi had deep eyes, with a hint of expectation in his eyes. The newborn force of the Soul Society. I hope you won't disappoint the old man. In the early morning of the next day, Moyu finished washing and was preparing to go to the 2nd Division team building. This Reiatsu. He stopped in his tracks and said helplessly. Although you are the commander-in-chief of the secret mobile force, you can't just break into Kuchiki's house at will, right? If something like this is discovered, it will be sent to the underground meeting hall. The petite body jumped off the roof. Sifeng walked up to Moyu with a blank face, and said. I didn't come to chat with you. The ruling order about you was sent to the second team last night. Some things, I must tell you in advance. Hearing this, Moyu stared at Sifeng with extremely strange eyes, until his earlobe was red, and then asked. Well, can I understand that you care about me? As soon as these words came out, Sifeng blushed instantly, and said in embarrassment. Hey, what are you talking about? I'm just going through normal detention procedures. After the words fell, Moyu's eyes became more suspicious. A fool would believe this. Sifeng turned his head to one side, and said stubbornly, it's time to go. Moyu followed behind him, heading towards the direction of the second team's team building. The maggot's nest is located in the northwest corner of the second team's team building, inside the huge moat with an area of 30 houses. Its original name was the Underground Special Threshold. On the way, Sifeng seemed to have forgotten the embarrassment just now, and continued to maintain a deadpan state, explaining to him about the maggot nest. There are some special groups among the Shinigami who are judged to be dangerous because of Siraidi's rules. Because they did not commit a crime, they cannot be sanctioned. But if you leave it alone, something may happen, and the nest of maggots is responsible for imprisoning it. Because you can't wear Zanpakutō, it's much more dangerous. Speaking of this, they had already arrived at the nest of maggots. Sifeng lowered his gaze, and his voice became much softer. Kuchiki Moyu, watch out! Before Moyu could react, the petite figure in front of him had already disappeared in place. Seeing this, he chuckled and shook his head, turned around and walked into the nest of maggots. Dangerous guys, I hope you won't let me down. The cave-like environment has a winding staircase in the middle. On the overlapping stalactites, there are water droplets falling from time to time, and in the open environment, there are extremely distant echoes, which highlights the more gloomy atmosphere here. In the darkness, the path ahead could only be discerned vaguely. After walking down for an unknown distance, I finally saw a different building. The vermilion gate engraved with countless kid mantras sealed off the Reiatsu that wandered around. The guards didn't say a word, and when they saw Moyu, they directly opened the closed door. Some dazzling light dispelled the surrounding darkness. Everything that appeared in front of Moyu was no different from the inside of an ordinary building, except that the surrounding walls were still made of rocks. At the top, there is a part of the ceiling made of special materials. "Come in." A slightly dull voice came from under the mask. Moyu nodded slightly and walked straight into it. In an instant, countless eyes focused on him. Cruel, mad, ferocious, greedy. A variety of negative emotions seemed to swallow Moyu here. "Ha, there's actually a newcomer here. It looks so thin and tender, it's really exciting. Ahole, don't you see that's a man? The weak will like women, and real men should like men." Goosebumps filled Moyu's ears. He suddenly realized that the danger of these guys seemed to be far beyond his expectations. Of course, it is not a threat of strength, but a pollution of character. Crash, clatter. In the depths of the nest of maggots, the iron bars of the prison are constantly shaking, making a huge sound, which echoes in it. "Come and talk, this handsome little brother." A creature of unknown *X and race, crouched on the iron railing, with saliva dripping from the side of its bloody mouth, looking very oozing. Such a movement caused the prisoners in other prisons to poke their heads out to look at Moyu. Looking at the movement in front of him, Moyu gradually calmed down. Compared with Kuratsuka Mayuri, who almost died tragically at his hands, these prisoners who are also a nest of maggots are just a group of noisy bedbugs. "Hey, brat!" A tall, burly guy walked straight in front of Moyu, his arms as thick as tree trunks stretched out, and grabbed Moyu. "Why did you come here?" Before his hand touched Moyu's clothes, he heard a click. Immediately, a shrill scream sounded from the nest of maggots, overwhelming other noisy voices. All eyes were on Moyu. Standing across from him was a burly man whose head was a few meters tall, his arms were already in irregular twisted shapes. "I don't like strangers touching me." Moyu looked calm, as if he had just done a trivial thing. Damn brat." The burly man didn't seem to choose to shrink back because of the injury. His ferocious face was still full of ferocity. "I am going to kill you." As he said that, like a wild beast, he came to kill Moyu again. But before he took a step, a white palm was already pressed on his face. White hits skill tiger blow. The indifferent voice resounded in each other's ears like thunder. Next moment, its body like a stone pillar was directly pressed to the ground by Moyu. Rumble. The deafening sound resounded in the nest of maggots. A huge pothole, centered on Moyu's palm, spreads towards the surroundings. Open. The force of the explosion flooded the solid ground, causing it to collapse on a large scale. If it wasn't for the fact that this was a nest of maggots, Moyu would have destroyed it completely. The flying dust dissipated, and Moyu walked out slowly from the pothole. 5.9 Behind his body, the burly and strong man lay down in it unconsciously, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. Almost everyone looked at Moyu with a trace of awe. The strong, no matter where they are worthy of respect from others. The power Moyu showed just now is enough to surpass most dangerous elements in the maggot's nest. He stood on the edge of the pothole, looking around indifferently. For a moment, no one dared to look at him. Dangerous people, not fools. The young Shinigami in front of him has already shown such terrifying power, if he still wants to provoke him, it is purely courting death. Boring. Moyu shook his head in disappointment, and walked towards the depths of the maggot nest. 7 days later, the gate of the maggots opened again. Sifeng, wearing a large white captain's haori, appeared in front of Moyu immediately. "It's time, come with me." The corners of Moyu's mouth raised slightly, but he didn't speak. He obviously also saw some small thoughts of Sifeng. It seems that in the constant contact with him, the captain of the second team has undergone some unknown emotional changes. Perhaps, even she herself didn't realize it. Where are you going? When Moyu realized that Sifeng was not walking in the direction of Noble Street, he asked subconsciously. Hearing this, Sifeng turned around and looked at him with inexplicable eyes. After a long time, she turned her eyes and said softly. First team building, the captain handover ceremony is about to begin. Chapter 93. A team house. Captains and vice-captains walked back and forth in the atrium one by one. Different from the usual captains' meeting, their expressions were different, either looking forward to or pleased with what was about to happen. In the past, they might still be a little curious about the identity of the new captain. But this time was different. The previous captain assessment had already engraved the name Kuchiki Moyu deeply in their minds. During the captain's assessment, cut off other captains' Bankai, and even almost killed him. It's been a long time, and it hasn't appeared. Yinjiro followed Byakuya Kuchiki, looked at the other captains excitedly, and said. Captain, I really can't contain the joy in my heart. I didn't expect Master Moyu to become a captain-level figure so quickly, and the honor of the Kuchiki family has begun to continue. Originally, I thought he would take your place. The noisy voice made Byakuya Kuchiki frown, but he had nothing to do with his vice-captain. It has been said more than once about reprimand or something. But on this guy, it doesn't work at all. Be quiet, Jinjiro. Byakuya Kuchiki said coldly, you represent the face of the 6th Division. Ha, Captain, don't be so serious. Yinjiro smiled and comforted, today is a very happy day. A thing like 2 captains is very worthy of celebration. If possible, I would even like to hold a vice-captain meeting and hold a banquet to celebrate. Byakuya Kuchiki shook his head helplessly and walked forward. Hey, Captain, don't go so fast. Yinjiro was thinking about the details of the banquet, but found that Byakuya Kuchiki had gone away. 23 is really unexpected. Kurako Shunsui stroked the stubble on his chin, and looked sideways at Jaishur Yukatake beside him. Moyu was not punished by the 46 chambers. Even in such a short period of time, he successfully took over the position of captain. Ahem. Jaishur Yukatake covered his face and coughed. His face was a little pale. When he was still physically able to move, he also came to participate in the captain's inauguration ceremony at the right time. If I remember correctly, among the 6 judges in the 46 chambers, there are the elders of the Kuchiki family. Jaishur Yukatake is obviously clear about some secrets. Oh, it seems to be justifiable in this way. A look of surprise flashed in Kurako Shunsui's eyes. Obviously he did not think of this possibility. The 46th room was originally an integrated council of nobles and elders, and it was not uncommon for members of the Kuchiki family to be among them. In the atrium, the captains all cut together one by one. Except for the 12th squad, everyone else basically came here. Yamamoto Motoyanagi stood at the forefront, looking calmly at the captains in front of him. Since everyone is here, then, let's officially carry out the captain's inauguration ceremony. The atmosphere is getting more and more solemn, and no factory can be heard in the field. Even Kuzujishi Yachiru, who was the most escaping, carefully lay on Zaraki Kenpachi's shoulders and looked at others. Yamamoto Uenlianaga looked up slightly, and an old and not majestic voice sounded. A few days ago, Shiba Ishin, the captain of the 10th Division, encountered Minos Grande in the real world. He was defeated in a fierce battle and unfortunately died in the line of duty. Here, the position of captain of the 10th Division is vacant. Then, after the recommendations of the captains of the 4th Division Anohana and the 6th Division Kuchiki, and a strict captain assessment. Finally, Kuchiki Moyu successfully passed the captain's assessment. Therefore, officially appointed. Kuchiki Moyu will be the captain of the 10th Division. The voice fell, and the white door behind him opened accordingly. Moyu, dressed in a white captain's haori, embles the king of the court. For a moment, almost all eyes were on him. It has to be said that the appearance of the Kuchiki family is definitely not to be picked. Byakuya Kuchiki is already the handsomest man among the captains, and Moyu is even better. The star pliers, which symbolize the identity of the Kuchiki family, are different from the side hair, and the silver and white floral yarn hangs down around the neck. The large white captain's feather weave moves slightly with the wind, adding a bit of dusty temperament to it. There is a gentle and humble smile on Moyu's face, which makes people not feel the slightest bit of disgust. Everyone, please take care of me in the future. The inauguration ceremony of the captain of the 10th squad was not as sensational as expected. But it also caused quite a stir in Siritii. Among them, the place with the strongest natural response in the Tianfan team. Of course, they didn't have any ill feeling towards Moyu who took office, but were more curious and surprised. Especially after learning that the new team leader of his family is just a graduate who has just graduated from the Academy of Spiritual Art. They are even more curious about this. But after knowing some of Moyu's achievements, these curious guys fell silent. Liar! Kill 2 vasto lord level Minos Grande in this world. During the captain's assessment, cut off Captain Kuratsuka Mayuri's Bankai, and nearly killed him in it. Don't forget, Captain Moyu is not some very experienced Shinigami, he just graduated a few years ago. On that day, there was silence in the 10th team's team building. Moyu didn't go directly to the 10th division team building, but returned to Kuchiki's house, which is a noble family. When he participated in the inauguration ceremony of the captain in the team building of the first team, he heard from Byakuya Kuchiki that someone came to send him a greeting card. Moyu was very curious about this. Although he knew a lot of people in Siritii, they often had shallow acquaintances. People who are acquainted with each other will never send out such a thing as a greeting card. So much so that he was very curious about this visitor. Noble Street, artist. Waiting in the living room. A feminine man with dark green hair, dressed in aristocratic attire, lined with a domineering suit, sat in it, waiting for the master to return. This. Moyu went straight into the waiting room, and when he saw the person sitting there, he frowned. It's not that he doesn't know this visitor, it's mainly because the identity of the other party is really special. Tsuneyashiro Tokinata, an extremely sinister and cunning person. The Tsuneyashiro family, one of the 4 great nobles of the Soul Society, is in charge of managing the Great Spirit Book Corridor. As a family that knows all the history and information of the Soul Society, its degree of mystery can be imagined. However, with the appointment of the current head of the family, Tsuneyashiro Tokinata, the family members also withered instantly. Tsuneyashiro Tokinata, who was originally the last seat in the family, was not qualified to inherit the position of head of the family. However, after he designed and assassinated many successors, he obtained the current position in sequence and became a pivotal existence in the Soul Society. It's a pity that Moyu doesn't like to see this guy. After all, this is a world that pays attention to personal strength, and some simple conspiracies and tricks cannot go on forever. Only strength can have the right to speak. Moyu respects the strong, such as Yamamoto Yu and Yanagi, such as Aizen. They have the power to surpass others, and they can even destroy the world. But the guy in front of him has nothing. What Tsuneyashiro Tokinata relied on was nothing but his own insidiousness. Mr. Moyu, you are finally back. When Tsuneyashiro Tokinata saw Moyu, he smiled and greeted him. However, the smile that was supposed to give people joy seemed to be like a snake letter spit out by Lion Majesty in the darkness. Infiltrating, cruel. Patriarch Tsuneyashiro, I wonder if there is any important matter for you to come here this time. For this kind of people, Moyu doesn't have the temper to be patient and talk to them slowly. Seeing this, Ganghu Daishi couldn't help being startled. He thought about the beginning of the meeting many times, but he never expected that Kuchiki Moyu in front of him would be so shameless. Everyone is a member of the 4 great nobles, and I am still the head of the family, shouldn't you give me some respect? He suppressed the nameless anger that was rising in his heart. Without changing his smile, he said, "I'm here, of course I have something important to do." The two stood in the middle of the living room. It seemed that Tsuneyashiro Tokinata had nowhere to put his hands and feet, and was very embarrassed. But seeing that Moyu didn't intend to invite him to sit down at all, he could only keep talking in this state. Moyu nodded, motioning for him to continue. The indifferent attitude intensified the anger in Tsuneyashiro Tokinata's heart even more. "But for my own plan, I can only continue to talk." This time, Tsuneyashiro Tokinata's smile became a little fishy. "I heard that Mr. Moyu has become the captain of the 10th Division. Congratulations! The strength of the Kuchiki family has grown a lot again." Moyu frowned slightly, and said perfunctorily, "Thank you for your kindness. So, Tsuneyashiro, what is your business?" If he hadn't been clear about the nature of this guy in front of him, Moyu wouldn't be so hostile to others. Normally, he treats people very peacefully. But this person's way of doing things is really a bit disgusting. The anger in Tsuneyashiro Tokinata's eyes flashed, his smile remained unchanged, and he continued. "Ha, since Mr. Moyu is so eager, I have no choice but to cut to the chase. The disappearance of Shiba Ishin from the Shiba family has made the already declining family even more miserable." Speaking of this, he paused for a moment, and immediately said, "Among them, the most outstanding member of the Shiba family is just a member of the 13th squad named Shiba Kyan. According to some information, the Shiba family obviously exists in name only. In fact, at this point, do you already somewhat understood what Tsunashiro Tokinata meant? After Shiba Ishin disappeared, he set his sights on Shiba's property. As one of the 4 great nobles, although the Shiba family has completely declined, the treasures left behind are not inferior to the other 3 families. However, due to the reduction of family members, the Shiba family at this time could not even sustain the title of nobleman. The disappearance of branch house owner Shiba Ishin became the last straw that broke the camel's back for 507. Tsuneyashiro Tokinata's smile became darker. The current Shiba family is a piece of fat. Many nobles are staring at their seats and want to replace them. However, rather than letting those despicable existences occupy the names of the 4 great nobles, it would be better." He didn't go on, but the meaning was very clear. The two cooperated and annexed the Shiba family together. After thoroughly figuring out what this guy was thinking, Black Jade looked even more indifferent. "Patriarch Tsuneyashiro, did you make a mistake?" As soon as these words came out, the smile on Tsuneyashiro Tokinata's face was startled. "What's the meaning? Is it necessary for the Kuchiki family and the Tsuneyashiro family to cooperate?" Moyu's expression remained unchanged, and he said slowly. "As the 4 great nobles, what can your Tsuneyashiro family offer? Our Kuchiki family now has 2 captains." Hearing this, Tsuneyashiro Tokinata's eyes widened. He had calculated thousands of times, but he did not expect that Fuyo would give such an answer. Facing the miscalculated Tsuneyashiro Tokinata, Moyu continued unhurriedly. "In terms of high level, the Tsuneyashiro family is not as good as the Kuchiki family. In terms of status and influence, we are a few blocks away from you. So, why do you come to ask for cooperation?" Tsuneyashiro Tokinata's breathing became a little short. "As the captain of the 10th squad, could it be? Didn't you question your qualifications?" As the voice fell, Moyu's Reiatsu rose up, immediately oppressing the opponent. It was like a mountain peak collapsed, firmly pressing on Tsuneyashiro Tokinata's heart. His expression was also under pressure and became particularly distorted. "Kuchiki Moyu, don't you?" Tsuneyashiro Tokinata hadn't finished speaking, and a stronger oppressive effect was on him, causing him to swallow the second half of the words. In terms of strength, compared with Moyu, he is not in the same dimension at all. The bones of the whole body made abnormal noises, and the pale face turned blood red in an instant, looking a bit oozing. Moyu looked calmly at the somewhat embarrassed Tsuneyashiro Tokinata in front of him, unmoved in his heart. It is precisely because of knowing its nature that it acts like this. A guy like Lion Majesty, who only bites his companions in the back. Cooperation will only dig its own grave. Facing Tsuneyashiro Tokinata, who is getting more and more grim, Moyu calmly said. Why do I have to explain to you what I do?